Since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Christopher Cruz. Gaza's Interior Ministry says Israeli airstrikes have killed dozens of Palestinians in two towns in the southern part of the enclave. Details from the BBC's Emily Thomas.
Officials in Gaza say at least 49 people have been killed in overnight bombardments. 28 of the victims died in an airstrike on a house in the Rafah area near the crossing into Egypt.
Israel has been telling people to move south from northern Gaza, but yesterday said it had not agreed to a ceasefire in southern Gaza. President Biden will travel to Israel tomorrow.
It was the middle of the night in Tel Aviv when Secretary of State Antony Blinken announced the president's visit.
The president will hear from Israel what it needs to defend its people as we continue to work with Congress to meet those needs.
Mr. Biden will also meet with Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas, Egypt's president, and Jordan's king, who will host the meeting of those four leaders. Peter King, CBS News.
Israel is retaliating for the attack by Hamas while at the same time trying to rescue the many hostages the militants abducted when they invaded, says CBS's Holly Williams.
Israel's essentially trying to do two things at once, I suppose, in an ideal world from its perspective. On the one hand, it clearly wants to punish Hamas militarily, and it's already doing that. But on the other hand, it would like to bring those hostages home alive. And at this point, Israel says it's confirmed at least 199 hostages being held by Hamas.
Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan is gaining some ground in his attempt to be elected Speaker of the House later today, says CBS's Skylar Henry.
Jordan did gain some momentum when the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, Congressman Mike Rogers, announced on Twitter he is going to vote for Jordan. But at least a dozen or so House GOP members still oppose him, leaving Jordan well short of the 217 votes needed to become Speaker.
A funeral yesterday in a heavily Palestinian Chicago suburb for a 6-year-old Muslim boy stabbed to death in an alleged hate crime. The boy's landlord has been charged with killing him Saturday and stabbing the boy's mother, who survived. The federal judge presiding in Donald Trump's criminal case, in which he's charged with efforts to illegally overturn his 2020 election loss, has issued a limited gag order on the former president. During a campaign event in Iowa yesterday, Trump said the order is an illegal attempt to censor him politically.
Do you believe this? I'm not allowed to criticize people, so we'll see. We'll appeal it, and we'll see. But it's so unconstitutional.
This is CBS News.
You need to hire? Indeed is with you every step of the way, helping you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com.
Late News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories: the Ozfest fireworks show in Rocky Mount comes to an early, unexpected ending Saturday night.
That didn't sound good.
It definitely wasn't good, a comment made by an attendee at the event. Rocky Mount Fire Chief Kevin Hurtubise says a rogue component of that firework unfortunately became the showstopper.
One of the fireworks malfunctioned, and a portion of that firework went into the parking area and spectator area.
5 of the spectators and 1 fireman on the scene were transported to the hospital, and at least 20 vehicles were damaged in the blast. The much-anticipated start to the filming of At Niangua's End, a full-length drama featuring and based at Lake of the Ozarks, has been put on hold. Producer Gina Goff, an independent producer with ties to the lake area, says the ongoing labor issue in Hollywood is forcing a delay of the project.
I was hoping to get a waiver from the Screen Actors Guild to be allowed to film At Niangua's End, and then they had a major staff walkout and everything kept getting delayed, and what I was supposed to receive in 7 days, literally 11 weeks have passed now, and I still have not received the waiver.
At Niangua's End is the brainchild of Camden graduates Bo Shore and Chase Elliott. Goff says the mood among the key players and everybody involved in the production remains upbeat. The group hopes to start filming the movie in April. And 1 person is recovering following an accidental shooting at a home in Eldon. According to Eldon police, officers were called to the home where the shooting was reported Friday with 1 man injured. Officers arrested a juvenile for his involvement in the shooting, and that juvenile remains in custody. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Couples really enjoy the Driftwood Spa and Salon. Ron and Sue are regular once-a-month customers.
It's very relaxing. Everybody here has been great. My favorite is the massages. I feel invigorated, and I might be a bit tense when I first come in, but now I feel invigorated and relaxed.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
I'm meteorologist Phil Jensko with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Mostly clear skies and light winds throughout the early morning hours. Lows make it down to around 40 degrees. Tuesday, sunny. Highs top out near 70. Winds southwest around 5 miles per hour. And then Tuesday night, mostly clear. And lows drop to 47. The current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 70 degrees. And the temperature at the studios, right now it's 45.
.com/credit.
Or are in debt to the IRS? This is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You are the steps you take, you, and that's the only way. Shake yourself, your every move you make. So the story goes. Owner of a lonely heart. Owner of a lonely heart. Owner of a broken heart. Owner of a lonely
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the Gateway to the West, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And in a moment, we'll be back with Dr. Kimberly McGeorge. We will take psychic questions about yourself or a question you may have, or a medium question about a dearly departed when we come back. Did you know that being a victim of identity theft can definitely create lasting negative effects? These include damage to your credit rating, employment background checks being compromised, and jeopardizing your ability to pay bills on time. And it's so important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft affect our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cybercriminal to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easy with LifeLock. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out on your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. And if you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. It's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Join now. Save up to 25% off your first year with promo code GEORGE when you call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com and use promo code GEORGE for 25% off. It's official, fall is here, and if you're like me, you're settling back into busier routines. With the kids at school and spare time filled with soccer practices and seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and vulnerable. That's why I recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 Live Guard Protection. It's designed to help stop crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 live guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. Either way, it's easy to protect your home. For a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafenori.com. That's simplysafenori.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Around the house, at work, in the car, news, weather, traffic, and sometimes they make me laugh.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
And welcome back, George Norrie with Dr. Kimberly McGeorge, and your questions and calls as well in just a moment. Kimberly, what is the SSP program? How does that work?
Oh, the Secret Space program?
Well, something this is tied to you.
Yeah, it's really tied to everybody. So one of the things early on when I started scanning people after I programmed in some things about what's happening, to people at night, which is a whole other conversation, was I started, tracing, who is messing with us at night. I mean, when you wake up with needle marks, as I do, when you wake up with bruises, at first, from my background, I attribute it to demonic things, ghosts, things like that. But needle marks, and then, when you take a urine test and you're coming up with all sorts of memory wiping drugs and street drugs, and I don't do drugs, it makes you wonder. So I'm all about physical evidence. A lot of people make all these crazy claims, but I try to kind of scientifically, somewhat track it down as far as I can. So that just led to a whole bunch of things. I have an ex who works for Homeland. I've run into a lot of engineers. I'm sure you've talked to some people from Lockheed Martin who have been kidnapped in the daytime by the Secret Space program and who've, sat at tables with ETs. And so I have a lot of contacts and a lot of friends. So I was able to program a lot of this information into the quantum technology. So now I can scan people and I can tell people, are you involved in the Secret Space program? Yes or no. What corporations do you work for? We don't understand that. And I'm not talking about, Kraft and Nike corporations. I'm talking about Monarch and, corporations like that. Monarch's tied to a little thing we call MK Ultra, which we're all under. And so we're just able to get to the bottom of a lot of things because these frequencies are in your field. Everything that ever happened to you throughout time and space is recorded in your field, including what happens when you're sleeping. So, really dug deep in learning a lot. Still learning. I don't know it all, but still learning a lot about the Secret Space program, the 20, 40, 60, 80 and back, all the things Corey Good talks about. A lot of that stuff is true.
Does this kind of complicate things when you're trying to do proper investigations into the afterlife?
Yeah, because, again, and this has been news over the years to me. I started out, demons and angels and ghosts. And now to find out there's just so many energies and, a lot of people, another, conversation we could have all night long is, the incubus and succubus. Almost every single person is coming up being messed with multiple times a week, by the incubus and succubus energies, which is really interesting considering, we're even though incubus and succubus energy isn't about sex, it's about harvesting energy through sex, we're such a sex-obsessed society, and such easy access to sexual material. It's really interesting.
Let's take some calls here for you as they're lining up. Liz Marie is in Fullerton, California, west of the Rockies. She'll be first. Hey, Liz.
Hi, good evening, George. Hi, Kimberly.
Hi.
When I was on hold, I felt like a spirit was actually here with me, and that freaked me out, and my heart started racing.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. And I'm
pretty sure you're right, by the way. I feel that, too, by you.
Okay. And I had a set question, but I wasn't too sure, and now I'm wondering if there's any people or anybody, any people, person, or pets that's crossed over that has any messages for me?
Let me scan really quick. So, wow. Have you seen spirits when you were young, or do you see spirits?
Yes. When I was younger, I used to see colors, and I thought spirits and orbs and things like that.
You did. So, the message is kind of general. You have really strong medium skills. So there's a lot of beings in the fourth dimension, not just what we would call ghosts or human spirits, but actually, and this is going to get kind of woo-woo, but the Sasquatch, Dogmen, fairies, little people, you can actually see all those very easily with some training and with honoring your knowing and your feelings. So all that whole world really wants to connect with you because you have a really nice frequency, you have a lot of light in you, you have a very pure heart, and you have a lot of elemental background in your past life.
Yeah. There's a person in particular that I feel comes to me a little more often lately, and she crossed over about 3 years ago, and I'm not sure if I'm just going crazy or if I think I hear messages from her. Feel messages.
Is she a younger person?
No.
Because there's a young girl by you now, and I don't know if that's someone you know or not.
I think her spirit was more young. She was very vibrant and young-hearted, I'd say.
What is? Can you say her first name? Because I can check really quick if she's interacting with you.
Yeah, and when I said that, I felt like there's two different beings. One of them is Darcy.
Yes, Darcy does reach out to you, and she does come to you, yes.
Okay, so I'm not crazy. Okay.
No, you're gifted. You're not crazy. You're gifted.
Okay, thanks, Liz Marie. I appreciate that. When you get these feelings, Kimberly, these impressions, what's happening to you?
Oh, it's hard to explain. It's just I've just done this so long. I can kind of go to her where she is, and I interact with the being, or I look at the being. She said there was a being standing by her, so I kind of project my consciousness there, and I saw a young girl standing by her. So I don't know. That's just it's hard to explain, George, how it works. I've done it so long, I don't even know anymore.
If you saw pure evil next to somebody, would you sense that?
Oh, totally. And unfortunately, I'm kind of an honest person, so I'm going to tell you all about it, too. I don't hold back.
Well, I think that's the correct way. By sugarcoating things, it's not going to work.
Although you and I both know that people kind of like sugar-coated things. That's why I'm not everybody's cup of tea because,
some people are afraid of you being so blunt.
They are. And when people have a scan, they're like, thanks for telling me 1,000 things wrong with myself. I'm like, well, if you wanted, I can also tell you 1,000 things right with you, but what good is that going to do?
Next up.
You want to work on the things that are out of balance, right?
All right, let's go to Kelsey in the state of Washington, first-time caller. Hi, Kelsey. Go ahead.
Hi. I am wondering if my mom led me here for a reason. I take care of my grandma, and I'm just wondering if I'm on the right path, because there's not a lot of security, and I'm just looking for some...
Has your mother passed?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Kim.
Yeah. So, kind of good news, bad news. Your mom is not in the fourth dimension. She has moved on, and she's living a completely other life, not on Earth, but she's very happy. However, you have a lot on you. I just want to encourage you. What's coming through really strong for you, and it may be from your mother, is you need to take care of yourself. So you can take care of your grandma. You need to have self-nurture. You need to have time for yourself. Even if you don't have to be wildly wealthy to take time for yourself to go sit in a park, to, have some quiet time, to go out for a cup of coffee with a friend. But you have a lot on you. I can feel that burden on you, and you need to carve out time for yourself. You're doing a wonderful, wonderful thing. You have a really, really sweet, pure spirit, and you're doing a wonderful thing, but you do need to take care of yourself.
Follow up, Kels?
Yeah, I bite off, I don't know. Yes, I do need to take some time for myself, and I guess I was wondering if I needed to get a job or help keep helping my grandma. So, yeah. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
You're welcome.
Job or help the grandma? What do you think, Kimberly?
I think she needs to. Well, I think she needs to, if she can, do both. I think there's a way to do both. Maybe a part-time job. Again, carving out some time for herself, a friend circle for herself. It's a lot, for a younger person to have that responsibility.
When you call in to talk to Kimberly, we'll give you an opportunity to ask a follow-up question to your initial question in case you have a question on some of the things that she's saying to you. When you're getting these impressions from people, like you were talking about the Liz Marie, you felt a younger person by her. What are you feeling? Explain that to us.
Well, in her case, I actually saw the younger person, also frequencies. So because I've worked with frequency technology for like 30 years, you know how, and really we are the machine. You know, we're not supposed to, give ourselves over to technology. We're supposed to kind of take the best of that, and incorporate it into us. And so I'm just really good at reading frequency. And you know what's really interesting, George? Do you know that every single thing in your entire energy field, your whole history, is in your voice? So when they ask their question, I'm starting to get a whole feed of information because I can get it from their voice.
Let's go to Aaron in Florida, wild card line. Aaron, take it away.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Thank you.
I gotta say real quick, Kimberly, that was awesome with like the Liz Marie thing. That was awesome. I'm just hearing it. But anyways, I kind of just wanted to ask you, what do you see like in the next 5-10 years? Things have been kind of just like, it's almost like at the level of like what's next, and what's next? Where do you see it happening at? And yeah, just kind of, take it away.
Yeah, give me a sec. I want to look at your timeline. All right. So in 10 months, hold on.
Where'd you go, Kim? Where'd you go?
No, I'm going into the timeline. Sorry, it takes me a second. So in about 10 months, there's something new coming. I almost think it's a new relationship, and I'm not sure if you're open to that or not, or if you're even interested in that. But in this relationship doesn't mean romantic necessarily. It could be a career opportunity, but it's something pivotal that's going to give you a change or an invitation for change. I don't even know what 10 months from now is. Is it spring, maybe? Not sure.
Does 10 months work for you, Aaron?
Yeah, that'd be freaking awesome.
All right, and I'll give you a follow-up question. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I mean, like, what do you kind of see happen? Like, what career path do you see? Like entertainment, or do you see like something like electrical, or things like that? And like, where do you see it at? Like the location?
I see the location as being somewhere warm or south. Interesting enough, I don't know. Where are you right now?
Florida.
Florida.
Oh, you're already south. So you may be staying close to the same area that you're in. I think the opportunity is going to come to you, maybe not in the same exact location, but in the same general location. You actually have a lot more going for you than you think. Here's your problem, in my opinion. You have to know what you want to create what you want, and I don't think you know what you want. So instead of kind of waiting for something to like fall on you, which something's going to kind of fall on you in 10 months, I would also spend some time really getting quiet and deciding what you want, because you're actually a pretty powerful creator. And that, if you get really, decide what you want, combined with this opportunity, I think you're going to be on a completely different path. And you need to stay in your body. So practice doing grounding things, because that's going to actually manifest what you want quicker.
You're almost like a psychologist, Kimberly. You know that?
I didn't know. I never said that before. I'm a mom. That works.
Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate you being part of the program. Let's take a few more calls before the break. We're talking with Dr. Kimberly McGeorge. What's the doctor in?
It's naturopathic medicine. I had a clinic one time.
Good for you. That's an important thing. Let's go to Todd in San Antonio, Texas. Hey, Todd, welcome to the program.
Hey, George, thank you for taking my call.
Thank you. What's your question, sir?
My wife passed away last July. In February, I met a new love, and we're now engaged, and I just wonder how that's going to work out.
I feel like I'm not being offensive when I say this, but there's still such a strong bond between you and your wife. And I think in order for your new relationship to work out, there needs to be a little bit of a ritualistic deciding, or even just a decision in your mind that you need to kind of, I almost don't even want to tell you this. I believe your wife is waiting for you.
What do you mean by waiting for him?
You know how I told you how some people leave the fourth dimension, George, and go on, and just like the young girl's mom, you know, isn't here anymore. I mean, she checks in, but she's not here. She's
moved on. She's moved on. You're saying she hasn't moved on.
Your wife is waiting for you. I like I said, I'm honest to a fault. So I think there's some issues in that relationship being a full partnership, both between you and your wife, because just because someone's got a body doesn't mean they're not 100% present and able, and you can talk. I think you know this. I think you do. I think she visits you. I think you have dreams about her. I think you feel like you have contact with her. And I'm telling you, all those feelings are 100% true. So I think you and her need to decide, you know, what position this relationship has. She definitely wants you to be happy, but I don't know if you guys made an agreement for her to wait for you, but she's waiting for you.
Follow-up question, Todd?
That was kind of my follow-up question. I was wondering if she had anything to do with putting me together with someone else, but it sounds like you kind of answered it.
I don't know. Do you feel like, I mean, what I'm getting from the heart bond that you guys had is you guys were pretty connected, and, you know, no relationship's perfect, but there's a deep connection there, and it's still there. And that needs looked at and evaluated. And just my opinion, none of my business. It may be a little too early. Just you may want to just not rush to marriage and just, you know, process a little more.
And are you saying that for Todd's benefit or for the benefit of the wife who passed on?
Everyone's benefit, including his fiance, because if I was engaged, I would want someone who was almost 100% emotionally available. I've dated a man who lost his wife, and it's a challenge if, you know, those ties aren't clear, cut, and moved on.
Are you saying well, how much time do you have to wait before you move on?
See, I'm going into him, and I can merge with him, and I can merge with her, and I can merge with fiance, and I just can feel the energetic bond. There's a courting. There's a literally courting. Just because someone dies doesn't mean the cords go. There's a courting. You guys are connected. You guys are married, in my opinion, still.
Interesting take. Okay, well, good luck there, Todd, and if there's anything we can do to help you, check back with us. Well, you are blunt, Kimberly.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I told you, sir.
You say it the way you feel, that's for sure. When you were doing your naturopathic medicine, that's very important. I mean, I've always been a believer in mainstream medicine and natural, and a combination of them really works well.
Yeah, it does. I totally agree. You know, conventional medicine saved my life. When I had an ectopic pregnancy, I'd be dead if it weren't for, you know, the skilled surgeons in emergency medicine. 100% fan of both, for sure.
My gosh, that would have been a disaster for you. Painful, too.
Yeah, especially, yeah. Yep.
And you've got, what, 4 children now?
I do. 4 grown children, 4 girls.
What's the oldest? What's the youngest?
My youngest is 21 and my oldest is 30.
All right. Tell us about your website real quick. Secret to everything. When people go to your website, what do they see?
Yeah, secrettoeverything.com. They can have email readings, one-on-ones. We have some free products. We're going to have a lot more free products, a contact form, a bunch of stuff.
When you talk about free products, what are we talking about?
I think there's some free classes up right now. We're gonna put up a ton of you know, I've been teaching for 10 years, so we're gonna start, you know, really putting up some good stuff, free material. You know, I really feel, I know this goes against the grain, but I believe, you know, we're rising, we're awakening, and I just want to contribute as much as possible to that.
All right, we're going to come back and take some final calls with Dr. Kimberly McGeorge in just a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
Never miss a detail on a show or a guest. Sign up for the Coast Zone email newsletter, available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
on my smart speaker.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat.
It's always on. I'm always connected.
At your service since 1951. We're News Talk KRMS.
Explore your universe with Coast to Coast AM.
Now, we've been talking about 100 years of paranormal study, but things are still in flux. When are we ever going to get the answers we really want?
I got to be honest with you, George. I think we really are close. Here in the United States, the vast majority of the population is not going to believe in UFOs until we have something on radar. Well, the fact is, not only do we have something on radar, but we have Navy cockpit videos, among other things, that have been validated by the Department of Defense.
What do you think is changing the perception? Is it obvious that's why they have to come forward with this information now?
The fact is, no serious person can say UFOs don't exist. I mean, that position does not exist anymore. The answers may be very elusive, but the existence and the evidence is as plain as any we've got. And it's an exciting time to be alive. We know that life is not exclusive to Earth, and that's an extraordinary thing.
Hi, I'm Ty Pennington, and this is another one of Ty's tips. Not long ago, I was in a house, and I walked into a small room being used as a den, and it was as if I just walked into Alice in Wonderland. I'm serious. All the furniture in this room was little. A small table, a love seat, a very small side chair. I started looking for a rabbit hole. People tend to assume that since the room is so small, it needs small things. Logical, but wrong. Small stuff actually brings attention to a small room. Now, I'm not saying you should get a sectional sofa and put it in an 8x8 room. That would be overkill. But if you're a full-size person, then use full-size furniture. The key isn't making the furniture smaller, it's using less of it. That way, you can see the rabbit hole easier. And if you choose to go down it, then just be careful of the Queen of Hearts. By the way, you should see the furniture in her place. It's, heart-shaped.
Make plans to stay up late tonight for Coast to Coast AM.
Do you like scary movies? I'm George Norrie, and Freeman Schaub joins us to talk about why some people like to feel scared. And later on, Gobekli Tepe with Hugh Newman on Coast to Coast. Fascinating as we talk about that.
Drink coffee now for Coast to Coast AM later. Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
In terms of paranormal activity, do you think it's increasing?
Yes. More and more people are aware of it, so therefore they're even noticing it, because times are scary. But some people, they just want to know there's something out there other than what they see on their TV screen every day. So they're getting into the paranormal. They want to go on a ghost investigation. Let's look into Bigfoot, all the extraterrestrials, to know that there's something more.
Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night, but you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed, knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work, and again on your way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 5 years. The Coast Insider Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the Gateway to the West, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
On our next Coast to Coast program, we're going to be talking about consciousness, and then later on, Gobekli Tepe and the strange things that are going on this planet. Beyond Belief, that's our television show, and we invite you to watch the program.
We sure do. Head over to beyondbelief.com. You can explore the amazing, unusual world we live in, paranormal, conspiracies, UFOs. We tackle it all. We have a free trial you can sign up for, and you get not just the Beyond Belief episodes, but you can enjoy everything that the network has to offer. So please enjoy beyondbelief.com.
And of course, our YouTube channel is free to subscribe. Take advantage of it.
Yes, sir. We'd just like everybody to go to coasttocoastam.com right now. Go to the top. There's a little YouTube icon. Click that, and you are good to go.
Super. And here's something for you to de-stress yourself.
HealthyLooking.com has a combination of products to help with everyday stress, fatigue, and moodiness, while increasing energy and stamina, plus help to fall asleep easier and more soundly while losing weight. Take Elevate in the morning for energy and focus, then Accelerate weight management and sleep combo before bed for a great full night's sleep.
I've maybe gotten 4 to 5 hours of sleep max a night. I'm sleeping between 6 and 7. I wake up to use the bathroom, but I go right back to sleep, which has never happened before, which is pretty awesome.
I noticed a higher level of happiness. I also noticed that I wasn't taking naps. I had more energy. I was more in the moment with my kids. Like, we were laughing more. We were more excited. Every single person needs to feel this.
I lost 10 pounds and 5.5 inches off my waist, and I'm so proud of myself. It gives you energy. It helps you sleep better. It just works. I stand by it 100%.
I was on a handful of medications to help me sleep, to help me be happy, tons of therapy. When I'm ready to go to sleep, I'm getting 7 to 9 hours of sleep every night. I've lost some pounds, inches mainly. My family has me back.
George's Power Pack. Elevate, naturally boosting mental and physical performance while naturally cleansing and detoxifying. And Accelerate for winding down. Improve sleep and weight loss. Plus free gift, Hydrate. Easy to use pH water enhancer and free shipping at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930. 800-394-9930. More energy, better focus, a better mood, plus a great night's sleep. George's Power Pack at healthylooking.com.
Remember the fun in comic books, the good guys and bad guys battling it out for the future of the universe? Well, fun and adventure has returned to comics and graphic novels thanks to our friends from Marvelous Entertainment, all of it based on the sci-fi masterpieces by author Marvin Sunderland.
Yeah, you're really going to enjoy these. They're novels. They're amazing. There's 7 of them, and they take you on an adventure for a crashed alien spaceship. So brace yourself. This is going to be a fun ride.
Marvin went out and got comic creator Andy Fish and his team, and they brought that sense of wonderment and thrills to straight-out action adventures, taking those novels, turning them into comic books, running the gamut from space adventures to downright scary things. And they now offer what they call a free bronze membership option that gives you access to behind-the-scenes content, free comics, and other memberships providing access to promotional and bonus items like secret decoder rings, puzzles, and even more. The fun is back, and we have it for you. Join the excitement with titles like I Wag It, Haunted Planet, Space Adventures, Tales of Singularity, just by going to the website iWagit.com. IWAGGIT, iWagit.com, where you blast off for your free adventure.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert, and that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
My station. We love it. It's number one.
When I listen to you, life feels normal.
Listen live on our smartphone app, Alexa, Google Play, and KRMSradio.com.
And welcome back, George Norrie with Dr. Kimberly McGeorge. Kimberly, when you've been giving readings in your career, have you ever had an entity come at you because you were tapping into them or something like that?
Definitely. Absolutely. Multiple times. Again, it's just being aware, getting rid of it quickly or, stopping it before it starts. But yeah, for sure. I'm not immune.
How do you ward them off? What do you go through?
Well, I mean, it's really being conscious of your energy space and, not allowing them in. I mean, I can casually, people always say they have to go to graveyards and all these haunted houses to find, ghosts and entities, but there's actually more in your grocery store and your local Walmart. I mean, I've had clients get jumped from picking up the wrong plant in the grocery store. So, again, there's just this whole crazy world out there that we just aren't taught. And if you can't see it, you don't know it. So, being aware, I can walk in Walmart unaware, or I can walk in Walmart with kind of my barriers up, and, so it just depends on, sometimes I act like I'm just the same as everybody else and I pay for it too.
Let's go to Rick in Massachusetts to get started. Go ahead, Rick.
Hey, George. Hey, Kimberly. How are you guys?
Great. Hope you are too.
I've been trying. I've talked to George a couple of times with a couple of guests, but I'm a empath, paranormal investigator. I've had a few attachments in the past, and I've been going through quite some chronic illness, and I just don't know. It seems like, I don't know if something is still causing it, if it's just, natural causes, I guess, or what's happening from here, if it's going to get better, or, what I'm going to do next, I guess.
How does he ward off these illnesses, Kimberly? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm actually going to offer you my help. If you want to get a hold of me on my contact form, I'm going to scan you and I'll clear you tomorrow if you want, if there's anything there. I'd like to look at you a little bit closer than we have time for on the air.
Okay, now how does he find you?
He can just go to my website. There's a contact form, or he can write support at KimberlyMcGeorge.com. I'd like a picture and your birth date so I can scan you.
And remember his name, Rick from Massachusetts, okay?
Yeah, thank you, Rick. Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you.
Good. What kind of ailments do you have, Rick?
Well, it seems I've been dealing with like a mold toxicity. But it's been like a thing that's kept happening in my basement. And, I am pretty sensitive. One time it kept getting floods. And like one time when there was water down there, I saw like these little, very small, like shadow creatures, but only probably 2 feet tall, maybe. Yeah, and I haven't seen them recently, but like I said, I've been prone to, I know tree attachments. One I could definitely feel. It took me over from a location. So I just don't know, if it's been about 12 years I've been suffering. I lost, 3 of my businesses. Basically, I just deliver papers at night right now, so.
Are you doing anything to remediate, Rick, the mold inside or outside? Because you have to, if you have mold outside, you have mold inside because you're breathing that in. Because all mold is like black goo, and black goo is AI. So this is an AI component. So it may be trickier than just like an entity component. You may be rather entwined with AI too.
Definitely send her an email though, Rick, and hopefully she can work on that for you. It's a nice service that you provide, Kimberly.
Oh.
You still do a lot of naturopathic work?
I do. People, want to know what their purpose is and if they're going to meet the love of their life. But absolutely, we have, my full scan is comprehensive. You're going to get it all. You're going to get, health and programming and your emotions and, childhood and relationship. You're going to get it all. So, but I do a lot of work. I do a lot of work on animals, too.
Let's go to Randy in Florida, east of the Rockies. Welcome, Randy. Randy, you there?
Yeah.
Go ahead with your question. Go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead with your question.
Yes, my brother passed away in my mother's house, and later he passed away, and then we moved into the home, and it became a rental, and then everybody that lived in the home after that said that they had occurrences in the home, and now the home is empty. We've sold the property, and I'm wondering, has he moved on, or is he still there?
No, he's there.
He'll stay with the property? Go ahead, Kim.
Yeah. You said it's sold. I would have encouraged you to go talk to him. He really probably would be happier moving on, especially if the family isn't there. He's very, very, very attached to that location.
Why do souls or ghosts stay attached to places like that?
Because they don't, if you don't know, you don't know. Like, what else do? You only know what you know. I mean...
Do they know they're dead?
They know they're... Well, not always. No. And, and again, I hate to do this because my kids always get on me. But, I mean, again, if you write I'll help you with a situation. I'll help him move on if you want. So, no charge. Just write me, and I'll help you.
What if he moves on? Where does he move on to?
I'll talk to him. He's going to move on to something amazing. Don't worry about that. I'll help him.
Do you believe in heaven?
I believe, well, I have a picture of a ship that NASA says is a heaven ship, so how can I not? I have the evidence that looks exactly how the Bible describes it, like that NASA has given us. Have you seen that picture, George?
I've heard about it, yes.
So it's pretty, I don't particularly want to go there. No offense to anyone, but I do believe that a place like that exists, yes.
Let's go to Jeremy in North Dakota. Hey, Jeremy, you're on. Go ahead.
Hello, Kimberly. On December 8, 2003, I was in a near-fatal auto accident, and I developed a website to tell the world about it. And George let me give the URL out, and I was contacted by George, coast-to-coast listener, via email from my website, and her and I started conversing, and then we started text messaging, and then she actually called me a couple times. And her name is Veronica, and she lives in Alberta, Canada, and I want her soul forever. Is that going to happen?
Meaning you want a relationship with her?
I want a relationship that'll develop into a forever bond between us.
A soulmate forever, Kimberly.
I'm going to say it's a solid maybe, because here's the thing with soulmates. It's a two-way street, and
definitely.
I don't know if she knows how you feel or, what your communication level is now, but it doesn't seem like 100% locked. No. Is it a possibility? Yes. But there needs to be action taken on both sides to make that happen.
Jeremy, have you met yet?
We've only conversed on the phone. She's actually given me a phone call a couple times, and her name is Veronica, and she lives in Redwater, Alberta, Canada.
Well, don't say too much. She may be listening.
That's true, too. Yeah, so it's a possibility, but there definitely needs to be movement in this. And you guys would be new soulmates if you're soulmates, but this is not a lock. You need to, obviously to have a relationship, there needs to be progress. So you need to move forward in some way. But it is a possibility. It's not a no.
Kimberly, where does God fit into the equation here with all this?
I don't. It's so funny me saying this because I grew up Christian, went to Christian school, went to Christian college. But I do no longer believe in necessarily a God. I do believe in the all. I do believe in kind of in what some people call God, but I don't believe in any individual entity being. called God. That's just my personal, I feel like I've learned too much to believe in God. I don't know if that makes sense. And, you know, I'm well-versed in the Bible. Like I said, I grew up, my dad's a pastor, but I chose 3 years ago kind of to, you know, I consider all religion programming, and, you know, I'm kind of in the consciousness movement now, I guess.
Let's go to Klaus in the state of Washington, west of the Rockies. Klaus, welcome to the program.
Yeah, hi there. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure thing, Klaus.
I'm wondering if you can contact my higher guides or my deceased parents for some words of wisdom. My question is about a long-standing sibling dispute that resulted in an inheritance lawsuit that is going on right now. But the fighting is going on already 18 years, I would say.
Wow.
When my mother started getting dementia, and we had to take responsibility for her. So I wonder if there's any words of wisdom on how I could get my sisters to genuinely reconcile our emotional injuries on a sincere level, because they have refused that. And now this whole dispute and distrust resulted in a legal case. And the money is really secondary to me. I think my parents, it would be more in the spirit of our parents if we could reconcile on a heart level, because then the dispute around the money would settle itself. But I think it would be in the spirit of my parents if we could just, find a way of settling this and becoming friends again.
Do you see the siblings doing that at all, Kim?
I do, but not super soon. The problem is we can't control other people, and although your heart is amazing and it is very sincere in your desire, you can ask your, I would ask my soul family. I haven't looked at your soul family, and I'm not going to do it on the air, but I would ask your soul family for help in this, and their soul families, your sister's soul families, for help in this. Soul families aren't magic genies, but again, we have not because we ask not, and there are, they are outside this reality often, and they do have creative solutions that we can't always see. You might want to try something else. You might want to go, and this is an imagination exercise, and I can't teach it fully here, but you might want to go to your sister's spirits in the astral and have conversations with them, and it may soften them up, because I do see a potential within a year and a half, that there's going to be a softening and some reconciliation. There's deep wounds here, and deep bitterness and contempt and kind of twisted thinking. That's going to take a while to be straightened out. But I would go to your sisters in the astral. And
how do you do that, Kim?
It's an imagination. I do it at night. I do my astral work at night. You lay in bed, you imagine, you picture your sister. You go and you say whatever you want to say in all sincerity and love. And it's very, very interesting what happens in the daytime in 3D reality when you approach someone's oversoul, their higher self, in the astral. And that's my best recommendation.
It's almost like dream communicating, isn't it?
Exactly.
That does work. That is very powerful. I've used those techniques before, and they work with amazing possibilities. Kim, people go to your website. We only got 2 minutes left. Tell us about some of the things that they can do.
Right. So like I said, we try to keep things affordable. We have email readings where you can ask, anywhere between 1 and 5 questions with, follow-up like they're allowed to do on your show, and at a very reasonable price. I have monthly groups, and in the monthly groups, we talk about a lot of the topics, you talked about tonight, what are fire creation beings, and souls, and how to manifest, how to create the life you want, how to break programming, how to integrate altars, how to activate your psychic abilities. I hold live events a couple times a year. You can get on my mailing list. Just kind of try to be comprehensive education. I have a YouTube channel. I put up, I try to answer questions and put up free stuff, as you do too. So you can just drop my name in or drop my business name in. I've been around a while. So.
And Kim, why do you do what you do?
Oh, gosh, because I want people to know that they're absolutely so much more powerful than they've ever imagined, and they can break any chains that they think are holding them back and create the life they want.
You seem to enjoy it also.
I do. I'm very passionate about it. You can tell, George.
And where do you go next with this?
I'm not sure. I think I'm going to be doing more live, events. I've been, asked to speak at conferences. I think I'm going to write some more books to make the material more accessible to the general public. I kind of want to leave a little bit of a legacy. I'm getting older, and I won't be around forever.
All right. Well, you take care of yourself, Kim, and thank you for helping our listeners. The advice was very poignant.
Thank you. Thanks for what you do. Thanks.
Dr. Kimberly McGeorge, her website is called secrettoeverything.com, which is linked up at coasttocoastam.com, and you can email her through that website and take advantage of the many things she does. For Dan Galante, Tom Danheiser, Lisa Lyon, Lex Lonehood, Sean Ladesseur, Stephanie Smith, Chris Burrows, Tim Banal, George Knapp, Andy, and Punnett, I'm George Norrie. Somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe, everyone.
The Home Service Club sponsors this paid advertisement. Attention homeowners. Broken AC, $4,600. Water heater, $1,500. Fridge on the fritz, $1,000. You need home warranty coverage from the Home Service Club. For around $1 a day, if any of your covered appliances and systems break down, HSC will either do the repair or replace them. HSC has over 15,000 pre-screened, highly rated technicians with the fastest response time in the industry. HSC provides coverage for up to 47 different appliances and systems in your home. Call for a free, no-obligation quote from a trusted HSC service specialist about a home warranty for your entire home, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. 800-926-1595, plus $75 off your first year. 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595. That's 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595.
Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With Private Healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private Healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. When life comes at you unexpectedly, you need to be ready, and health insurance is your financial safety net. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-912-9624. That's 800-912-9624. 800-912-9624.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
Oh, no.
Medics pulling survivals from the rubble of a bombed-out building in southern Gaza after a new round of Israeli airstrikes this morning that hit homes in Khan Yunis and Rafah, where thousands of people have been trying to cross the border into Egypt. It comes as the U.S. gets set for a major show of support for Israel, Correspondent Ian Lee is in Tel Aviv.
As the violence in the Middle East enters its second week, President Biden is set to land in Israel tomorrow.
He's coming here at a critical moment.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who announced the visit while on his second trip to Tel Aviv in less than a week, said the president will be briefed on Israel's war plans and will coordinate on efforts to release hostages held by Hamas.
2,000 U.S. troops are preparing to deploy to the region. The U.S. has demanded Israel allow aid into Gaza as the humanitarian crisis there grows. Juliette Tuma with the UN's Relief and Works Agency.
No supplies have come into Gaza since the 7th of October.
Secretary of State Blinken says U.S. and Israeli officials have agreed to work on a plan to set up safe zones to make deliveries of food, water, and fuel for backup generators powering hospitals. Crowds of mourners have paid respects to a 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy stabbed to death in an alleged hate crime in suburban Chicago. The child's uncle.
We live in a country called USA. We're not in war, and we're not bringing war here, too.
Officials say the family's landlord was upset over the Israel-Hamas conflict. In Washington, the second time could be the charm for House Republicans. They'll try again to elect a new speaker as Jim Jordan picks up more endorsements ahead of today's votes.
I feel real good about the momentum we have, and I think we're real close.
He'll need almost every Republican lawmaker to back him to pass muster on the full House floor. Former President Trump's panning a limited gag order that bans him from demeaning prosecutors, possible witnesses, and court staff in his election interference case in Washington.
Do you believe this? I'm not allowed to criticize people, so we'll see. We'll appeal it, and we'll see. But it's so unconstitutional.
Way to celebrate your 31st for the Phillies, man on first.
Here's Bryce Harper, the birthday boy, and he swings and lifts it high and deep, and happy birthday, pal!
Harper crushing a first-inning homer, blowing out his candles as he crossed home plate on the Phillies radio network. The Phils beat the D-backs 5-3 to take the first game of the National League Championship Series. Texas takes a 2-0 lead on Houston in the ALCS with a 5-4 win. This is CBS News.
If you need to hire, you need Indeed. Because Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place.
Lake News now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. Patrons of Highland Dairy products in the Lake area are concerned after announcement that the company is planning to close its Lake Ozark offices. Rumors first posted on social media indicated the distribution center was closing, which prompted patrons being concerned that the product would no longer be carried in the Lake region. That has not yet been verified by the company, who tells KY3 News in Springfield that they're simply realigning with their partner company, Prairie Farms Dairy, to enhance customer service and reduce fuel consumption. The report indicates that it's informed all Lake Ozark employees that they've been offered positions within the company. However, it is not indicated if the residents would have to relocate for those positions. As of Sunday, the company has not made a public release about the closure. KRMS News has reached out for further details about the decision and are awaiting a response. A time frame for the city of Osage Beach to assume ownership of the Lee C. Fine Memorial Airport located at the Lake of the Ozarks State Park has been put on the calendar for some time in 2024. City Administrator Jenner Woods says the ownership acquisition is ongoing and will have to go through the state legislation approval process during the 2024 General Assembly. Once that's done, according to Woods, final approval of the transfer of ownership will go before the Board of Aldermen. And a return for normalcy for the most part for the Ameren, Missouri Shoreline office at the lake.
Shoreline office, like much of the rest of the world, had some in-person limitations during the height of COVID, but was always still open, still working with people that need to go through the permitting process.
The Shoreline Management Office will be open from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday, except for holidays. That's your Lake News now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your Lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Phil Jensko with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Mostly clear skies and light winds throughout the early morning hours. Lows make it down to around 40 degrees. Tuesday, sunny. Highs top out near 70. Winds southwest around 5 miles per hour. And then Tuesday night, mostly clear, and lows drop to 47. The current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 70 degrees. And the temperature at the studios, right now it's 45.
From Compass Media Networks, this is America's First News. This morning, with your host, Gordon Deal.
Biden to Israel. Good morning, I'm Gordon Deal, along with Jennifer Kashenka on this Tuesday, October 17. Thanks for joining us. Here's what we have for you this hour.
President Biden will visit Israel tomorrow to show support for the war on Hamas. Meanwhile, U.S. troops are being prepped for potential deployment to the region.
Democrats are not united on Israel. Republicans lack unity on Ukraine funding. What does all that mean for American partnerships?
Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan trying to corral support among a final group of fellow Republicans as he aims to be House Speaker.
And the states willing to pay college grads to stay and fill critical job vacancies.
Colorado is so desperate for veterinarians that they will pay up to $90,000 of your loans and your debt that you have to come. Now, of course, you can't just come in and leave. There's going to be some sort of period you need to stay.
Career expert Julie Bauke on states that offer incentives for college grads to stick around. President Biden will visit Israel tomorrow to show support for its closest ally in the Middle East and its war on Hamas. The announcement came after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu agreed to let humanitarian aid reach besieged Gazans. Trucks carrying vital supplies reached the Rafah crossing in Egypt, the only access point to the enclave outside of Israel's control. They've been in a holding pattern for days while diplomats try to open the route. Meanwhile, National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says there's still the race to identify and find hostages held by Hamas.
I cannot comment on the reports that Hamas might be willing to negotiate. They shouldn't have held any hostages in the first place. They should release them immediately.
Separately, the AP reports that 2,000 U.S. troops have been told to get ready to deploy. They'd be assigned to other regional countries in a support role, like medical assistance or providing security at gate crossings. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan is trying to finalize support among fellow Republicans for his bid to be House Speaker ahead of a likely vote today. He apparently won over some pivotal holdouts yesterday. House Armed Services Committee Chair Mike Rogers of Alabama, a leading foe who said Friday there was nothing Mr. Jordan could do to win his support, now says he'll vote for Mr. Jordan. Republican Mark Molinaro of New York.
He's assured me that members like me and the people I represent will have a voice at the table, and he understands that we need to govern, and for that I'll be voting for him.
The chamber is narrowly divided between Republicans and Democrats, and Mr. Jordan needs to win at least 217 votes to become Speaker. That means he can afford no more than 4 Republican defections if all Democrats oppose him as expected. Mr. Jordan isn't seen as a lock in a first round of voting, but his supporters anticipate that public and private pressure will continue to whittle down the number of opponents, estimated right now by one count to be 7. Republican lawmakers are largely united on aiding Israel, but divided over whether to help Ukraine. Democrats are largely united on assisting Ukraine, but divided on supporting Israel. Sabrina Siddiqui, White House reporter at the Wall Street Journal, says now the fates of the two issues may be linked in coming weeks on Capitol Hill. Sabrina, explain.
Well, these are two very different foreign policy challenges, but the Biden administration right now is looking into possibly linking aid to Israel to aid to Ukraine. And part of that is because there is an urgent need, the Biden administration says, to get aid to Israel amid its conflict with Hamas in the Middle East. But the aid package to Ukraine that the Biden administration has been requesting of Congress for some time now, of course, has been stalled amid Republican opposition as that war is in its second year. So there's a hope, I think, within the Biden administration that if they tie aid to Ukraine to aid to Israel, then maybe they can get Republican support and get both over the line as they try and mitigate the consequences of both of these wars.
And then, as you point out, one of the questions is, how far do you go, even if you get something cleared at first, right? What's being said there?
Well, I think that the biggest challenge right now with respect to the dynamics on Capitol Hill is that Republicans at this point have been more or increasingly in favor of restricting aid to Ukraine, and some have called for reevaluating how much U.S. assistance should still be going to Kyiv. Whereas on the other end of the spectrum, there is actually broad bipartisan support for sending U.S. aid to Israel, which is already the biggest beneficiary of foreign aid. But there's more Democrats who are raising concerns about Israeli occupation of the West Bank and the treatment of Palestinians. And as this conflict unfolds between Israel and Hamas, you're seeing, of course, international concern about the mounting humanitarian crisis in Gaza, and then the growing number of civilian casualties in Gaza as well, which is not going to stop aid to Israel from passing Congress, but certainly has led to a much bigger debate within the Democratic Party about what this unconditional U.S. Support for Israel looks like in the future and what the consequences of that might be.
We're speaking with Sabrina Siddiqui, White House reporter at the Wall Street Journal. Her piece is called "Democrats Are at Odds on Israel. Republicans Can't Agree on Ukraine. Here's what it means for America's allies." All right, so referencing the headline, you said this does bring up questions about the viability of American alliances and partnerships. How so?
Well, I think the biggest one with respect to Ukraine is obviously the Biden administration has talked a lot about the need to support Ukraine against Russian aggression and really, framed Russia's war in Ukraine as a test for this battle between democracies and autocracies that has been a centerpiece of the Biden administration's foreign policy. And so any pulling back on the part of the U.S. from Ukraine from its support for Ukraine, I think would be seen as a victory for Vladimir Putin, and perhaps show that what has been a really strong alliance between the U.S. And its NATO allies in support for Ukraine, that perhaps so far that alliance has endured. But if the U.S. pulls back its aid, then there are broader questions about the strength of that alliance in terms of its support for Ukraine. On the Israel piece, there's not much changing realistically in terms of the broader dynamics around U.S. support for Israel. As I said, it's still overwhelmingly true that it's still true that the overwhelming majority of lawmakers in Washington stand by and support Israel. But I think it's more of a generational question when you see this debate within the Democratic Party about showing more about the need for more support for the Palestinian cause. What does the dynamic look like in that conflict here in terms of U.S. support 10 years from now, 20 years from now? That's where I think you might see more of a shift. How much that affects right now the geopolitical reality on the ground, there's really not much movement, I think, overall.
Yeah. Thanks, Sabrina. Sabrina Siddiqui, White House reporter at the Wall Street Journal. 14 minutes after the hour on This Morning, America's First News. Coming up next, a gag order for Donald Trump. Bring smiles to all when shopping online with Dell Technologies Gift Guide. Whether it's for the artist, the entrepreneur, the student, or the streamer, you'll find the perfect gift. Dell.com/gift guide makes gifting easy with a carefully curated selection. Shop now to explore our innovative PCs like the XPS 13 laptop, powered by the latest Intel Core processors, plus accessories. Visit Dell.com/gift guide today. That's Dell.com/gift guide.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic. Must be a tech thing.
But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-967-7711. 800-967-7711. 800-967-7711.
Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client. Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family. Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-803-5505 to speak to an expert. That's 800-803-5505.
News Talk, KRMS.
Expert insight, world-class reporting. You're listening to America's First News. This morning with Gordon Deal.
Thanks for spending time with us. Welcome into Tuesday. A federal judge has barred Donald Trump from verbally attacking U.S. prosecutors, court staff, and potential witnesses involved in a criminal case that accuses him of trying to overturn his 2020 election loss. U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan in Washington pointed to previous disparaging social media posts in making her order yesterday. Speaking at a campaign rally in Iowa, the former president called the judge's order unconstitutional and vowed to appeal it.
I'm not allowed to criticize people, so we'll see. We'll appeal it, and we'll see. But it's so unconstitutional. The good thing is we have so much support, it's incredible.
The order bars Mr. Trump, frontrunner for the 2024 Republican presidential nomination, from personally targeting special counsel Jack Smith, prosecutors working with him, and court staff. His trial is due to begin in 5 months. He's charged with conspiring to interfere in the counting of votes and block the certification of the 2020 election. 19 minutes after the hour on This Morning, here's Jennifer Kashenka.
And now, the three big things you need to know. Number one.
The U.S. is working to break a deadlock over delivering aid to millions of increasingly desperate civilians in the Gaza Strip, which has been besieged by Israel since a brutal attack by Hamas militants. Israeli airstrikes continue to pound Gaza, killing dozens of people in the besieged enclave south. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Antony Blinken says President Biden will visit Israel tomorrow.
The President will hear from Israel what it needs to defend its people as we continue to work with Congress to meet those needs.
Defense officials say about 2,000 U.S. troops have been put on prepare to deploy orders. The troops would not necessarily go to Israel or Gaza, but to a nearby country to support Israel.
Number 2.
Republicans will try today to elect Jim Jordan as the new House Speaker, elevating a chief ally of Donald Trump to a center seat of U.S. power and showing just how far the hard right flank has moved into the GOP mainstream. Jordan on ABC yesterday.
The way we can help the American people is get the House open. We can't do that till we get a speaker. So let's get a speaker tomorrow and get back to work for the American people and help our dear and closest friend, the state of Israel.
At least a handful of holdout Republicans are refusing to give Jordan their votes, viewing the Ohio Republican as too extreme.
Number 3.
4 inmates, including a man accused of murder, escaped from a Georgia jail early Monday. Authorities say the inmates made their way out of the Bibb County Detention Center through a damaged window and a cut fence. They escaped around 3 a.m. in a car that had pulled up to the location. 38 schools were placed on soft lockdown yesterday, meaning classroom instruction continued, but outdoor activities were limited. Ed Curry, the South Carolina hot pepper expert who crossbred and grew the Carolina Reaper that's hotter than most pepper sprays police use to subdue unruly criminals, has broken his own world record with a pepper that's 3 times hotter. Pepper X has been crowned the hottest pepper in the world by the Guinness Book of World Records. Curry, one of 5 people who have eaten an entire Pepper X, says he was laid out for 3.5 hours after heating his creation, groaning in pain with horrible cramps.
That sounds like fun.
Doesn't it?
Let's grab some peppers and be doubled over for 3.5 hours.
I just don't get it.
So how do you measure? I don't even know how do you measure that. Who wants to taste it, right, and measure it?
Somebody did.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Jen. 22 minutes after the hour on This Morning, America's First News.
I can't wait for what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
I'm 54, so basically, it's too late to start saving for retirement, right?
Not right. Starting to save, even in your 50s, can really make a difference.
Well, right now, saving seems hard to wrap my head around. Plus, with the way this year's been going...
Hey, listen, it's okay. You still got this. Just go to aceyourretirement.org. It's an online tool from AARP that can help you get your retirement savings on track no matter your age. It's free and only takes about 3 minutes.
I like 3 minutes.
Yeah, at aceyourretirement.org, you'll chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach. Just answer a few questions and you'll get a personalized plan and tips to help boost your retirement savings. Tips that are easy to understand and tailored to your lifestyle.
I like that too.
Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back. Just head to aceyourretirement.org and make your plan to start saving for retirement.
Thanks.
That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
One smile is great, but one smile in a community of smiles is so much better. A smile has a secret power that most people don't know about. A smile multiplies. It spreads from one person to the next, stretching across entire groups of people. Smile Train knows this and is proud to be creating a wave of smiles across the cleft lip and palate community in over 70 countries. Patients, doctors, advocates, fundraisers. Collectively, our smiles are a celebration of the transformed lives of over 1.5 million children. Learn how Smile Train is helping the cleft lip and palate community at smiletrain.org/learn. Smile Train, changing the world one smile at a time.
News Talk, KRMS.
Thanks for being with us. Welcome into Tuesday. The national average for a gallon of gas fell last week despite a tumultuous period for oil prices after Hamas launched an attack on Israel. Here's why from Medora Lee, money reporter at USA Today. Medora, what's up here?
So there are a couple of reasons. The first one is because Israel and Palestine are not really big oil producers. So we haven't had to worry too much yet because it hasn't escalated and moved out of that area yet, or as of now. And so we haven't had to worry too much. Oil prices have risen, but not as sharply as, say, when Russia invaded Ukraine, because Russia is a very, very big producer of oil, oil makes up about half the price of a gallon of gas. So that has helped a little bit keep things in check. And the other reason is because, demand is also down because winter is coming, so people aren't driving as much. And we are fortunate that winter is coming because in the winter we use a winter blend, which is less expensive than the summer blend, which is more environmental.
All right, so the oil prices have ticked up, but gas prices have actually gone down, which is strange.
Yeah, and so that's basically because we're switching over to the winter blend, okay, and because driving is less during the winter. Even in California, they switched over to the winter blend early. They usually do it the end of October, around to the end of October. They switch over to their winter blend, but they actually did it earlier this year, I think the end of September, because they wanted to make sure gas prices didn't rise.
Every time I complain about gas prices in New Jersey, I just look to California and think I don't have it so bad. Why California, though? We kind of review those basics.
So even though gas prices are coming down in California, Californians may not really feel like they are feeling it right now. And that's because in California, they have high local taxes. Taxes make up about 13% of the price of a gallon of gas. And California also requires this special environmentally friendly blend that tends to be more expensive. And then also the last reason is because they have to rely on local production or foreign imports because and nearby refineries because they don't really have, they're kind of in a land of their own. There aren't any pipelines really around there.
We're speaking with Medora Lee, money reporter at USA Today. Her piece is called "Here's Why Gas Prices Are Down Even in Pricey California as Israel-Hamas War Escalates." All right, so touch two on I guess what everybody wants to know, and that's, will this trend continue? Will the falling gas prices continue?
So as of right now, experts say they expect gas prices to continue falling. But a lot of it also hinges on what happens in the Middle East. Iran is kind of like grumbling on the sidelines that, they might start getting involved, or Saudi Arabia. Then we might have to start relooking at the price of oil, and if that starts to rise, because if they get involved, that's obviously bad for oil prices.
Then we start talking about geography like the Strait of Hormuz.
Exactly, where a lot of product moves through. So, but if everything can stay kind of calm in the Middle East and the war is confined, some people are expecting another 25 to 45 cent decline by late November. So good for Thanksgiving traveling.
Thanks, Medora. Medora Lee, money reporter at USA Today. By the way, if you've missed anything, be sure to check out a podcast of today's show. It's available every day on the This Morning with Gordon Deal app, plus Apple, Google, or wherever you get your podcasts. 30 minutes now after the hour on This Morning, America's First News.
When the winter chill hits, the question isn't whether you've got a cozy blanket, hot cocoa, or a roaring fire. No, the real question is, does your winter plan include a sun-drenched beach? As you know, this year we sold our first Beat the Winter Blues trip in 3 weeks to Punta Cana, but we still had a number of people that wanted to go with us. They wanted to go to an all-adult luxury resort that was very safe, an exclusive place that was easy to get to at a great price. So we put together a Beat the Winter Blues trip to Costa Mujeres, January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino. Now this resort is less than 1 year old. It's north of Cancun in a very uncrowded, exclusive area. This all-adult paradise 5-star all-inclusive resort has 4 gourmet restaurants, many pools, super soft beach, and your ticket includes airfare, partial ocean view room, airport transfers, top shelf drinks, gourmet food, even your tips are all part of our package. All for just $18.99 per person. We've already sold out of run-of-the-house rooms. We'll leave nonstop out of St. Louis on Frontier. Check it out on the radio station website and click on Beat the Winter Blues for details and to sign up. You only have a short time to book at this price. Call Kim at Direct Travel in the Outlet Mall, 309-205-5749. And let's beat the Winter Blues January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino in Costa Mujeres with your friends from the lake. Presented by KRMS Radio and TV.
During this unprecedented time of worldwide economic challenge, it's so important that you keep a close eye on your retirement and be ready to take the steps necessary to protect your money. Having a portion of your IRA or 401k backed by physical gold and silver offers Americans the diversification needed to hedge against economic volatility and potential turmoil. Savvy retirement savers are those with the foresight to safeguard with genuine stores of value, like physical gold and silver, which in the past have soared during periods of misery for the rest of the economy. Diversify your hard-earned savings today by calling Birch Gold Group and get your free information kit to teach you how precious metals can protect your family's financial future. Birch Gold is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau and has thousands of satisfied customers. Call them 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152.
Greece is cheap, but the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. Again, that's 800-222-0511.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align, because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit Make-A-Wish at wish.org.
News Talk, KRMS.
We are America's First News. This morning with Gordon Deal.
Thanks for spending time with us. Welcome into Tuesday, October 17. Gordon Deal, Jennifer Kashenka. Some of our top stories and headlines. Biden will visit Israel tomorrow. Jim Jordan trying to finalize Republican support to be House Speaker. A gag order of sorts for Donald Trump in his conspiracy case. China today gave a red carpet welcome to Russian President Vladimir Putin, accused of war crimes in Ukraine. United Auto Workers strike entering its 5th week. Home sales on the slowest pace since 2011. Cowboys over the Chargers in Monday Night Football. And now a teenager won a car by attending the funeral of a stranger. We'll have that story in about 20 minutes. This portion of the program is brought to you by Indeed. If you need to hire, you need Indeed, because Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Here's more help for those willing to relocate for work or get help with student loan debt. According to the Hechinger Report, states that are desperate for skilled workers are paying college graduates to stay there to work. Insight from Julie Bauke, career expert known as Julie on the Job. Julie, what's trending?
42 out of 50 states say they have some sort of a program that gives people all kinds of financial incentives to come and stay and build their careers in those states. 42 out of 50. So there's a report called the Hechinger Report, if you want to check it out for your state. Hechinger. And it has a summary of what these states are doing. And it's not just, we'll give you $1,000. There are certain states, here's an example. Colorado is so desperate for veterinarians that they will pay up to $90,000 of your loans and your debt that you have to come. Now, of course, you can't just come and then leave. There's going to be some sort of period you need to stay. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure it's not Denver. I'm sure in Colorado, it's some of those areas where they have a hard time attracting people. And so we have a real shortage. And in North Dakota, there were probably 120 plus professions that qualified under this act. And so we are seeing, as you see people move around the country, young people want to go to thriving markets, Denver, Austin, Nashville. You know, they want to go to places where their friends are. And what they're finding, though, is they get there and it's really expensive. And it's hard to get traction. It's hard to build wealth. And so what these are, even sometimes pay your bills. And so what these other states have said is, look, it is worth it to us to pay you to come here and hope you love it.
It's incredible.
Yeah, and it could be like you're from Ohio, so Ohio's going to pay you to stay. Mm-hmm. What I think is, as I look at this, I think, okay, what I'd want to know is, it's sort of like, I'm curious because I'm sure each program is different, but let's say I am a veterinarian and I go to LA because it sounds exciting. And I find it's hard for me to live where I want to live, do what I want to do, have the life I want to live. So I stay there 2 years. Am I then eligible? Because this to me would be the play for states. Am I still eligible at that point for loan repayment? If they're smart, the answer is yes. Because sometimes you have to go someplace else and experience that and say, maybe this isn't what I thought it was. Maybe living in North Dakota or out in the country in Colorado or parts of Arizona, Minnesota, Ohio, Utah, I mean, go on and on, might give you the life you want. But there's this desire a lot of times when you graduate from college, you're 22, and you think, I'm going to do what my friends are doing, and how's it going to look if I tell my friends I'm going to Fargo, North Dakota? There's a little bit of that when you graduate, and that usually tempers as you mature a little bit and realize what it's like to have to pay your own bills. So it's very interesting. Yeah. You know, it's Arkansas is paying pathologists in the state crime laboratory $100,000 of their student loans forgiven.
Just like it was so weirdly specific, that one really stood out to me.
Yeah, and for all these people out here who are total crime junkies, how fun would that be? Maybe you go to Arkansas for 5 years and then you move to a bigger city, or maybe you don't. You've got part of life is figuring out what's most important to you. And when you're 22, you don't really have the answer to that yet. And so there is going to be a lot of movement. And then, there's also going to be movement in terms of, what education people pursue. I'm hoping as people are now starting to look at things like trade schools as more attractive, some of this will temper a little bit. But when you read this report, it is not the trades that they're talking about here, even though I'm sure that you could get a good deal on trades as well. But first of all, people that go to trade school don't graduate with huge amounts of debt. So those aren't those big, hefty payoff issues. But it's a really interesting solution that states have come up with to help to refill their coffers of talent, because they can't grow, their economies can't grow, and they can't attract other people if they don't have people doing these particular professions. So I think it's fascinating, but not surprising.
Thanks, Julie. Julie Bauke, career expert known as Julie on the Job. 20 minutes in front of the hour on This Morning, America's First News. Coming up next, weight concerns as sumo wrestlers line up to board your flight. Bring smiles to all when shopping online with Dell Technologies Gift Guide. Whether it's for the artist, the entrepreneur, the student, or the streamer, you'll find the perfect gift. Dell.com/gift guide makes gifting easy with a carefully curated selection. Shop now to explore our innovative PCs like the XPS 13 laptop, powered by the latest Intel Core processors, plus accessories. Visit Dell.com/gift guide today. That's Dell.com/gift guide.
Thinning hair is normal, but it doesn't have to be your fate.
Once I started taking Nutrafol, I could visibly see my hair get thicker. It made my hair stronger.
Nutrafol, the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement brand.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
You've got nothing to lose and everything to grow. Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com.
Your small business is always top of mind. Well, top of your mind. To get it to the top of other people's minds, you need to get your name out front, which is where Staples Print and Marketing Services can put it. A yard sign over there, brochures right here, a banner up there. In fact, your business's message could appear anywhere. And right now at Staples, get $100 off your print purchase of $250 or more. Make a splash with your small business print and marketing materials at Staples. Ends 11/4. Visit staples.com/print for details.
We get it. You need people who get it. Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. The moment you post a sponsored job, you'll get instantly matched with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your job description, and you will only pay for applications that meet your job's must-have requirements. Flag those that don't, and they'll be replaced for free with another candidate on Indeed. Make the hiring process work for you. Log in and get started today at Indeed.com/credit.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on, and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
News Talk, KRMS.
Thanks for spending time with us. Welcome into Tuesday. It is time now for the Mic Drop with this morning's Mike Gavin.
Good morning. Well, we've done plenty of stories about the trials and tribulations of airline travel lately, but here are two that go beyond the typical disagreements over seat selection and etiquette. We start with the flight from Panama to Tampa, Florida last week that was forced to turn around after a suspicious package was found in the plane's bathroom, which was deemed a potential bomb threat. Back on the tarmac in Panama City, the plane was emptied of passengers and searched by a police explosives unit. The package was found and was discovered to be nothing more than a disposable adult diaper, carefully wrapped in a black trash bag. Panama police posted pictures of the find on social media, prompting a million jokes about how air travel couldn't possibly stink anymore. The flight was delayed about 5 hours total, but eventually made it to Florida later that day.
We had a big big to-do about this?
Yeah. Well,
adult diaper.
Well, because I guess it was wrapped up in this black trash bag. That's probably what it was. So you couldn't tell what it was. Didn't want to get close enough to it to smell it, or get any clues that way. So someone who sees that sitting in the bathroom probably got suspicious, probably let a flight attendant know, and then they had to turn the plane around. I'm
just kind of hoping that we could do better than that on a plane.
Like that there'd be some way to discover this first before you turn the whole plane around and disrupt the vacation of 144 people or whatever it was. There's some way we could determine this beforehand.
I'm just kind of hoping pilot, co-pilot, flight attendant has some sort of
what?
Training in adult diaper identification. I don't know.
Adult diaper detector on board.
Just seemed like a little over the top to turn the plane around when you didn't know what was going on.
I think once the plane is in the air, all bets are off, and they're going to be as cautious as humanly possible.
Yeah, okay.
And passengers often wonder about the strange rules airlines have about weight on flights, with restrictions on the weight of bags, and then they sometimes shift passengers around to better balance the weight. There wasn't much they could do to balance the weight on this flight, however, after a bunch of sumo wrestlers showed up at a Japan Airlines gate in Tokyo recently. The group was headed to Osaka to attend a national sports festival, but after calculating that the sumo wrestlers weighed a whopping 264.5 pounds on average, 100 pounds more than the typical passenger, travel authorities grew concerned that the two Boeing 737s wouldn't be able to carry the requisite amount of fuel due to weight restrictions. So in order to ensure the proper weight distribution, the airline rolled out another plane for 27 members of the sumo crew at the last minute.
Wow. Just eyeing these guys up.
Yeah.
Right, made you concerned.
Yeah, right. They immediately got on the phone and said, we're going to have a problem here.
Wow. A 737, a big, powerful plane like that, had to be concerned about sumo wrestlers getting on.
Yeah.
Man.
Because, again, they do seem to apparently have, pretty strict restrictions about as far as weight goes and making sure it's balanced. And I didn't even realize this. If it's too heavy, I guess they have to leave some fuel behind.
Yeah.
Apparently is the case here. And you need to get enough fuel to make it from Tokyo to Osaka.
And hence why we've never heard the phrase or the words Cessna and sumo wrestler like in the same phrase.
Yeah,
right. Yeah,
most likely not.
I took a puddle jumper plane home from a whitewater rafting trip in Idaho one time, from one regional airport to another, and there was only 4 of us.
Right.
And they had to weigh the bags in their hands and say, okay, you sit on the right, you sit on the left. This bag goes left. This bag goes on the right side.
Yeah.
Didn't realize how specific that was at times.
No moving around the cabin, please.
That's right. Thanks, Mike. 13 minutes now in front of the hour.
I can't wait for what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, apixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
At first glance, Terrence and Shania have nothing in common. Terrence is a musician. He's constantly traveling. He's 32 years old, single with no kids, and started smoking when he was 16. Shania, on the other hand, just turned 45. She owns a coffee shop. She is married with 2 kids and has never smoked. What makes Terrence and Shania similar is that they both have been diagnosed with small cell lung cancer, and it was caught early. That's right. Small cell lung cancer can affect anyone. The good news is early lung cancer screenings can detect small cell lung cancer before it spreads, when the disease is most treatable. Join Stand Up to Cancer and Jazz Pharmaceuticals to raise awareness of small cell lung cancer and accelerate the pace of research. Ask your healthcare provider about screening options that might be right for you or a loved one. Visit standuptocancer.org/lung to learn more.
When a child is diagnosed with cancer, the last thing parents should have to worry about is how to pay for it. This is a St. Jude moment.
Calvin got diagnosed June 10th of 2018. He has rhabdomyosarcoma, a soft tissue cancer. One oncologist told us if it was my son, we'd go to St. Jude. And within 24 hours, we were on a plane headed here. It's hard to fathom what St. Jude has done for us. They've really given our family hope. For the donors out there, it's just amazing. I never thought we would be in this place. And it's people like you that help us and help St. Jude provide for a family like ours. St. Jude is like the gold at the end of a rainbow, and we are so grateful and thankful for everything.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
News Talk, KRMS.
This is America's First News, preparing you for the day ahead with headlines and in-depth analysis. This morning with Gordon Deal.
Thanks for spending time with us. Need a car for your teen driver? MarketWatch has the top safety features for teens. Number one, airbags. At the very least, your teen's car should provide the front and side curtain airbags. Number two, anti-lock brakes. They help facilitate shorter stopping distances and straight line stops. They also help maintain steering control. Number three, a rear view camera. Number four, forward collision warning. It alerts the driver when their car closes too quickly on the vehicle ahead. Number five, blind spot monitoring. Number six, lane departure warning. And number seven, lane keeping assist. 8 minutes now in front of the hour on This Morning. Once again, here's Jennifer Kashenka.
And now, the three big things you need to know. Number one.
President Biden will visit Israel on Wednesday. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby.
We wouldn't be talking about a trip like this if we didn't feel comfortable that the appropriate security parameters were in place.
Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office appeared to deny reports of a humanitarian corridor that would allow the passage of foreign nationals out of the Gaza Strip by Egypt's Rafah crossing. Some 600 American passport holders, as well as an unconfirmed number of other foreign nationals, are stuck in the blockaded enclave as it endures fierce Israeli bombardment.
Number two.
A federal judge is restricting what Donald Trump can say about his election interference prosecution, saying the former president's free speech rights aren't greater than those of other criminal defendants just because he's making another bid for the White House. At the end of a contentious 2-hour hearing yesterday, U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan said the case is about language that presents a danger to the administration of justice. The partial gag order seeks to balance Trump's First Amendment rights with prosecutors' concerns that his frequent social media attacks would intimidate witnesses and jeopardize the integrity of the case.
Number three.
The Supreme Court has ordered 2 internet sellers of gun parts to comply with a Biden administration regulation aimed at ghost guns, firearms that are difficult to trace because they lack serial numbers. The court had intervened once before by a 5-4 vote in August to keep the regulation in effect after it had been invalidated by a lower court. No justice dissented publicly from Monday's order, which followed a ruling from a federal judge in Texas that exempted the 2 companies, Black Hawk Manufacturing Group and Defense Distributed, from having to abide by the regulation of ghost gun kits. Spending on the holiday season is expected to surpass pre-pandemic levels this year for the first time, but it's not gifts that consumers will be splurging on the most in the run-up to Christmas, it's themselves. A new report from Deloitte finds that we're expected to spend an average of $1,652 on holiday-related purchases, up 14% from last year and surpassing what we spent in 2019. Deloitte says some of that spending will include non-gift purchases such as decorations, home furnishings, and clothing for ourselves.
Let's talk about me.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Jen. 6 minutes in front of the hour. On This Morning, America's First News.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
There's a whole lot of savings going on now at Staples. During Staples Sit-a-thon, you can save up to $150 on select office and desk chairs. And when you buy a chair, you save 25% on desks, storage solutions, and office accessories. Plus, your local Staples now accepts Amazon returns. And when you return an Amazon order at Staples, you receive a coupon for $10 off your next $30 Staples purchase. Now is definitely the time to save at Staples. Chair offer ends 10/28, in-store only. Exclusions apply on Amazon offer.
If the bank forecloses on your property and then sells it for much, much more than you owe, do they owe you the difference? You might be very amazed at the answer to this and other actual court cases that we'll explore together on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. I'm Curtis Howard. Join me here every day and be a part of it, and see if you agree with the judge. You might surprise yourself.
Point of Law. Weekday mornings at 7:35. Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-466-8813. 800-466-8813. That's 800-466-8813.
News Talk, KRMS.
But with us, an Oklahoma teen won a car by attending a funeral of a woman she had never met. And that's the way Diane Sweeney of Oklahoma City wanted it. She died suddenly in July of last year, and just a few weeks before had told her nephew that when she died, she wanted to gift her 2016 Volkswagen Beetle to someone who attended the funeral. The family reached out to local news outlets to help get the word out. Ms. Sweeney's wish was that whoever came would have a chance to win her car. 16-year-old Gabriella Bonham was one who attended after convincing two sisters and some cousins to go. There, she was touched after learning about the life and kindness of Diane Sweeney. She filled out her raffle ticket along with 100 others, but didn't hear anything for over a year because of the time it took to settle the estate. When the family called Ms. Bonham to tell her she won, she was so grateful that the family said the perfect winner was drawn. That'll do it for this hour. For Jennifer Kashenka and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Christian Faith Publishing is looking for Christian authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Christian Faith Publishing reviews each and every book submitted to them, and they give you their feedback. And if they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So whether you've written an inspirational work, a novel, a children's book, poetry, or a biography, and want to get it published, you need to call Christian Faith Publishing and do it immediately. Call 800-615-7736 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-615-7736. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-615-7736. That's 800-615-7736. Work with a publisher who shares your core Christian values of integrity and honesty. Call Christian Faith Publishing at 800-615-7736 for your free author submission
At your
kit.
service since 1951. News Talk KRMS Osage Beach and KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. We begin with overnight Israeli airstrikes on homes in southern Gaza. Survivors, among them children, being pulled from the rubble in Yan Kunis and Rafah, where thousands of people are hoping to cross over into Egypt ahead of an expected Israeli ground invasion of the Gaza Strip. Correspondent Ian Lee reports from Tel Aviv.
The United Nations says more than 1 million Palestinians have fled from the north to the south in Gaza over the past 2 days, amid continued Israeli airstrikes and a buildup of troops for a ground invasion. Crowds of Palestinians even gathered at Gaza's border with Egypt, unable to cross. Hundreds of tons of aid remain stuck on the Egyptian side.
Later today, President Biden will leave Washington for a high-stakes trip to Israel. CBS's Peter King has the details.
It was the middle of the night in Tel Aviv when Secretary of State Antony Blinken announced the president's visit.
The president will hear from Israel what it needs to defend its people as we continue to work with Congress to meet those needs.
Mr. Biden will also meet with Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas, Egypt's president, and Jordan's king, who will host the meeting of those four leaders.
Police in Belgium have shot a suspected Tunisian extremist to death. He was accused of chasing 2 Swedish soccer fans into a building in Brussels, then shooting them after they got out of a taxi. Prime Minister Alexander De Croo.
Their lives were cut short in full flight, cut down by extreme brutality.
The Belgian-Sweden soccer match in Brussels was suspended at halftime before the suspect was located. Republicans will try again today to elect a House Speaker. Correspondent Scott McFarland from Capitol Hill.
Democrats remain unified behind Hakeem Jeffries of New York. This is not going to be a bipartisan coalition, but Jim Jordan, who can lose only 4 or 5 members of his House Republican conference, is getting very close to that magic number.
The search is on for 4 men who escaped from a jail in central Georgia yesterday through a broken window and a cut fence. One of them was being held on a murder charge. Bibb County Sheriff David Davis is asking for the public's help.
This is an all-hands-on-deck situation when something like this happens, so we certainly want people to call in.
Surveillance video shows a blue Dodge Challenger that may have helped the men get away. When it comes to retiring, the U.S. gets a so-so grade of C+. The latest Mercer CFA Institute Global Pension Index blames the way we fund our golden years, mostly through Social Security, 401k savings, and individual retirement accounts. S&P futures down 6. This is CBS News.
You need to hire? Indeed is with you every step of the way, helping you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Go.
Lake News now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. Multiple people face felony charges following the search of a home in Eldon. Officers allegedly found an undisclosed amount of what field tested to be methamphetamine, along with various items of paraphernalia inside the home owned by Jacob Reed. Jeffrey Barlow Jr., Kaylee Tennyson, and Dania Yelm face charges of possession of a controlled substance, while Reed is charged with keeping or maintaining a public nuisance. Reed's bond has been set at $10,000, while bond for the other 3 is $25,000 each. Barlow and Reed are free after posting their bonds. No casino yet for the Osage Nation in Lake Ozark, but that's not stopping the nation from remaining involved in the community. Officials with the casino and hotel project say they are planning to offer a free movie event at the Marcus Eagles Landing Cinema, premiering the movie Killers of the Flower Moon that spotlights the history of the Osage Indians. The movie will show at 7 p.m. on Friday, October 20th, and tickets will be on a first-come, first-served basis starting at 4 p.m. And a green light has been been lit for the massive multi-state energy project that will span from Kansas into Missouri and end in Illinois. That's the word from the Missouri Public Service Commission that checked off the boxes for the Grain Belt Express, which will stretch nearly 800 miles and cost around $7 billion to construct. The system will carry wind-produced energy from Kansas, sending it across the region, boosting Missouri's energy capacity by some 2,500 megawatts, and officials believe it could power up to 150,000 homes at once. Construction is set to begin as early as 2025. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Couples really enjoy the Driftwood Spa and Salon. Ron and Sue are regular once-a-month customers.
It's very relaxing. Everybody here has been great. My favorite is the massages. I feel invigorated, and I might be a bit tense when I first come in, but now I feel invigorated and relaxed.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunshine today with our high nearing 69. Clear skies overnight with a low around 48. Sunny and warmer on Wednesday with a high of 75. Then a chance for some rain showers Wednesday night, partly cloudy with a low around 50. Sunshine on Thursday with a high of 66 and clear with a low around 47 throughout Thursday night. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the Shootout, is 70 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is, currently it's 45 degrees.
Good morning. This is America in the Morning from Westwood One. I'm John Trout. It's Tuesday, October 17th, 2023. Here's what's coming up on America in the Morning.
The House will vote for a new speaker today, but does Jim Jordan have enough support? I'm John Stolness in Washington.
A continued effort to open a humanitarian corridor to Gaza from Egypt as war rages in the Middle East. I'm Clayton Neville.
Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan appears to be quickly shoring up support to become the next House Speaker. Sagar Meghani, Washington.
A 71-year-old man is charged with a hate crime after allegedly stabbing to death a Palestinian-American boy. I'm Donna Warder.
On Wall Street, stocks opened this morning after a rally yesterday, and prices at the pump have plunged. I'm Jessica Ettinger.
There's been a fatal train derailment near Pueblo, Colorado. I'm Shelley Adler.
A NASA spacecraft is headed to a mysterious and rare metal asteroid. I'm Ed Donahue.
All ahead on America in the Morning. It's 7 after. By the end of the day today, Congress may have a new Speaker of the House. John Stolness has details on a potential history-making vote coming this afternoon.
The Republicans' nominee for House Speaker, Jim Jordan, needs 217 votes in order to claim the speakership. And while it's uncertain he wakes up this morning with enough support to clinch it, the House will go through with voting beginning at noon Eastern Time. Congressman Jordan said today's vote is not about forcing anyone's hand on the House floor.
It's not about pressuring anybody, just about we got to have a speaker. You can't open the House and do the work of the American people and help our dearest and closest friend Israel if you don't have a speaker.
Two Republicans who had previously said they were a no on Jordan's speakership changed their tune yesterday.
Ann Wagner and Mike Rogers publicly saying they would support us, two great members who do all kinds of great work. So that was really big. So I feel real good about the momentum we have, and I think we're real close.
Florida's Matt Gaetz, the man who led the charge to oust the previous speaker, Kevin McCarthy, said Jordan is the right choice for the caucus and the country.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people chose to support Jim Jordan when they spent more time with Jim Jordan. He has an exquisite complement of leadership skills, and I think that as folks got to see what he would do to bring our conference together, it gave them greater comfort that he's the right man for the job.
However, Don Bacon is one of a handful of Republicans who are still a no on Jordan.
We had a small group of folks who broke our rules and got rid of Kevin, and then a small group broke our rules and blocked Steve. Now they want us to follow the rules and support jump, and I don't like that. I don't play a game where the other guy can break the rules and win.
Jordan can only afford to lose 4 members of his own party to get to 217, and we could see another instance of multiple ballots like we did back in January when McCarthy was elected Speaker. John Stolness, Washington.
It's 9 after. As violence rages in the Middle East, more Americans who were stuck in Israel are returning home. But as they come back to America, President Biden announced he'll be traveling into a war zone to meet with Israel's leaders tomorrow, the first stop in his Middle Eastern diplomatic trip. Correspondent Clayton Neville has more.
Concerns are growing in Gaza and around the world about the humanitarian crisis there as Israel retaliates with relentless airstrikes in its mission to eliminate Hamas, the terror group responsible for thousands of deaths in the recent surprise attack on Israel. A potential ground attack by Israel looming. Meanwhile, more Americans stuck in the middle of war are returning to the states. Florida Governor and Republican presidential candidate Ron DeSantis took aim at the Biden administration over what he calls a lack of urgency to get Americans home. He was behind an effort to fly hundreds to Florida.
Over 260 people that wanted to get back to the United States and couldn't do it. There was a devoid of leadership, so we stepped up and led.
U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken was back in Israel on Monday. He's pushing for efforts to open a humanitarian corridor to Gaza from Egypt.
Deep commitment to Israel's right, indeed its obligation, to defend itself and to defend its people.
Blinken met with the Israeli defense minister.
This will be a long war. The price will be high, but we are going to win.
The conflict sparking tension around the globe and certainly in the Middle East. Attacks by Hezbollah fighters from Lebanon causing evacuations in northern Gaza. About 500,000 people have left the northern part of the country. With concerns of escalating violence, the Pentagon now ordering U.S. troops to prepare for possible deployment for Israel for logistical and medical support, not the fight. And back at home, concern is rising at the southern border amid an increase in crossings by men linked to terrorism in the Middle East. Sergeant Betsy Smith is with the National Police Association.
Giant stew of absolute potential to boil over and become violent.
A warning from the FBI on a spike in domestic threats since the war in Israel began. Director Christopher Wray is asking all Americans, but specifically Jewish and Israeli Americans, to be extra vigilant. I'm Clayton Neville.
11 after. Murder in the U.S. The victim, a Palestinian American. When America in the Morning returns after these messages.
The brain is unpredictable. Sometimes it works with you, and sometimes it gives you a hard time. But one thing's for sure, getting your thoughts out is therapeutic. If you keep them bottled up, you can get exhausted, overwhelmed, or prone to outbursts. When you talk to a BetterHelp therapist, you can just say what's on your mind. In fact, the more honest you are about your thoughts, the better your therapist can help you sort out what's most important. And that makes you a better parent, friend, colleague, you name it. Life doesn't owe us any favors, but finding happiness doesn't have to feel impossible. With BetterHelp, just fill out a brief questionnaire to match with a licensed therapist who shares your values. And it's easy to switch therapists anytime, for no additional charge. Plus, you can schedule appointments that are convenient to your schedule. Give it a try and say whatever's on your mind with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/chatter today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/chatter.
Indeed.com/credit.
Ago. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partner with Beacon. With the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like Certainty Landmark Pro, right at my fingertips. It's like having my Beacon rep in my pocket 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through November, purchase Certainty through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $750. Beacon, always building.
Yep, I'm looking at the pages right now.
Thomas's translation company just lost its only 2 Spanish speakers. Without the right replacements, he'll be in problemas.
Yeah, we'll have those ready. Tonight's gonna be a late one.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
We're back. This is America in the Morning, 13 after. Here's the national weather forecast from AccuWeather.com meteorologist Carl Babinski.
Some rain, which moved through the Pacific Northwest on Monday, is now breaking up early this morning across portions of northern Idaho and in eastern Washington. The latest trough to move into the western third of the country is expected to generate some strong winds today just east of the Rockies. High wind warnings have been posted for northern and central parts of Montana, while sustained winds later today will be building to 30 to 40 miles per hour. There could be gusts of up to 70 miles per hour along the Rocky Mountain front and 60 miles per hour elsewhere. In the southwest, Phoenix yesterday broke a record, hitting 105 degrees. Their old record was 102, set on October 15th in 2020. Today, expect another sun-filled and very warm day with temperatures close to the century mark. And in Southern California, there are some heat advisories out for the Inland Empire and wind advisories for the Santa Barbara County mountains. Wind gusts of up to 50 miles per hour possible in some of those coastal mountain ranges. Shifting to the east, there still is a vigorous upper level of pressure system in New England that's promoting shower activity. There should be fewer of them today in the northeast and in the mid-Atlantic states, but still it'll be rather breezy and cool. Highs are expected to be in the upper 50s and lower 60s along much of the I-95 corridor with showers around. Also, the day getting off to a chilly start in areas surrounding the Great Lakes. Temperatures this afternoon will be mostly in the lower 60s, though. Cool air seeping all the way down to the southeast. This morning, some temperatures in the 30s in the western Carolinas. Later today, highs should be mostly in the upper 60s. And that's the weather across America. Today in San Francisco, morning fog, then some sunshine, high 74. Partly sunny in Louisville, high 63. That's the nation's weather. I'm AccuWeather.com meteorologist Carl Babinski.
15 after America in the Morning continues. I'm John Trout. A judge's decision in the federal election subversion case against Donald Trump has hit a milestone, and the former president isn't happy about it. Washington correspondent Sagar Meghani reports.
The judge overseeing the case has imposed a narrow gag order on the ex-president.
The only way they can catch me is to stop me from speaking. They want to take away my voice, and a judge gave a gag order today. Did you hear that on speech?
Judge Tanya Chutkin says there are no restrictions on statements criticizing the Justice Department generally or about Trump's belief that the case is politically motivated. But she says he cannot mount a smear campaign against prosecutors and court personnel. That's after special counsel Jack Smith's team accused Trump of using online attacks to try to taint the jury pool.
The judge gave a gag order. The judge doesn't like me too much. Her whole life is not liking me, but she gave a gag order. You know what a gag order is? You can't speak badly about your opponent. But this is weaponry all being done because Joe Biden is losing the election and losing very, very badly to all of us.
Trump's lawyers fiercely fought against a gag order, saying it would censor a political candidate during a campaign. The judge says Trump does not have a right to say and do exactly as he pleases. Sagar Meghani, Washington.
Outside of Chicago, a 71-year-old man is charged with murder and a hate crime after allegedly stabbing to death a 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy. Correspondent Donna Warder reports.
Police say the attack happened late Saturday morning and that the mother of the boy told police the attacker was their landlord. At a news conference carried by ABC 7 Chicago, Ahmed Rehab of the Chicago office of the Council on American Islamic Relations says that when the boy's mother opened the door for her landlord, the man tried to choke her and stab her.
She ran into the bathroom and called 911, and by the time she came out, he had located and murdered her child, 6-year-old Wadia, by stabbing.
At the news conference, the boy's uncle Youssef Hanan said, "We are not animals, we are humans. We want people to see us as humans, to feel us as humans, to deal with us as humans, because this is what we are." I'm Donna Warder.
In Monday Night Football, the Dallas Cowboys beat the Los Angeles Chargers 20-17. It's 18 after. When we return on America in the Morning, Bill Ford, yes, that Ford, on the UAW auto strike after these messages.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 5 GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023. A lot of schools talk about training the cybersecurity workforce of the future, but do they really deliver? My Computer Career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled, certified pros for 15 years. Train with the experts in support, networking, or cybersecurity and start your career in months, not years. Upskill even faster. On campus or live online. Qualified students may get financial aid, including the GI Bill. My Computer Career. Accredited, acclaimed, effective. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-893-2288. 800-893-2288. 800-893-2288.
Twenty after now. Welcome back. This is America in the Morning. If you're in Texas, it's likely you're working too hard. The annual report by Finance Buzz found that the Austin and Dallas areas are two of the top 5 cities in the nation for being overworked, with Houston ranked 18th and San Antonio number 38. 7 factors go into the overworked ratings, including average hours of work per week, households with 2 or more people holding full-time jobs, and the percentage of workers with side hustles. Washington, D.C. and Denver are the top 2 overworked cities, and Vegas is the least overworked. CNBC's Jessica Ettinger has Tuesday business.
Wall Street opens this morning after a rally for the markets yesterday. The Dow was up 300 points, and for a moment there it was back above 34,000. Treasury yields were up yesterday, too. But that didn't matter to stock investors.
This was a change we saw last week. Rates moving up, and yet the stock market is up as well. In fact, 2-to-1 advancing to declining stocks. What you want to watch here is MGK. That's the Vanguard mega cap. This is all the big tech names are in here. Apple and Microsoft and Amazon, Google as well here. That's only 5% from a new 52-week high.
CNBC's Bob Pisani. Prices at the pump have plummeted. AAA says the national average for a gallon of regular now down to $3.60. That's down 10 cents from last week and down 30 cents a gallon in the past month. Best Buy says it's phasing out DVDs and Blu-rays after the holidays. You're not going to easily find them in stores or online. Video games will not be affected. Some of America's top colleges are getting rid of student loans. Brown, Dartmouth, Harvard, MIT, Yale, Northwestern, all on the list of colleges that now have no student loan policies. Financial aid packages will now cover the cost with just grants and work-study jobs on campus. Halloween, candy's biggest holiday. The National Retail Federation says consumers are going to spend $3.6 billion on Halloween candy this year. You may have already started. That's $500 million more than last year. This even as shoppers pull back their spending elsewhere. And yes, prices are higher this year.
What's your update on the auto strike, especially between Ford and the UAW?
Well, here we are a month into the United Auto Workers strike, and the executive chairman of Ford spoke out for the first time. He's kind of angry.
This is the first time we've heard from Bill Ford, and he doesn't talk a whole lot. He leaves that up to the CEO, Jim Farley, but he has felt like it's time for him to say something. He said that Toyota, Honda, Tesla, they're the strike winners the longer this goes on.
Shutting down that plant harms tens of thousands of Americans. If it continues, it will have a major impact on the American economy and devastate local communities.
He's talking about the Kentucky truck plant, which the UAW went on strike at last Wednesday night. That is Ford's largest plant in the world.
CNBC's Phil LeBeau. Meantime, late yesterday, the union leader Sean Fain hit back, saying Bill Ford knows exactly how to end this strike. He can tell his CEO to stop playing games and get the deal done. On today's watch list, we get earnings from Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, United Airlines, Lockheed Martin, and Johnson & Johnson.
Some big names. CNBC's Jessica Ettinger, now 24 after. When America in the Morning continues. Train derailment under investigation, and NASA lit up about their new mission after these messages.
Liberty Mutual presents How to Be the Life of the Party.
Okay, first turn the music off. Then ask for everyone's attention. Now, tell them that you customized your home insurance with Liberty Mutual and saved hundreds. Boom! Now everyone knows you're not just a pretty face. You have some brains inside that face that know how to save hundreds on home insurance. Woo!
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Based on recent survey of new customers who switched and saved. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and Affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
A lot of schools talk about training the cybersecurity workforce of the future, but do they really deliver? My Computer Career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled, certified pros for 15 years. Train with the experts in support, networking, or cybersecurity and start your career in months, not years. Upskill even faster. On campus or live online, qualified students may get financial aid, including the GI Bill. My Computer Career. Accredited, acclaimed, effective. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu.
If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone, enable the skill for your smart speaker, or go to krmsradio.com.
Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit capricorninsurance.net.
Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
We're back. This is America in the Morning. It's 26 past. An investigation is underway following a fatal train derailment near Pueblo, Colorado. Correspondent Shelley Adler reports.
A semi-trailer truck driver was killed when a train derailed and a bridge collapsed, spewing coal and mangled train cars across a major highway. The 60-year-old driver was initially said to be trapped in Sunday's accident along Interstate 25, but authorities said Monday that he had died. A sheriff's spokesman said no other vehicles were involved. The rail bridge was built in 1958 and it's owned by BNSF, which is responsible for inspections. I'm Shelley Adler.
An interesting part of the continuing exploration of the final frontier. As Ed Donahue reports, a NASA spacecraft is starting a 6-year journey to a mysterious and rare metal asteroid.
Engine ignition.
The spacecraft is called Psyche.
And liftoff. Liftoff of Falcon Heavy and Psyche.
It's the start of a 6-year mission to reach the asteroid called Psyche. Principal investigator Lindy Elkins Tantum believes it may be the battered remains of an early planet's core.
But we don't know a lot about our core. What we've learned about it, we learn indirectly because we can't go there. And so Psyche gives us the opportunity to visit a core.
Unlike other searches for rocks, ice, and gas, Psyche is made of metal. Earth has a metal core.
It's the source of our magnetic field, which may be tied to holding onto our atmosphere and making our planet habitable.
Astronomers know from radar and other observations the asteroid is big. To us, it's a speck of light in the night sky. The asteroid is 2 billion miles away. I'm Ed Donahue.
Well, in the words of the late Casey Kasem, keep your feet on the ground and keep reaching for the stars. America in the Morning for Tuesday, October 17th, 2023 is produced by Jeff McKay. Senior producer Kevin Delaney. I'm John Trout. This is Westwood One.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next?
How do you get in front of companies or get a patent?
Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors just like you for 35 years.
And thousands of people contact them every month.
With 65 offices, you can meet with an InventHelp representative near you who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. And they offer 3D animations and prototyping services.
If you're struggling to keep up with conversations, avoiding restaurants because you can't understand the waiter, if you've got the TV volume way up, then you really need these. These tiny but powerful little hearing aids are the Nano CIC Rechargeable, priced at only $297 for a full pair. And no, these are not simply amplifiers. These are ultra high quality, ultra reliable hearing aids, priced thousands less than other hearing aids. They fit right in your ear, nothing shows on the back of your ear, and at only $297 for a full pair. When you order today, Nano will give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Order right now and Nano will give you a free portable charging case and even ship them to you for free. Here's the number. Call now.
800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. That's 800-984-7197.
Attention business owners, listen carefully to this important message. Are you tired of struggling with monthly bookkeeping or always being behind? Maybe you're fed up with paying your CPA ridiculously high hourly rates for subpar services. At Finance Pal, we know your pain. We're small business owners who understand your tax and accounting needs. At Finance Pal, we take over your books and design a program custom tailored to fit your needs. Whether it's bookkeeping, payroll, bill pay, inventory tracking, or taxes, we have you covered. We handle some or all of these services for one flat, affordable, low monthly fee. Stop worrying about your books and drowning in paperwork. Let us worry while you focus on growing your business. This setup is easy, and we give you the tools and technology to make your monthly finances streamlined and organized.
Call now at 800-509-1764 for a free business assessment. That's 800-509-1764. 800-509-1764.
Finance Pal, the only friend your business needs.
This is America in the Morning from Westwood One. I'm John Trout. Coming up this half hour.
President Biden announces a surprise trip to Israel. I'm Jeff McKay in Washington.
Lebanon's Hezbollah group says its fighters have targeted 5 Israeli posts along the border in the country's south. I'm Karen Shamas.
The impacts of war in the Middle East being seen at the U.S. southern border. I'm Clayton Neville.
In a plea deal, the main suspect in the disappearance of Natalie Holloway is set to reveal information about her death. I'm Sue Aller.
Are you waiting to speculate on the price of Bitcoin? You'll have to wait a little longer. I'm Chuck Palm.
Are sharks a threat to humans off the California coast? I'm Rita Foley.
A model from the original production of Star Wars sold for a record amount at auction. I'm Kevin Carr.
Back after these messages.
The brain is unpredictable. Sometimes it works with you, and sometimes it gives you a hard time. But one thing's for sure. Getting your thoughts out is therapeutic. If you keep them bottled up, you can get exhausted, overwhelmed, or prone to outbursts. When you talk to a BetterHelp therapist, you can just say what's on your mind. In fact, the more honest you are about your thoughts, the better your therapist can help you sort out what's most important. And that makes you a better parent, friend, colleague, you name it. Life doesn't owe us any favors, but finding happiness doesn't have to feel impossible. With BetterHelp, just fill out a brief questionnaire to match with a licensed therapist who shares your values. And it's easy to switch therapists anytime, for no additional charge. Plus, you can schedule appointments that are convenient to your schedule. Give it a try and say whatever's on your mind with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/chatter today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/chatter.
Now's a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. LakeJob.com is your one-stop shop for finding job openings and long-term rental housing in the Lake area. The best part is it's completely free. These sponsors make LakeJob possible. JDEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting, First State Bank Mortgage Team Lassen, All Phase Heating and Cooling, Keys to the Lake, and Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimes Corp. LakeJob.com is a service of Newstalk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9 and 98.7 The Cove.
.25 till. This is America in the Morning. A check of the nation's weather finds at least one area still in triple digits today. Here's AccuWeather.com meteorologist Carl Babinski with the outlook.
We told you yesterday that cooler air invaded much of the eastern region this past weekend. We also mentioned how late last week there were some record highs set in Florida. Well, today we'll be getting off to a cool start across much of the Sunshine State. Temperatures will be in the low and mid 50s across central Florida. There will even be some 40s showing up in northern parts of Florida, especially in the Panhandle. And this afternoon, with bright sunshine and low humidity, highs are expected to be in the low and mid-70s, a near picture-perfect day. Across much of the southeast, it'll be dry, and after getting off to a chilly start, especially in the western Carolinas, highs this afternoon should be in the 60s. It'll be in the 70s in some coastal communities, however. There still is a vigorous trough of low pressure located in New England, an upper-level low, which is causing a counterclockwise flow of air and clouds to swirl around it, bringing a few showers to the northeast. Today, these will be hit or miss and much more spotty than they were yesterday, but still, portions of the northeast and even the mid-Atlantic states will get a brief shower or two. Highs will be mostly in the 50s and lower 60s. Dry weather prevailing across the plain states today and in the southwest. Some record warmth yesterday in parts of Arizona. Today will still be quite warm, with parts of southern Arizona getting to the century mark or higher. Showers in the Pacific Northwest yesterday are dying out today over the northern Rockies, but there will be some strong gusty winds in northern and central parts of Montana, where some high wind warnings have been posted. There will be sustained winds of 30 to 40 miles per hour with gusts in excess of 60 possible along the Rocky Mountain front. And it will also be warm today across much of southern California, with highs mostly in the 80s and lower 90s. That's the nation's weather. I'm AccuWeather.com meteorologist Carl Babinski.
I'm John Trout. This is America in the Morning. It's 23 till. Secretary of State Antony Blinken announced that President Biden will travel to Israel tomorrow. America in the Morning's Jeff McKay has details.
President Biden will be in Jerusalem on Wednesday, meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Israeli senior leadership, and is expected to deliver the strongest message of support to date since Hamas terrorists stormed southern Israel, leaving nearly 1,400 people dead, including women and children. Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
He's coming here at a critical moment for Israel, for the region, and for the world. The president will hear from Israel how it will conduct its operations in a way that minimizes civilian casualties and enables humanitarian assistance to flow to civilians in Gaza in a way that does not benefit Hamas. We welcome the government of Israel's commitment to work on this plan. The president very much looks forward to discussing it further when he's here on Wednesday.
Biden will follow that meeting up with a trip to neighboring Jordan, where the president will meet with Jordan's King Abdullah II, Egyptian's President el-Sisi, and the Palestinian Authority leader Mahmoud Abbas. In a statement, Secretary of State Blinken said that Biden's visit, quote, reaffirms America's solidarity with Israel and our ironclad commitment to its security, and added, quote, Israel has the right and the duty to defend its people from Hamas and other terrorists. Biden's trip is not the first time a sitting president has entered an active war zone, but it does come with extreme security concerns. Blinken was rushed into a bunker that he shared with Benjamin Netanyahu when a siren sounded that Hamas had shot off a missile toward Tel Aviv. That missile was intercepted by Israel's Iron Dome. The trip also comes amid a warning from Iran that unless Israeli action in Gaza stops, there would be what they deemed preemptive action without going into details. I'm Jeff McKay in Washington.
It's 21 till now. The United States announced they're putting about 2,000 support troops on standby for a potential deployment to the Middle East. The Wall Street Journal reports the troops would be from medical, intelligence, logistics, and communications units and not combat troops. As Israel prepared for what will be a deadly ground invasion of Gaza, it's working with the U.S. and Egypt to open a humanitarian corridor into the Gaza Strip. While to the north, Lebanon's Hezbollah says its fighters have targeted 5 Israeli posts along the border in the country's south. Correspondent Karen Shamas has more.
You know our deep commitment to Israel's right, indeed its obligation, to defend itself and to defend its people. And in that, you have and will always have the support of the United States.
Hezbollah's military media arm released a video showing snipers shooting at and destroying surveillance cameras along the Lebanon-Israel border. The move comes after days of exchanging fire that left several dead, among them Hezbollah fighters on the Lebanese side. Israeli troops were seen patrolling in northern Israel along the Lebanese border as tensions rise with Lebanon's Hezbollah.
This will be a long war. The price will be high, but we are going to win for Israel, for the Jewish people, and for the values that both countries believe in.
In the Knesset, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu warned Iran and Hezbollah not to get involved in the fighting. Don't test us in the north. Don't repeat the mistake you already made once, because today the price you will pay will be much heavier. The Israeli Prime Minister was referring to a vicious month-long war between Hezbollah and Israel in 2006.
This will be a long war. The price will be high, but we are going to win for Israel, for the Jewish people, and for the values that both countries believe in.
I'm Karen Shamas.
As the Biden administration reaches a settlement in a lawsuit brought by migrants separated from their families, impacts from the war in the Middle East are being seen at the United States southern border. Correspondent Clayton Neville reports there are serious concerns that along with migrants from Central American nations, people from the Middle East, Russia, or other countries hostile to the U.S. may be attempting to enter our nation illegally.
The settlement limits when immigration officials can separate children from their parents. The U.S. will continue its efforts to reunite migrants with their families, and the deal comes 5 years after former President Trump's zero-tolerance policy was put in place. It also comes while war rages overseas, and the number of Middle Easterners migrating to the United States through the southern border is going up.
Tens of thousands of people are pouring in from countries that are known for terrorism, and we have no idea who is coming in. And the Border Patrol has stopped a number of known terrorists on the terror watch list. How many have they not been able to stop? We don't really know.
Sergeant Betsy Smith is with the National Police Association and says the law enforcement community is on alert following a warning by the FBI on the potential for domestic attacks.
Well, there absolutely is an increase. I mean, we just saw the video last week down here in Lukeville, Arizona, where it was primarily military-aged young men from either North African countries or Middle Eastern countries.
The terrorism aspect is being closely watched, but some states are concerned by the continued surge in general, saying they can't handle any more migrants in their communities. I'm Clayton Neville.
17 till. A couple stories we're working on next. Vote on House Speaker and justice for Natalie Holloway's family. When America in the Morning returns after these messages.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable.
After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
Save on your next insulation project with 11% off everything at Menards. Insulate your home with Owens Corning foamular insulation. Skip the cutting and finish your project quicker. Project panels are designed to keep you moving, and they're excellent for long-term insulating performance and durability. Get a 48-inch pre-cut wall cavity panel for $8.89 after rebate. Right now at Menards. Good through October 22nd. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards. If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-426-0557. 800-426-0557. 800-426-0557. That's 800-426-0557.
Back with you now at 15 till. I'm John Trout. This is America in the Morning. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan appears to be quickly shoring up support to become the next House Speaker. However, as Washington correspondent Sagar Magani reports, despite a vote scheduled for the midday today, there's no guarantee that Jordan will have the support within his own party he'll need to be handed the Speaker's gavel.
House Republicans have just elected a Speaker nominee who in 16 years in this Congress hasn't passed a single bill.
I think we're real close. One by one, Jordan's been peeling off detractors who see him as too extreme, helped in part by backing from Donald Trump and his allies.
I do think that's ideal, but as one of my colleagues said in the room, I don't know if there's any way to ever get that in the room. I would love that, but I think the only way to do this, the way the founders intended, is you have the vote. We've set it for 12 o'clock, and I feel real good about it.
In a letter to GOP colleagues before a closed-door meeting, Jordan pledged to bring all Republicans together if elected, 2 weeks after Kevin McCarthy's stunning ouster. A vote on the House floor could still take several rounds, with several Republicans still refusing to back Jordan. He'll need nearly the full majority of colleagues behind him, with Democrats certain to back Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
We get the Speaker, we get the House open, and we get to work on the resolution and supplemental for Israel, and we get back to work.
Sagar Magani, Washington.
The prime suspect in the disappearance of American teen Natalie Holloway will be in an Alabama court to face extortion charges. As Sue Aller reports, the arranged plea deal also includes information her family has wanted to hear for 18 years.
He changed his story more than a half dozen times, but soon Natalie Holloway's family might have the answers to questions they've been asking for almost 20 years. Natalie vanished in Aruba in 2005 when she was 18. Wednesday, Yaron Vandersloot, the prime suspect in Holloway's disappearance, will face a judge in Alabama. In 2010, Vandersloot was accused of trying to extort $250,000 from Beth Holloway, Natalie's mother, in exchange for the whereabouts of her remains. John Kelly, the Holloway's family attorney, told NBC News that Vandersloot has cut a deal with prosecutors to plead guilty to an extortion charge in exchange for the information about how she died. Neither Vandersloot's public defender nor the U.S. Attorney's Office have confirmed the deal, but NBC News reports the deal is contingent of the FBI collaborating his story. Vandersloot was extradited last June and brought to the U.S. from a Peru prison to face those extortion charges. He is serving a 28-year sentence after he confessed to the 2010 murder of college student Stephanie Flores. I'm Sue Aller.
America in the Morning continues 12 till now. Your prescriptions could be impacted as Rite Aid seeks Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection as it deals with lawsuits and losses. Following details, correspondent Shelley Adler.
Gabelli Fund's portfolio manager, Jeff Jonas, expects the company to close a couple of hundred locations.
It's really just the equity gets wiped out and the debt gets converted to equity and to new equity, and then they end up with a better balance sheet and better cash flow.
And some of the employees that are let go could help staff shortages at other drugstores.
I think closing a couple hundred stores will reduce some excess capacity and free up some labor pressure because there's a huge shortage of pharmacists.
While Rite Aid currently has more than 2,100 stores, Walgreens and CVS Health each run about 9,000 locations or more. I'm Shelley Adler.
Ford Executive Chairman Bill Ford calls on auto workers to end their month-long strike and says the company's future is at stake. Correspondent Julie Walker reports.
In a rare speech during contract talks with the UAW, Bill Ford, the great-grandson of the company's founder, said high labor costs could limit future investments.
And if we lose it, we will lose to the competition. America loses. Many jobs will be lost.
The UAW says Ford, GM, and Jeep maker Stellantis are making billions and workers should get a fair share, especially since they sacrificed raises during the Great Recession.
We've offered a record contract which would make our UAW employees among the best paid manufacturing workers in the world. Despite this, the UAW leaders decided to escalate and strike our Kentucky truck plant last week.
Ford says a prolonged strike is not the answer.
If it continues, it will have a major impact on the American economy and devastate local communities.
I'm Julie Walker.
Investors in Bitcoin have been waiting for a long time for a fund that they could bet on future prices of the mega cryptocurrency, and yesterday it looked like it was their day, until it wasn't. Our tech news correspondent is Chuck Palm.
The SEC announced on Monday they would not appeal a court ruling that found it was wrong for them to reject an application from Grayscale Investments to create a spot Bitcoin exchange-traded fund. The SEC has denied all spot coin ETF trading applications on the grounds that applicants have not shown that they can protect investors from market manipulation. A Bitcoin ETF traded fund would allow people to speculate on future Bitcoin prices. Several other asset managers, including BlackRock, Fidelity, and Invesco, have had similar filings pending with the SEC for a spot Bitcoin ETF. The SEC is due to decide on these by the first of the year. In a perfectly timed related story, Bitcoin gives up gains yesterday after BlackRock denies that their ETF approval was pending. Cointelegraph earlier reported that U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission approved the application by BlackRock before later retracting the story. For more tech news, visit allthetoptech.tech. I'm Chuck Palm.
At 8 till, we check in with Robert Workman and sports on America in the Morning.
Game 2 of the American League Championship Series, the Rangers edge the Astros 5-4 to take a 2-0 series lead back home for Game 3 tomorrow. A 4-run first inning set the stage for Texas's 7th straight win this postseason, all but one of these on the road. Houston put that streak in jeopardy by loading the bases with nobody out in the 5th, but Nathan Eovaldi got 2 strikeouts and a ground ball to wriggle off the hook.
A lot of the guys in the dugout were saying, how loud it was in the stadium. And to me, you get that tunnel vision, that extra focus, and you kind of block everything out. And I feel like in those big moments, moment, you got to bear down and be able to make big pitches.
He fanned 9 for his 3rd win this postseason. Game 1 in the National League Championship Series, the Phillies topped the Diamondbacks 5-3. They fired up the crowd early. Kyle Schwarber with a leadoff homer. Then birthday boy Bryce Harper launched a 420-foot shot 4 pitches later. Nick Castellanos added another in the 2nd, and Zach Wheeler and the Dealers kept Arizona in check. Game 2 tonight at Citizens Bank Park. NFL, the Cowboys got by the Chargers on Monday Night Football. Dak Prescott ran for 1 touchdown and threw for another. He becomes the 30th quarterback to have passing TDs against at least 31 teams. Week 7 begins Thursday night with the Jaguars at the Saints. NHL wins for the Red Wings, Capitals, Panthers, Blackhawks, and Rangers. And the preseason college basketball polls are out. Kansas is the consensus #1 pick. That's Tuesday Sports.
Robert Workman, thank you. There's sports at 6 till. When we return on America in the Morning, Sci-Fi Auction. After these messages.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Minimum purchase required. Interest accrues from date of purchase but is waived if paid within promotional period. Go to windowappointmentnow.com for full offer details.
Attention all homeowners. Do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? Fog between the glass? Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen. And right now you can save $375 off every window and $750 off every door. Just text LIGHT to 200-300 for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Text LIGHT to 200-300 right now to save $375 off every window and $750 off every door. But hurry, these big dollar savings won't last long. Text LIGHT to 200-300. Don't wait. Text the word LIGHT to 200-300. Text LIGHT to 200-300.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
Welcome back to America in the Morning. It's now 4 before the hour. There are over 500 shark species. And after this latest incident, the question's been raised whether sharks are a threat to humans off the California coast. Here's correspondent Rita Foley.
A man told police he was surfing at Lindemar Beach off the California coast south of San Francisco when something bit his leg. He couldn't see what bit him, and he couldn't confirm that it was a shark, say police, though emergency responders had gotten reports that a shark had bitten somebody. The man was hospitalized with injuries that were not life-threatening. This about 2 weeks after a swimmer was reported missing near Point Reyes National Seashore, northwest of San Francisco Bay, where witnesses reported seeing a shark in the water. That man has yet to be found. The Coast Guard has said it cannot confirm whether the swimmer's disappearance was related to a shark attack. I'm Rita Foley.
Sci-fi memorabilia brought in a pretty penny as Kevin Carr reports the bidder definitely used the Force to win the prize.
Movie fans are always eager to own a piece of their favorite films, but sometimes it can cost as much as it does to make a movie. This weekend, Dallas-based Heritage Auctions sold dozens of items of memorabilia from classic science fiction. The piece that fetched the highest price was a model of Red Leader's X-Wing fighter used in the climactic battle sequence at the end of the original Star Wars in 1977.
This is it, boys. Red Leader, this is Gold Leader. I copy, Gold Leader. We're starting for the target shaft now. We're in position. I'm going to cut across the axis and try and pull their fire.
The 1/24th scale miniature was one of 4 hero models built with X-Wings that open as the fighter goes into attack position. The so-called missing X-Wing was thought to have been lost, but recently found in a collection of the late Oscar and Emmy-nominated effects wizard Greg Jane. The model sold for a staggering $3.1 million. To put that in perspective, that's about 1/4 of the budget for the original Star Wars film 46 years ago. Heritage Auctions sold more than $13 million in sci-fi merchandise this past weekend, including items from 2001: A Space Odyssey, Planet of the Apes, and Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Also on sale were items from Star Trek, including the lace hairpiece worn by William Shatner in the original series, which sold for more than $13,000.
Man or woman, it makes no difference. We're human.
I'm Kevin Carr.
America in the Morning for Tuesday, October 17th, 2023 is produced by Jeff McKay. Senior producer Kevin Delaney. I'm John Trout. This is Westwood One.
If you or someone you love suffers from drug addiction, now is the time to utilize your private health insurance PPO plan. If eligible, receive up to $30,000 or more in substance abuse benefits with low or no out-of-pocket cost. We are the National Treatment Network, the premier drug and alcohol treatment referral service operating 24/7. We help connect you with facilities nationwide that accepts PPO private health insurance for substance abuse. If you have PPO substance abuse coverage and you need immediate admittance to a medical detox or residential rehab treatment center, call us now. Call our live referral helpline today. The call is free. This program is not available to Medicare or Medicaid customers.
Call 800-296-1253. 800-296-1253. 800-296-1253. That's 800-296-1253.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the app, or presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
Oh, no.
A massive Israeli airstrike has killed dozens of people in residential areas of southern Gaza, where thousands are packed in after fleeing their homes in hopes of crossing over into Egypt ahead of a planned Israeli ground invasion. The crossing remains closed, with humanitarian aid piled up on the other side. President Biden will arrive in Tel Aviv tomorrow. The National Security Council's John Kirby.
On the same day, he will travel to Amman, Jordan, where he will meet with His Majesty King Abdullah, the Egyptian President Sisi, and Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas.
The Israeli military says Hamas is holding nearly 200 hostages, among them 21-year-old Maya Shem. Her mother made an emotional appeal today.
I'm begging the world to bring my baby back home. She only went to a party, to a festival party, to have some fun, and now she's in Gaza.
Hamas military wing released a video showing Maya's arm wrapped in bandages. A funeral's been held for the 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy stabbed to death in suburban Chicago. The family's landlord, 71-year-old Joseph Zuba, has been charged with a federal hate crime. The child's mother was also stabbed but survived. CBS Chicago's Tara Molina.
She told investigators, quote, Zuba is an angry man who knocked on her door Saturday and, quote, told her he was angry at her for what was going on in Jerusalem. She told police, she said, let's pray for peace. And that's when he attacked her with a knife.
Today, lawmakers in the House will try to elect a speaker again. Jim Jordan's hoping he'll get enough support from Republicans to win approval in the full House.
We get back to work for the American people. That's what I'm committed to doing, and I think it's going to happen.
During a campaign stop in Iowa, former President Trump took time to react to a new gag order that bans him from speaking ill of prosecutors, possible witnesses, and court staff in his election interference case in Washington.
They put a gag order on me, and I'm not supposed to be talking about things that bad people do. And so we'll be appealing very quickly.
Mr. Trump will be back in a New York City courtroom today for his civil fraud trial there. They promise to make frizzy hair shiny and smooth, but the FDA says hair straightening products that contain or emit formaldehyde increase the risk of uterine cancer in women. It's proposing a ban more than a decade after cosmetics industry experts declared those products unsafe. S&P futures down 9. This is CBS News.
If you need to hire, you need Indeed, because Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. The issue of the U.S. border and illegal immigration comes to the forefront of a discussion on the KRMS Morning Magazine with Lake Area State Representative Lisa Thomas.
Finally, it seems like people are waking up and saying, gosh, maybe we shouldn't have an open border because, some of the terrorists overseas probably already here. And the rest of us are saying, duh, we've been telling you that.
Thomas also says that it's almost impossible to know in reality how many have crossed over into the United States.
We know how many came in known, millions and millions, 6, maybe 7, just in the last 2 years. And while Border Patrol, who've really become social workers and administrators.
Thomas also agrees it's really too late and the focus now has to turn to vigilance and watching over our own borders in Missouri. There's going to be a bittersweet kind of party for a very worthy cause coming up this weekend in Lake Ozark. It's being called the Pink Out Party to help celebrate breast cancer survivorship. That's according to Trish Creech from Lake Regional's Health Foundation, who says more people are able to survive the disease thanks to funding and awareness. The Pink Out Party will include live music, an auction which is already online, and a contest for the best dressed couples wearing pink, with proceeds going to raise funds for local care. The party will run from 6 to 11:30 p.m. at the Encore Lakeside Grill and Sky Bar. More information about the event is available on Lake Regional's website. The Lake of the Ozarks Water Safety Council is putting a call out for those who want to help make a difference by becoming part of the council. A recruiting event being called Lunch and Learn is set for this morning at the Camdenton Chamber office with representatives from the Water Safety Council, the Chamber, the Water Patrol, and other agencies expected to be on hand. The Water Safety Council offers several different programs and activities to promote its mission, including the use of life jackets, a sober driver, boater education, and more. The get-together at the Chamber this morning will run from 11 a.m. till 12 noon. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Bescheinen Furniture. Get the best deals on our selection of Flex Steel recliners, reclining sofas, and love seats, along with bedroom and dining room furniture, many at special discounts. Great in-stock selection, plus Bescheinen Furniture can custom order with reasonable delivery times. And they offer free delivery on company trucks to the entire lake area. See why Bescheinen continues to be the favorite family furniture store for 77 years and 3 generations. Take the little drive to Bescheinen Furniture on South Highway 5 in Versailles, or visit furnitureatthelake.com.
Baseball's postseason rolled on yesterday with a doubleheader in the LCS. The Texas Rangers are up 2-0 on the Houston Astros after a 5-4 win. Nathan Eovaldi, the winner. This despite Yordan Alvarez continuing his absolute tear. He homered not once but twice for the Astros. He has 6 home runs in 6 games so far this baseball postseason. He is on fire, but his Astros are down now 2-0 with Max Scherzer scheduled to start Game 3 for the Rangers. It was Game 1 last night in the NLCS and a home run barrage for the Phillies. Kyle Schwarber with a leadoff dinger. Bryce Harper, Nick Castellanos, they would go deep as well in the 5-3 Philly win. They have been red hot with the bats, and Zach Wheeler has been tremendous as the front man for that Philly rotation. He's 2-0 this postseason. The Phillies up now 1-0 on the Arizona Diamondbacks after that 5-3 victory. College football, Mizzou's Darius Robinson had a couple sacks, 2.5 tackles for loss, named the SEC's Defensive Player of the Week. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Join KRMS for our East Side Social on Wednesday, October 25th at Lake Billiard Sports Bar and Grill in Osage Beach.
Enjoy complimentary appetizers and the lake's best networking starting at 5 p.m. Everyone's welcome. Meet great people, get new business, and there are no dues to pay.
The social on October 25th is sponsored by Celerity Media Group, marketing for today's world.
East Side Socials are presented by News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9, 98.7 The Cove, and KRMS TV 32.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunshine today with a high nearing 69. Clear skies overnight with a low around 48. Sunny and warmer on Wednesday with a high of 75. Then a chance for some rain showers Wednesday night, partly cloudy with a low around 50. Sunshine on Thursday with a high of 66 and clear with a low around 47 throughout Thursday night. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 70 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently it's 43 degrees.
The Star Spangled Banner is presented each weekday morning by Lori Marine, and you're reminded that freedom isn't free. It's paid for by the sacrifices of brave men and women in our armed forces. Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
Good morning, Lake of the Ozarks. Good morning, Osage Beach, and good morning to the communities in the counties of Camden, Morgan, Miller, and Benton. Today is Tuesday, October the 17th, 2023. Pleasant good morning to each and every one of you. Sunny skies expected today, highs of around 70 degrees. Winds will be light and variable. Presently, we've got 46 degrees here at the studios on Broadcast Hill. And we're broadcasting from the Radio Television Center right here in mid-Missouri. Well, 4% chance of rain today, and it's continuing on what we started this week. It's going to be very pleasant this entire week, and partly cloudy skies again tomorrow. Highs of about 70. It's pretty much right there in the pocket because our average is 70 and 49. Winds are out of the southwest, and so it does not feel that cold. It's not that northerly fetch that we had the other day. Relative humidity, 88%, dew point 39, and a barometer's at 30.13 inches and holding steady. Sunrise this morning will be at 7:21. It will set at 6:30. 11:09 is our window of daylight. Records on this date, 90, set back in 2016, 28, set back in 2001. Lake level, 656.46. River level, 551.93. Truman is at 704.72. Nothing on the pollen count this morning, and there's just nothing there. We we've got some really great young athletes here in the Lake of the Ozarks area. We mention it quite a bit, and we follow the football, and the final game of the regular season is coming up this Friday night, and kickoff will be at 7 o'clock. For the Lakers, it'll be on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. That is also your official radio home for the world champion Kansas City Chiefs. And so the Chiefs will be playing again on Sunday. And then 104.9, that is your home for the Osage Indians. And that kickoff again is at 7 o'clock. Well, yesterday I had the occasion to go on down to both the State Golf Championship playoff and the School of the Osage. They were there. And they were on the Twin Hills Golf Course down in Joplin. Yeah, all the way down in Joplin. We've got some really young, talented people. Oh, here's my thing here. And the team came out number one. So they've got another round yet to play, another 18 rounds or 18 holes yet to play today. But Osage came out number one at 352. Now they shot a 358 to win districts about a week ago. So they're 352. The second place in districts was at 428, but it's a lot tougher down there in states. Incarnate Word Academy had a 373, just about 20 points off the pace. St. Michael the Archangel Catholic 376, and Maryville at 381. Mount Vernon 388. That's the top five, and they're all in that general bracket there. A couple shots either way can totally disrupt the whole apple cart. Well, we've got some individual outstanding people down there. The two of them, both seniors. Hannah Mashoff, she shot a 7 over par to shoot a 79. Sophia Rivera Sindlinger, she shot 9 over par at 81. Men would die for scores like that. Well, these are the two senior superstars on that team. India Aruz and Kat Wesslinger, they're both on the team as well. But these two seniors, they are really cranking it up. So big kudos to them, and our thoughts are with them as they're down there on the final 18 holes. This will be their second state championship should they prevail. Then traveling back, I stopped in Bolivar. It was a busy day, and saw didn't see it all, but some of the softball game of the Camdenton Lady Lakers. Now, this was their second game, so they won the first round, and then this one was against Bolivar. And so they were going in Bolivar, and Bolivar was okay with it, and there was about 3-1 when I arrived, and then it all opened up. And the Lady Lakers, they let it rip. 10-2 is the final score. So they've won that. So today they're going to be taking their third game in districts. That'll be at 5 p.m. tonight at Bolivar High School. And if you can get on down there, it's just maybe about an hour to an hour and a half drive, depending on how fast you drive and which route you take. Go on down and cheer them on at 5 o'clock tonight, so that they can feel like it's a home game to them, and cheer them on, because once they finish districts, then they're on their way to states. This team is very, very talented. Caden Van Sant, she hit a home run. And and these girls are really good, and we've been featuring them along with other teams on the Tailgate Game Day show preceding the Lakers football. So that's good stuff. And this is just a mere sampling. We've got soccer teams that are excelling. We've got volleyball teams that are excelling. We've got weightlifting. All of these other disciplines in sport are happening here in our local schools, whether it's the Camdenton, Osage, Eldon. By the way, Eldon volleyball, they're doing really good under Kaylee Lyons. And Versailles. And all these local, and Cole Camp and Stover, and all of them doing quite well. So big kudos to each one of them. Well, Mizzou, the University of Missouri's homecoming game this coming Saturday against South Carolina Gamecocks, officially sold out. It's the third time in a row that it has had a sold-out home game. The homecoming parade will be at 9 o'clock in the morning. The Tigers will play at 2:30 in the afternoon. Well, the Missouri Department of Transportation will hold its yearly statewide winter drill this coming Thursday. The drill will start at 8 o'clock in the morning in rural areas and at 9 o'clock in the urban areas. It should be done by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The drill allows crews to drive routes to train for the winter. Drivers may see more MoDOT vehicles on state routes during the drill. Do not be alarmed. The drill, MoDOT successfully has hired approximately 100 new maintenance employees this summer, and so that will help them during the winter months. The MoDOT employees during the drill will react to simulated forecast of significant snow for the entire state. Let's hope that doesn't happen. The Department of Energy Operations Centers will activate, and all employees involved in winter operations will be deployed to their trucks. Emergency communication systems will also be tested. They spent $33 million on winter operations last year, used 63,000 tons of salt, 950,000 gallons of salt brine, 147,000 gallons of beet juice. We've got Kara Foster coming up in about a minute and a half right here on the Ozarks This Morning on News Talk KRMS. We are the voice of the lake, 46 degrees, 618.
Hello, Americans. I'm Todd Starn. Stand by for news and commentary next.
Take advantage of the warmer weather and come explore Liberty University's campus, ranked number 4 best college campus in America by Niche.com. Join us for Experience LU, an all-day event that shows off our dorm rooms, classrooms, and award-winning dining hall. Or, if you're short on time, attend a 4-hour student-led campus tour to hit the highlights. To learn more or schedule your visit to Liberty University, text Visit LU to 49596. Again, that's Visit LU to 49596.
In the early days of the culture wars, parents were given the opportunity to opt their kids out of lessons that might violate their values. But those days are long gone. The school district in Montgomery County, Maryland, has literally stripped away parental rights. Moms and dads no longer have the right to opt their children out of sex classes. They're actually forbidden from even knowing when their kids are reading or discussing books on sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender transitioning. The Federalist Society learned that preschoolers were provided books about gay pride parades, given instructions on drag queens and sex workers. Another book encouraged kids to treat pronouns like the weather. They change depending on how you feel. A parent filed a federal lawsuit urging the court to reinstate the opt-out, but the judge sided with the school district. Beckett Law says the school board should let kids be kids and let parents be parents and homeschool. I'm Todd Starr.
The voice of Mid-Missouri. News Talk KRMS.
Wake up with the best.
Why would anyone listen to anything else?
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Well, good morning, Kara Foster, and welcome to you on this Tuesday, October the 17th. I got my cup of coffee ready, and we're ready for you.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, I've got to read these things. National Mulligan Day. Wow, how about that?
Interesting.
I say that because our school, the Osage High School team, they're playing in states today, golf, states. This is the second. Yesterday, first round. Today, second round. First round yesterday. These 4 girls shot combined 352. They're in first place.
Yeah, I wish them the best.
Yeah. So they don't need mulligans. They're doing it legitimately.
Exactly. Yeah, they don't need any. What was it? Second chance? Yeah. No, they're gonna kill the game. I know it.
Yeah, they're gonna kill it. National Pasta Day. Do something gaudy day. 4 Prunes Day. That has nothing to do with pasta. Edge Day. National Information Overload Awareness Day, and the launch of the IMDb.
Yeah, IMDb. I can't believe it's that old. 1990. Yeah. I honestly wasn't sure when I would think it started, but I don't know why it just seems like that's older than I would expect.
Yeah, I'm on there. I've got a couple movies.
Nice.
So there are 2 independent movies, and one was deleted because the director did something stupid.
Oh, classic.
So everybody that was associated, the entire movie, taking it down.
Dang.
Yeah.
Pretty
Dang.
intense.
Yeah, it was intense. So, but those things do happen. So, what do we have for intense weather? Or do we have intense weather?
We have nothing but sunshine. There's a little chances for rain Wednesday night. That's the only thing on the radar as of right now. For today, sunny 69, clear 48 tonight, sunny 75 as we head into Wednesday. Small chance for rain as we head into Wednesday night, and partly cloudy, dip down to 50. And then from there, just pure sunshine, sunny and 68 Thursday, 70 and sunny Friday, 72 Saturday, and 74 on Sunday. So really not changing much over the next few days. Just going to be pretty nice and calm. I'm meteorologist Kara Foster.
All right, Kara, we will catch you next hour. Thank you so much.
You bet. Catch you then.
Kara Foster with Weatherology, and you'll hear her again at 7:50 and 8:50. We have her with us live once each hour during the morning show. Our news time, 6:23. We'll be back.
The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Coast to coast. If the bank forecloses on your property and then sells it for much, much more than you owe, do they owe you the difference? You might be very amazed at the answer to this and other actual court cases that we'll explore together on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. I'm Curtis Howard. Join me here every day and be a part of it, and see if you agree with the judge. You might surprise yourself.
Point of Law, weekday mornings at 7:35. Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway.
At KRMS, we understand the importance of breast cancer awareness. So, we've teamed up with the Encore to celebrate survivorship at the Pink Out Party, October 21st. The fun begins with an auction and the Best Dressed in Pink contest. Plus, Madhouse Jackson will perform. Advance tickets and table sponsorships are available at lakeregional.givesmart.com or call 348-8222. Don't miss the Pink Out Party, October 21st at 6 p.m.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
Coming upon 6:25, CBS Money Watch, and then we're going to be having the USDA Ag Minute. All for you right here on the program. By the way, Danny Ellison, the Educated Redneck, coming up at 7:30.
CBS Money Watch. Zipcar is facing a $300,000 fine. U.S. regulators say the car-sharing company allowed customers to rent vehicles with open, unrepaired recalls between 2017 and 2018. That's a violation of federal law. Half of the penalty is expected up front under a consent order that the company agreed to. Zipcar must also submit an audit of all Zipcar vehicles with open recalls during the 150 days of the consent order and update its employee training materials. And starting today, McDonald's Boo Buckets are back. The Halloween-themed pails feature 4 designs. They come with the purchase of a Happy Meal while supplies last. That's your CBS News Money Watch report. I'm Jared Hill.
Fall into a hiring spree with Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates. Sponsor a job and instantly receive a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job.
6:26 the time. This is the Ozarks This Morning on News Talk KRMS. Time now for our USDA Ag Minute. The Agriculture Department and Land Grant Universities collaborate on a program designed to give high school students opportunities to learn about potential ag science careers. Ron Bain and Kiera McAllister report.
Gaining valuable career experience in the agricultural sciences at the high school level. That is the intent of USDA's Ag Discovery Program, a partnership with land-grant universities. Among its alums, Kiara McAllister, a Miami, Florida native.
Ag Discovery was one that I stumbled upon, to be honest. It was at least 2 or 3 weeks where I'd be applying myself in the agricultural world.
Gaining hands-on experience. What started as a career desire as a veterinarian led Kiara to her current position as a plant health safeguarding specialist at the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service San Francisco location.
I didn't have to just become a veterinarian. I like to make sure that we prevent the diseases.
In addition, USDA APHIS also offers internships for students and recent college graduates through its Pathways program. I'm Rod Bain reporting for the U.S. Department of Agriculture in Washington, D.C.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
You'd be pretty hard-pressed to find someone who doesn't rave about the food served at RJ's Family Restaurant. Repeat and new customers savor the menu items. From skillet creations, eggs Benedict, lunch specials, enough sides to make it hard to decide, and the menu goes on and on. Try RJ's for their great desserts. Open Tuesday through Sunday till 2 p.m. Located on Highway 54 West in Camdenton with plenty of convenient parking. RJ's Family Restaurant. Close to home, yet far from ordinary.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
.629. This is the Ozarks This Morning on News Talk KRMS. Welcome aboard on this day, and we've got playoff scenarios for the football teams. Now for Camdenton, then let's see, coming up on the 20th, the final regular season game at Glendale for Camdenton, and then on the 27th, it's round 1 of districts. They must win to advance. They're going to be home against either Rolla or Washington, and then from there they go on. So, but they will have home field advantage into the district chain. The final game, the district championship, would be at Helias, should they go that far. Osage, their final regular season is at Lutheran South, and that's clear up in St. Louis. And then they'll be traveling to Warrensburg on the first round of districts. They must win to advance. And then if they do, that'll be the next game will be on the 3rd of November, either at Jeff City or Pleasant Hill. So those are the different playoff scenarios for our football teams here at the Lake of the Ozarks. Coming upon 6:31. This is the Ozarks This Morning. We've got 46 degrees.
Visit Indeed.com/credit.
22.
Wonky work from home desks have Dane's Acupuncture booked up.
You need to get in, but this week's all full.
But finding more practitioners has them on pins and needles.
You know, my lunch is in 20 minutes. How fast can you get here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. Every branch working together. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like Certainty Landmark Pro, right at my fingertips. And now through November, purchase Certainty with Beacon Pro Plus, web or app, and earn up to $750. Beacon, always building.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
CBS News Brief. New bomb attacks in southern Gaza have killed dozens of people in areas flooded with Palestinians hoping they'll be allowed to cross into Egypt before an expected Israeli ground invasion. CBS's Imtiaz Tayab.
The Israeli military have confirmed carrying out strikes across Gaza this morning, including on Rafah, saying it was targeting Hamas.
President Biden is planning to be in Israel tomorrow. Secretary of State Blinken speaking from Tel Aviv.
The president will reaffirm the United States' solidarity with Israel and our ironclad commitment to its security.
In Washington, lawmakers in the House plan to vote again today on a new speaker. CBS's Scott McFarland.
Democrats remain unified behind Hakeem Jeffries of New York. This is not going to be a bipartisan coalition, but Jim Jordan, who can lose only 4 or 5 members of his House Republican conference, is getting very close to that magic number.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. The issue of the U.S. border and illegal immigration comes to the forefront of a discussion on the KRMS Morning Magazine with Lake Area State Representative Lisa Thomas.
Finally, it seems like people are waking up and saying, gosh, maybe we shouldn't have an open border because, some of the terrorists overseas probably already here. And the rest of us are saying, duh, we've been telling you that.
Thomas also says that it's almost impossible to know in reality how many have crossed over into the United States.
We know how many came in known, millions and millions, 6, maybe 7, just in the last 2 years. And while Border Patrol, who've really become social workers and administrators.
Thomas also agrees it's really too late and the focus now has to turn to vigilance and watching over our own borders in Missouri. There's going to be a bittersweet kind of party for a very worthy cause coming up this weekend in Lake Ozark. It's being called the Pink Out Party to help celebrate breast cancer survivorship. That's according to Trish Creech from Lake Regional's Health Foundation, who says more people are able to survive the disease thanks to funding and awareness. The Pink Out Party will include live music, an auction which is already online, and a contest for the best dressed couples wearing pink, with proceeds going to raise funds for local care. The party will run from 6 to 11:30 p.m. at the Encore Lakeside Grill and Sky Bar. More information about the event is available on Lake Regional's website. The Lake of the Ozarks Water Safety Council is putting a call out for those who want to help make a difference by becoming part of the council. A recruiting event being called Lunch and Learn is set for this morning at the Camdenton Chamber office with representatives from the Water Safety Council, the Chamber, the Water Patrol, and other agencies expected to be on hand. The Water Safety Council offers several different programs and activities to promote its mission, including the use of life jackets, a sober driver, boater education, and more. The get-together at the Chamber this morning will run from 11 a.m. till 12 noon. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your Lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
Baseball's postseason rolled on yesterday with a doubleheader in the LCS. The Texas Rangers are up 2-0 on the Houston Astros after a 5-4 win. Nathan Eovaldi, the winner. This despite Yordan Alvarez continuing his absolute tear. He homered not once but twice for the Astros. He has 6 home runs in 6 games so far this baseball postseason. He is on fire, but his Astros are down now 2-0 with Max Scherzer scheduled to start Game 3 for the Rangers. It was Game 1 last night in the NLCS and a home run barrage for the Phillies. Kyle Schwarber with a leadoff dinger. Bryce Harper, Nick Castellanos, they would go deep as well in the 5-3 Philly win. They have been red hot with the bats, and Zach Wheeler has been tremendous as the front man for that Philly rotation. He's 2-0 this postseason. The Phillies up now 1-0 on the Arizona Diamondbacks after that 5-3 victory. College football, Mizzou's Darius Robinson had a couple sacks, 2.5 tackles for loss. named the SEC's Defensive Player of the Week. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded. Channel 32 KRMS TV is on the air everywhere, all over the Lake of the Ozarks, and it's free TV. 11 channels of free TV. There's something for everyone. Local lake news and national news, local sports, hit shows from every era, and so much more. All you need is an antenna to receive this digital superstation and watch these channels: 32.1, Cozy TV, network TV series from the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. 32.2, Real America's Voice. It's like Fox News. 32.3, One America's News, national news and commentary. 32.4, Get TV, network entertainment series like Walker, Texas Ranger. 32.5, The Buzzer Channel, all game shows all the time. 32.6 is new to Channel 32. It's YTA, U2 America, entertainment talk shows, I Love Lucy, and a whole lot more. 32.7, Daystar, religious channel for all faiths. 32.8, Nost, nostalgic movies and series. 32.9, The Weather Channel. 32.10, The Country Music Channel, music videos from the greatest artists. 32.11, the KRMS Local Information Channel, featuring daily local talk shows, local news, local sports, city council meetings, and other local events. 11 channels, and it's all free. All you need is an antenna, which you can purchase at Walmart, Menards, or other stores for very little. Or if you need help, call the station at 348-2772. That's 348-2772. And we'll get you in touch with LO Volt Electronics or 21st Century Electronics that will hook you up for a discounted rate if you mention KRMS TV. Now, enjoy the lake's first over-the-air locally owned and operated TV station. You can also watch us on the KRMS TV Roku app or LOZ app or KRMS.TV. Channel 32, KRMS TV, is free TV for you.
At Rock Island Realty, we're more than just agents. We're your allies, leveraging our unique knowledge of the Lake Ozark area to ensure you get the best property at an unbeatable price. We don't just buy, sell, or close deals. We master the unique challenges of lakeside living. Our team has the experience and dedication to ensure your satisfaction long after the keys are handed over. Choose experience. Choose me, Selena. Rock Island Realty on Bagnell Dam Boulevard and Arrowhead Beach Road. Visit us online at homeatthelake.com.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunshine today with our high nearing 69. Clear skies overnight with a low around 48. Sunny and warmer on Wednesday with a high of 75. Then a chance for some rain showers Wednesday night, partly cloudy with a low around 50. Sunshine on Thursday with a high of 66 and clear with a low around 47 throughout Thursday night. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 70 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently it's 43 degrees.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
Good morning and welcome back to the Ozarks This Morning on News Talk KRMS. Well, I got so busy talking about the local sports here in the area, forgot about the gas prices. So let's look at those right now. They are continuing to go down, but there's one sign that they could be going up, and so we'll discuss that in just a moment here. Gas prices around the area. Murphy here in Osage Beach, Murphy's is at $3.23, Shell's $3.24, Hy-Vee $3.29, Conoco $3.32, $3.29 at the Senex and Casey's, Phillips 66 and Lake Ozark is at $3.39, break time $3.29. Over in Camdenton, well, the Murphy is also at $3.23. Most of the time they're not always together, so it's interesting. Shell $3.26. The Senex is at $3.28, $3.26 at the Casey's and Gerbs. Signal $3.25, CNN CNK $3.26, Bledsoe $3.89. In Eldon, the Shell's at $3.53, Senex $3.56, and Casey's $3.53. Two reporting stations from Lori. That's the Shell and Phillips 66. The Shell's at $3.24 and Phillips 66 $3.29. The state average went down a penny to $3.28. By the way, when I was down in Joplin yesterday, there were stations at $2.88. You see that and you go, whoa, 288. So it is possible here that, but that's 3 hours away. That's a long way to go to get a gallon of gas. National average dropped 2 pennies to 3.58. In our brackets today, Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Kentucky, Tennessee, Georgia, Ohio, and South Carolina, 305 to 323. Oklahoma, Kansas, Iowa, Wisconsin, Indiana, Virginia, North Carolina, and Florida, 324 to 342. New Mexico, Nebraska, South Dakota, Minnesota, Michigan, and West Virginia is at 342 to 363. Illinois went back up a penny. That's the indicator that things might be changing. They're at 362. Colorado, 368. And California dropped about 4 cents to $5.58 a gallon. Well, the new war, and it's with Hamas. Ben Frank and I, we discussed it. Ben, it's the new war. Hamas, Iran-backed, trained, Israel fighting for its mere existence. Ben, go.
Yeah, the world woke up this past weekend to the horrors of Hamas terrorists butchering men, women, and children, old people, whole families, raping and killing at will. Of course, the sight of attacking that music festival and just mowing down kids, innocent kids, out enjoying a peaceful festival. A lot of questions. The fact that the response from Israel has been a declaration of war means this is different. Israel has made incursions and had occasional battles against Hamas in the Gaza Strip in 2009, 2012. A couple of years ago, there was a round of fighting, usually in response to rocket fire. This is different. This is going to be a sustained and lengthy campaign that must have as its goal, and does have as its goal, the destruction of Hamas as a capable unit to wage military campaigns in the future, and B, to control Hamas, control the Gaza Strip. That has to change. There has to be some element of Fatah or some other more civilian-oriented administration of Gaza at the end of this. It's going to be very bloody. There's going to be a huge loss of life. One question is, how did this happen without being detected? Two things I'm going to say. One, you can't change. What Hamas did is they stayed off of digital communication. This is, to me, like, how did Germany catch us by surprise on December 16th of 44, the day the Battle of the Bulge started? Well, they suspected that their Enigma machines were compromised. They were right, and they planned the Battle of the Bulge using couriers and just written messages and meetings, spoken meetings. And 3 German armies caught us totally by surprise, despite having our entire resources available and gathering intelligence. This is what just happened. The other thing, though, it tells me is that you assume Israel has penetrated Hamas and has human sources, and that failed. So the Israeli penetration of Hamas is certainly not there, and this shows that that's the case. So this is a failure, but to me, the biggest failure would be the NSA, because the fact that the NSA couldn't catch communications between Tehran and Hamas, that was kept to couriers only, that's pretty stunning to me. So there are a lot of issues, and there'll be a lot of analysis after the fact. But in the meantime, this is going to be a protracted war. And as I mentioned in the prior segment, I think the odds of Hezbollah being involved are extremely high, because this is directed from Iran. And I think this could spread. There's real danger that the Israelis could take this opportunity to go ahead and attack the Iranian nuclear facilities. It's a subject of my book, Esther's Sling, been discussed and planned for over 15 years. And this may be the time when it has to happen. And that would mean a lot of things, not the least of which is oil through the Straits of Hormuz would be shut down. And the price of oil will go from $90 a barrel to a whole lot higher than that.
Ben Brunson's book, Esther Sling, you just heard it right there. Search it out on Amazon. You can find it. Okay, Frank, I put on here, follow the money. How was this funded? Well, was it the $6 billion? Well, that's only 3 weeks ago. This had to be funded a long time ago. And I put down several countries here: Iran, Russia, China, and I don't know what that other one was. We had China, we have North Korea, but we have to follow the money on all of this.
Well, let's not forget that it was the Obama administration that sent pallet loads of untraceable cash to Iran. Governments don't do that. Governments, for the most part, transfer funds electronically. But for some reason, Obama chose to load pallet loads of cash and send it to Iran. The discussions that we've seen about, this $6 billion, the latest money that we're releasing, wasn't for terrorism. It has to be used only for humanitarian purposes. Well, I don't care whether you're the head of a government or the head of a household, you know that money is fungible. You don't put it in one pocket and say it doesn't exist for the other pocket. But beyond that, while this is going on, while people are being slaughtered, while we've seen these heartbreaking scenes of women being raped in public, of children being mowed down by automatic machine gun fire, Ilhan Omar, Cori Bush, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and Rashida Tlaib, the Nazi wing of the Democratic Party, are saying to Israel, don't retaliate. The supporters of these people have been picketing and demonstrating in certain cities, certainly in Lower Manhattan, wearing Nazi swastikas. Understand what we're seeing here. The progressive wing of the Democratic Party has been anti-Semitic for a long time. Now it's out in the open. These are neo-Nazis in considerable positions in American politics. We talked about at the opening of the show, the infiltration of the Department of State and the Department of Defense with Iranian influence. We know the Chinese have vast influence, particularly almost totally owning the Biden administration. What Ben was saying before, the University of Pennsylvania, where Biden kept some of the documents that he purloined when he was vice president, they're in the hands of the Chinese. The Chinese funded that particular center. We have an American government that is not responsible, not even making a pretense of being responsible towards the American people. Parents demonstrate or parents protest when their daughters are raped as a result of progressive policies in schools. They're labeled as terrorists. Roman Catholics who simply follow their faith are being labeled as terrorists. These are the policies of Iran, of China, and they are now the policies of the Democratic Party right here in the United States. And the headliners, the ones who are brave enough to actually say what they believe, Ilhan Omar, Cori Bush, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Rashida Tlaib, Nazis.
That was Ben Brunson and Frank Vernuscio. Frank Vernuscio with the American Analysis of News and Media. Ben Brunson, he's the author of The Falstaff Enigma and Esther Sling, spent 10 years up in Wall Street working at Solomon Brothers. Our news time, 6:50. We've got 46 degrees. Tech Mobility Minute is right around the corner, as are What's Trending. We'll be right back.
The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Coast to coast. Finally, there's an app for your smartphone and computer built just for the Lake of the Ozarks. It's the LOZ app. Find the best in the local service industry for boats, cars, construction, realty, docks, dining, anything. It includes a map that shows where you are in the business you're looking for. The LOZ app features local news and events and your favorite radio and TV stations. You know who they are. Download the LOZ app at the App Store. Just search LOZ app and have everything Lake of the Ozarks in the palm of your hand.
You'd be pretty hard-pressed to find someone who doesn't rave about the food served at RJ's Family Restaurant. Repeat and new customers savor the menu items. From skillet creations, eggs Benedict, lunch specials, enough sides to make it hard to decide, and the menu goes on and on. Try RJ's for their great desserts. Open Tuesday through Sunday till 2 p.m. Located on Highway 54 West in Camdenton with plenty of convenient parking. RJ's Family Restaurant. Close to home, yet far from ordinary.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
right, we've got 6:52 the time, and we're on our way to another beautiful day. Were you able to get out and enjoy yesterday? Oh, the sun was absolutely fantastic. Well, if you want to enjoy fantastic weather that maybe's got another 20 degrees on top of it, well, go to Beat the Winter Blues. To go to our website, krmsradio.com, and Costa Mujeres in Mexico, January 13th to 20th. It's an all-adult, all-inclusive Rio Latino, nonstop out of St. Louis to Cancun. And then you take a short bus ride to Costa Mujeres, north of Cancun. Make some new friends and from the lake and have some fun as you beat the winter blues. Tell you what, in the middle of January, that could be really, really nice. And this is just, you get outside and your hands, you feel that cold. You subtract another 40 degrees. That's how cold it is January. So you're going to be down in Mexico. All for just $18.99 a person. Go to the station's website and click on Beat the Winter Blues for all the details and purchase. The Tech Mobility Minute with our good friend Ken Chester.
It's time for a Tech Mobility Minute.
When it comes to an insurance policy claim, what do they mean when it specifies actual cash value when calculating loss? In the case of a homeowner's policy, ACV, as it's known, is the money needed to repair a home damaged by a covered event minus the decrease in value due to age or use. This is different from another term you may encounter, replacement cost. Stated simply, replacement cost is money that will bring the covered claim to the place it was in quality and condition the second before the loss occurred. You may also see ACV in automotive insurance policies. In that case, it's the cost to repair the covered claim minus depreciation. When offered the choice, policyholders seeking lower premiums or with the means to come out of pocket to cover a portion of the loss, ACV might be the way to go. However, if you choose a replacement cost option, expect to pay approximately 8% more in insurance premiums. I'm Ken Chester.
This has been a Tech Mobility Minute.
Tech Mobility Minute sponsored by Lake Collision Repair. They're located on Bluff Drive in Osage Beach. You might want to write down this number in case you need them this fall. Maybe a deer will hit out in front of you or somebody's going to be a little bit stupid on the roadways and run into you. Lake Collision Repair. That number, 573-302-0229. You know, they work on all makes and models, foreign and domestic. Their goal is to return your vehicle to pre-collision condition or better. You can find more at lakecollisionrepair.com.
Almost 500,000 student loan borrowers have had their monthly payments miscalculated. The pause on repayments that started during the pandemic ended 2 weeks ago, and hundreds of thousands of borrowers were asked to pay more than what they normally would.
I'm now in more debt than the amount of money I've ever had in my pocket.
The Department of Education has reached out to its loan servicers to correct the payments. About 24 animals are being taken off the list of endangered species, but not because there's more of them. They're actually extinct. Basically, federal protections came too late to save them. The list includes 10 birds, 11 sea creatures, and 1 mammal, and 8 of the species were all found in Hawaii. Finally, one man's trash is another man's treasure. A miniature model of an X-Wing fighter from the original Star Wars movie has just sold on the auction block for $3.1 million. It was found in a box in packing peanuts in the garage of a visual effects artist who worked on the movies. He died last year. That's what's trending. I'm Jen Clark.
Ladies, get ready for a night you won't forget. It's a ladies' night out on October 19th with Handsome Heroes at the Inn at Grand Glaze. The hottest men in uniform tribute show will leave you breathless. From firefighters to soldiers, these men know how to put on a show that's perfect for bachelorette parties, girls' nights out, or just a fun night of entertainment. Learn more at handsomeheroes.com and mark your calendars for October 19th. Call the Inn at Grand Glaze for tickets and special room discounts. 573-348-4731.
Wow, that was a great band.
I agree. Glad we came out tonight, but now I'm hungry and it's almost 11.
We can go to Lake Billiards and Sports Bar. Their kitchen's open till 11:30 on weeknights and 12:30 on weekends. We've got plenty of time.
Oh yeah, I saw them featured on the Damn Food Tour. The food looks great. Siri, where's Lake Billiards and Sports Bar?
Lake Billiards and Sports Bar, located at 4344 Osage Beach Parkway.
Lake Billiards Sports Bar, serving lunch, dinner, and late-night dining 7 days a week.
No pressure,
low prices.
Hi, this is Jason at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton. I invite you to come see our incredible selection of pre-owned vehicles here on our lot, starting as low as $4,000, and combined with our friendly, no-pressure sales staff. Hewlett's also is proud to offer aggressive subprime rates and options if there is a need. Our prices and photos of all pre-owned inventory is always available to view at shophewlett.com. So come see us today and let us show you the Hewlett difference.
No pressure, low prices. That's the way we do it. Shop Hewlett.
ShopHewlett.com.
If the bank forecloses on your property and then sells it for much, much more than you owe, do they owe you the difference? You might be very amazed at the answer to this and other actual court cases that we'll explore together on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. I'm Curtis Howard. Join me here every day and be a part of it, and see if you agree with the judge. You might surprise yourself.
Point of Law, weekday mornings at 7:35. Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway.
You should know when you're not listening to us.
Not listening.
People are judging you. News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Well, WhisperNet, have you heard of WhisperNet? WhisperNISP.com. Well, if you're sick of having that slow internet that doesn't reach every nook and cranny of your house, then WhisperNet is the answer for you. Whisper is also offering free installation right now to the end of October. Their amazing customer support team will come out and help you. WhisperNet. And so WhisperISP.com is their website. More.
Hi, this is Jeff Smith with Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel. We're the Lake's full-service, one-stop printer that can handle all of your printing, custom apparel, and promotional product needs. From business cards to business shirts and bandanas to brochures, we can make you and your business stand out. Our in-house design team can put your imagination on paper, apparel, and or social media. State-of-the-art printing equipment gives you the highest quality finished products with a quick turnaround time. We have the best printing prices in town and can meet all of your printed needs, including rack cards, posters, and full-size banners. Our printed products are produced locally and support the Lake area. Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel is locally owned and operated in Osage Beach at 1140 Industrial Drive. Stop by and see us or give us a call at 348-5900 for a free quote. For all your printing needs, Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel are here to help you increase your reach.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM
At your
radio.
service since 1951, News Talk KRMS Osage Beach and KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Israeli bombs rained down on southern Gaza this morning, where it had told Palestinians to flee ahead of an expected invasion in the north. Dozens of people have been killed as they hope to be allowed to cross into Egypt. Correspondent Imtiaz Tayab begins our coverage.
In Gaza's Rafah city, a massive Israeli strike all but obliterates a residential area. Our CBS News team on the ground witnessed the immediate aftermath. Gaza producer Marwan Al-Ghul describes what he saw.
Dozens of killed people and dozens of injuries. No enough ambulances, no civil defense. The people here try to do all of their best to take out the injuries by their hands.
Israel is holding nearly 200 hostages in Gaza, some in those areas being bombed. 21-year-old French Israeli Mia Shem is among them. Her mother, Karen, spotted her daughter in bandages in a new Hamas propaganda video.
She looks very terrified. She looks like she's in big pain.
Hamas has said it took hostages to swap them for the 6,000 Palestinians it claims are being held in Israeli prisons. President Biden is planning a rare wartime visit to Israel, White House correspondent Ed O'Keefe.
He stops first in Tel Aviv tomorrow for meetings with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and members of his war cabinet. From there, he's set to visit Amman, Jordan, where he'll huddle with that country's King Abdullah, Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, and Mahmoud Abbas, head of the Palestinian Authority.
Thousands of mourners came out for the funeral of a 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy stabbed to death in Bridgeview, Illinois. Investigators say he and his mother were targeted because of the recent attacks in Israel. Little Wadia Al-Fahmi's uncle.
We live in a country called USA. We're not in war, and we're not bringing war here, too.
The family's 71-year-old landlord has been charged with a hate crime. Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett has joined the growing chorus of colleagues backing an ethics code for the High Court. She spoke at the University of Minnesota Law School.
I think it would be a good idea for us to do it, particularly so that we can communicate to the public exactly what it is that we're doing.
Justice Clarence Thomas has been under scrutiny for failing to report gifts and luxury trips. Today was supposed to be the extended deadline for Californians to pay 2022 income taxes, but it's been postponed for a third time. Now it's November 16th. The IRS doesn't give a reason, but when it announced the first delay from April to May, it cited unusual winter storms that triggered federal disaster declarations. This is CBS News.
You need to hire? Indeed is with you every step of the way, helping you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. Crews from the Missouri Department of Transportation Central District will be busy again this week with several different projects still affecting the lake area. Area engineer Danny Rager says first and foremost, getting done with brush cutting will take top priority.
Good news is the new business, we are going to be cutting, weed eating and cutting some brush this week on 54 in Camden County, so we will be out there this week.
And when the brush cutting is done, MoDOT crews will hit the road to get ready for winter operations.
So you will see some MoDOT trucks loaded with our equipment and snow plows and some folks that are unfamiliar with our plows and the routes that they'll be assigned.
Finishing touches are also planned for other projects in the lake area. More details about the project are available on MoDOT's website. A public hearing and the first reading of an ordinance to consider a petition to allow the much-publicized Lakeport Village development to form a community improvement district highlights a relatively short agenda for this week's Board of Aldermen meeting in Osage Beach. The CID, if approved by the Board of Aldermen, will be used in part to help cover some of the project's estimated cost over the first 5 years, with the overall term of the CID to be in effect for a term of 27 years. The $300 million development is getting up in the area of Highway 54 and Jeffries Road. Other discussion items expected during the meeting will include park irrigation improvements, amending the city's peddlers and solicitors ordinance, and the purchases of a couple of pickup trucks. The Osage Beach Board of Aldermen meeting begins on Thursday at City Hall at 6 o'clock. When you see news happening, contact the KRMS newsroom at area code 573-317-TALK, or if you have any pictures or videos, you can send those to us by email at newsroom@krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Baseball's postseason rolled on yesterday with a doubleheader in the LCS. The Texas Rangers are up 2-0 on the Houston Astros after a 5-4 win. Nathan Eovaldi, the winner. This despite Yordan Alvarez continuing his absolute tear. He homered not once but twice for the Astros. He has 6 home runs in 6 games so far this baseball postseason. He is on fire, but his Astros are down now 2-0 with Max Scherzer scheduled to start Game 3 for the Rangers. It was Game 1 last night in the NLCS and a home run barrage. for the Phillies. Kyle Schwarber with a leadoff dinger. Bryce Harper, Nick Castellanos, they would go deep as well in the 5-3 Philly win. They have been red hot with the bats, and Zach Wheeler has been tremendous as the front man for that Philly rotation. He's 2-0 this postseason. The Phillies up now 1-0 on the Arizona Diamondbacks after that 5-3 victory. College football, Mizzou's Darius Robinson had a couple sacks, 2.5 tackles for loss, named the SEC's Defensive Player of the Week. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
At KRMS, we understand the importance of breast cancer awareness. So we've teamed up with the Encore to celebrate survivorship at the Pink Out Party, October 21st. The fun begins with an auction and the Best Dressed in Pink contest. Plus, Madhouse Jackson will perform. Advance tickets and table sponsorships are available at lakeregional.givesmart.com or call 348-8222. Don't miss the Pink Out Party, October 21st at 6 p.m. Finally, there's an app for your smartphone and computer built just for the Lake of the Ozarks. It's the LOZ app. Find the best in the local service industry for boats, cars, construction, realty, docks, dining, anything. It includes a map that shows where you are in the business you're looking for. The LOZ app features local news and events and your favorite radio and TV stations. You know who they are. Download the LOZ app at the App Store. Just search LOZ app and have everything Lake of the Ozarks in the palm of your hand. It's time for your insect education.
Fact 1.
Spiders and other pests are cold-blooded.
Fact 2.
They don't like to be cold outside.
Fact 3.
They're smart, and they can find the tiniest little hole in your house to get inside where it's warm.
Fact 4.
When they're warm, they breed. Now you have bugs everywhere. The facts are clear. You should call All-American Termite and Pest Control for an interior and exterior spray and live comfortably this winter. Call 346-4830 or visit their website, bugsfearus.com.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunshine today with our high nearing 69. Clear skies overnight with a low around 48. Sunny and warmer on Wednesday with a high of 75. Then a chance for some rain showers Wednesday night, partly cloudy with a low around 50. Sunshine on Thursday with a high of 66 and clear with a low around 47 throughout Thursday night. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 70 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently it's 43 degrees.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Broadcasting live from the Radio Television Center right here in mid-Missouri. This is the Ozarks This Morning on News Talk KRMS. Good morning to you. And we've got this Tuesday, October 17th, an outstanding start to the day. If you like things brisk and fall-like, well, today is the day. And this is the week that the leaves are going to be turning toward peak, and you'll be able to see it toward the end of the week. And the beginning of next, there's going to be probably that 8-day window, and trees are still staying on the trees for the most part. Now, there are some leaves that are down, but as long as they continue to stay up, those colors will stay up as well. But when you have those winds come along and all of a sudden the leaves disappear, then those colors disappear as well. Well, this hour of the program is sponsored by Reagan Cabinets, R-A-G-A-N, ReaganCabinets.com. Go to their website to view cabinets, accessories, various projects. Highway 42 in Osage Beach is where their showroom is located. Their phone number, 573-234-6830. This is a great day for the athletes here at the Lake of the Ozarks. I've been talking about it all morning, singing their praises, but yet these young people around the area, they work hard. It's their passion. They want to compete, and we're starting to see it amongst the freshmen around the area. Our football teams, School of the Osage and the Camdenton Lakers, they're working really hard. Camdenton, their final regular season is this Friday at Glendale, and the pregame starts at 6, and the kickoff is at 7 o'clock. And you'll be able to hear all the action on 93.5 rocks the lake. That's the 50,000 watt powerhouse. That's the big one. Goes dam to dam, and it's also on HD1. You'll also be able to see it on KRMS TV 32.11. So good things there. And then School of the Osage. Well, Tony and I, we're going to be traveling all the way up to St. Louis. Oh, my goodness, that's big. Maybe we can get them to pop for a room for us for a night. That's a 3-hour trip. Turn that around round trip, that's 6 hours. And then you still got to call a ball game in between. That's another 3 hours and maybe 15 or 20 minutes. That's almost a 12-hour turn. Well, maybe not, about 10. But they're going to be playing Lutheran South, and that kickoff is at 7 o'clock on 104.9, Classic Country 104.9, where we're banging the twang. And then the next week for each team is week number 10, and that's when they start to round 1 of district play. So Camdenton, they're going to be home against Rolla or Washington. Osage will once again have to travel to Warrensburg. Yesterday, down in Bolivar, the Lady Lakers softball team, well, it started off slow in those first couple of innings, and they even admitted, the coach admitted it after in the team meeting after the game. He says, "Do you think we can start a little bit faster tomorrow?" Well, they're going to be going for the district championship game today at 5 o'clock. If you can scoot on down to Bolivar and watch that game, well worth it. These Lady Lakers really poured it on. So it was 3-1 when I got there, and then they poured it on. It turned out to be a 10-2 victory for the Lady Lakers, and they were popping them. And Caden Vandersen, she hit a home run, and all excited about that. She pitched a very good game as well. So that is for the district championship today. They win, they go on to state. And this team is that good. This softball team is that good, and they hustle that strong. And then we've got the School of the Osage. We've got these 4 gals there, and they won first place in district a week ago when it was at the Eldon Country Club. And now they're down in Joplin. Went down there and saw them play yesterday. And the School of the Osage there after one round. This is a 36-hole championship game or match. And so they've got the 18 behind them. They have another 18 today, and they're in first place. These 4 gals combined with 352. Second place, 373. That's Incarnate Word. 376 is in third, and that's St. Michael. Maryville at 4th at 381, Mount Vernon 388. So all bunched up in those top 5. They're right there close. A couple mistakes, a couple snowmen on a green, and you're in trouble. But you got these gals that are just they're playing incredible golf. And number 1 amongst all the girls playing, Hannah Mashoff, she shot a 79 yesterday, and that's a +7. That's just 7 over par. Sophia Sindlinger, she shot 9 over par for an 81. She's tied for second. So there's another gal in the state vying for that top spot. But I'll tell you what. And then Kit was +23, and India +25. So these 4 gals, they're down there and they're really working hard. They're concentrating, and they're working it. And just this is at the Twin Hills Golf and Country Club down in Joplin. So Hannah was the first one off the tee yesterday at 8:30 in the morning. Well, they reverse it now. So today, if you're in the top spot, you're one of the last ones to tee off. So tee offs today. Kathleen Westmeyer, Kit Westmeyer, she's going to tee off at 9:33 this morning, and that's off of hole number 1. They divide it, so some tee off at 1 and some at the 10th hole. And then at 10:27 this morning, India Arouge, she'll be teeing off on the back 9 at number 10. And then on the front 9, Sophia Sindlinger, tied for second. She'll be teeing off on the first hole. And then at 10:36, with the last grouping, Hannah Mashoff, Savannah Thessing, and Anna Boyd and Morgan Newt, those 4 gals will tee off at 10:36 on the first hole. And that's for all the cookies. And you'll probably know somewhere around maybe 3:30-ish of when the final scores are posted, should this team, and we're talking about a repeat of state championships. They won it last year. This is an accomplishment. It's an accomplishment to do it once, but to do it on a repeat, it's absolutely fantastic when we applaud all of them. Well, one thing we do have is the UAW strike, and this is not a good thing at all. The president of the United Auto Workers Union is not impressed by Bill Ford's call to work together to end the strike, and we've got Jeff Gilbert reporting.
Bill Ford's call to end the acrimonious talks, greeted by a threat from UAW President Shawn Fain to shut down the historic Rouge complex where Ford made his comments. Fain saying if Ford wants to settle the strike, he should call his CEO, tell him to stop playing games, and get a deal done.
Get a deal done. Okay, Trump, and he's got a gag order. And the federal judge has issued this partial gag order on the former president in his election interference case. Scott McFarland with more.
First Amendment protections yield when it impacts the administration of justice or the safety and well-being of witnesses. She hands down this partial gag order, which is almost exactly what the prosecutors were seeking. Trump cannot target or repost statements about the special counsel himself or his family, about the court and the court staff, or about potential witnesses in this case. The judge says there will be sanctions if she finds Trump has violated this newly implemented gag order. She didn't specify what those sanctions can be, but we know in court today the prosecutors referenced a whole range of possible sanctions, including potential financial sanctions.
Well, former President Trump, he just can't remain silent.
They put a gag order on me, and I'm not supposed to be talking about things that bad people do, and so we'll be appealing very quickly.
Oh, this is, with all that's going on in the world, and they're attacking the former president, it's just unreal what is going on with the left. It's like you just want an adult to get into the room and say, we've got to all behave. It's not going to happen because this world is so messed up. We've got the American Minute with Bill Federer for this October 17th. Melinda Myers with her garden moment. And then Ion Travel, Peter Greenberg, Focus on the Family with Jim Daly. We've got Point of Law and then The Educated Redneck. We're going to find out what's trending at 7:53. Before that, it will be Kara Foster with Weatherology. And then we end the hour with It's Up to You at 7:57. This is the Ozarks This Morning on News Talk KRMS. 46 degrees. The time 7:19.
Visit Indeed.com/credit.
And now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-737-9944. That's 1-800-737-9944. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-737-9944. That's 1-800-737-9944. SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Hi, this is Jeff Smith with Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel. We're the Lake's full-service, one-stop printer that can handle all of your printing, custom apparel, and promotional product needs. From business cards to business shirts and bandanas to brochures, we can make you and your business stand out. Our in-house design team can put your imagination on paper, apparel, and or social media. State-of-the-art printing equipment gives you the highest quality finished products with a quick turnaround time. We have the best printing prices in town and can meet all of your printed needs, including rack cards, posters, and full-size banners. Our printed products are produced locally and support the Lake area. Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel is locally owned and operated in Osage Beach at 1140 Industrial Drive. Stop by and see us or give us a call at 348-5900 for a free quote. For all your printing needs, Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel are here to help you increase your reach.
Hear what people are talking about on the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman.
Let freedom ring. Let the white dove sing. Let the whole world know that today is a day of a reckoning. Let the weak be strong.
what our forefathers fought for. And number one, freedom of speech. And there's some other ones in there as well. And the right to bear arms, number 2, and those 10. And states' rights amongst many of those. And we have a great country, and it is worth fighting for. It was worth fighting for over 200 years ago, and it still is today. Time now for the American Minute with Bill Federer.
At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With private healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-626-4910. That's 800-626-4910.
Mortgage rates have dropped 25%, the lowest mortgage rates in years. So maybe you should drop everything and call Zoom Refi. Refinance your home now and slash your mortgage payments. Take cash out and save maybe hundreds of dollars every month. Zoom Refi mortgage rates are super low. Zoom Refi closing costs are super low. And Zoom, we approve you right over the phone. Call Zoom Refi today. 888-913-1825. 888-913-1825.
History was made on today's date. Stay tuned for an American Minute with Bill Federer.
5,700 British troops under the command of General Burgoyne surrendered this day, October 17th, 1777, at Saratoga, New York. After swearing never to fight against America again, the British troops were boarded on ships at Boston and sent back to England. When this news reached Europe, it encouraged further support of the revolution. In a letter to his brother, John Augustine Washington, General George Washington wrote of this victory, saying, "I most devoutly congratulate my country and every well-wisher to the cause on this signal stroke of Providence."
This has been an American Minute with Bill Federer. For a free transcript, call American Minute at 1-888-USA-WORD.
The American Minute with Bill Federer is sponsored by Adair's Animals. Well, you know, as the weather starts to get cold, groundhogs and all those, everybody's going to start to try and look for that hiding spot. Don't let it be your house or your residential dwelling. Call Adair's Animals. They're the wildlife removal service right here at the Lake of the Ozarks. They offer affordable solutions for all of your residential and commercial nuisance animal problems. Schedule a wildlife inspection now to find out if they can help you and to protect you from these critters come this winter. Adair's, they put the wildlife back where it belongs, in the wild. Adair's-animals.com, 573-378-8739. Remember the name, Adair's Animals.
Rabbit season! Duck season! Rabbit season! Duck season!
It's Medicare season, and this is Laura Paretic at Capricorn Insurance Agency, LLC in Laurie, Missouri. Now is the time when you can review or change your plans for the upcoming year. So whether you're new to Medicare or a seasoned beneficiary, I'd be happy to help you make sure you have the right plan to fit your needs. You can reach me at 573-207-8178 or on the web at www.capricorninsurance.net. We are not endorsed nor affiliated with any government agency.
Fall foliage is not restricted to deciduous trees and shrubs. The leaves of many of our favorite perennials also turn brilliant colors in the fall. Hi, I'm Melinda Myers, horticulturist and gardening expert. Solomon, seal, and hosta leaves turn a beautiful yellow, echoing the fall flowers of witch hazel and yellow leaves of ginkgo and quaking aspen. The delicate heart-shaped leaves of barrenwort, botanically known as epimedium, turn yellow, red, or bronze in fall. Some of the leaves will persist through winter and drop as new leaves and flowers appear in spring. Perennial geranium and Virginia leaves turn reddish-purple in fall. Both will persist, adding color to the winter and early spring garden. Brighten up the fall landscape with the fine texture and amber gold fall foliage of Angelina sedum and Willow Ansonia. The fluffy white seed heads of our native little blue stem complement the coppery red fall color that persists throughout the winter. Check out our website for this and other gardening tips.
Well, Linda's Garden Moment, sponsored by the Motor Hut in Camdenton, 13 Chestnut Avenue in Camdenton. They are your full-line sales and service center for all of your outdoor power equipment needs, like best-selling brands like Steel, Gravely, Grasshopper, Husqvarna, Wright Commercial Mowers. They even sell those barbecue grills, the Smokin' Brothers pellet grills. Stop by at 13 Chestnut Avenue and look at and see their beautiful new 6,000 square foot expansion of their showroom. Their web address, themotorhut.com. Their phone number, 573-346-6110. Let's all putt-putt to the Motor Hut.
I'm Peter Greenberg, and this is today's Ion Travel Minute. A majority of air travelers don't, or more accurately, can't fly nonstop to their desired destinations, which begs the question, which airport is literally the most connected? Meaning, of course, which airport in the world offers the most number of connecting flights? That would be London's Heathrow, with more than 57,000 flight connections a day. The number 2 airport, O'Hare, with 52,000. Other connected airports, Atlanta, Amsterdam, and Tokyo's Haneda Airport. What does this mean for travelers? In the event your connecting flight cancels at one of these airports, you have more options to book a different connecting flight to get you where you need to go. For more information, visit petergreenberg.com. I'm Peter Greenberg, and this is today's Ion Travel Minute.
As the leaves change, leave the hiring to Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Join KRMS for our East Side Social on Wednesday, October 25th at Lake Billiard Sports Bar and Grill in Osage Beach.
Enjoy complimentary appetizers and the lake's best networking starting at 5 p.m. Everyone's welcome. Meet great people, get new business, and there are no dues to pay.
The social on October 25th is sponsored by Celerity Media Group, marketing for today's world.
Eastside Socials are presented by News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9, 98.7 The Cove, and KRMS TV 32.
Osage Nation is proud to announce their sponsorship for Martin Scorsese's newest movie, Killers of the Flower Moon. Osage Casino Hotel has reserved Eagles Landing Cinema on Friday, October 20th at 7 p.m. for the movie premiere. This exciting event is free of charge for residents of Lake of the Ozark. Tickets are limited and on a first-come basis. Tickets may be picked up beginning October 16th, 4 p.m. to close at Eagles Landing Cinema. Enjoy the Killers of the Flower Moon movie premiere, sponsored by Osage Nation and Osage Casino Hotel.
The next generation of streaming is here. Introducing Spectrum One Stream, bringing together internet, advanced Wi-Fi, mobile, and now TV with the all-new Xumo Stream Box. Get fast and reliable internet for $49.99 a month, free advanced Wi-Fi, a free unlimited Spectrum mobile line, and a free Xumo Stream Box when you add Spectrum TV. Spectrum One Stream. It's streaming simplified. Visit Spectrum.com or a Spectrum store for details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
Welcome back. Focus on the Family is sponsored by Bridal Cave. And they're celebrating 75 years in their diamond anniversary this year. And then you can register to win that Romance to Remember wedding package. Well, what do you do on a day like today? Well, I'll tell you what you can do. You can head on over to Bridal Cave. It's always a consistent 60 degrees guided tours daily. Find out more at bridalcave.com.
There's no doubt about it. Our sons are at war. But I'm not referring to conflicts overseas or even bullies at school. I'm talking about sexual temptation. Hi, this is Jim Daly with Focus on the Family. Sexual temptation is nothing new, of course, but it's impacting our kids at younger and younger ages. The question is, do you know how to equip your son to fight the battle? Dads, let me start with you. You have tremendous influence in your son's life, so be a positive role model. To say it another way, be sexually pure yourself. If your sexual morality is questionable, you won't have much credibility on the subject. Probably the best way to influence your son is to connect with him. Take him with you on errands. Play video games with him every now and again. Build a solid relationship with your son now, because without that connection, it's not very likely that he'll take your advice seriously later. From a practical standpoint, understand that temptation will come early and often, so start talking to your son before he reaches puberty. Use age-appropriate language and keep the conversation going throughout adolescence. And remember, even if you didn't raise the topic earlier, it's never too late to have a positive impact on your child. So start now. Mom, you have an important role to play in this situation as well. I'll cover that in more detail tomorrow. In the meantime, for more information on raising boys, go to focusonthefamily.com. I'm Jim Daly.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medishare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medishare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 888-SHARE-19. That's 888-SHARE-19. 888-SHARE-19.
If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone, enable the skill for your smart speaker, or go to krmsradio.com. Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit capricorninsurance.net. Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
CBS News Brief. Israeli airstrikes are pounding southern Gaza, killing dozens of people near the border with Egypt, where they've been hoping to cross over ahead of an Israeli ground invasion. President Biden makes a rare wartime stop in Israel tomorrow. The National Security Council's John Kirby.
On the same day, he will travel to Amman, Jordan, where he will meet with His Majesty King Abdullah, the Egyptian President Sisi, and Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas.
Justice Amy Coney Barrett is backing an ethics code for the Supreme Court.
All 9 justices, and we're in agreement about what to do, and that we want to continue to follow the highest ethical standards.
Justice Clarence Thomas has been called into question for failing to report lavish gifts and trips. CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. The issue of the U.S. border and illegal immigration comes to the forefront of a discussion on the KRMS Morning Magazine with Lake Area State Representative Lisa Thomas.
Finally, it seems like people are waking up and saying, gosh, maybe we shouldn't have an open border because, some of the terrorists overseas probably already here. And the rest of us are saying, duh, we've been telling you that.
Thomas also says that it's almost impossible to know in reality how many have crossed over into the United States.
We know how many came in known, millions and millions, 6, maybe 7, just in the last 2 years. And while Border Patrol have really become social workers and administrators.
Thomas also agrees it's really too late and the focus now has to turn to vigilance and watching over our own borders in Missouri. There's going to be a bittersweet kind of party for a very worthy cause coming up this weekend in Lake Ozark. It's being called the Pink Out Party to help celebrate breast cancer survivorship. That's according to Trish Creech from Lake Regional's Health Foundation, who says more people are able to survive the disease thanks to funding and awareness. The Pink Out Party will include live music, an auction which is already online, and a contest for the best dressed couples wearing pink, with proceeds going to raise funds for local care. The party will run from 6 to 11:30 p.m. at the Encore Lakeside Grill and Sky Bar. More information about the event is available on Lake Regional's website. The Lake of the Ozarks Water Safety Council is putting a call out for those who want to help make a difference by becoming part of the council. A recruiting event being called Lunch and Learn is set for this morning at the Camdenton Chamber office with representatives from the Water Safety Council, the Chamber, the Water Patrol, and other agencies expected to be on hand. The Water Safety Council offers several different programs and activities to promote its mission, including the use of life jackets, a sober driver, boater education, and more. The get-together at the Chamber this morning will run from 11 a.m. till 12 noon. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Couples really enjoy the Driftwood Spa and Salon. Ron and Sue are regular once-a-month customers.
It's very relaxing. Everybody here has been great. My favorite is the massages. I feel invigorated, and I might be a bit tense when I first come in, but now I feel invigorated and relaxed.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
This sports report is sponsored by Skelton's Key and Lock, available 24/7 to assist you.
Baseball's postseason rolled on yesterday with a doubleheader in the LCS. The Texas Rangers are up 2-0 on the Houston Astros after a 5-4 win. Nathan Eovaldi, the winner. This despite Yordan Alvarez continuing his absolute tear. He homered not once but twice for the Astros. He has 6 home runs in 6 games so far this baseball postseason. He is on fire, but his Astros are down now 2-0 with Max Scherzer scheduled to start Game 3 for the Rangers. It was Game 1 last night in the NLCS and a home run barrage for the Phillies. Kyle Schwarber with a leadoff dinger. Bryce Harper, Nick Castellanos, they would go deep as well in the 5-3 Philly win. They have been red hot with the bats, and Zach Wheeler has been tremendous as the front man for that Philly rotation. He's 2-0 this postseason. The Phillies up now 1-0 on the Arizona Diamondbacks after that 5-3 victory. College football, Mizzou's Darius Robinson had a couple sacks, 2.5 tackles for loss, named the SEC's Defensive Player of the Week. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Are you a busy contractor? Let the designers at Reagan Cabinets help assist your customers with their kitchen and bath design. We offer indoor and outdoor cabinetry with lines to fit any budget. I'm Andrea Fisher, one of the designers at Reagan Cabinets in Osage Beach. Let us put our design expertise to work for you. Call Reagan Cabinets today to set up an appointment, 573-234-6830. You can also see us on our website at reagancabinets.com. That is RAGAN cabinets.com.
Hi, this is Jeff Hedberg, your local full-time real estate professional. Our Lake of the Ozarks real estate market is always changing. Is it a good time to buy? Is it a good time to sell? What is my property worth? Give me a call to discuss your personal situation. No obligations. Jeff Hedberg with Next Home Lake Living, the Bobby Bash team, 573-819-4446, or check out my website at lakehedberg.com.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunshine today with our high nearing 69. Clear skies overnight with a low around 48. Sunny and warmer on Wednesday with a high of 75. Then a chance for some rain showers Wednesday night, partly cloudy with a low around 50. Sunshine on Thursday with a high of 66 and clear with a low around 47 throughout Thursday night. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 70 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently it's 43 degrees.
If someone promises you a gift, must he give it to you in his lifetime? The court laid down the law in the case of the Sisterly CDs. I'm Curtis Howard with today's Point of Law.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway.
Morgan Hoskins wasn't exactly a black sheep, but he was the least successful by far of his family, at least as far as money was concerned. He had his old car, his sea-battered boat, and a tiny apartment. To the amazement and concern of his upwardly mobile brother and 3 sisters, he seemed completely content. Morgan got along famously with his oldest sister, Amy. He used to say to her, "People are crazy. They worship the great god, money. Not me, Amy. If I had some, I'd feel I'd have to do something constructive with it." And Amy understood. But still she worried about her younger brother. So she went to the bank and bought a $20,000 certificate of deposit in Morgan's name. She said to the family housekeeper, "Sarah, I'm putting this CD aside for Morgan. If anything happens to me, see that he gets it." Sarah, who was the only one who knew about Amy's heart condition, said, "I will, Miss Hoskins. You can depend on it." Several years passed. Amy married and had a baby and made a will leaving her estate to her husband and her child. Then quite suddenly, her heart stopped beating. After the funeral, Sarah followed her instructions to give Morgan the $20,000 certificate. But Amy's heirs didn't think he should have it. They brought suit to establish their ownership. Their attorney told the court, "This certificate belongs to the Hoskins estate. Amy never transferred ownership despite what she intended. The law is that to give someone something, you must give up custody, control, management, and use to the one receiving that gift. That giving up didn't happen during Amy's lifetime, so ownership cannot now be transferred to Morgan. He must return the certificate." Morgan's attorney said, "It's true Amy kept possession of the certificate, but she had them issued in Morgan's name, and she gave clear instructions to Sarah to deliver them on her death. This was done, and it is enough to make this a legal gift. Morgan should be allowed to keep the certificate." What should the court decide? We'll return with their decision after this.
The law office of Christopher Rohr reminds us to practice safety for Halloween. Kids are excited and may move in unpredictable ways. Younger kids should have adult supervision. The wish of the law office of Christopher Rohr is that all ages remember the risks involved. Stay on sidewalks or paths when walking, and drivers should be alert and cautious. Call the law office of Christopher Rohr at 573-348-3313 for a free consultation to discuss your legal issues. Have a safe and happy Halloween.
If someone promises you a gift, must he give it to you in his lifetime? Yes, said the Alabama Supreme Court. Depositing money in Morgan's name does not make the money a gift. Intentions are not enough. There must also be a giving up of all present and future dominion over the property, and there must be an acceptance by the one who is to receive it. This must be during the giver's lifetime. Otherwise, there is no gift, and title does not pass. Morgan, therefore, must return the certificate of deposit to his sister's family. It's a point of law.
You should know, when you're not listening to us,
Not listening.
people are judging you. News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Only here on KRMS can you hear The Educated Redneck, brought to you by The Educated Realtor. Danny Ellison is The Educated Redneck, but Jeff Hedberg is The Educated Realtor. And you can contact Jeff direct at 573-819-4446. He's got the ability to negotiate with buyers, agents, and sometimes in difficult situations that arise around the lake. He works just as hard for everybody because Jeff is the guy. He's your full-time next home professional with the Bobby Bash team. So give him a call, 573-819-4446, lakehedberg.com. Danny Ellison, good morning to you.
Hey, greetings from Aurora, Colorado, where it's a nice 50-some degrees, I think.
Colorado, they're willing to pay 90% of student loan debt to people who are in the veterinary area.
Oh, I did not know that. I hadn't heard that yet.
Well, okay. Probably true fact, and then your rant for the day.
Probably true fact. Golfers spend $800 million a year on golf balls.
I believe it.
I do, too. Probably most of them are in the lake.
I believe that, too. Okay, what's your rant for today? You're probably loaded for bear.
Well, you know, you look around, and the United States government, number one, is in chaos. They are so busy fighting amongst themselves that they can't come together and work for the people. I don't get why we send them there. We would probably do better to just send a bunch of high schoolers there, because that's pretty much what our government's acting like right now. We've got the world in chaos. I mean, you know, we were told that Biden was going to be this great leader, and now nobody can find him. And when they can find him, they can't understand what he's saying, or he wanders off in the middle of somebody else's speech. It's amazing to me that somebody considers that okay to lead the free world. Somebody who can't concentrate for speech, can't be. Imagine if there was a world tragedy and a Republican was president, and he never made a statement. He disappeared from public view, and when he did come out of his shelter, he spoke in gibberish. There would be so much noise in the American press that it would not even be funny. And now we have China rattling the sabers over Taiwan, and we have the Middle East in absolute disarray. We have the Saudis threatening to cut oil production to the entire world over Israel. We have Palestinians marching in the United States. Oh, how did they get here? Oh, because we have an open border. I don't think the United States could be in more disarray right now if it absolutely tried. It is the lack of leadership. We have a total lack of leadership. And I don't know what it's going to actually take for people, because now the press is saying because of the fight for the Speaker of the House that the Republicans are going to lose their majority. How can you lose your majority to a bunch of people who really, if you look at every Democrat policy, it has failed, because every major Democrat city is also in disarray. Folks, we need to come together. We need to elect people that understand the United States should be first in who they represent. Our government has forgotten that. They send billions overseas where they don't even help people here in the United States. And whatever happened to the people in Hawaii? That seemed to have got brushed under the carpet. So, yes, the world is in disarray. Everything is falling apart, and we do need a serious leader to step forward to the table and take over the United States and help us join back together and quit separating, because we're so divided. That's how we will fall.
Can you imagine if Hakeem Jeffries got the Democrats on board, 212, they vote in a block, all he needs is 5 defectors from the Republicans. You could have a Democrat speaker with a House majority with Republicans. That would be a major mess.
Oh, yeah. It's amazing to watch what's going on. There's such disarray. Everybody's so busy trying to be a top dog that nobody wants to work with anybody. We used to remember the Gang of Five and all these different groups that got together in the past and actually got things done. Now we have a very ineffective leadership, and everybody's too busy fighting to represent the American people. It's like a little high school clique in Washington, D.C., and we should be outraged as the American public, and we should demand that they come together and start doing things for the United States again. But I don't see that happening, because there are way too many people that are okay with what is going on right now.
Wow. I'll tell you what, you're on fire this morning, although so's the world. The world's on fire as well.
Oh, yeah. So, like I said, all you got to do is look around you. Remember when Trump was in there, it was nice and quiet. There was no wars. The economy was good. Gas was under $2 a gallon. Now gas is pushing $4, $5 again. There's wars threatening to break out at every corner of the planet. Like I said, we're in complete disarray, and anybody with a set of eyeballs can see it.
All right. How can people find you, Danny?
You can find me on educatedredneck.com, the one-stop shop for me. My schedule is up. We're out touring around. We're in Colorado this week and next week, and then out into Kansas, and we are trying to find a location in Osage Beach to have a show there for the Jokers and Jesters. So if you know somebody, send me a message on educatedredneck.com. And as always, you all have a wonderful day on that beautiful lake that you live on.
All right. Thank you so much, Danny Ellison. He is the Educated Redneck. And coming up, we've got Kara Foster, sponsored by B&B Heating and Cooling. And it's home of the Free Filter Friday, which is every Friday. Stop by and get a complimentary 1-inch filter each month. No pre-registration needed. 4177 Osage Beach Parkway is their address. Phone number, 302-COOL, 573-302-2665. Their web address, bbhvac.com, bbhvac.com, a proud sponsor of Weatherology with our own Kara Foster. Welcome back, Kara.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, we're doing fine. Okay, do we have any food for today? We have pasta, and we have prunes.
Ooh. Not too fond of prunes, but I do like pasta.
Yeah. And forgive an ex day, even if they were a total jerk to you. Forgive them. I don't know.
Yeah. Hold on to the grudge a little longer. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Everybody's kind of going, well.
Yeah, well. There's always one that you don't have to.
Yeah. Well, all right. National Mulligan Day as well. I'll tell you what, though, we have got outstanding weather, and kudos to you and your entire team up there just putting it all together for us here at the Lake of the Ozarks.
We are definitely trying our best. It's a very, very beautiful week, especially for fall weather. I know we've been either too warm, too cold. It's very rare that we actually see a solid week full of just nice fall weather. So I would highly, highly, highly recommend getting outside. If you don't have any plans, just, go outside, walk around the block. Just do something to enjoy the weather this week because, like I said, it's very rare to get good fall weather with these transitionary periods of these seasons, the kind of in-between seasons, fall and spring. It's really rare that we see kind of just solid, nice, especially the temperatures. We're usually around 70, and that's where we're going to be all week. Sunny and 69 today. Clear 48 tonight, sunny 75 Wednesday. Small chance for rain Wednesday night, dip down to 50. 68 and sunny Thursday, sunny and 70 on Friday, and then 72 on Saturday and 74 Sunday, all the sunshine. So like I said, try to get out there if you can. I'm meteorologist Kara Foster.
All right, Kara, National Pasta Day, and, it should be interesting. How many people will make pasta today?
There you go. That is true. I love pasta. I've actually had pasta already this week, so I probably won't have it again, but I do love pasta.
All right. Hey, we'll catch you next hour.
Catch you then.
All right, Kara Foster out of our weatherology office. Our news time coming upon 7:53.
The FDA is finally considering banning hair products that contain formaldehyde more than a decade after the chemical was found to be unsafe. Women who use these products have higher rates of uterine, breast, and ovarian cancer.
Most of these treatments contain a small amount of formaldehyde in there.
Formaldehyde is most commonly used in embalming bodies. So how the heck did it end up in hair products? Having a picky eater might not be a bad thing.
I hate meatloaf.
A new study finds that only 16% of kids are considered to be picky, but 22% are considered avid eaters. These are kids who clean their plates and don't really pay attention to being full. And experts say they're more likely to be overweight and have health problems as adults. Finally, the Guinness Book of World Records announced that Pepper X is now officially the hottest pepper in the world, beating out the Carolina Reaper. But they were both created by the same person.
Spicy.
Pepper X has 2.6 million heat units, beating out the Carolina Reaper's 1.6 million. That's what's trending. I'm Jen Clark.
At KRMS, we understand the importance of breast cancer awareness. So, we've teamed up with the Encore to celebrate survivorship at the Pink Out Party, October 21st. The fun begins with an auction and the Best Dressed in Pink contest. Plus, Madhouse Jackson will perform. Advance tickets and table sponsorships are available at lakeregional.givesmart.com or call 348-8222. Don't miss the Pink Out Party, October 21st at 6 p.m.
If the bank forecloses on your property and then sells it for much, much more than you owe, do they owe you the difference? You might be very amazed at the answer to this and other actual court cases that we'll explore together on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. I'm Curtis Howard. Join me here every day and be a part of it, and see if you agree with the judge. You might surprise yourself.
Point of Law, weekday mornings at 7:35. Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway.
No pressure, low prices.
Hi, this is Jason at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Canton. Hewlett has been serving the Lake area for over 54 years, and we're proud to offer the lowest prices combined with a friendly, no-pressure environment. We are proud to offer our price match guarantee. You can buy locally without all the hassles and pressures of a big dealer, but still be confident you're getting the lowest prices on your purchase. I invite you to come experience the Hewlett difference today. Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Canton.
No pressure, low prices. That's the way we do it. Shop Hewlett. ShopHewlett.com.
At Rock Island Realty, we're more than just agents. We're your allies, leveraging our unique knowledge of the Lake Ozark area to ensure you get the best property at an unbeatable price. We don't just buy, sell, or close deals. We master the unique challenges of lakeside living. Our team has the experience and dedication to ensure your satisfaction long after the keys are handed over. Choose experience. Choose me, Selena. Rock Island Realty on Bagnell Dam Boulevard and Arrowhead Beach Road. Visit us online at homeatthelake.com.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
This hour of the Ozarks This Morning, sponsored by Reagan Cabinets. RAGAN, ReaganCabinets.com. Go to their website to view cabinets, accessories, and various projects. And you can find their showroom on Highway 42 in Osage Beach, 573-234-6830. Well, a lot of interesting things happening on this day. And we're going to get into it with It's Up to You. And just coming up momentarily here. And we do this every day, and we have 3 sections to it. The phone starter, the water cooler question, and deep thought. Now, today's deep thought, I want you to think about this one as we do It's Up to You for this Tuesday, October 17th. All right, phone starter for this Tuesday, and it kind of goes in with national days here. Today is Mulligan Day. So what embarrassing or regretful thing have you done that you would like to take a mulligan on? Oh, my goodness. It's up to you. Go back in that memory bank of yours. What embarrassing thing or regretful thing have you done that you would like to take a mulligan on? It's up to you on this Mulligan Day. The water cooler question, sponsored by Lindy Spring Lake of the Ozarks. Treat your water and it will treat you even better. 573-348-5044, Lindy Spring Lake of the Ozarks. Here we go. 2.7 million people still receive these in the mail. What are they? 2.7 million people still receive these in the mail. What are they? Netflix DVDs. That's a lot of people. All right, deep thought. Think about this one. Everything you hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything you see is a perspective, not the truth. You maybe disagree with this, and that's okay. This is just something for deep thought to contemplate. It's up to you on this Tuesday. Everything you hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything you see is a perspective, not the truth. It's up to you for this Tuesday, October 17. Make it a good one.
Now, the Business Edge Minute. Here's Mitch Graff.
How many times have you showed up early, stayed late, yet felt like you didn't get anything of substance done? You're not alone with this feeling. Being able to make lists of priorities and keep track of your time are common traits of highly successful people. And all it takes is a basic understanding of how to schedule your time effectively. Here's a few simple tips on ways you can make sure that your time is being well spent. Number 1, make a list each day of the tasks or activities that will move the needle on your business. This doesn't include surfing YouTube or checking out other people's social media feeds. I'm talking about the things that actually will make a difference in your future success. Number 2, allocate blocks of time or pods to these tasks. Number 3, don't let distractions get in your way of completing these tasks. And number 4, at the end of the day, analyze your results and look for ways to even be more efficient the next day. Then rinse and repeat the next day and the next and the next. At BusinessEdgeMinute.com, I'm Mitch Graff.
You've heard it said before that the best lessons learned are from the School of Hard Knocks. Well, now you can give the gift of a PhD from this prestigious university. This authentic diploma is printed on the same high-quality paper that the top schools in the world use for their diplomas and will become the center of conversation for sure. Visit schoolofhardknocks.net. That's schoolofhardknocks.net, and you'll receive a special discount of 20% at checkout when you enter the code EDGE. Get one for that person in your life who seems to have everything, or heck, get one for yourself. You've earned it.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. We begin with the nearly 200 U.S. hostages being held by Hamas. Today, the group has released a video of a 21-year-old French Israeli abducted from a music festival in southern Israel. Correspondent Holly Williams spoke to her mother today, Karen Shem, in Tel Aviv.
Wow, it's very hard to see my daughter. I see the pain. I see that she's in physical pain. I see she's in emotion. She's very emotional and very, very scared.
Do you think that this video might be a sign that Hamas wants to negotiate?
I hope so. I really do.
Hamas' objective, it says, is to swap the hostages from Israel for 6,000 Palestinians it claims are being held in Israeli prisons. Israeli missiles continue to pound parts of Gaza, including the south, where thousands of people have been crowded in, hoping for safe passage into Egypt. Food, water, and fuel are dwindling in Gaza, but the U.S. National Security Council's John Kirby tells CBS Mornings.
We believe significant progress was made. There's nothing flowing right now, but we're confident, we're optimistic that situation will change soon.
President Biden is scheduled to leave Washington later today for a rare wartime visit to Israel. The House is set to vote again to try to elect a new speaker. The GOP nominee, Jim Jordan, Republican, has been working hard to shore up support to get enough votes. Fellow GOP lawmaker Ken Buck still has reservations.
If he's going to lead this conference during a presidential election cycle, and particularly a presidential election year, is going to have to be strong and say Donald Trump didn't win the election.
Jordan has Mr. Trump's endorsement. India's Supreme Court has just rejected a plea to legalize same-sex marriage. The BBC's Samira Hussain.
The Supreme Court justices were unanimous in saying they believe that same-sex marriage should be allowed, but it was not within the scope of what the Supreme Court could do. That legalizing same-sex marriage was something that had to be done by Parliament.
Americans were spending in September more than analysts thought we would. Retail sales were up by a surprising 0.7%. And even when you factor in inflation, consumers more than kept up with price increases. The Motor City could be hit with a new labor strike today. 3,700 unionized casino workers in Detroit are set to walk off their jobs at noon, among them Alicia Weaver.
We want a wage that will allow us to take care of our families. We want to be able to maintain our health care.
This is CBS News.
If you need to hire, you need Indeed, because Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. The issue of the U.S. border and illegal immigration comes to the forefront of a discussion on the KRMS Morning Magazine with Lake Area State Representative Lisa Thomas.
Finally, it seems like people are waking up and saying, gosh, maybe we shouldn't have an open border because, some of the terrorists overseas probably already here. And the rest of us are saying, duh, we've been telling you that.
Thomas also says that it's almost impossible to know in reality how many have crossed over into the United States.
We know how many came in known, millions and millions, 6, maybe 7, just in the last 2 years. And while Border Patrol, who've really become social workers and administrators.
Thomas also agrees it's really too late and the focus now has to turn to vigilance and watching over our own borders in Missouri. There's going to be a bittersweet kind of party for a very worthy cause coming up this weekend in Lake Ozark. It's being called the Pink Out Party to help celebrate breast cancer survivorship. That's according to Trish Creech from Lake Regional's Health Foundation, who says more people are able to survive the disease thanks to funding and awareness. The Pink Out Party will include live music, an auction which is already online, and a contest for the best dressed couples wearing pink, with proceeds going to raise funds for local care. The party will run from 6 to 11:30 p.m. at the Encore Lakeside Grill and Sky Bar. More information about the event is available on Lake Regional's website. The Lake of the Ozarks Water Safety Council is putting a call out for those who want to help make a difference by becoming part of the council. A recruiting event being called Lunch and Learn is set for this morning at the Camdenton Chamber office with representatives from the Water Safety Council, the Chamber, the Water Patrol, and other agencies expected to be on hand. The Water Safety Council offers several different programs and activities to promote its mission, including the use of life jackets, a sober driver, boater education, and more. The get-together at the Chamber this morning will run from 11 a.m. till 12 noon. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Couples really enjoy the Driftwood Spa and Salon. Ron and Sue are regular once-a-month customers.
It's very relaxing. Everybody here has been great. My favorite is the massages. I feel invigorated, and I might be a bit tense when I first come in, but now I feel invigorated and relaxed.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
Baseball's postseason rolled on yesterday with a doubleheader in the LCS. The Texas Rangers are up 2-0 on the Houston Astros after a 5-4 win. Nathan Eovaldi, the winner. This despite Yordan Alvarez continuing his absolute tear. He homered not once but twice for the Astros. He has 6 home runs in 6 games so far this baseball postseason. He is on fire, but his Astros are down now 2-0 with Max Scherzer scheduled to start Game 3 for the Rangers. It was Game 1 last night in the NLCS and a home run barrage for the Phillies. Kyle Schwarber with a leadoff dinger. Bryce Harper, Nick Castellanos, they would go deep as well in the 5-3 Philly win. They have been red hot with the bats, and Zach Wheeler has been tremendous as the front man for that Philly rotation. He's 2-0 this postseason. The Phillies up now 1-0 on the Arizona Diamondbacks after that 5-3 victory. College football, Mizzou's Darius Robinson had a couple sacks, 2.5 tackles for loss, named the SEC's Defensive Player of the Week. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates, on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunshine today with our high nearing 69. Clear skies overnight with a low around 48. Sunny and warmer on Wednesday with a high of 75, then a chance for some rain showers Wednesday night, partly cloudy with a low around 50. Sunshine on Thursday with a high of 66 and clear with a low around 47 throughout Thursday night. The current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 70 degrees and the temperature at the studios is currently it's 43 degrees.
CBS Money Watch.
Zipcar is facing a $300,000 fine. U.S. regulators say the car-sharing company allowed customers to rent vehicles with open, unrepaired recalls between 2017 and 2018. That's a violation of federal law. Half of the penalty is expected up front under a consent order that the company agreed to. Zipcar must also submit an audit of all Zipcar vehicles with open recalls during the 150 days of the consent order and update its employee training materials. And starting today, McDonald's Boo Buckets are back. The Halloween-themed pails feature 4 designs. They come with the purchase of a Happy Meal while supplies last. That's your CBS News Money Watch report. I'm Jared Hill.
Fall into a hiring spree with Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates. Sponsor a job and instantly receive a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match.
CBS Money Watch is sponsored by Oak Star Bank. Oak Star Bank is proud to be invested in the communities where they serve. With locations throughout the lake area, their team members are committed to serving the communities they love. Oak Star Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. News Talk KRMS.
It's the only station that gets me through the day.
The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
And the crowd goes wild.
Welcome to the third hour of the Ozarks This Morning. Glad to have you with us. And the following is a paid program by BryantAuction.com. Well, good morning to you, Mr. Rick Bryant.
Good morning, buddy. How are you?
I'm fine. I just got some notes here from you. Bring home a loaf of bread, a half gallon.
The whole milk, don't get skimmed. Get the whole milk, and make sure you get some of that honey too, the local grown honey. I want some of that on my toast.
Well, you know what today is. Today is Tuesday the 17th, but what's more important for many people is a big time auction at noon today.
Buddy, you got some opportunities here. Really, we sold the one last week. We'll sell these today. They're selling to the high bidder. These are owned by us. They're owned by you and I in the community. They're owned by Camden County. They're put on the block by the Camden County Commissioners. The first parcel today on the block at noon at the auction house will be 3.7 acres near the amphitheater. Now, this is out on North 5 in Camdenton. It's been a controversial lot. There's been a tremendous amount of money spent on that and the surfacing of it. Could be great parking. I mean, literally, if you look at our aerial views and the videos and the drone work and whatnot, if you're familiar with that area, you turn the corner at the amphitheater. I mean, you can literally walk over. So it makes a great opportunity for, parking privileges, if you will. And do just nothing but that. I mean, fence it in and charge $10 a pop or whatever. There's income there. Or there's lots of opportunities. This is zone B2, B as in boy, 2. So there's great opportunity for building and commercial ventures and whatnot, and a lot that I know has a heck of a lot of interest in it. And then right after that, we'll be selling a little over an acre of land, according to the Camden County GIS. It is really, literally right across the street from Southwood Shores on HH, Horseshoe Bend Parkway, right across the street from La Plata. 265 feet of frontage on Horseshoe Bend Parkway. It's currently, I think, zoned residential. Maybe you could change that into commercial or something, but what an opportunity here for a couple homes, or maybe if you get the zoning changed, something commercial. But seldom do you see an acre of land with 265 feet of frontage on Horseshoe Bend Parkway come up. Lots here and there and whatnot, building lots, but a full acre of land. So a lot of opportunity here in these two parcels. They'll start at noon sharp. We will be broadcasting internationally. We'll have bidders from, I can assure you, all over the nation. At least 4, 5, or 6 states will participate. There'll be people in-house bidding if you want your property advertised and marketed that way. Last week, we had a mobile home on 6 acres of land, and we had bidders from San Luis Obispo and L.A. Really? We had the buyer was from, I'm going to tell you wrong, I think Iowa. No, I'm not telling you wrong. I remember now. They were from Iowa, and what beautiful people. They came to the Thursday night sale and bought a bunch of stuff, and they're going to be regulars. So it's kind of a neat thing. But think about that and offering properties. Well, we put it on the internet or we put it on the MLS. Yes, but the buyers that we have show interest, are interested, and have their cash checks. These are $5,000 down today, $5,000 cashier's checks on each of these parcels. They're serious. You pull your big boy pants up, you decide that you qualify to buy it, and you decide that the property qualifies for you before you buy it, not after. Make an offer and then shoot in the dark and see what happens. It's a whole different process. Today at noon. Next Tuesday, I'm going to skip over Thursday. Open house on this property had a tremendous amount of interest in it. New building, house, barnuminium, whatever you'd like to refer to it as. Be a nice commercial building, 2 12 by 14 commercial garage doors with openers, commercial openers, and 4,000 feet of building with a new shell and new roof, I'm thinking in the last 40 days. I know that it's been now, we've had it for 2 or 3 weeks, so it was just a few weeks before that. So just less than 2 months old. And then it's setting on 45 acres. We'll sell this in 3 parcels. On the back 2 parcels at 20 acres each. They'll be per acre. And we'll be selling this next Tuesday at the 24th at noon. 1,300 feet of frontage on Old 5 with 3 separate easement entrances to the properties, to your properties. Your properties have frontage. And then 1,500 feet of frontage on New 5. Billboard opportunities, commercial, own the property, hunt on the property, do developments on the property, which is what the previous owner was going to do with the property. And on the 28th, if I can get that list, I'm still on the sheriff about getting the list for several vehicles, undercover vehicles, Hummers, ATVs, and whatnot. I've seen these vehicles, but we need to get a commercial formal list done on that. And then, what's going to round out the year for the most part, we're going to have some real estate, a couple, 2 or 3 nice pieces of real estate, but it's going to be charities, brother. The 18th, which will be tomorrow night, Osage Nation has a VIP and a premiere of Killing of Flower Moon. Martin Scorsese film starring Leonardo DiCaprio. The VIP party, if you're on that list, you might check with them. I don't really want to be a front man, but if you want to call, we'll try to help you with it. Encore Sky Bar, and then which beautiful facility to have this at. And then they move from there over to the 7 o'clock private premiere. This is the largest I've heard. I haven't checked with Marcus officially, but I've heard that this is the largest renting of the theater for a private event that they've ever had. There's 285 seating in one. I think there's 3 theaters that'll be showing this movie, and this is all on the house. I mean, this is the Osage Casinos and Osage Nation are putting this on. Going to be a heck of a list of people from the governor on down, so you might take a look at it. The Pink Party, I wanted to make special mention of this. You just talked about the Pink Party Saturday evening. This is in lieu of breast cancer awareness, and the tough things that people go through, ladies in particular go through with cancer, and this is a good event. Jennifer Bethurham called, and it turns out, Guy, that maybe a little drum roll is appropriate. The guest auctioneer is going to be Angie Scheiball.
Really?
Really? Jennifer said, wouldn't it be okay? Would it be appropriate? We would like to have a lady. I've over the 57 years, I've been able to pull off quite a few things to make it capable, make it possible to raise money and stuff. Gender change is not in my repertoire. So what we did, she says, how about Angie being our auctioneer? And I said, I think that is a good idea. A spectacular idea. And so God love the woman. I told Jennifer, I said, you ask her, I'm not going to. And so she said, she asked her, and of course, Angie being Angie Scheiball said, absolutely. So she's been practicing her chant and stuff, and she's going to sell a few items. And what a trooper for this community. God love her. CADV brunch is the 20th. That's coming up. What is it? The 17th. So Friday? I think isn't it? Let's see. What is today? Tuesday, Friday, I believe. And then Saturday, November 4th, Wonderland Camp. Let's see, no, Wednesday, CADV brunch. I've still got on here 20th, the 18th. That's tomorrow. I'll correct myself there. CADV brunch tomorrow. You want to see a huge room full of dedicated people in this community, you need to come to that brunch. And then Saturday, November 4th, Wonderland Camp. The 16th, St. Louis. We'll have to cancel the Thursday night auction to be at that, but it's worth it. Saturday, December 2nd, Elks Christmas. Shriners will be in the spring. And so that's it. We will have our Thursday night sale. It will be full inside and outside. We have house loads backed up, literally. So we'll be cleaning out 3 or 4 more houses here pretty doggone quick. Lots going on, brother. Lots going on, my friend.
Well, the reason why Angie will be very good at that is that auctioneers, you have to talk fast and everything. Well, she's had to talk fast to out-talk you to win the argument.
Oh yeah, absolutely. She's been around. She's had to run up against the speed talker for 10 years now. So, she's the truth of the matter is there's truth in what you and I just said. She's been around, and she knows the game. She knows how to play it.
Whoa. I never said that she's been around. That did not come out of my mouth.
She's just a swell person, a trooper. The whole crew we have at the auction. I got a nice card from a lady. Her husband passed away. Lance Hedrick is a good friend of mine, a mechanic here in town. Most everybody knows him. Called me and said, hey, come over and look at this stuff. I want her taken care of. Her husband was my friend. We sold the truck the other day and a few other things. But she wrote a nice card, then came to the sale with her daughter and said in the auction, but wrote a nice card about Brandon and Renee, our husband and wife, pickup, do-it-all type team, and I read that card in the auction. There's a lot goes on in the sale that probably people don't understand. It's just not selling, household items and whatnot. There's some pretty freaking cool things that come through the sale, and then some unusual things like furniture pads and shipping crates and that type of thing, but good quality furniture and stuff. And Guy, we're open all day long, every day of the week, and we buy and sell. We'll buy from you outright, and that's something I want to make sure I mention, brother.
Okay, now let's get to our picks. And there were 4 people that got 11 right, 11 out of 15, and you were one of the 4, Rick.
What do you think of that, buddy? What can I say? I am blessed and run with the wind. Okay, the old man upstairs sitting right on my shoulders.
You make lucky guesses.
Did that one guy? What did he get? That what's his name? Bob Ben. What's that guy that comes on after you? Tony. Yeah, Tony. Did that guy, what'd he get?
He got. I sent you the picture. Let's see. Myself, Tony, Rick Hasty, and you all got 11.
Yeah, okay. I've got to figured he'd tie in there. He's a pretty cool dude. You know, I think I told you last week. You got this wrapped up, brother. You know, you sound good. I know you're interested in community. I probably called you 4 or 5 times about things, and you've always said, "Let's do it. Let's get this out there."
Yeah.
And that means a lot to me. And Tony, same way. I listened to him the other day. It's no BS. It's straight up. It's an interest in the community. Does he lean one way or the other? Yeah. But so
that's because he's got a leg shorter than you.
Yeah. Oh, that's what that is.
That's why he's leaning.
Must be that right leg. Maybe he can get to the orthopedic surgeon or somebody and get that fixed.
That'll do it every time.
Yeah. Well, my cousin, God love him, had that. He did one shorter than the other. He was great on hill climb. I'm just the super.
Rick, gotta love you. Thanks so much. Hey, we'll catch you Thursday.
You too, buddy. Be safe, everybody.
All right. Rick Bryan, and the preceding was paid for by BryanAuction.com. News time 8:21.
Hello, Americans. I'm Todd Starnes. Stand by for news and commentary next.
Liberty University's K-12 online academy is the best of a homeschool, private school, and Bible-based education all rolled into one. With LUOA, you can take charge of your child's learning environment and create a structured yet flexible schedule that works for your family. Our qualified teachers are easily accessible for guidance and support along the way. And with new classes starting every Monday, it's never too late to make the switch to LUOA. To learn more, text LUOA to 88741. That's LUOA to 88741.
George Washington, the father of our country, may soon get evicted from the Big Apple. The New York City Cultural Affairs Committee is set to hold a public hearing that could lead to the removal of statues and monuments honoring our nation's first president. Now, there are multiple statues and monuments to Washington, including Washington Square Park and the George Washington Bridge. Unclear whether the park and bridge will be leveled or just simply renamed. Christopher Columbus also on the list. Columbus Circle at the entrance of Central Park, long been a source of controversy among the perpetually offended crowd, but the Italians are vowing to fight back. In 2021, New York City overwhelmingly voted to remove Thomas Jefferson from City Hall. Well, let's be clear. This is nothing more than an attempt by the radical left to erase our history. I wrote a book about this, Culture Jihad, How to Stop the Left from Killing a Nation. It's available at ToddStarnes.com.
Todd Starnes is sponsored by RJ's Family Restaurant, located on Highway 54 West in Camdenton. Call ahead for carryout 6 to 2 every day at 573-346-6133. You can check their daily breakfast and lunch specials on Facebook.
At Indeed.com/credit.
Go before lunch.
Sarusha's window washing business is reaching new heights.
Wipe, and let's roll.
They need more certified cleaners to keep online reviews crystal clear.
Team, I know we're hustling, but watch for streaks. Candace, can you give me a hand over here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
As a roofer, I've got a million things to do, and that's a million things that need to be done right. That's why I partner with Beacon. The team at Beacon makes sure my materials are delivered accurately and on time. And the Beacon Pro Plus app makes ordering the brands I depend on, like CertainTeed Landmark Pro, easier than ever. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through November, purchase CertainTeed through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $750. Beacon, always building.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS. The community calendar is sponsored by Jeff Hedberg Realtor. Visit lakehedberg.com. The First Christian Church of Eldon will host a ham and bean dinner on October the 19th. In addition to dine-in, carryouts will also be available. That's today's community calendar.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tony Tantillo, your fresh grocer. Today's tip of the day is going to be with the red Pluot plums. Now, we talked about the yellow variety Pluot plum, and to refresh your memory, a Pluot plum is a combination. It's a hybrid of an apricot and a plum together. And there's about 3 or 4 different varieties, but the 2 main varieties, the yellow and red, are the ones you see at the market the most. Now, the red variety, when you cut it in half, they have some white streaks in them inside. They are beautiful. It's like a painting. So when you buy them, the darker red they are around, the better they're going to be. You want to make sure they're free from any shriveling whatsoever. Now, when you bring them home, you don't want to store it in the refrigerator. What you want to do is store it on the counter. That way they'll ripen beautiful. When they're ready to enjoy, what you want to do is put them in the palm of your hand and give them a gentle squeeze. When they have a nice gift to them, that's when you're ready to enjoy these beautiful Pluot plums. And make sure you got plenty of napkins because they are so juicy and loaded with nutritional value. And I'm Tony Tantillo, your fresh grocer. For more information, go to TonyTantillo.com.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tony Tantillo. Have you ever tried Tantillo sauce? Well, let me tell you something. If you have, you know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't, you got to try it. Go to TantilloFoods.com. That's TantilloFoods.com for the most authentic Italian sauce you have ever had. It's like my mother or my grandmother making you sauce for your pasta at your house every night. That's how good it is. I stand behind it. It's all made in Italy, from the tomato fields of Parma to your house. That's TantilloFoods.com.
Mornings sound the same on your smartphone as it does on the radio.
I'm always smiling.
Your digital destination.
Wow, that's awesome.
Got our app? News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
All right, we've got 8:27 the time. We've got 47 degrees. We're on our way to a beautiful 70 degrees today. Sunny skies. Winds will be light and variable. Presently, we've got winds out of the southwest at 2 miles per hour. Relative humidity, 88%. Dew points at 39. And our sunrise was at 7:27. We'll set 6:30. And we have a window of daylight of 11 hours and 9 minutes. Well, tomorrow, it's another West Side Social, and that'll be at Red's Barbecue on Highway 5 at the north end of Laurie. Complimentary appetizers, the Lake's Best Networking starting at 5 o'clock. Everybody's welcome. You meet some new people, get business, no dues to pay. And that one is sponsored by Central Bank. West Side Socials are presented by News Talk KRMS. 93.5 rocks the lake. Classic Country 104.9 where we're banging the twang. And 98.7 The Cove and KRMS TV 32. So, by the way, new T-shirts are in. Come on up to the station. We ask that you only do one thing. We'll give you the shirt, but you got to wear it. That's what we ask. Got to wear it. And the KRMS ones are like a light ash gray. And, Tony Herman's coming in because he knows the hot list is here. So we're going to do that. But the KRMS ones are like a light gray. We've got 93.5 Rocks. That's called Berry. I think it's more raspberry, but the official title is Berry. 104.9, it is chocolate. And for the life of me, Tony, I can't remember what the Cove is. 98.7. Do you remember the color of the Cove? No. Oh, it's that gold. It's that gold color. Yeah,
it's gold.
It's gold, and then
I knew what it was.
Yeah, and TV 32 is blue.
Yeah, it's a good looking shirts out there. Just stop one of us, say, hey, let me have one of those, and we'll be glad to give you one.
Come in during office hours, 8:30 to 5, and we'll get you set up. And one, the only requirement is that you wear it. Tony's here for the hot list. President Joe Biden will visit Israel today, or actually tomorrow, as he tries to send a message of his administration's commitment to the Jewish state amid its war in Hamas. Anthony Blinken confirmed this visit yesterday, saying the visit will happen at a critical moment for Israel, for the region, and for the world. Should be quite interesting, Tony.
You know, we've sent a lot of people over there. The Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has been there. Blinken has now been there twice. And now, of course, the president is scheduled to go tomorrow as well. And so, very serious situation out there.
Very serious. The judge overseeing the federal election interference case on Monday issued a partial gag order for the former president, Donald Trump, for making statements about potential witnesses or disparaging comments about the prosecutors. How about, hey, judge, forget it?
I will actually have that cut here in just a little bit, where the president responded in only the way he can.
You just gotta love it.
And he didn't take it well.
No. Most California taxpayers will have another month before the deadline to file their 2022 taxes. They're going to give them to instead of October 16th to November 16th. So that's for that the Golden Bear State. Gas prices continue to fall. And except for one in Illinois, went up a penny. But so that's interesting. New colitis drug could be a game changer. The FDA has approved a new drug by Pfizer that's supposed to treat ulcerative colitis. Apparently, Valsipity has shown to be a pretty amazing results. But the question is, why are there so many colitis cases? Why are they increasing over the last 20 years? Interesting study.
Absolutely. That could be a good thing for a lot of Americans out there, and people across the world, I guess, that are suffering from that.
Yeah, Apple's going to start wirelessly updating sealed iPhones before a sale.
No kidding. That's interesting.
Well, shouldn't they already have the latest software when you get them? I mean, you would think that
surprisingly, they've the new one, which is pretty cool looking.
Titanium.
It's got some problems, and we're working to, as they say, update those.
All right, this is for you, Tony. The Silver Fox.
Mm-hmm.
People who straighten their hair may need to choose a new product after a proposed FDA ruling goes into effect. The action takes aim specifically at hair straightening products that contain formaldehyde.
Ooh.
That's to preserve your Silver Fox look.
It's what hair I have left is pretty straight.
M&Ms, if you're running out of M&Ms, there's always an emergency. They'll deliver it right to your door in less than an hour. This is for Halloween.
No kidding.
How'd they do that?
I don't know. I don't know.
Those little M&M characters come out to your door.
I'm probably not going to order it.
No, I don't think so either. According to the Storage Cafe analysis of the U.S. Census Bureau data, Americans are moving to Idaho more than any other state. Idaho. It's not Florida. It's not Texas. Idaho. Specifically, residents of Washington State, Colorado, and California are migrating to the Gem State.
It's a nice state. I've actually been there. It's
they want to get
very
potatoes.
Pretty state. I know the weather gets a little cold, but other than that, it's a very nice state.
The state's seeing a dip in residents: New York, Alaska, Illinois, California. None of those big surprises.
I think what's the common factor? What is the common factor in all those states? I mean, number one, it's probably high taxes and very, very liberal states.
All right, Tony, this is for us. A survey of 2,000 Americans found that 79% of men only see a doctor when something is severely wrong. 75% of women have not had a pap smear in 5 years. Only 48% have visited a physician for a physical in the past year.
Well, why would you go to the doctor unless you were sick? Of course.
I think I'll do a preventative. Oh, you look fine. Pay me $125. Thank you very much.
Why would you go unless you were severely sick?
Some reasons to avoid the doctor include time, pain, the money, and the dislike of being touched or examined. Say, ah.
I think, yeah. All those things I don't care for.
All right. Don't feel bad about your dad bod. New research suggests that women would rather marry you than some dudes with abs. The University of Arkansas asked a bunch of straight women, this is Arkansas here, who would rather have a fling than, so the title is, Women Prefer Flings with Buff Guys versus Marrying Them. No comment.
That one is, that one could go down a path very quickly. Although I have now woke up and I'm more of the dad bod guy.
All right. This one is quite interesting. This is like you couldn't. All right. Have you ever grabbed the wrong movie off the shelf, when you're renting it? Well, obviously.
Not in 20 years.
Obviously, a teacher in Miami Springs, a charter school, showed 20 minutes of Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. to a fourth grade class. The 2023 slasher film depicts Pooh and Piglet committing murder.
I feel a letter from administration coming soon.
He didn't stop the movie, and even though there are kids saying, "Hey, stop the movie. We want this to end," the school claims it has addressed the issue with the teacher, and a mental health counselor is on the way.
You ain't kidding. Always bring in the counselors. You can't go wrong bringing in the counselors.
Taco Bell launches build your own meal deal for build a meal for 4 people for $24.99.
Taco Bell for 4 people is $25, huh?
So it says. Wow. Hot Cocoa Oreos, they've returned for the holiday season. Hot Cocoa Oreos are made of traditional cocoa or cookie base filled with 1 layer of marshmallow cream, 2nd layer of hot cocoa flavored cream. That kind of messes up the Oreos, doesn't it?
Seems a little heavy to me.
Yeah. And 2 holiday season, my Mochi ice cream flavors are coming to freezer aisles. Cookie, man, they keep having all these weird flavors. What happened to basic, like Neapolitan? There's your 3.
That was living on the edge back in the day.
Remember?
I'm more of a vanilla guy.
You messed up my vanilla and chocolate, and you gave me. Oh, now coming in for the cookies and cream, we got Captain Bob.
Well, you were asking about the new T-shirts that we have out. They just got here.
Mm-hmm. Well, you already sold them out?
The Cove. You were asking about the Cove T-shirts?
Yes, we were, but we did have an answer.
Pumpkin spice.
I thought it was gold. I think that was last year's
last one.
Oh, okay, good.
Never mind.
Contact Captain Bob for all the latest and late news.
Hey, that is the last one. Yeah.
But they are in season.
They are in season.
We'll be
Got to have your pumpkin spice.
Oh, this is too much fun.
At KRMS, we understand the importance of breast cancer awareness. So we've teamed up with the Encore to celebrate survivorship at the Pink Out Party, October 21st. The fun begins with an auction and the Best Dressed in Pink contest. Plus, Madhouse Jackson will perform. Advance tickets and table sponsorships are available at lakeregional.givesmart.com or call 348-8222. Don't miss the Pink Out Party, October 21st at 6 p.m.
If the bank forecloses on your property and then sells it for much, much more than you owe, do they owe you the difference? You might be very amazed at the answer to this and other actual court cases that we'll explore together on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. I'm Curtis Howard. Join me here every day and be a part of it, and see if you agree with the judge. You might surprise yourself.
Point of Law. Weekday mornings at 7:35. Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway.
Hi, this is Jeff Smith with Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel. We're the Lake's full-service, one-stop printer that can handle all of your printing, custom apparel, and promotional product needs. From business cards to business shirts and bandanas to brochures, we can make you and your business stand out. Our in-house design team can put your imagination on paper, apparel, and or social media. State-of-the-art printing equipment gives you the highest quality finished products with a quick turnaround time. We have the best printing prices in town and can meet all of your printed needs, including rack cards, posters, and full-size banners. Our printed products are produced locally and support the Lake area. Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel is locally owned and operated in Osage Beach at 1140 Industrial Drive. Stop by and see us or give us a call at 348-5900 for a free quote. For all your printing needs, Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel are here to help you increase your reach.
CBS News Brief. Israel says Hamas is still holding nearly 200 hostages in Gaza. Karen Shem has just seen video of her 21-year-old daughter who was abducted at a music festival a week and a half ago.
This is a crime against humanity, and we should all gather and stop this terror and bring everybody back home.
Some hostages are believed to be in areas getting slammed by Israeli missile strikes. Village is flattened today in southern Khan Yunis, where thousands have been hoping to be allowed into Egypt. In Washington, lawmakers in the House are expected to vote again today on a new speaker. New York Republican Mark Molinaro says he's feeling more comfortable with the party's nominee, Jim Jordan.
He's assured me that members like me and the people I represent will have a voice at the table.
Jordan has the endorsement of former President Trump. CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. Crews from the Missouri Department of Transportation Central District will be busy again this week with several different projects still affecting the lake area. Area engineer Danny Rager says first and foremost, getting done with brush cutting will take top priority.
Good news is the new business, we are going to be cutting, weed eating and cutting some brush this week on 54 in Camden County, so we will be out there this week.
And when the brush cutting is done, MoDOT crews will hit the road to get ready for winter operations.
So you will see some MoDOT trucks loaded with our equipment and snow plows and some folks that are unfamiliar with our plows and the routes that they'll be assigned.
Finishing touches are also planned for other projects in the lake area. More details about the project are available on MoDOT's website. A public hearing and the first reading of an ordinance to consider a petition to allow the much-publicized Lakeport Village development to form a community improvement district highlights a relatively short agenda for this week's Board of Aldermen meeting in Osage Beach. The CID, if approved by the Board of Aldermen, will be used in part to help cover some of the project's estimated cost over the first 5 years, with the overall term of the CID to be in effect for a term of 27 years. The $300 million development is getting up in the area of Highway 54 and Jeffries Road. Other discussion items expected during the meeting will include park irrigation improvements, amending the city's peddlers and solicitors ordinance, and the purchases of a couple of pickup trucks. The Osage Beach Board of Aldermen meeting begins on Thursday at City Hall at 6 o'clock. When you see news happening, contact the KRMS newsroom at area code 573-317-TALK, or if you have any pictures or videos, you can send those to us by email at newsroom@krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Couples really enjoy the Driftwood Spa and Salon. Ron and Sue are regular once-a-month customers.
It's very relaxing. Everybody here has been great. My favorite is the massages. I feel invigorated, and I might be a bit tense when I first come in, but now I feel invigorated and relaxed.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
Baseball's postseason rolled on yesterday with a doubleheader in the LCS. The Texas Rangers are up 2-0 on the Houston Astros after a 5-4 win. Nathan Eovaldi, the winner. This despite Yordan Alvarez continuing his absolute tear. He homered not once but twice for the Astros. He has 6 home runs in 6 games so far this baseball postseason. He is on fire, but his Astros are down now 2-0 with Max Scherzer scheduled to start Game 3 for the Rangers. It was Game 1 last night in the NLCS and a home run barrage for the Phillies. Kyle Schwarber with a leadoff dinger. Bryce Harper, Nick Castellanos, they would go deep as well in the 5-3 Philly win. They have been red hot with the bats, and Zach Wheeler has been tremendous as the front man for that Philly rotation. He's 2-0 this postseason. The Phillies up now 1-0 on the Arizona Diamondbacks after that 5-3 victory. College football, Mizzou's Darius Robinson had a couple sacks, 2.5 tackles for loss, named the SEC's Defensive Player of the Week. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Finally, there's an app for your smartphone and computer built just for the Lake of the Ozarks. It's the LOZ app. Find the best in the local service industry for boats, cars, construction, realty, docks, dining, anything. It includes a map that shows where you are in the business you're looking for. The LOZ app features local news and events and your favorite radio and TV stations. You know who they are. Download the LOZ app at the App Store. Just search LOZ app and have everything Lake of the Ozarks in the palm of your hand.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunshine today with our high nearing 69. Clear skies overnight with a low around 48. Sunny and warmer on Wednesday with a high of 75. Then a chance for some rain showers Wednesday night, partly cloudy with a low around 50. Sunshine on Thursday with a high of 66 and clear with a low around 47 throughout Thursday night. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 70 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently it's 43 degrees.
More than a decade ago, millions happily submitted their DNA to 23andMe, hoping to get a glimpse of their ancestors. All of this was harmless fun until it suddenly wasn't. I'm Kim Commando, brought to you by T-Mobile. Their advanced network now goes farther than ever before. Visit T-Mobile.com/55 today. 14 million have shared their DNA with 23andMe, but sometime back in September, it was hacked. The hacker, who's probably outside the United States, is trying to sell the names and addresses of millions, especially Jews. Here's why you need to worry. Our southern border has been notoriously wide open. We know that terrorists have gotten into America. The FBI is now warning all Americans to be on alert for lone wolf terrorists, monsters who have been empowered by the attacks and murders in Israel. If you haven't given your data to 23andMe or another DNA site, don't do it now. It's just not safe. Hey, get Tech Smart the easy and fun way with my free newsletter and join over 600,000 at getkim.com. That's getkim.com. Bring smiles to all this year with Dell Technologies Gift Guide. Find the perfect gift for everyone on your list, including artists, entrepreneurs, students, streamers, and more. Visit Dell.com/gift guide for a carefully curated selection of the best tech, including innovative PCs like the XPS laptop, powered by the latest Intel Core processors. Plus, shop this season's top accessories. Visit Dell.com/gift guide to get a jump on your holiday gift list. That's Dell.com/gift guide. Ghosting, defined as a friend not responding to a text, or worse, a lover. Or you just read someone's social media post, but you never hit follow. Don't be a ghoster. Wherever you hang out on social media, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter, go to my profile and follow me. My posts are the best. You're going to sound smarter. You're going to know the moment a data breach happens. So where you're laying in bed tonight scrolling through your social media, you'll find me everywhere at Kim Commando. Remember, it's not Kim Kardashian. It's me, the other, smaller Kim.
Mornings sound the same on your smartphone as it does on the radio.
I'm always smiling.
Your digital destination.
Wow, that's awesome.
Got our app. News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Twelve minutes before the hour of 9 o'clock, 8:48 the time. We've got 48 degrees. We're on our way to a high of 70. Okay. The front office, they have given us more tickets to give away, and this is for Thursday night's show with the Handsome Heroes. And so the phone lines are open. And so if you want to win these tickets, then call us right now at 573-302-7000. Ladies, here's the description. Call us right now. Ladies, get ready for a night you won't forget. It's Ladies' Night Out on the 19th with Handsome Heroes at the Inn at Grand Glaze. The hottest men in uniform. It's a tribute show. Will leave you breathless, is what it says. Firefighters, the soldiers, these men know how to put on a show that's perfect for bachelorette parties, girls' night out, or just a fun night of entertainment. Learn more at the handsomeheroes.com website, or mark your calendars for this Thursday. Now, this is at the Inn at Grand Glaze, and so I'll tell you what, you're going to have fun. Here's what I have. I have 8 tickets in my hands, and I'll divide them up 4 by 2s, or I'll divide them at 4 and 4. So, ladies, if you say, hey, let's get some of the girlfriends together and let's do this thing, give me a call right now, and you can go to this show on Thursday. It's Thursday night, so gals, unless you are so locked into the football game, give us a call here, and then you can enjoy it. Watch Kara Foster call. She's not going to be one of the winners because she's with weatherology, and so you cannot be someone here. Okay, caller, you're on the air, and do you want the tickets?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Well,
I got a complaint.
Well, guess what? You've got about 10 seconds to get that complaint out because I've got Kara Foster coming up.
Okay. Well, I was wondering if you knew that in the town of Lori and surrounding it, they are allowing people to drive those side-by-sides. Now, they don't have a title. They don't pay taxes. And I don't think they should be on a state highway.
Well,
you don't have to pay taxes on them like we do on our cars.
Okay, time's up. I have to go to Care Foster. Okay, Care Foster, welcome back. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
All right. We're trying to give away some tickets to what they call the Handsome Heroes show at the Inn at Grand Glaze. It's for Ladies' Night Out.
Nice.
Yeah, nice.
That's pretty nice.
All right, so we have weather today, and today is National Pasta Day, something gaudy day, so wear something gaudy. I don't know what that means. Well, yes, I've seen people wearing gaudy, so I do know what that means. And you do too, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Okay, so National Mulligan Day, take a mulligan and move on. But we're not going to take a mulligan on this day because it's starting great.
It is. It's going to be a really, really nice day out. Sunshine, high of 69. Clear and 48 tonight. Sunny 75 into Wednesday. We do see a small chance for rain Wednesday night, dip down to 50. Sunny 68 Thursday, back up to 70. Sunny on Friday, and more of the same over the weekend. Sunny 72 Saturday and 74 and sunny on Sunday. So not changing too much, just that little chance of rain, and otherwise very nice and sunny. I'm meteorologist Kara Foster.
It sounds like a plan, Kara. Thank you so much. We'll catch you again tomorrow morning at 6:20.
You bet. I'll catch you then.
Kara Foster with Weatherology. Our news time is 8:52. We've got our trenders coming up, and Tony Herman with Morning Magazine. All for you yet this morning. We'll be back.
Georgia is the latest state to be on the lookout for escaped prisoners. 4 men escaped from a broken window through a cut fence at a prison, and one of them was behind bars for murder.
This is an all-hands-on-deck situation.
A $1,000 reward is being offered for information leading to their arrest. The United States fell behind the Netherlands, Australia, and Sweden for retirees.
What, so you want to retire?
We scored a C+, coming in 22nd out of 47 countries for retirement and lower than last year. The study shows that the U.S. doesn't do much for blue-collar workers, and even white-collar employees don't always have a 401k. Finally, Reese's might be in some hot water.
You're in trouble.
Many of the 2 peanut butter cup packages say that you can win $25,000 on the outside, and you have to open it for details. Inside, it says no purchase necessary. Sweepstakes contests cannot require a purchase, but Reese's says they followed the rules, and a consumer advocate wants all the packages recalled. That's what's trending. I'm Jen Clark.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
The community calendar is sponsored by RJ's Family Restaurant in Camdenton. Close to home, yet far from ordinary. Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton has just received the honor of being voted the best service department in Missouri. They're very proud of this honor and promise to continue to provide the best-in-class service to everyone in the lake area. They'll fix your car right the first time and get you back on the road ASAP. You're invited to come see why Hewlett has been voted #1 in service. Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton. See you soon.
Shop Hewlett. ShopHewlett.com.
The First Christian Church of Eldon will host a ham and bean dinner on October the 19th. In addition to dine-in, carry-outs will also be available. That's today's community calendar.
Mornings sound the same on your smartphone as it does on the radio.
I'm always smiling.
Your digital destination.
Wow, that's awesome.
Got our app? News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Well, it's hard to believe that Thanksgiving's 5 weeks away. Well, in just a couple of weeks, the St. Anthony Catholic Church, they're going to have their annual turkey dinner and country store. And that'll be on Sunday, November the 5th from 11 to 2. Eat in or carry out. And 1874 North Business Route 5 in Camdenton is their address. You get turkey, dressing, and all the trimmings. Dessert and beverage, adults $15, youth 5 to 11, $5, and children under 5 are free. Cash or check only, please. Make checks payable to St. Anthony Sisters in Christ. Tell you what, they make a great dinner. And you just want to get a hankering for some early Thanksgiving dinner. It's going to be on November the 5th at St. Anthony's Catholic Church. And, boy, that's a good deal right there, $15. You can't go anywhere for $15 and get a Thanksgiving dinner and friendly hospitality, and it benefits the St. Anthony Catholic Church. It probably just pays for just the food itself. So take advantage of that and head on over there. We've got to find out what's going to happen with Morning Magazine in 2 minutes.
Channel 32 KRMS TV is on the air everywhere, all over the Lake of the Ozarks, and it's free TV. 11 channels of free TV. There's something for everyone. Local lake news and national news, local sports, hit shows from every era, and so much more. All you need is an antenna to receive this digital superstation and watch these channels. 32.1, Cozy TV, network TV series from the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. 32.2, Real America's Voice. It's like Fox News. 32.3, One America's News, national news and commentary. 32.4, Gap TV, network entertainment series like Walker, Texas Ranger. 32.5, The Buzzer Channel, all game shows all the time. 32.6 is new to Channel 32. It's YTA, U2 America, entertainment talk shows, I Love Lucy, and a whole lot more. 32.7, Daystar, religious channel for all faiths. 32.8, Nost, nostalgic movies and series. 32.9, The Weather Channel. 32.10, The Country Music Channel, music videos from the greatest artists. 32.11, The KRMS Local Information Channel, featuring daily local talk shows, local news, local sports, city council meetings, and other local events. 11 channels, and it's all free. All you need is an antenna, which you can purchase at Walmart, Menards, or other stores for very little. Or if you need help, call the station at 348-2772. That's 348-2772. And we'll get you in touch with LO Volt Electronics or 21st Century Electronics that will hook you up for a discounted rate if you mention KRMS TV. Now, enjoy the lake's first over-the-air locally owned and operated TV station. You can also watch us on the KRMS TV Roku app or LOZ app or KRMS.TV. Channel 32 KRMS TV is free TV for you.
Well, we have Morning Magazine coming up in just a couple of minutes, and Tony Herman. Well, Tony, what do you have coming up?
We've got today's Congress Day, as we will start off the show with Congressman Mark Alford, and then we will be talking to Lake Ozark Police Chief Christensen, and then we'll follow up with Blaine Luptemeyer as well.
Ooh, all right, Blaine on the show. That's absolutely fantastic. I'll tell you what, have a great day out there, everybody. The sun is shining, and it's going to be a great day. Coming up after Morning Magazine, we've got Jimmy Fela. Then we have the Missouri Show, and then Dave Ramsey, and then our one and only Magic Mike. Mike Anthony in the afternoon, taking you through drive time. As busy as it gets here on the highways and byways, he'll get you through all the crashes. Boom! Well,
I'm Jeff Davis with Just a Thought. The insanity caused by the installed president would be a comedy if there were not so many tragedies caused by complete mismanagement of the border. If we were a smaller country with a smaller government, the American people would be storming the White House. But we're a big country, and some parts are not as affected as others. The installed president said the United States would soon be a minority white country. Some of the things he says makes him sound like a racist. With hatred of Donald Trump, he ended programs the former president enacted, including building the fence. Of course, the problem Biden created is blamed on Trump. It's really a sickness. But how bad can it get? Well, the New York mayor says New York is closed to more immigration. The wealthy governor of Illinois says they have to divert taxpayer funds for other programs to support illegal aliens, which they call migrants. Biden's claim of a white minority will come a lot faster with lack of enforcement of our immigration laws, if it doesn't destroy the country first. Just a thought. I'm Jeff Davis.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Victims of today's Israeli airstrikes on southern Gaza being treated at a crowded hospital in the Palestinian city of Rafah, where thousands have packed in, hoping to be allowed safe passage into Egypt ahead of an Israeli ground invasion. CBS's Linda Gradstein reports from Jerusalem.
You know, Gaza, there's really only two exits from Gaza, north to Israel and south to Egypt. That's the Rafah crossing. And so far, neither Israel nor Egypt has been willing to open that crossing. And there's something like 100 trucks of humanitarian aid waiting there and backed up.
President Biden is planning to fly out of Washington today for a rare wartime visit to Israel. The National Security Council's John Kirby tells CBS Mornings.
We're at a critical time here in what's going on with Israel, particularly for the humanitarian assistance front. And so the president believed that this was exactly the right time to go to get an update from Israeli officials about how things are going on the ground, what their intentions are going forward.
Hamas military wing claims an Israeli airstrike on the central Gaza Strip has killed one of its top militant commanders. We're learning more about a man who shot two Swedish soccer fans to death in Brussels. Correspondent Elaine Cobb is at the foreign desk.
A Belgian federal prosecutor said they don't believe this attack was linked to the war between Israel and Hamas. The attacker said on social media he wanted to take revenge on Sweden. There were several incidents there this summer where the Quran, the holy book of Islam, was burned.
After the shooting, officials shut down a Belgian-Sweden soccer match, stranding 35,000 fans inside for hours. It's been more than a day, and police in Georgia are still searching for four men who escaped from a jail in Macon. One of them was being held on a murder charge. Bibb County Sheriff David Davis.
These inmates were able to leave out from a day room window and run out through a break in the fence.
Safety regulators have opened an investigation into GM's self-driving car. The National Highway Transportation Safety Administration is worried the cruise doesn't do enough to protect pedestrians. There have been 4 reports of injuries and other near misses in San Francisco. 2 brothers from Sacramento, as well as their mother, have pleaded guilty to being part of a ring that shipped $600 million of catalytic converters from California to New Jersey. Jim Crisula.
Prosecutors say they were part of a national network of thieves, dealers, and processors who provided the stolen car parts to a metal refinery. 21 people have been charged in the case.
The Dow down 104. This is CBS News.
You need to hire? Indeed is with you every step of the way, helping you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. The issue of the U.S. border and illegal immigration comes to the forefront of a discussion on the KRMS Morning Magazine with Lake Area State Representative Lisa Thomas.
Finally, it seems like people are waking up and saying, gosh, maybe we shouldn't have an open border because, you know, some of the terrorists overseas probably already here. And the rest of us are saying, duh, we've been telling you that.
Thomas also says that it's almost impossible to know in reality how many have crossed over into the United States.
We know how many came in known, millions and millions, 6, maybe 7, just in the last 2 years. And while Border Patrol, who've really become social workers and administrators.
Thomas also agrees it's really too late and the focus now has to turn to vigilance and watching over our own borders in Missouri. There's going to be a bittersweet kind of party for a very worthy cause coming up this weekend in Lake Ozark. It's being called the Pink Out Party to help celebrate breast cancer survivorship. That's according to Trish Creech from Lake Regional's Health Foundation, who says more people are able to survive the disease thanks to funding and awareness. The Pink Out Party will include live music, an auction which is already online, and a contest for the best dressed couples wearing pink, with proceeds going to raise funds for local care. The party will run from 6 to 11:30 p.m. at the Encore Lakeside Grill and Sky Bar. More information about the event is available on Lake Regional's website. The Lake of the Ozarks Water Safety Council is putting a call out for those who want to help make a difference by becoming part of the council. A recruiting event being called Lunch and Learn is set for this morning at the Camdenton Chamber office with representatives from the Water Safety Council, the Chamber, the Water Patrol, and other agencies expected to be on hand. The Water Safety Council offers several different programs and activities to promote its mission, including the use of life jackets, a sober driver, boater education, and more. The get-together at the Chamber this morning will run from 11 a.m. till 12 noon. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Bescheiden Furniture. Get the best deals on our selection of Flex Steel recliners, reclining sofas, and love seats, along with bedroom and dining room furniture, many at special discounts. Great in-stock selection, plus Bescheiden Furniture can custom order with reasonable delivery times. And they offer free delivery on company trucks to the entire lake area. See why Bescheiden continues to be the favorite family furniture store for 77 years and 3 generations. Take the little drive to Bescheiden Furniture on South Highway 5 in Versailles, or visit FurnitureAtTheLake.com.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunshine today with our high nearing 69. Clear skies overnight with a low around 48. Sunny and warmer on Wednesday with a high of 75. Then a chance for some rain showers Wednesday night, partly cloudy with a low around 50. Sunshine on Thursday with a high of 66 and clear with a low around 47 throughout Thursday night. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 70 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently it's 46 degrees.
It's time for your insect education.
Fact 1.
Spiders and other pests are cold-blooded.
Fact 2.
They don't like to be cold outside.
Fact 3.
They're smart, and they can find the tiniest little hole in your house to get inside where it's warm.
Fact 4.
When they're warm, they breed. Now you have bugs everywhere. The facts are clear. You should call All-American Termite and Pest Control for an interior and exterior spray and live comfortably this winter. Call 346-4830 or visit their website, bugsfearus.com. At KRMS, we understand the importance of breast cancer awareness. So, we've teamed up with the Encore to celebrate survivorship at the Pink Out Party, October 21st. The fun begins with an auction and the Best Dressed in Pink contest. Plus, Madhouse Jackson will perform. Advance tickets and table sponsorships are available at lakeregional.givesmart.com or call 348-8222. Don't miss the Pink Out Party, October 21st at 6 p.m. Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
Join KRMS for our West Side Social on Wednesday, October 18th at Red's Barbecue on Highway 5 at the north end of Laurie.
Enjoy complimentary appetizers and the lake's best networking starting at 5 p.m. Everyone's welcome. Meet great people, get new business, and there are no dues to pay.
The social on October 18th is sponsored by Central Bank. Visit centralbank.net.
West Side Socials are presented by News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9, 98.7 The Cove, and KRMS TV 32.
If the bank forecloses on your property and then sells it for much, much more than you owe, do they owe you the difference? You might be very amazed at the answer to this and other actual court cases that we'll explore together on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. I'm Curtis Howard. Join me here every day and be a part of it, and see if you agree with the judge. You might surprise yourself.
Point of Law. Weekday mornings at 7:35. Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway.
The views expressed during this program are not necessarily those of the staff and management of Viper Broadcasting. Please limit your calls to 1 per hour. Live from Studio C, it's the KRMS Morning Magazine. Your phone calls are welcome at 573-302-7000 or call toll-free 1-866-372-1270. Now, here's hour number 1, the KRMS Morning Magazine on News Talk 1150, KRMS, and 97.5 KRMS FM.
Good morning. This is the Tuesday edition of Morning Magazine. It's October 17th. We're at 49 degrees today. We're going to get to a high of 70, so it looks like fall is definitely here as well. And this 9 o'clock hour is sponsored by Central Ozarks Medical Center. That's COMC. Visit centralozarks.org or give them a call at 877-406-COMC. Your health is their mission. Locations in Laurie, Osage Beach, Camdenton, Eldon, and Richland. You know, COMC is offering a free flu fair during the month of October. No appointments necessary. The free vaccine is available for all community members 6 months of age or older. Help protect yourself and your family this season. Go to centralozarks.org for details and locations. You know, that caring staff at Central Ozarks Medical Center believes everyone deserves access to high-quality health care. Central Ozarks Medical Center, your health is their mission. You know, it's a busy day in Washington, and we've got our congressman, one of our congressmen from the 4th District, that is Mark Alford. We're going to bring him in at this time. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Tony. How are you today?
Well, I'm like most of America. I'm sitting here wondering if today is the day that we will have a speaker and get back to the people's business.
Well, I'm certainly hoping and praying so. I'm in my office right now on the 5th floor of Longworth, and in less than 2 hours, we'll go to the floor. We'll say a prayer. We'll say a pledge. We'll do a quorum call, roll call, and once we have a quorum established, we will have nomination speeches for Jim Jordan, and then we will vote him in as the next Speaker of the House, and I'm proud to support him. You know, our district wanted him in last January, but he wasn't running, and he was supporting Kevin McCarthy. Now that he's running, we are for Jim Jordan.
You know, I like Jim Jordan. When I saw the two names, first of all, I was not for the removal of McCarthy, but when I saw the two names, I'm like, let's pick one of these two and get going again. But as everyone knows, it didn't work quite that smoothly, as Scalise won the initial vote inside the caucus there, but then he backs out because he did not have the votes. Jim Jordan have the votes today?
Well, that's a good question. I think there's about 8, possibly 10 holdouts that he is still trying to get on board. The problem has been, though, that when we have been in conference voting, these have been secret ballot votes, and so no one knows the opposition. He gets the numbers. He had 55 who said on Friday that they would not support him on the floor, and so that's why we went back to our districts, and he spent time here in D.C. trying to whip those votes and find out how they could come alongside of those people who were held out. I do believe there's between 8 and 10 now. But now, once we get on the floor and we start voting, everyone's vote will be made public. And so I think pressure will start to build. I'm hoping it does not take 15 votes like it did with Kevin McCarthy. We may see 5 to 6 rounds of votes before Jim Jordan is elected Speaker.
Why? Why are the 8 to 10 holding out?
Well, for various reasons. Some are still supporting McCarthy. Some are still supporting Scalise. Some of our members in New York are moderates. They have won in Biden districts. In fact, there are 18 members of Congress on the Republican side who actually won in Biden districts, and Biden won as president. And so they have different concerns. They might feel that Jim Jordan's a bit too conservative. And he is very conservative. He is prosecuting the conservative agenda, and that's why I like him. He aligns so much with what I believe in and our district believes in, that he is going to prosecute, as he has done on the Judiciary Committee, is going to prosecute the conservative agenda on the House floor. And we are ready for that in America.
You know, Congressman, I really like where Jim Jordan currently is. Now, if he moves into the Speaker role, I just hate to see him lead those committees.
Well, I do too. But we have strong bench strength. Darrell Issa,
good man,
is one of them. Mike Johnson, the vice chair for the Republican conference, another very strong Christian, very, very headstrong, and I think he would do a good job as well. I'm not here to nominate anyone for that position as chair, but we do have people that can fill Jim Jordan's shoes. Now, will they be Jim Jordan? No. There's only one Jim Jordan. But we do have people ready to fill in that gap, to keep after the Biden impeachment inquiry and to keep after the investigation of the Biden crime family.
But Jim Jordan, does he have the ability to unite not only the Republican, but to reach out? I mean, I remember when you have Hakeem Jeffries talking about unifying the party. When you have Hakeem Jeffries talking about how we need to get back to the people's business, Republicans, they need a speaker.
Me too. And, that's one of the frustrating things for me, to be quite honest with you, Tony. I didn't come here, I didn't give up my career to be stuck in this quagmire in January for Kevin McCarthy and now this. We have wasted 2 precious weeks. We have the continuing resolution, which expires 1 month from today. Mm-hmm. And I'm not inclined to vote for another CR. That is not the way we need to be doing business. We need to get our house in order, get a Speaker of the House, support Israel with the funding and resolutions they need. We need to secure our border. We need to get these 8 appropriation bills passed in record fashion time. We don't have time to mess around.
Absolutely, we do not. I mean, we just as you alluded to, you didn't allude to it. You said we have wasted 2 weeks on this. We have a lot of serious issues, and of course, one that I don't think anyone saw coming. Of course, is now this situation in Israel.
Yeah, and I tell you what, my heart just aches for the people of Israel. The family members who have been affected tragically, their family members butchered before their very eyes. We have to stand strong with Israel. We are. This office is. Our constituency is. And I want everyone out there to know that Hamas is not a militant group. They are terrorists. They need to be wiped off the face of the earth, and we stand behind whatever it takes to do that.
Yes, I truly believe that as well. And I jumped over there. I want to stay with the speaker position just a little bit longer. If it's not going to be Jim Jordan, who's it going to be?
Well, there are several names that have come up. Kevin Hearn's a strong possibility. He's the chair of the Republican Study Committee and a friend of mine. Jody Arrington, who's the chair of the Budget Committee, brilliant mind. He has a plan. I'm looking at it right now on my desk. It's called Reverse the Curse. It's a 10-year plan to get a balanced budget back in America. He's doing amazing work. I think there are several people who could, if Jim Jordan does not get this position, could step forward. We'll see what happens today. I'm sticking with Jim Jordan. I think he is the best hope. He was a wrestling coach. Mm-hmm. And last night in conference, some analogies came up. We need a coach right now. We need someone who can inspire and unify. And I know Jim Jordan is that man.
Can he inspire in private when he talks to the party?
Oh, he did last night in our conference. I mean, he's taking the same tact to some degree that Kevin McCarthy had, and you have to when we only have a 5-seat majority. You've got to listen. You've got to absorb. You've got to reflect and respond in a compassionate manner to this diverse conference who are coming from all different parts of the country and have different needs for their districts. And so as a speaker, you take on this new role. You're not just for your district, not just for your 250,000 people who you represent. You are helping others get elected and reelected and hopefully build our majority. I'm concentrating right now on hanging on to our majority with what's going on. I know that Jim Jordan can do that.
What do the majority of the party, of the representatives on the Republican side, think about this situation?
The quagmire that we're in for Speaker?
Yes.
Well, I think most of us are ticked off. I almost said something else you can't say on radio. Mm-hmm. I think most of us have had it. I feel like you remember the movie Groundhog Day with Bill Murray. I feel like we're trapped in that, and every day I'm waking up. It's the same old thing, and we have these conference meetings, and we go to these private conference meetings, and now people are leaving their phones outside, which is good. It doesn't get leaked out. We have a pledge, a prayer, a pledge. They feed us, and then people get up and give the same speeches for an hour and a half about how frustrated they are. People are frustrated because a monkey wrench has been thrown into this machine, and it has clogged it up, and we're unable to move forward. And we see that there is a way out, but people are going to have to give up their personal petty grievances that they've held for years, even before I got here, and get on board with team play. This is a team sport. It doesn't mean compromising your values, but it does mean realizing what other people need and try to meet those needs.
Absolutely. We're going to go ahead and take our first break. After the break, we're going to shift gears and talk about many of the other issues that are occurring around our world with Mark Alford, Congressman from the 4th District.
Visit Indeed.com/credit.
They're negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client, maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family. Search engines don't always get it right, but right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
Finally, there's an app for your smartphone and computer built just for the Lake of the Ozarks. It's the LOZ app. Find the best in the local service industry for boats, cars, construction, realty, docks, dining, anything. It includes a map that shows where you are in the business you're looking for. The LOZ app features local news and events and your favorite radio and TV stations. You know who they are. Download the LOZ app at the App Store. Just search LOZ app and have everything Lake of the Ozarks in the palm of your hand.
Osage Nation is proud to announce their sponsorship for Martin Scorsese's newest movie, Killers of the Flower Moon. Osage Casino Hotel has reserved Eagles Landing Cinema on Friday, October 20th at 7 p.m. for the movie premiere. This exciting event is free of charge for residents of Lake of the Ozark. Tickets are limited and on a first-come basis. Tickets may be picked up beginning October 16th, 4 p.m. to close at Eagles Landing Cinema. Enjoy the Killers of the Flower Moon movie premiere, sponsored by Osage Nation and Osage Casino Hotel.
Now's a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. LakeJob.com is your one-stop shop for finding job openings and long-term rental housing in the Lake area. The best part is it's completely free. These sponsors make LakeJob possible. JDEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting, First State Bank Mortgage Team Lassen, All-Phase Heating and Cooling, Keys to the Lake, and Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimes Corp. LakeJob.com is a service of News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9 and 98.7 The Cove.
This is the Morning Magazine on News Talk KRMS.
And we're speaking with Congressman Mark Alford from the 4th District. And we want to bring him back on. Thank you for holding, sir. I know it's a busy day.
Thank you, Tony. We're kind of in a holding pattern, so I'm glad to speak with you. And I know that you've got a great listening audience, and I'd like to hear from them as well on what they want to see us doing up here in Washington.
And if you do have a statement, give us a call, 573-302-7000. The president is leaving for Israel tomorrow. Why is the administration not talking more about Iran and its role?
That's a very good question. This president has shown weakness on the world stage. He did it with Afghanistan, the way he left 13 of our service members there to die and abandon our allies. He's done it with our economy. He's done it with our border. He's done it with Iran, trying to reestablish relationships with them, unfreezing $6 billion that we know may not have gone directly from this bank account to them, but it certainly freed up money in their budget to where they were able to fund more terrorism like we just saw 2 weeks ago. And now for him to go over and try to, I don't know what role he's going to try to play over there. I certainly hope it's not to try to talk Netanyahu out of this sweep into Gaza. They've got to get in there and clean out the rat's nest. And that's basically what's there. They are encouraging the citizens to move down to the southern part, hoping to get Egypt to open their gates to allow the people in the Gaza Strip entry into Egypt. But they've got to go in there and clean that out once and for all. Every time that Israel has given land to the Palestinians, they have used it to try to turn back on Israel, to build bombs, to build weaponry, to build tunnels, to bring Israel down. Israel wants to be at peace, and that's all they've been asking for.
You know, I don't believe it will be possible to be able to talk Netanyahu back from attacking. I think he has to at this point. I don't see him changing. But this this new warfare of taking the hostages and then showing them being tortured, mutilated, killed, and beheaded, I think is a terrible thing.
Well, it's barbaric. It's not just inhumane, it is unhuman. Mm-hmm. These are animals, and they've got to be dealt with as such. And look, I know there's some people trying to draw some moral equivalency between the Palestinians and Israel. There is no comparison. And I do believe in free speech, but I don't believe in hate speech. And when you're trying to build the people of Palestinian, those people up, and tear Israel down and what they stand for, I think that's hate speech.
Yes, sir. We've actually got a call. Let's go straight to them if we can, and we will get them on.
Hello.
And hold on there. Oh, lost everybody there. Go ahead and give us a call back, and we'll certainly get to those questions. On my wonderful phone skills, I actually cut off the congressman, so we'll get him back on as well. And there he is. And
hey, this is Mark.
Sorry about that. You know how it is, sir. You know how it is.
Did I miss a question from someone?
Everybody, here we go. Go ahead. You're on with the congressman.
Yes, with all that's going wrong since the Biden administration has taken over, is anyone, even in private, asking the question, is this Biden administration destroying the country on purpose?
Well, that's a very good question. I have said from the outset, I mean, even during my campaign, even before that, when I was on the news, I would not necessarily say this on TV, but to my friends and family and those who would listen, I would hate to think that a president of the United States is intentionally trying to destroy a country, which he is the president of. But there is something going on with this administration. And I think it goes back to Obama, him wanting to bring hope and change. And we've seen what that hope and change means. We know that Obama is pulling the strings on this president, has been. That's why he didn't leave Washington. That's why he still has a residence here. That's why Susan Rice was involved in the Biden administration, the former national security advisor to President Obama. And so when you look at what this president has done to destroy our fossil fuel industry, to bring back record inflation that we hadn't seen for 40 years, to allow 7 million illegal aliens into our country, to really facilitate the deaths of more than 100,000 people last year of our fellow citizens through fentanyl poisoning. Mm-hmm. It makes one wonder, what is the end game with this president and this administration and the progressive, woke, broke liberal crowd that is trying to make Marxism and socialism acceptable and teach our young children that capitalism is evil. It makes you wonder what their motivation is.
You mentioned Obama. Okay, who has always been Obama's mentor since he came from Hawaii under the mentorship of Frank Marshall Davis? Do you know the person's name?
Who?
Bill Ayers.
Bill Ayers, yes, from the Weather Front or whatever that organization was.
The Communist Weather Underground, and in his Prairie Fire Manifesto that he published in 1974, he swore that when he gained control of the government, he would kill off 25 million Americans who wouldn't be able to make it through his re-education camps. Now, he's been behind Obama ever since he came to the mainland from Hawaii. And if you read the 45 goals of the Communist Party USA, you'll see that they're following those goals almost exactly, leading toward the destruction of this country.
Well, Caller, you're onto something. We need to be vigilant. I think the first step, Tony, is we need to wake up in America, and I know your listeners are.
Yes.
They're very astute and very in tune to what's going on. But that is not the majority of America. The majority of America is worried about what's on TikTok. They're worried about Taylor Swift being at the Chiefs game. They don't have a clue as to how close we are to going over the edge as a nation. And that is part of my job. That's one reason I think God sent me here to this office, is try to wake people up.
Congressman, our own Ken Kenzie is in studio, and he has a question.
Hi, Mark. Listen, I want to ask you one question. It has to do with radio, and I know you're passionate about it, et cetera. But the AM for Radio Act, for all EV Act, that's in Congress right now, and I think in the Senate as well. Do you have maybe an update as to where that stands at this point, what you may know about it?
I don't. I know we've signed on to that. It should go before the committee, I think, Energy and Commerce. But, everything's, unfortunately, is at a standstill right now. We just can't do anything. We can't. I'm supposed to be on the conference committee as a freshman, which I'm very honored to be on, for the National Defense Authorization Act, and we're going to be meeting with the Senate. But we can't do that right now. And so it's like we're stuck in quicksand. And so I don't have an answer for you, but it is very important that we keep AM radio alive. It is a conduit, not just for conservative talk, but for freedom-loving people everywhere.
Yeah, there's a lot of money been spent by much of Congress for stations in case there is an emergency, et cetera, and God knows we're getting close to one of those possibly.
Very close.
So, thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey, let's keep in touch. I'll let you know how things go. If we need to do an update later in the week, let's do it. I appreciate you and your viewers, Tony, or your listeners.
Thank you. And that is Congressman Mark Alford from the 4th District. Says it could happen today. Hopefully it does. We need a speaker. We're going to be right back with Morning Magazine and Lake Ozark Police Chief Christensen.
Join KRMS for our East Side Social on Wednesday, October 25th at Lake Billiard Sports Bar and Grill in Osage Beach.
Enjoy complimentary appetizers and the lake's best networking starting at 5 p.m. Everyone's welcome. Meet great people, get new business, and there are no dues to pay.
The social on October 25th is sponsored by Celerity Media Group, marketing for today's world.
East Side Socials are presented by News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9, 98.7 The Cove, and KRMS TV 32.
AOK RVs has American Landmaster utility vehicles in stock and ready to go. These workhorse utility vehicles are built in the USA and are designed to haul, tow, and transport everything you need to get the job done. Choose from 2, 4, and 6-seaters with power steering, 4-wheel drive, winches, dump beds, and more. American Landmaster. It's better when it's American made. Get yours today at AOK RVs in Laurie.
At the Lake of the Ozarks. AOKRVs.com.
Rabbit season, duck season, rabbit season, duck season.
It's Medicare season, and this is Laura Paretic at Capricorn Insurance Agency, LLC in Laurie, Missouri. Now is the time when you can review or change your plans for the upcoming year. So whether you're new to Medicare or a seasoned beneficiary, I'd be happy to help you make sure you have the right plan to fit your needs. You can reach me at 573-207-8178 or on the web at www.capricorninsurance.net. We are not endorsed nor affiliated with any government agency.
The next generation of streaming is here. Introducing Spectrum One Stream, bringing together internet, advanced Wi-Fi, mobile, and now TV with the all-new Xumo Stream Box. Get fast and reliable internet for $49.99 a month, free advanced Wi-Fi, a free unlimited Spectrum mobile line, and a free Xumo Stream Box when you add Spectrum TV. Spectrum One Stream. It's streaming simplified. Visit Spectrum.com or a Spectrum store for details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
Your health, their mission. When visiting your provider is more than just an appointment, they listen,
They care. Central Ozarks Medical Center believes everyone deserves access to high-quality health care. They accept patients with Medicaid managed care and Medicare Advantage, also known as Medicare Part C. If you're an existing patient of COMC, their team can help you complete paperwork and answer questions. Central Ozarks Medical Center has locations in Laurie, Osage Beach, Camdenton, Eldon, and Richland. Visit centralozarks.org.
Oh, the dreamy life, where I hop in the car and we pull up to this magical place. It's called Susan's Pet Grooming. They have smooches for pooches.
What a good boy.
Oh, I love it there. You never know how great a grooming feels to us pups. We get our nails done, our fur is all clean and trim, even our ears too. Heck, Susan's Pet Grooming might as well be dog heaven. If you're gonna be gone for a day, drop your pooch off and get them back cleaned and fluffed. Why don't you call Susan at Susan's Pet Grooming? Your best friend will love it here.
Call Susan's Pet Grooming for boarding, for bathing, for grooming and fluffing, and of course, for lots of love. 1 mile down D Road behind Hy-Vee. Call Susan's Pet Grooming, 552-6301. Susan's Pet Grooming, voted best groomer at the lake. And be sure to ask about doggy daycare, 552-6301.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
This is the Morning Magazine on News Talk KRMS.
We appreciate Congressman Mark Alford coming on and give us an update on what is expected to happen today, as the Republicans need a speaker. And I, unlike the congressman, I'm not as optimistic that it's going to happen today, but I would certainly be happy if it did, if we got back to the people's business. That's you and me. If Congress got back to the business and got some things accomplished. But you know, just because the world is crazy, Lake Ozark's pretty good. And we've got Police Chief Christensen in, and thank you for coming in, sir.
Hey, thanks for having me, Tony. I know you reached out to me a couple weeks ago, and I was just busy from a busy
I get it.
summer at the lake. So,
you know, and that's exactly what the purpose of this interview is, just to do a recap of the summer. I thought it went well.
Yeah, so do I.
And I thought there was plenty of opportunities for things to go awry, as they say, but I thought everything ran smooth this summer, and all the different events and the stress that puts on you and, of course, your staff.
Yeah, I mean, the lake is great. We keep getting busier and busier. The summer season is obviously busy for everybody, and especially Lake Ozark. It seems to be the hub of a lot of great events. So kudos to my staff for putting in the long hours, putting up with the adjustments and schedules, and making sure that the residents and visitors alike are at Lake of the Ozarks, the Strip area, having a good time, enjoying their vacation, the summer, and they're able to do it because of the staff.
You know, we were talking before we went on air, and we were talking about the events going smooth, and I do believe they went smooth. Of course, you're going to have, you're going to have a situation in every event out there, but for the most part, I thought the summer went well. And you talked about the majority of people coming down here do want to come down here, have a good time, but there's that small group of people that you get to meet and give them a tour of the facility.
Yeah, unfortunately, that does happen. You know, people come down and they maybe have a little bit too good of a time.
Yes.
But we always encourage them. You know, we've got a good relationship with a lot of the, Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, the other agencies that are out there providing, safe transportation to and from. So we try to encourage them to utilize those services there. So come on down, have a great time. Just don't get in your vehicle and drive back to where you're staying or back to your vacation home.
We do. I remember the days where Uber was one driver. I remember when they were none. And then we had one or two on the weekends, things like that. Now we do have, I guess, a large number of those. What large would mean, I got no idea. But, and so you do have an opportunity not to take the chance and drive.
Right. And we do see that. We see that a lot with people just coming down. And I think the biggest issue they have is we remind them, hey, don't wait to the very end of the night to be looking for your ride, because so is everybody else. So we find out that some of them are waiting a half hour, 45 minutes, maybe even an hour on a holiday weekend for an Uber ride. So we encourage them to get on top of that right away and get their rides arranged.
Now, there's a couple of questions out there, of course, that have been asked, and people, will bring up points and different points. One is the during Bike Fest would be the big tower that was brought in, and the situation. How did that come about?
From doing large events back in the Chicagoland area where I was from, presence is a huge thing. So we wanted to show our presence to make sure everybody knew we were here to have a safe event. We were prepared in case anything happened. The tower was offered by a sheriff's office up around Jeff City to bring it down, and I took advantage of that, thinking that if we needed it, it was an advantage point we would have to get up in that tower, be able to look around and access the situation. Because if you don't go down to Bike Fest, you're not familiar with the layout. Mm-hmm. A lot of the establishments, bars will put up a tent out in front, which is great. Nice covered area, some seating. The open containers allowed at that time, a special event. The city does allow open containers. So it makes it hard for us to walk on the street level and see in, and even just for a few feet up, we can't really see underneath the tent. So for everybody's safety, when the tower was offered, I thought it was a great idea that we could have a different vantage point if we needed it.
So the city doesn't own it?
Correct. The city does not own it.
Gotcha. And so that, I mean, once again, if you don't go down there, you don't know the large number of people that are there. And when you can get above there, and now you can, instead of just seeing from you to whatever crowd is in front of you, now you can scan where that was sitting, probably close to the dam, up another 100, 200 yards.
Yeah, you could see. And I was very careful. I met with the event organizer and made sure that he was very well aware of our plans, because it is his event. When people have large events like that, they actually technically lease that area from the city. So it's his area to have his event. So I worked very closely with Jason, making sure he was apprised of what was going on. He was comfortable where the equipment was at, and he knew why I was doing it. And he appreciated that.
Then, of course, someone looked up one day and saw cameras on all the utility poles out there, and then next thing you know, that discussion was everywhere in town.
Yeah, years ago, I guess Ameren was able to get some cameras on the dam, and we had access to those. But the interesting thing about Ameren is the dam is not actually in the city of Lake Ozark. Mm-hmm. So it's a whole separate entity. We had access to the cameras at one point in time. We do not anymore. So I thought that was kind of interesting that the news article that was posted on social media was from years ago.
Up and down the strip.
Yeah, that had nothing to do with what was currently there. So we did add cameras this year. We did do that. And that was done, I probably in May. So it's kind of interesting that it took people all the way till September to notice the cameras.
Well, sometimes we don't always pay attention.
Right.
But when we do,
yeah,
we have questions.
Yeah.
I do remember in the early 2000s, mid 2000s, I guess would probably be more accurate. At one time, the police department did have access to, they would come across the bridge, it would take a picture of the car, take a picture of the plate.
Yeah.
But you're saying that is no longer?
No, we do not have that. And the cameras that are closer to the establishments right now are not our cameras. They were given to Mid-Mo Drug Task Force, and then they put them up and they gave us access to them. So they're not even cameras that are owned by the city or by the police department. And I know that the plate reader question was out there, license plate reader. They are just regular surveillance cameras, no different than the spider net work that's out there. So I find it interesting that people want to make some statements about the cameras, but when you go look at the spider network, a lot of the lake area bars have cameras that are pointed right at their door that you can go on your phone right now and look at, and you can see into the public street. You can You can see a lot of stuff, and my cameras aren't accessible to the public because they're not mine. So there's none of that information is getting out that's captured on those cameras.
I mean, clarity is good. I mean, clarity is good, as you know, because rumors go rampant when there is no explanation or detail of the situation. And so those cameras were placed once again by who, and they're maintained by who?
They were purchased through the Drug Task Force. So it's called Mid-Mo is what we use, and then they were put up, and we were given access to them.
Okay. And so, but other than that, life is good, isn't it?
Yeah,
You've been here a year. You've done almost a year.
Almost a year. Yep.
Yeah, I remember in winter, the first time we met, you were down the street still, and and so it's good summer, seeing things. How's the department running? What's your evaluation?
You know, I've made some changes. Like I said, I told you when we first met, working on the policy manual, so I'm working through that. We're looking at the evidence room, just kind of straightening up some of the procedures there. Staffing for police just nationwide is just always an issue. So just hired a full-time person yesterday, a part-time person as well. I've got 2 interviews today. So we're hoping to kind of amp up our staffing through the winter, get people trained. And then I'm working with another local agency that's far enough away from the lake, but is willing to work out some agreement potentially with us for some part-time officers to come down on the holiday weekends and the summer weekends. We just know we're going to be busy. I mean, these events just, I mean, Bike Fest for me was 86 hours.
Yeah, I bet.
It just didn't stop. And that was just my time at the station was 86 hours. Wasn't including the phone calls and all the pre-scheduling of everything. So it's a long season. But overall, I mean, we've got a bunch of new equipment. City's been very supportive of the change that I'm making, and we're progressing nicely as an agency.
But you know, I interviewed a majority of chiefs throughout the area here, and your department is different. Even though they're right next door, your department is different in the fact that you have the Strip and you have those events that take place there, and you need. I don't know the number, but you'll have to tell me. You need this amount of officers in season, and then sometimes that number could go down in the winter.
And that's the balancing act. Is in season's much different than off the season. So I'm trying to find that balance and looking at part-time officers as well. But I'm always cautious with the part-time, with the balance of the commitment to the agency and when I need them, and making sure that they're committed to work the hours that we really need them to work for us.
You know, the thing about part-time, and I support that if that's what's needed, but are they fully trained to the way we want them to do the job?
Yeah, the part-time officer I just got is with a local sheriff's office, 25 years background. He just wanted some part-time work. So I feel that I vetted him, and he's a good fit. And it's a vetting process. I've told my staff I'm not just taking anybody to give them a badge and a gun and have them show up 3 times a year and work for us. There's commitment in my new general orders. It's probably going to be 3 shifts a month that they need to work. That way they're fresh. They got to stay up on their training. We're stepping up our training game with our range, rapid deployment, just trying to get the guys, like going to the range and just qualifying it is one thing, but actually doing some qualifications while you're moving, working together, transitioning from the rifle to the taser to the handgun, just skills that most agencies don't do. So we're working on getting that up and running in the next couple months.
Update us on the dog.
The dog is here, but it's in training, so we should be deploying that dog the first part of December. So our Corporal Harvey is with the dog right now. The dog's name's Donzie, and they're busy training.
And now, is that officer, were they hired for that position, or was that just an officer already with us?
Corporal Harvey was working with us already about 3 days a week, so not quite full-time. When I got back, we talked about a K-9 program, met with the city administrator, the board, and the board decided to move forward with a dog. So then Corporal Harvey agreed to come on full-time to be a corporal and our K-9 handler.
And just like everything else, the dogs can be very confusing as well, because there are different types. There are those that sniff, and then there are those that chase down the bad guys, and those are often not the same dog.
we went ahead with a full-purpose patrol dog, so that way we figured that was the best training of the dog. And Corporal Harvey and I talked at length that we definitely want the dog to be going into the school and being around the kids and having that interaction with the community. So we were very careful in him selecting the dog that we feel will be the best fit for that. Because there's some canine dogs out there that are not super friendly. So we wanted to make sure we had a good working dog and also a good community dog.
Absolutely. And we're talking with Lake Ozark Police Chief Christensen. And if you have a question, comment, 573-302-7000. We're going to be right back after this break. This is Morning Magazine. I'm Tony Herman, and this is KRMS, 1150 AM, 97.5, 103.3 FM. And, of course, you can download the app or watch everything we do on the Lake Ozark app as well.
Borrowers have had their monthly payments miscalculated. The pause on repayments that started during the pandemic ended 2 weeks ago, and hundreds of thousands of borrowers were asked to pay more than what they normally would.
I'm now in more debt than the amount of money I've ever had in my pocket.
The Department of Education has reached out to its loan servicers to correct the payments. About 24 animals are being taken off the list of endangered species, but not because there's more of them. They're actually extinct. Basically, federal protections came too late to save them. The list includes 10 birds, 11 sea creatures, and 1 mammal, and 8 of the species were all found in Hawaii. Finally, one man's trash is another man's treasure. A miniature model of an X-Wing fighter from the original Star Wars movie has just sold on the auction block for $3.1 million. It was found in a box in packing peanuts in the garage of a visual effects artist who worked on the movies. He died last year. That's what's trending. I'm Jen Clark.
Get 11% off everything at Menards. Get peace of mind with our great selection of motion sensing security lights. Lithonia Lighting's LED security lights are a durable, long-lasting, bright, and energy-efficient option for your home or business. All stock Lithonia security lights are on sale. Get a dual-head outdoor security floodlight for $24.99 after 11% rebate. Good through October 22nd. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards. No pressure, low prices.
Hi, this is Jason at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton. I want to tell you about our award-winning collision repair department. We can repair any make or model and make it look like new. Our staff is second to none and works hard to get you back on the road as fast as possible. We offer free transportation for your convenience and peace of mind during the repair. Come see us today for all of your collision repair needs at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton.
No pressure, low prices. That's the way we do it. Shop Hewlett.
ShopHewlett.com. AOK RVs has American Landmaster utility vehicles in stock and ready to go. These workhorse utility vehicles are built in the USA and are designed to haul, tow, and transport everything you need to get the job done. Choose from 2, 4, and 6 seaters with power steering, 4-wheel drive, winches, dump beds, and more. American Landmaster. It's better when it's American made. Get yours today at AOK RVs in Laurie.
At the Lake of the Ozarks. AOKRVs.com.
Join Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin this Saturday morning for the Outdoor Show at 8 and the Sweet Spot Golf Show at 9. Both shows will feature live guests with tips from local pros, the word on local and national tournaments, and giveaways. 2 shows about what we do best at the lake, hunting, fishing, and golf. It's Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin with the Outdoor Show and the Sweet Spot Golf Show this Saturday morning from 8 until 10 on News Talk KRMS.
Talk with local Lake area newsmakers on the Morning Magazine. Starting at 9. News Talk KRMS.
And we're talking with the chief. That's Chief Christensen of Lake Ozark. Appreciate you coming in today, Chief, and talking about a variety of different subjects. And a lot of the questions that I hear out in the community, you know, they kind of tell me to ask, and so I do.
Yeah, that's fine.
And that was 2 of the things that were out there, and it's I am for, especially on the dam area where you have a large number of people in one small area, that it runs smooth, and that it is contained, and it is watched, and it's supervised, and situations are handled quickly. So like on the tower, first of all, I thought it was really cool looking, and immediately asked if I could go up in it and was told no. And
People that know me well know I really don't like heights. So they got me up in it. I got up in there, and it wasn't bad. You know, I think it goes 30, 40 feet up in the air. And then when I went to come down, when I hit the button, the whole thing jerked, shook. And I think I changed a few colors of shades of my complexion here. It was pretty high up there.
It's and it's it's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's okay that we do those things. At least I think we are. I mean, I want people to be safe. I got to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I want to be one of those people that is safe as well.
Yeah, and I think people need to realize with these big events, you know, the city of Camdenton sent us an officer. Eldon sent us a couple officers and a K-9. Iberia sent us 2 officers. Sunrise Beach showed up. Lynn Creek showed up. Versailles showed up. Highway Patrol showed up. We also had some private entities bring some civilian investigators to help us in crime analysis. So there's a lot of moving pieces, and we have to take these events serious. And like I told my staff, I said, look, what's going to happen is if this goes off great, we're never going to hear a thing about it.
Yep.
If it doesn't go off well, my name's out there first. Why weren't you prepared? Why didn't you do this? And I said, unfortunately, you guys are attached to me, so we're all going to look bad. This whole department's going to look bad. So I made sure that we were well prepared, that we worked with our partners. We did a debrief last Friday, met with all the major entities involved and thanked them all for their help, and came up with I think even a better plan for next year. You know, a few changes. It was my first one. Next year we'll have even a better plan, and it's just about the security for everybody. We need to make sure everybody's there, you know, having fun and being safe.
You know, Chief, one of the things that with this job, I get to talk just about to a large number of people, large number of municipalities, and I always find, and I think it's one of the great things that we do here, is we all work together. I mean, the number of agencies that you just listed off right there is phenomenal. That didn't have to do that.
Yeah, no, they didn't. And last weekend, I had to go up to Apple Festival and direct traffic for their parade. So that was the deal that the chief and I made. Yeah, the turnaround was I was at Apple Fest, and then Camdenton wants us to help with the Dogwood Parade. So it was very heartwarming when I started calling and reaching out, and, you know, kind of the deals were being made. Yeah, we'll help you. Can you help us? And people need to realize these officers at the lake work very hard.
Yes.
And it's a very difficult job. They're busy all summer long. And I could tell you, after Bike Fest, I was drained. I mean, it was a long summer. It was hot. We had the meet and greet for the boat races. It was 113 degrees on the strip, and then you're standing on the asphalt, and that was a 14-hour day for me. I don't know how many bottles of water I drank. My wife actually called me. She goes, you have to be careful. You can die from drinking so much water. I said, I don't think so. Not today. I said, you know.
It's going right out.
Yeah, I mean, it was hot, you know. So these officers around the lake really, all these agencies really deserve a kudos for all the work they do all summer long.
Hired up or still looking for a few?
Still looking for a few. And this, like I said, I want to work on this part-time, getting some officers for the events to give my officers a little bit of a break.
School resource officer?
We do have an agreement with the school, so we are going to be looking for that position as well, but I've got to fill the street and the shifts first before I can do the school resource officer.
I understand. That police chief, Lake Ozark, that is Chief Christensen. We're going to be right back, and we're going to wrap up this 9 o'clock hour of morning magazine. Thanks for listening today. And we're broadcasting from the Radio Television Center in mid-Missouri. We are KRMS.
Join Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin this Saturday morning for the Outdoor Show at 8 and the Sweet Spot Golf Show at 9. Both shows will feature live guests with tips from local pros, the word on local and national tournaments, and giveaways. 2 shows about what we do best at the lake, hunting, fishing, and golf. It's Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin with the Outdoor Show and the Sweet Spot Golf Show this Saturday morning from 8 until 10 on News Talk KRMS.
If the bank forecloses on your property and then sells it for much, much more than you owe, do they owe you the difference? You might be very amazed at the answer to this and other actual court cases that we'll explore together on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. I'm Curtis Howard. Join me here every day and be a part of it, and see if you agree with the judge. You might surprise yourself.
Point of Law, weekday mornings at 7:35. Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway.
And this has been the 9 o'clock hour of Morning Magazine, sponsored by Central Ozarks Medical Center. That's COMC. Visit centralozarks.org, 877-406-COMC. Your health is their mission. Locations in Laurie, Osage Beach, Camdenton, Eldon, and Richland. You know, they accept private insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, and offer a sliding fee scale based on income and household size. Let's take a look at what's going on at the Osage Beach Senior Center today. They got fish, cornbread, coleslaw, pinto beans, fruit, dessert, and milk. And they'll start serving at 11, and they will go until 12:30. They're open till 4 o'clock, Monday through Friday as well. So always a good time over there. Mean game of cards as well. We're going to take our top of the hour break, and after that break, we're going to be talking to Congressman Blaine Luetkemeyer. Thanks for listening. We'll be right back.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Steve Kathan. Israel with more punishing airstrikes in Gaza, and soldiers like Yuval Appelbaum are ready for possible action, a new phase in the response to the Hamas attack.
We have to sleep with our shoes on, with our uniform on.
CBS's Robert Berger in Jerusalem.
Israel is poised for a ground offensive with tanks and thousands of troops massed along the Gaza border, but it's widely believed that a ground assault won't begin until after President Biden's visit here tomorrow.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby tells CBS Mornings the U.S. is involved in efforts to try to get humanitarian aid into Gaza.
We believe significant progress was made. There's nothing flowing right now, but we're confident, we're optimistic that situation will change soon.
An American official says Ukraine has used U.S.-provided long-range missiles against Russian forces for the first time in that war. In Washington, correspondent Scott McFarland says today could be the day Ohio's Jim Jordan is selected as the next Speaker of the House.
There's been a rapid coalescing around Jim Jordan. I spoke with one of his surrogates who said this is going to happen. It's going to happen in short order. So that surrogate was either optimistic or prophetic, because we've seen some of the congressmen and congresswomen who either equivocated about Jim Jordan last week or said they're not going to support him, announced they're going to support him.
The Georgia Bureau of Investigation is looking into the case of sheriff's deputies who shot and killed a black man during a traffic stop. Just 3 years ago, Richard Cure had been released from serving 16 years in Florida for an armed robbery he did not commit. WJAX reporter Alexis Clevenger.
Investigators say Cure got out of the car after the deputy asked, but stopped following orders after realizing he was under arrest. The report says Cure assaulted the deputy after being tased. Cure was then tased a second time, and that's when the deputy shot him.
They've been finalists before for the National Toy Hall of Fame, but did not get selected.
The Transformers War is here.
Transformers, Pez dispensers.
My Little Pony, My Little Pony.
My Little Pony, the Fisher-Price corn popper, and the pogo stick.
Is pogo sticking a fun sport? No.
Maybe not for Bullwinkle, but fans can vote on those toys that have come close but have not made the hall in Rochester, New York. The winner, along with other inductees, will be announced next month. Wall Street. Right now, the Dow is down 36 points. The S&P is down 10. This is CBS News.
If you need to hire, you need Indeed, because Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. A 53-year-old from Jefferson City faces several child-related sex charges dating back to early April 2021 in Morgan County. Courthouse records indicate that Daniel Albert Sr. is charged with 1 count each of second-degree child molestation involving a child under the age of 12, sexual misconduct involving a child under the age of 15, first-degree statutory rape involving a child under the age of 14, and first-degree endangering the welfare of a child, no sexual contact. Albert is also charged with a misdemeanor for allegedly furnishing or attempted to furnish pornographic material to a minor. There is no bond and a pre-release condition of being fitted with a GPS tracker. At the current time, however, Albert is being held in the Department of Corrections on unrelated forgery and receiving stolen property charges. More information has been received following the fireworks malfunction over the weekend that injured several people and damaged numerous vehicles at the Ozfest event in Rocky Mount. The Rocky Mount Fire District indicates that the 12-inch component of the failed firework was supposed to have an 840-foot distance for safety. With a spectator safety fence some 940 feet away, the device traveled over 1,000 feet from its tube before landing in the spectator area. 5 people and a fireman were transported to the emergency room, and at least 20 vehicles were damaged by the force of the blast, which is being called a fluke accident. A 2-vehicle accident around 4 o'clock Monday afternoon on Route 5 on Forest Drive in Morgan County sends 2 people to the emergency room, one with serious injuries. The Highway Patrol says 27-year-old Colin Hasker of Gravois Mills was stopped behind a school bus when he was struck from behind by 19-year-old Amelia Goddard, also from Gravois Mills. Goddard was seriously hurt, while a passenger in Hasker's vehicle, 24-year-old Chelsea Collision of Eldon, suffered minor injuries. They were both taken to Lake Regional Hospital in Osage Beach. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Bescheiden Furniture. Get the best deals on our selection of flex steel recliners, reclining sofas, and love seats, along with bedroom and dining room furniture, many at special discounts. Great in-stock selection, plus Bescheiden Furniture can custom order with reasonable delivery times. And they offer free delivery on company trucks to the entire lake area. See why Bescheiden continues to be the favorite family furniture store for 77 years and 3 generations. Take the little drive to Bescheiden Furniture on South Highway 5 in Versailles, or visit FurnitureAtTheLake.com.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunshine today with our high nearing 69. Clear skies overnight with a low around 48. Sunny and warmer on Wednesday with a high of 75. Then a chance for some rain showers Wednesday night, partly cloudy with a low around 50. Sunshine on Thursday with a high of 66 and clear with a low around 47 throughout Thursday night. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 70 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently it's 54 degrees.
Hello, Americans. I'm Todd Starn. Stand by for news and commentary next.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute, does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GPS for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code GPS for a $5 bonus.
Back when I was in school, cheating was a big no-no. Not only would you get a failing grade, you normally got sent to the principal's office, and don't even get me started on what happened when I got home. But in Portland, Oregon, teachers there have been ordered to turn a blind eye to cheaters. A new equitable grading policy forbids teachers from failing students who cheat on a test or fail to turn in their homework. Truancy is also permissible. Teachers may no longer factor attendance or classroom participation towards a student's grade. The school district says the new policy is part of its way to clear up racial disparities. Portland is just the latest school district across the nation to implement regulations guaranteed to make your kids more stupid, and it's all intentional. The socialists and communists learned a long time ago it's easier to control an ignorant population. Be sure to read my book, Culture Jihad. It's available at ToddStearns.com.
In memoriam for Deborah K. Leonard of Eldon, who passed away on Wednesday, October 11th, at the age of 68. Visitation is ongoing at this time until 11:45 at the Phillips Funeral Home in Eldon. A graveside service will follow at 12 o'clock at the Eldon City Cemetery. Memorials in her name are suggested to Our Father's Table in Eldon. Arrangements under the direction of the Phillips Funeral Home in Eldon. in memoriam for Deborah K. Leonard of Eldon.
Now's a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. LakeJob.com is your one-stop shop for finding job openings and long-term rental housing in the Lake area. The best part is it's completely free. These sponsors make LakeJob possible. JDEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting, First State Bank Mortgage, Team Lassen, All Phase Heating and Cooling, Keys to the Lake, and Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimes Corp. LakeJob.com is a service of News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9 and 98.7 The Cove. Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
The views expressed during this program are not necessarily those of the staff and management of Viper Broadcasting. Please limit your calls to 1 per hour. You've had all morning to think it over. Now let's talk about it. Your phone calls are welcome at 573-302-7000 or toll free at 1-866-372-1270. It's hour number 2 of the KRMS Morning Magazine on News Talk 1150 KRMS and 97.5 KRMS FM.
And it is the 10 o'clock hour of Morning Magazine. It is the Tuesday edition, already October 17th. And this month is flying. We've got 53 degrees. We're going to get up to 70 today. Water temperature, actually 70 as well. And this hour is sponsored by Camdenton Glass. That's Terry Trower and his crew. You know, they're located on Highway 54 in Camdenton. Visit CamdentonGlass.com or call 573-346-3404. Camdenton Glass, they are your local Pella certified contractor. You know, they do most construction, decking, siding, screen repair, custom mirrors, and much more. Services offered in Camdenton, Osage Beach, Lebanon, and the entire lake area. You know, here's a heck of an event that's going to be this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., and that is the Missouri Forget-Me-Not Horse Rescue. That's at 1025 Heritage Road in Lynn Creek. And join them for their memorial memorable fall festival. You know, there's always lots of activities for the family and opportunities to meet and mingle with our rescue horses. Decorate a horseshoe, a pumpkin painting, petting zoo, hay wagon ride, face painting, bounce house, live music by Astro Cats, and much more. And we are looking forward to attending that event. Of course, you know, it's what a quick football season it has been, but we will be carrying, of course, Camdenton Laker football this Friday night as they travel to Springfield, Glendale. Join us on 93.5 Rocks for all the Laker action every Friday night. Pre-game show starts at 6, and kickoff is, of course, at 7 p.m. And it's and then join Guy Wayman and myself as we would cover Osage Indian. That's on Classic Country 104.9. We're going to be going to St. Louis this Friday night as the Osage Indians take on Lutheran South, and that pregame will start at 6:30, and kickoff, of course, will be at 7 as well. And we're waiting for Blaine Luchtermeyer to give us a call in. I know it's a busy day for these guys as they are getting ready to go and vote for a Speaker of the House. Hopefully, it looks like, I don't know if we're going to get one on the first round here, but hopefully we'll get one today. If I had to bet, I would say 5 rounds. That's the over and under. And if call me at 11:05 and we'll make that deal. And it's because it's, you know, what the heck. But we do need to get one. Matter of fact, here is Newt Gingrich talking about this very thing. Actually, good morning.
Yeah, just break in, I guess, when
I'll do it. Go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to comment on Biden's unbelievable support for Israel. He sent 2 carrier fleets down there. He sent 2,000 people. They're trying to get food in there. If they don't get food in there and they don't get hospital help in there, the whole world is just going to be on Israel's arse, and so it's better that all that is done. And as far as the $6 billion that Trump created by allowing Iran to sell oil to North Korea or South Korea, the South Koreans haven't paid them yet. We blocked those payments years ago, and they're still not paid, and they're not going to be paid. They're going to, you send the receipt, that you did it for human needs.
I'm going to get you to call me back at 10:35 because I always like talking with you. And
okay,
thank you. And we're going to go with Congressman. Thank you so much for calling in on what I know is a busy day for you.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. Good to be with you. It's yes, very hectic and a lot of stuff going on, and some of it productive and some of it not so productive. It's kind of the way it works around here.
Well, it certainly is. We've spoken with Mark Alford as well. We know today is the day where the vote is going to come. Any idea where we will look at the end of the day?
No, I don't. I don't think. I just got done talking to Jim Jordan again, and I don't know that he's got the votes on the first vote to make it happen. We'll see once how many is short, and then see once what it's going to take to get to the 217 or at least the 213 it's got to have to be able to make that work. So we'll see. I don't know.
Hi, Blaine. This is Ken Kinsey. Glad we could get hooked up over at the Country Music Jamboree. Good to see you there that day, and appreciate you coming back on and chatting with us. You were telling me that day about some of the stuff that you're aware of on the committee that you're on with, I believe, was China. You want to talk about that just for a few?
Yeah, I don't know really where to start. I sit on the China Select Committee, and also my subcommittee is international finance, illicit financing, with the emphasis on China and World Bank and International Monetary Fund. And the Chinese have got. It's a known part of their program that by 2049 they want to take the world over, including us. Mm-hmm. And so I think we're fighting them on separate fronts. Those 4 separate fronts: militarily, economically, cyber, and pandemically. And so you've seen a lot of the exhibits of this. Cyber, you never see it, but they try to attack our defense agency about 1 million times a day. And last year they got into 14 to 16 agencies within the Department of Defense. So they're out there. They are trying to undermine us at every point, and we in this country are quite frankly paying for it. The fact that we allowed 1,000 of their companies, which are all shell companies, to be on our stock exchange back in 2020 is terrible, because we were funding them about $1 trillion a year into these other shell companies, which all the money then goes into the coffers of the government, which is the Chinese Communist Party. The Chinese Communist Party spends about $300 billion a year to surveil, detain, and build detention camps for their own people. They fear their own people to the point where they surveil them and detain them and build new detention camps as fast as they can build them to lock people up. They've got anywhere from 1.2 million to 1.5 million people locked up right now. And so by us putting our money in China, we're funding all these sort of things, not only the military, but they're to be able to economically compete against us. On whatever widgets we buy, they build, they compete against our widget builders here. And so in 2020, we put something in place that said that these companies had to be audited at least every 2 years. Well, we audit all national companies, the American companies, once every year. Mm-hmm. And so, but we cut them a break, which we should never have done. But by doing it once every 2 years, actually 3/4 of their companies dropped off the stock exchange, which tells you they were all shell companies. So I've got a bill to go one step further, which is audit them every single year to hopefully get rid of all of them. But whenever you put money into these companies are owned by or controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. And so you're investing in the Chinese Communist Party. And so what I do is I talk to lots, in my position on the Financial Services Committee, I talk to lots of different investment folks like the Vanguards and the Black Rocks and the State Streets of the world to take your retirement funds and invest it around the world, including China. And I ask them, are you telling the people of the inordinate risk that they're taking with regards to their own funds that you're investing for them? And then they ask, what do you mean? I said, okay, our own generals say that by 2027, China will invade Taiwan. Do you understand what's going to happen when that occurs? We will sanction China. You know what happens after that? China will take over every single American asset that's in China. They will nationalize every asset, which means all the money that you've invested in China will be gone. All the money that you've invested will automatically become a Chinese asset, and all the assets that your people, the money that you have for them, is going to be gone. Are you telling them that? You have fiduciary responsibility to do that. If you're not, then you are going to have fiduciary responsibilities that you're going to have to answer for at some point. And if you've got my retirement funds, I'm coming after you.
Yeah.
Besides that, when that occurs, they're going to probably pick up every single American that's in China, just like the Iranians are doing right now, just like Hamas is doing, just like Russia's been doing, and what China's been doing otherwise, and like North Korea's been doing. And they're going to put them in detention camps and use them for bargaining chips. If you think this will not happen, just look at what's going on around the world today, and you'll know, and you can see that I am not too far off. So that's kind of a back of the envelope thumbnail sketch here, but I can go into a lot more detail. But this is a very scary situation. We've got to quit investing in China because they're our enemy. Why do you want to feed the lion that's going to eat you? That's my question.
How many of those companies are actually divulging their investments that you know of?
The BlackRocks and Vanguards, you mean?
Yeah. How many?
They will tell their people what they're investing in, but some of them actually go through another third party that kind of hides what they're doing.
Uh-huh.
There was an article in the paper just this week in the Wall Street Journal that told how Vanguard's doing this. They're giving it to another party, a third party, to invest in China. And so what I'm sure you can get a printout of what they're doing, but they're not going to tell you right up front.
Yeah.
You have to ask that. And as an investor, you can request of these investment companies to not invest in China or to not invest in ESG funds, which are a joke, which are also a fiduciary rope around these people's neck because you make no money from this.
And Congressman,
so anyway,
hold that thought. Hold that thought. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Join KRMS for our East Side Social on Wednesday, October 25th at Lake Billiard Sports Bar and Grill in Osage Beach.
Enjoy complimentary appetizers and the lake's best networking starting at 5 p.m. Everyone's welcome. Meet great people, get new business, and there are no dues to pay.
The social on October 25th is sponsored by Celerity Media Group, marketing for today's world.
East Side Socials are presented by News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9, 98.7 The Cove, and KRMS TV 32.
Rabbit season, duck season, rabbit season, duck season.
It's Medicare season, and this is Laura Paretic at Capricorn Insurance Agency, LLC in Laurie, Missouri. Now is the time when you can review or change your plans for the upcoming year. So whether you're new to Medicare or a seasoned beneficiary, I'd be happy to help you make sure you have the right plan to fit your needs. You can reach me at 573-207-8178 or on the web at www.capricorninsurance.net. We are not endorsed nor affiliated with any government agency.
Hey, living in the country or in a small town has its benefits. You know your neighbors, you got breathable air, life is good, but slow internet is kind of the way it goes out here. Your video calls are laggy, websites load at a snail's pace. Well, there's one company that can help us folks out here. They're called Whisper, like whisper, without the H. They bring high-speed internet to rural places. No contracts, no hidden fees, with a satisfaction guarantee or your money back. Check them out at whisperisp.com.
Talk with local Lake area newsmakers on the Morning Magazine. Starting at 9. News Talk KRMS.
And we're speaking with Congressman Blaine Luetkemeyer of the 3rd District. Ken Kinsey in studio as well. Thank you for holding, sir.
My pleasure.
Blaine, talk just a little bit about, we see what's going on over in the Middle East and all the horrific things that are going on. But the history behind all this in the last about 3 years or so, had we not turned off the oil spigot, and unfortunately it comes down to oil and money, had we not done that, we wouldn't be in this situation even close, would we?
No, you're correct. What we've done is run a lot of people to the Middle East and put ourselves at risk as well. We could be independent. And by us producing enough oil to make ourselves independent, it would drop the price of oil, not only here in this country, but around the world. And so what we're doing indirectly is helping fund Iran and all the Middle Eastern dictators there at a higher rate than they would have, because suddenly we're restricting the amount of oil that's put into the system and into the market. And, and the president knows this, because what's the first thing he did when he got elected? He turned off the oil spigot. Then he turns around and runs to the Middle East and said, can you guys produce more oil so we can still have these cheap oil prices? And then, since they didn't do it, then he goes and takes our oil reserves and raids it and tries to put more oil on the market that way. So he knows how to fix the problem, but he's not trying to do it. He's trying to make us dependent on oil and allow the price to go up, which feeds into our inflation problem, feeds into the higher interest rates and all this stuff.
It's vicious.
It's a ripple effect.
Yeah, it's just a vicious circle that keeps going around, and it could all be solved, unfortunately, with opening up the oil spigots and everybody, flooding the market with oil and all the rest, and they don't have the dollars to do what the dastardly deeds that they're out there doing, without a doubt. But why are they so adamant about not doing that, other than the fact of the green energy thing or whatever? I mean, it just defies all total logic.
Well, that's how tied into the green folks he is, the climate folks. I mean, they are adamant about, they think that you can live without any sort of fossil fuels whatsoever, which is crazy. If you just look at what you're wearing today, you probably have something that would be derived from some sort of fossil fuel product.
There's nothing that isn't that way.
I guarantee you it was hauled into your home and your community by gasoline in the trucks and cars.
It's everywhere.
So for us to think that we can get away from fossil fuels is the height of folly. Anybody who thinks that is not thinking practically or rationally. This doesn't work. It's an integral part of our lives, and we have to understand it and be supportive of that. And for us to think that we can live without that is height of folly. And why? It doesn't mean we can't use other sources of energy. It doesn't mean we need to stop looking for other sources or other ways. I personally think hydrogen at some point will replace gasoline, but I think that's probably anywhere from 10 to 20 years down the road. But I think in the meantime, let's don't cut our nose off to spite our face here. We need to continue to drill, make ourselves energy independent, take this national security issue off the table so that we can protect ourselves and our friends and allies, because right now we're endangering ourselves and empowering our enemies. This is nuts what's going on.
And even with energy, it's not only just energy. I mean, even your computer screens, the clothes you wear, the tires that you ride on, you could go down a list of 1 billion different things that are made with that stuff. And if to not have it, everything goes up because of it.
Yeah, and what we do is we enable countries like Russia and the Middle East to sell oil to China and to our friends in Europe, and at a higher price. And it's really hurting our friends in Europe dramatically. And the Chinese are just keep cutting deals with the Middle East and the Russians to fund them. They've got a couple of really big problems. They got energy and food, and they've cut deals over the last 6 to 8 months here with Argentina and Brazil to fund the food problem, and the Middle East to fund their energy problem. And if we're not careful, those guys can. And right now, it's like the Chinese are like 69% of the world's corn reserve, I think 51% of the wheat reserves, and I think 52% of the rice reserve or something like that. Maybe I got mixed up a little bit, but they're hoarding food is the bottom line.
Yeah.
And we better wake up. That's the next energy problem, our national security issue we have, is if we don't keep funding our farmers and making sure we can keep them in business, we're going to be in big trouble. Now we'll have food as a national security issue as well.
Is there anything out there that would stop, or we can stop or reverse the effect of what the Chinese have done about buying up U.S. land and farms, et cetera?
Yeah, we can. We've got some bills that we're running through to do that right now. I know some of the states have done it at the state level, but yeah, we've got some issues that we're pushing through right now that would restrict the ability of them to buy land near military bases or to buy it at all. And I think we just need to keep them from buying. The problem is they wind up going through third parties or through shell companies. Right. For instance, they may own a Canadian company, and the Canadian company may come in and buy the land or be a company that we're getting something from the United States. So you really have to watch this very carefully on how they go around the straight Chinese purchase and go to a third party of some sort.
Is there any way to reverse any of it?
Yeah, I don't know if you can reverse and force them to sell everything. I guess you probably could, but I think, quite frankly, they haven't got the percentage of land that they've got actually is pretty minimal at this point compared to like Canada. Canada's got like 10 or 12%. They've got less than 1 or 2%, I think. So, but at this point, if you restrict it and make sure they don't buy it near a military base, I think that's the best way to go. I think just stop what they're doing, freeze out what they're doing, and make it difficult to purchase anymore. And I think you've got them where you want them. But, I think at some point you could probably force the sale of it if you needed to.
Since possessions,
again, remember if they go into China, if they go into Taiwan, we could freeze their assets here as well. And this is how you could get the if they're going to abscond with our national assets over there in China, we can do the same thing with them here.
Since net possession's 9/10 of the law, I suppose we could just take it away, right?
Yes, I've got an issue I want to talk about real quick. If you got 1 second,
go ahead.
I know that one of the things I hear from a lot of people all the time is that Ameren does not have their office open there at the lake. Just want to let you know, I've been working with the Ameren officials. They now have it open 5 days a week, I think, until the end of November. They'll have winter hours for a while and go back to 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, spring and summer of next year. So for the folks who have issues with their docks, with inspections, with paying their bills, they now have an office open 5 days a week there at the Wilmore Lodge, where it's always been. It is now open for business.
All right. Very good. Let me ask you one other thing, radio related. I asked Alfred about this as well. The AM radio and EV Act that's out there. I know nothing's moving, but are you on board with that? And if not, why not?
Yeah, we need to be able to allow the individuals to make their own choice of whether they want to have AM radio or not. I mean, for the manufacturers to restrict that in the vehicles is crazy. I listen to AM radio. I'm on the road a lot, so I listen to AM radio as well as FM radio all the time. So I'm always channel surfing. So it's important to me to have that. I think it's important to everybody for a number of reasons. You know, the local news, the local weather, local emergencies. I mean, this is an important part of the communication, an important part of them to be able to inform themselves.
Right.
To have that restricted, I think, is wrong. So I'm a big supporter of continuing to allow AM radios to function in cars, as well as to have AM radios on the air, or AM stations on the air all the time.
Thank you much. Very much appreciated. Tony?
Yep.
And we appreciate you calling in today, sir. Real quick question. How do we curb our relationship with China, change and draw back off our dependence on their products?
Well, I think we have to wean ourselves off of them. I think you can't stop it overnight, but I think we have to make a concerted effort to wean ourselves off the supply chain stuff, wean ourselves off of all of their products where our money goes that way. If we want to sell stuff to them, that's fine. Their money comes our way. But for us to buy things from them, all we're doing is enhancing their ability to fund their operations against us, against our own industries, or against our own country. We have to wean ourselves off this. We have to quit investing in Chinese companies. There's plenty of places to invest in this world, as well as our own country, to be able to get a return on your investment. Why do you want to fund the alliance going to eat you whenever you get nothing for it in the next 4 or 5 years and have it all gone? Makes no sense to me. We can do that. We're big boys and girls. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. There's plenty of places to go invest your money. All you got to do is just go work with your investor to go find those spots.
And thank you so much for joining us today, sir. I know it's a busy day for you.
Thank you, Blaine.
All right. Take care, guys. Good to be with you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Lunch specials, enough sides to make it hard to decide, and the menu goes on and on. Try RJ's for their great desserts. Open Tuesday through Sunday till 2 p.m. Located on Highway 54 west in Camdenton with plenty of convenient parking. RJ's Family Restaurant. Close to home, yet far from ordinary. Camdenton, Lebanon, and Osage Beach Glass. The people that call when you need glass for your home, business, car, and more. They're the champions in product, service, and personal attention. In addition to glass, they're experts in construction, decking, siding, and screen repair. Camdenton, Lebanon, and Osage Beach Glass. Serving the entire Lake of the Ozarks area and beyond. Your local Pella certified contractor. Visit CamdentonGlass.com or call 573-346-3404.
Join KRMS for a Westside Social on Wednesday, October 18th at Red's Barbecue on Highway 5 at the north end of Laurie.
Enjoy complimentary appetizers and the lake's best networking starting at 5 p.m. Everyone's welcome. Meet great people, get new business, and there are no dues to pay.
The social on October 18th is sponsored by Central Bank. Visit centralbank.net.
Westside Socials are presented by News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9, 98.7 The Cove, and KRMS TV 32.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
Channel 32 KRMS TV is on the air everywhere, all over the Lake of the Ozarks, and it's free TV. 11 channels of free TV. There's something for everyone. Local lake news and national news, local sports, hit shows from every era, and so much more. All you need is an antenna to receive this digital superstation and watch these channels: 32.1, Cozy TV, network TV series from the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. 32.2, Real America's Voice. It's like Fox News. 32.3, One America's News, national news and commentary. 32.4, Get TV, network entertainment series like Walker, Texas Ranger. 32.5, The Buzzer Channel, all game shows all the time. 32.6 is new to Channel 32. It's YTA, U2 America, entertainment talk shows, I Love Lucy, and a whole lot more. 32.7, Daystar, religious channel for all faiths. 32.8, Nost, nostalgic movies and series. 32.9, The Weather Channel. 32.10, The Country Music Channel, music videos from the greatest artists. 32.11, The KRMS Local Information Channel, featuring daily local talk shows, local news, local sports, city council meetings, and other local events. 11 channels, and it's all free. All you need is an antenna, which you can purchase at Walmart, Menards, or other stores for very little. Or if you need help, call the station at 348-2772. That's 348-2772. And we'll get you in touch with LO Volt Electronics or 21st Century Electronics that will hook you up for a discounted rate if you mention KRMS TV. Now, enjoy the lake's first over-the-air locally owned and operated TV station. You can also watch us on the KRMS TV Roku app or LOZ app or KRMS.TV. Channel 32, KRMS TV is free TV for you.
Local news and issues. The Morning Magazine 9 to 11 on News Talk KRMS.
.35. And busy day in our world. As we know, the president will be traveling to Israel tomorrow. Hopefully, we're going to get a Speaker of the House today as well. We've got Luke Hagedorn in studio as well. I'm Tony Herman. We've got my good buddy back on the line. Let's bring him in. All right, let me have it.
Okay. Way back when Trump allowed oil to go to South Korea owed Iran $6 billion. We've sent the money to Qatar. It hasn't been sent to Iran yet. Of course, it is their money, and I don't know how you get countries to stop payment unless you got a lot of ability to put pressure on them. But apparently, we do.
Yes, we want to stop those countries from killing people.
Right, and so we've got, I think, was it 5 or 6 hostages have been returned, and we haven't paid them a cent yet. And hopefully, at least what they say they're going to do is directly pay from the Bank of Qatar after our Treasury validates the bills for food and that sort of thing, medical supplies, because, the Iranians are not our enemies, and neither are the Palestinians. It's the mullahs and it's these terrorist organizations that want power. They're not generally the people are not our enemies.
Well, I'm gonna clear that one up with you here. The Iranian government is our enemy. The people that run the Iranian government, they are our enemy. You can cut it any way you want. They are.
Yeah, they tried to revolt, and they started killing people, and they stopped the revolt. I mean, they wanted out of the mullah thing. And I really respect the president. I don't see any other president of any other country even thinking about going to Israel now. The whole country is under rocket attack. You never know, and I'm surprised they announced him. I would have thought he would have gone in there before they announced him, and they didn't have time to pull together their rockets and try to shoot them down or whatever it's going to happen. So
I am glad. I am glad that the president is supporting Israel at this point. They are one of our strongest allies out there, and we certainly need friends right now, as this world is very unsettled. When you go all the way around from China to Korea, of course, we know Taiwan is involved in this. And right now, just like the congressman said just a few minutes ago, I'm very worried about China. All these others are very real problems.
Let me give you a few what-ifs about China. They're 1/3 or 1/4 of the budget of ours that they spend on military. I'm not afraid of them.
I'm not afraid of them either.
Go ahead.
I'm not afraid of them either, but I do think they are a foe. I do think that their mission right now is to slowly put themselves in a position to take over our country. I do believe that. And you know what? I don't have a problem with that, because that's their mission. Our mission should be to stop that.
Well, that's why we're having chips made in the United States now, why 1 million new jobs for manufacturing over the last 2 years have been made, and why we're doing so well as far as unemployment and so on. All of this is so that we are a strong country. You wouldn't believe how strong we are. If you look at some of the data, I think we had something like 14,000 increase in the value of our stock market over like 40 years. No other country has even gotten 1/4 of that.
Now, you know I like you, but I've got to tell you, that's not true. I'm pulling up my stocks right now. It's not true. It's not true. That is not true. And let me throw, you like to throw, go back 50 years. You mean when people struggle to get a refrigerator?
No, I'm trying to show you how strong we are. I mean, even if you look at
nobody's buying that.
5 years compared to Europe and 5 years compared to even the Chinese stock market and so on, you'll
17%
find out that we did much better.
17%. Unless you have got a 17% increase in your wages this year, you are not making the same money that you did a year ago. 17%. You can talk about the inflation rate going up and down and different things like that. People aren't getting ahead right now. They're not getting ahead. People aren't getting ahead. How do I know that? Everybody's on strike. We haven't had strikes in years. Everybody's on strike.
Well, the auto industry got no raises for 4 years, maybe even longer. So they're trying to negotiate for an 8-year period. And there wasn't any reason not to start giving the auto workers more money. The health workers, they've been beaten to death and being pushed by these big syndicated monopoly health organizations. Every direction that we look at, we're heading for hugeness in Amazon, hugeness in Google, and even huge size in our hospital system.
Do you see?
Is that a good thing?
Do you see the people that I talk to on this show? The people I talk to I guess if you watch, you see it, but it's. Do you hear the people I talk to when they come in here? Charities. I love to speak to charities. I love to speak to those organizations that do things. They are seeing record-breaking numbers right now. These are real things out there. You can talk about 50 years ago and things like that. It's starting to get 50 years ago again, where kids are not going to wear shoes in the summer because mom and dad can't afford it.
And then I watch these football games, and I watch all these $100, $200 seats in this common areas. I mean, look at the Chiefs. They fill that stadium, and if you look the price of those tickets, you go, sure. I can't go. I don't go.
Sure. The average guy, the average, and I say guy, the average parent can't do the American experience of taking his kids to the ball game anymore.
Now, what is the Republican solution for that? Have they gave us a solution that will do that? Cut the budgets, don't invest in the country, make students pay back debt, and not be able to go bankrupt. I mean, give me some help on that.
Well, I would tell you, the student debt thing is one of those situations, almost like credit card debt. You get into it once, you need to make sure you don't get into it again, and pay as you go as much as you can. And if the government would squeeze back on those Pell Grants a little bit, you would see the price of universities drop.
Yeah, I have no idea why the price has gone up so much. They've gone up 3 or 4 or 5 times what they should go up by inflation,
They're high.
And I'm not sure why.
Sure.
I think they build big parking lots. They built
Taj Mahal buildings. They do.
Expensive.
They build beautiful buildings, and it's in when you go by and say, "Oh, that's a beautiful campus." No, somebody paid for that in your neighborhood, and it's tough.
Unfortunately, it's been the students most recently. It used to be the state gave like MU half of their funds. Well, now they give them about 20% of their funds. I don't even know why some of these state universities like Southwest Missouri and so on consider themselves a Missouri branch when they get so little backing from the state.
You're talking to a graduate of Southwest Missouri State.
Talking to a couple of them.
That's right. And so it is that situation. I'm going to tell you, you're never going to convince me the economy is strong right now. But I do appreciate you calling in today.
Okay, we'll get it stronger. We'll work on it.
And we will work on it together. We've got a call. Let's go to it as well. Caller, go ahead. We lost that one. And let's see if we get another one here. Well, just got rid. Give me a call back. And so it's, Luke, I just don't feel the economy's strong.
No, I mean, and that's you talk about those charities, right, and the struggles that they have because they're getting the double squeeze because, their costs are raising as inflation goes up. Most charities, they have certain costs, whether it's just simple utilities or the services they're actually providing the people that they're servicing and things like that. So they get the squeeze on that side just like every other person. But then when they go to ask the local community for their help, they're asking from people who may be struggling on their own. They're feeling their own pressures in this economy. So it's harder to round up those donations. Now, we talk all the time about here at the Lake of the Ozarks how supportive we are of all the various charities and how we like to rally around our local community. And that's how Lake people are. That's how we kind of take care of our own here. But it does make it tougher on those folks who are trying to do good in our community because not only are their prices raising, it's tougher to go out and do some fundraising out there in the community when people are struggling
for everybody.
Well. Yeah.
We've got a call. Caller, go ahead. You're on Morning Magazine.
Yeah, good morning. I didn't call in for this, but I got a 3% increase I'm going to get in January on my Social Security. I'm 75 years old. Well, like you said, the cost of living has gone up 18, 19%.
Yep.
And go to the grocery store or anywhere else you want to go and see what it's gone up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get bored to death listening to that guy talking. I hate to say that about anybody, but he just keeps telling lies and dragging it out. It drives me crazy. But anyway, where you had the senators on, the representatives on.
Yes.
Biden is going to Israel into a war zone. Something happens, we lose him. We got a vice president problem, but what's going to happen now? Who's the next in line for succession to the president? The House Speaker of the House, right?
Third. Yep, they're the third. They're third in line.
We don't have one.
Nope. We need to get it together.
So okay, just hypothetically, what's going to happen if we get into a position where we have to have one? Where does it go from the Speaker of the House?
This becomes one of those movies that you see in Hollywood that you think, oh my gosh, that would never happen. What a scenario. They're using this to set up a fantastic scenario that would never happen. And here we are in 2023 staring down the possibility that the caller talks about where wait a second, what do we do? And that all of a sudden becomes a constitutional crisis, and the weakness that we've been projecting as a country just gets exponentially worse.
Well, it goes down. It goes all the way down to every cabinet position.
Sure, I know that there is, but we've never had to go that far down in the succession, right?
Not even consider it.
Nope.
No,
not even be realistic. But I will tell you this. I believe the election in 2024 is the most important election of my lifetime. And we need to get a speaker in there. And to be honest with you, we need to look like we know how to govern.
No, this is driving me insane. We need somebody to run for president that doesn't have an agenda. Does that sound feasible?
Yeah,
go work for us.
Yeah, remember those days?
U.S. and you and I.
They all claim to. That's all. They always say, "I'm going to be working for you."
Right, and it's just such a crock.
Listen. Not too long ago, when I was a kid, which is a long time ago, I'm lying there. This corruption thing is not new, but in the end, you did what was best for your country. You did what was best for your district. Now that doesn't seem to happen.
Doesn't even enter the picture now.
No, doesn't. It's not even in the process. I mean, we need people to stand up. I mean, when those two names came up, I said, Jim Jordan, Steve Scalise. I'm good with either. Get a vote. Let's get one in there. And guess what? Steve Scalise has to back out because he doesn't have the votes. And now Jim Jordan does not have the votes. And we're getting ready to vote. If we go into 5-10 votes, what independents would choose the Republican Party?
Absolutely. It's just so disgusting.
We're going to take a quick break. Thanks for calling. Good to hear from you.
Complaining about inflation, but it hasn't really stopped us from shopping. A new report shows that retail sales jumped in the U.S. in September, especially when it comes to cars and online shopping. Sales also increased at restaurants and bars.
It's still a juggling act for many Americans.
So, where did the sales drop? Electronics and clothing stores. There's a new app that can detect when artificial intelligence is being used to copy somebody's voice, and it's pretty cool.
I want to know if I was listening to an AI vocal or a human vocal.
It's called AI Spy, and it can tell the difference between a real voice and a voice created by AI. The app is available for download now. Finally, is that a cop with my Big Mac?
There was a knock on the door, and I thought, oh, that's DoorDash, and there's a police officer there.
A DoorDash driver in New Hampshire was pulled over for speeding, and it turns out that their license and registration were suspended. So, after the driver got a ride, the police officer delivered the DoorDash order himself.
Maybe I should have given him a tip.
That's what's trending. I'm Jen Clark.
Lori Marine wants you to start thinking about boat winterization. Give them a call for your boat servicing or winterization needs. Lori Marine has been family owned and operated for over 40 years. Message them directly on Facebook at Lori Marine. 4th generation, same great service, any job, big or small. Give Lori Marine a call, 573-374-6027.
When the winter chill hits, the question isn't whether you've got a cozy blanket, hot cocoa, or a roaring fire. No, the real question is, does your winter plan include a sun-drenched beach? As you know, this year we sold our first Beat the Winter Blues trip in 3 weeks to Punta Cana, but we still had a number of people that wanted to go with us. They wanted to go to an all-adult luxury resort that was very safe, an exclusive place that was easy to get to at a great price. So we put together a Beat the Winter Blues trip to Costa Mujeres, January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino. Now this resort is less than 1 year old. It's north of Cancun in a very uncrowded, exclusive area. This all-adult paradise, 5-star, all-inclusive resort has 4 gourmet restaurants, many pools, super soft beach, and your ticket includes airfare, partial ocean view room, airport transfers, top shelf drinks, gourmet food, even your tips are all part of our package. All for just $18.99 per person. We've already sold out of run-of-the-house rooms. We'll leave nonstop out of St. Louis on Frontier. Check it out on the radio station website and click on Beat the Winter Blues for details and to sign up. You only have a short time to book at this price. Call Kim at Direct Travel in the Outlet Mall, 309-205-5749. And let's beat the winter blues January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino in Costa Mujeres with your friends from the lake, presented by KRMS Radio and TV. Join Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin this Saturday morning for the Outdoor Show at 8 and the Sweet Spot Golf Show at 9. Both shows will feature live guests with tips from local pros, the word on local and national tournaments, and giveaways. 2 shows about what we do best of the lake, hunting, fishing, and golf. It's Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin with the Outdoor Show and the Sweet Spot Golf Show this Saturday morning from 8 until 10 on News Talk KRMS.
Local news and issues. The Morning Magazine 9 to 11 on News Talk KRMS.
Sun is out, 55 degrees. We're going to get to a high of 70 today. And speaking of sunshine, Luke Hagedorn in studio with me as well.
Sun's out, guns out.
And it's, yeah. And
get my tank top on.
Caller, go ahead. You're on Morning Magazine.
That me?
That's you. I apologize for making you wait so long.
Okay. Hey, I figured out why America's in such bad trouble.
Now I'm interested.
We have many people that think like that liberal Democrat that calls in there every day.
Mm-hmm.
I have never heard him say anything intelligent. That's all I got to say.
I mean,
I get a kick out of listening to him, though.
And it's you don't have to agree with me. You can call in and talk. But in this case, I just the economy is not good. Are you seeing a good economy? Am I missing something?
Here's the thing, Tony.
No, you're right. The economy is terrible.
I mean, it's very fragile. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. There's nothing to fall back on anymore. There's no, food prices are through the roof. Now we're going to have a shortage of food. Wait till this winter. They're going to go up even higher.
I see that coming, too.
And
I also want to let that man know President Trump was the best president ever, and I hope we get him back in there. I know that'll stir him up.
We need to win.
Thank you.
We need to win. Hey, thanks for waiting.
The caller makes a good point. You make a good point, though. What I love is the fact that caller, both callers can call in, right? And they're allowed to give their opinion. Mm-hmm. We give, here on KRMS Radio, where we give the platform for folks to express their opinion. In many other countries, particularly ones we talk about on a regular basis, whether it's Iran, whether it's Palestine, whether it's China, Russia, all these other places, do you think they allow opposing viewpoints like that on public airways that everybody can listen to? And, as diverging as opinions are that come on this show from time to time, the political debate, the discourse that happens on this show is so uniquely American, that First Amendment right, the free speech rights to be able to talk and express differences of opinion. And the worst that happens is another caller is going to call in and call you dumb, right? Mm-hmm. Those are the implications of disagreeing in our society, which is, I think, a great thing. And I think that's how we do move forward and do get better as a country, is dialogue, talking things through. And I know it's hard these days, right? Because people are so divided. They're so set in their ways that, we're becoming so more and more divided, more and more just apart. But I think the only way you bring that together is to talk, is to come together, and eventually you got to come to some common ground, right?
But here's what the irony and what just grabs me, and I just want to scream. You see now the protest, because that's what we do. We are a protesting country, and so you see the protest is on university campuses, and they're saying, pro-Palestine, anti-Israel, and you see many of those students. And I'm just going to lay it out there. I saw one where this was a proud lesbian, and she was standing up for the Hamas and the other organizations as well. Then the first thing they do is eliminate those people. And you go, what are you doing? This is the country where you have the freedom to be who you are.
Yeah, and we're not perfect by any means, right?
No.
But there's a reason that all these other countries want to bring us down, because they may not admit it, they may not want to say it, but they're jealous of what we have, right? They wish they could be what we are. And maybe that's American elitism coming out in me, but USA.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing that you see with the Israeli people right now, they are one. We're going to be right back. We're going to wrap up this edition.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
Join KRMS for our West Side Social on Wednesday, October 18th at Red's Barbecue on Highway 5 at the north end of Laurie.
Enjoy complimentary appetizers and the lake's best networking starting at 5 p.m. Everyone's welcome. Meet great people, get new business, and there are no dues to pay.
The social on October 18th is sponsored by Central Bank. Visit centralbank.net.
West Side Socials are presented by News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9, 98.7 The Cove, and KRMS TV 32.
That's going to do it for this edition of Morning Magazine. This 10 o'clock hour sponsored by Camdenton Glass. They're located on Highway 54 in Camdenton. Visit CamdentonGlass.com or call 573-346-3404. Camdenton Glass, they're your local Pella certified contractor. If you're tired of looking through stained, scratched, or cracked glass, call Camdenton Glass. You'll see clearly again with their quality glass for residential, commercial, and your auto needs. And at the Osage Beach Senior Center.
Oh boy, what's for lunch, Tony?
Fish, cornbread, coleslaw, pinto beans, fruit, dessert, and milk. They're getting ready to start serving right now. They'll serve until 12:30. They're open until 4. Appreciate you coming in, brother.
Do those pinto beans come straight from California?
I don't get that much of a detail.
California pintos? Okay.
They don't, yes, they don't give me that much detail. I just read the menu, brother, like I'm supposed to. And it's tomorrow. We will actually have Secretary of State Jay Ashcroft will be in studio, and we will talk with him as well. Thanks for listening today. I'll see you tomorrow.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.
I'm Steve Kathan. President Biden leaves for Israel later today, a show of support as it responds to the Hamas attack. CBS's Robert Berger is in Jerusalem.
Israel's very encouraged by President Biden's visit tomorrow, saying it signals to the world that the U.S. is standing with the Jewish state. But he'll also say that Israel has to do all it can to prevent civilian casualties and ease the growing humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
The UN is looking into reports that Israeli airstrikes hit civilians who relocated to southern Gaza, fearing an Israeli ground invasion. CBS's Imtiaz Tayyab.
In Gaza's Rafah city, a massive Israeli strike all but obliterates a residential area. So many who are children, screaming in agony as their world crumbles around them.
Egypt says a key border crossing is open but inaccessible for thousands in Gaza because of Israeli airstrikes. In Washington, the key question is for Ohio Republican Jim Jordan.
Will you be Speaker by the end of the day?
I hope so.
Do you have enough votes?
We're going to find out here pretty soon. We need to get a speaker as soon as possible.
A House floor vote expected today. Jordan has spent the last few days shoring up Republican support. Former President Trump in attendance today at his New York civil trial. He and his company facing allegations of business fraud.
I should be in Iowa now. I should be in New Hampshire now.
Before going in, Trump said he should be on the campaign trail. He again called the trial a witch hunt and blasted the New York Attorney General. From Detroit, reporter Jeff Gilbert of affiliate WWJ tells investigation into self-driving vehicles made by General Motors.
Federal safety regulators are looking into GM's Cruise automated driving division, which is currently operating self-driving vehicles mostly in San Francisco. There have been 4 reports of pedestrian injuries and other near misses. Cruise says its automated vehicles have a better safety rating than those driven by humans.
Amazon, Glassdoor, TripAdvisor, and other companies have joined forces in a new coalition designed to root out fake reviews online. CBS News tech contributor Ian Scherr says it's a path worth taking.
The challenge for a lot of these companies is tracking these fake reviews to begin with, because oftentimes they are coming from legitimate people who are being offered money to give what they think is a sincere review.
And checking Wall Street right now, the Dow is up 128 points. NASDAQ is up 12. This is CBS News.
You need to hire? Indeed is with you every step of the way, helping you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. Visit
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. Crews from the Missouri Department of Transportation Central District will be busy again this week with several different projects still affecting the lake area. Area engineer Danny Rager says first and foremost, getting done with brush cutting will take top priority.
Good news is the new business, we are going to be cutting, weed eating and cutting some brush this week on 54 in Camden County, so we will be out there this week.
And when the brush cutting is done, MoDOT crews will hit the road to get ready for winter operations.
So you will see some MoDOT trucks loaded with our equipment and snow plows and some folks that are unfamiliar with our plows and the routes that they'll be assigned.
Finishing touches are also planned for other projects in the lake area. More details about the project are available on MoDOT's website. A public hearing and the first reading of an ordinance to consider a petition to allow the much-publicized Lakeport Village development to form a community improvement district highlights a relatively short agenda for this week's Board of Aldermen meeting in Osage Beach. The CID, if approved by the Board of Aldermen, will be used in part to help cover some of the project's estimated cost over the first 5 years, with the overall term of the CID to be in effect for a term of 27 years. The $300 million development is getting up in the area of Highway 54 and Jeffries Road. Other discussion items expected during the meeting will include park irrigation improvements, amending the city's peddlers and solicitors ordinance, and the purchases of a couple of pickup trucks. The Osage Beach Board of Aldermen meeting begins on Thursday at City Hall at 6 o'clock. When you see news happening, contact the KRMS newsroom at area code 573-317-TALK, or if you have any pictures or videos, you can send those to us by email at newsroom@krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Bescheiden Furniture. Get the best deals on our selection of Flex Steel recliners, reclining sofas, and love seats, along with bedroom and dining room furniture, many at special discounts. Great in-stock selection, plus Bescheiden Furniture can custom order with reasonable delivery times. And they offer free delivery on company trucks to the entire lake area. See why Bescheiden continues to be the favorite family furniture store for 77 years and 3 generations. Take the little drive to Bescheiden Furniture on South Highway 5 in Versailles, or visit FurnitureAtTheLake.com.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunny skies this afternoon, a high around 70. West winds around 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly clear and a low near 48. Wednesday, sunshine, a high of 75. Then by Thursday, plenty of blue skies and sun, a high around 69. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 69.8. And the temperature at the studios is, currently, it's 59.
Live from everywhere USA, it's Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Oh, girl, here we go. Coming to you live from the greatest country in the world. Broadcasting from the tippy top of the world-famous Fox News headquarters in New York City. It is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon, a man who is not asking for money to deal with his hurt feelings. Check it out. The Harvard students who cheered on Hamas terrorists last week are now soliciting donations to help them deal with all the criticism they faced for doing so. Hey, I've got an idea. How about you How about that? Buckle up, kids. It is going to be a Chippy Tuesday on the show. Emily Campagna is going to be here, outnumbered co-host, fan favorite. Congresswoman Kat Cammack is scheduled to be here. Now, that could change because they are in the throes of figuring out who the next House Speaker will be. We will be monitoring that ongoing situation as they are in the chamber now. They haven't quite begun the opening remarks, so we will begin ours. 888-788 9910 if you want to be a part of the show that has no barrier for entry, intellectually, philosophically.
I don't care where you come from. I don't care what color you are. I don't care how smart you are. I don't care how dumb you are.
No, ma'am. You can be a Republican, you can be a Democrat. The only thing we ever ask is that you don't be a... Boom! Happy Tuesday. Here we go. So as far as the Jim Jordan speaker vote, he is going to get the votes. Okay, I don't know if it'll be on vote number 1, but I do expect them, based on some pretty well-placed sources, to emerge from that chamber late this afternoon with a new House Speaker. So if you're going to the window in Vegas, I would put all of my money on Jim Jordan crossing the over 218.
He knows what he's talking about.
Now, as we said, okay, we will continue to monitor this. If anything changes, I mean, let's be honest, I haven't always been 100% accurate with my wagers over the years. There's a reason some of you probably own pictures of me in a blonde wig covering up my Adam's apple.
What the hell did you just say?
I'm kidding, but the rent don't pay itself, folks, and let's just say that not all of these bets come through in the end. But as far as the Jordan bet, I am feeling pretty confident as we get onto the air today, so let's see how it goes. In the meantime, okay, do what you want with your money. Bet Jordan, don't bet Jordan, I don't care. But do yourself a favor, okay? If you're thinking about sending the money up to Harvard to help the kids that are now whining about the blowback that came from cheering on Hamas, seriously, just throw your money in a fire because you'll be getting more value out of it.
I think he's got a point.
Okay, so here's a story. Last week, we kind of commented on this a few times in passing because I was so taken back by the open levels of anti-Semitism in this country right now. And it's disgusting. Okay, you've probably seen the video of the Cornell professor, okay, calling it exhilarating. Russell Rickford, real winner, okay, chanting to his students at a rally that it was exhilarating to see the terrorist attacks against Israel. Okay, that happened. Okay, then you've got the NYU doctor who just got fired, thankfully, because she was celebrating the Hamas massacre. Okay, she posted video of the attack at the rave near Gaza, the music festival, and she posted video of the actual murders, saying, Zionist settlers getting a taste of their own medicine.
Get her out. Get her out of here.
And to NYU's credit, they did. They actually fired her. Folks, how did we get here? And I'll tell you how we got here. Okay, and it's very, very simple. The people on the left are specialists when it comes to projection. And what I mean is they're always accusing you of being the thing that they are.
Bingo.
Okay, they've been calling anyone who disagrees with them a racist and a Nazi for the better part of the past decade. But let's be very honest. If Hitler were alive today, he would be on the same side as them, as the students at Harvard, as the NYU doctor, as the Cornell professor, as all those jackasses out at Northwestern, okay, as all those kids who spoke up at the University of Pennsylvania. Okay, Hitler would not be on Israel's side, okay? If Hitler was alive today, he would be wearing a Hamas jersey.
He's a lousy dad, but he's right.
Straight up, okay? That's just the reality. So you understand everybody on the left that has weaponized, okay, their projection as a means of getting what they want through the years. Hey, vote for us, agree with us, or you're a racist. And a lot of times that has, socially pressured people into complying. They've been able to emotionally pistol whip people into compliance because they don't want to get called a racist on Twitter. Corporations don't want to get called racist on Twitter and Facebook and everything in between. So they co-signed a lot of this ridiculousness. But all of the people the corporations got into bed with, like, don't you think it's a little funny? Like last night watching Monday Night Football, me and Lincoln. And the NFL games this weekend have all begun with a salute and a remembrance and an acknowledgement of the suffering over in Israel. Okay, Israelis slaughtered by a Hamas terror group. Okay, but the same NFL that's mourning that's acknowledging that, okay, has devoted entire football seasons to the Black Lives Matter movement, which cheered on the same slaughter that the NFL is now decrying before kickoff.
I think he's got a point.
Yeah, and the point is, okay, when it comes to caring and justice and everything in between, every one of these corporate virtue signalers, but especially somebody like the NFL.
You are so full of shit.
But to the NFL's credit, okay, they are not still cheering on Black Lives Matter. They are not cheering on Hamas. They are taking the only side there is to take. When one side is beheading babies and slaughtering innocent civilians, there isn't another side. Not if you're a decent, upstanding human being. Okay, so every one of these kids at Harvard comes out last week, okay, and they sign a statement that I read on the air, okay, reluctantly, because I was blown away by just how much of an open embrace there has been of the violence towards Jewish people. Now, again, you live in America, you hear a lot about the black and white racism. Black and white racism in this day and age is a mom and pop compared to what's going on in the world, especially if you just compare it to anything happening in the liberal faction of this country, okay, where they're openly chanting from the rivers to the sea, which is the chant that calls for the full extermination of the Jewish race. Okay, that is not tolerance, that is not inclusion, that is not compassion, that is not coexistence, that is not hate has no home here. That is hate is alive and well here, thriving like it never has before.
Correctamundo.
Okay, so understand this. Harvard, okay, comes out and puts out a statement last week. The Harvard Undergraduate Palestine Solidarity Committee issues a letter co-signed by 33 other Harvard student organizations. So 33 organizations at Harvard co-sign a letter saying we, the undersigned student organizations, hold the Israeli regime entirely responsible for all unfolding violence.
I'm surrounded by idiots.
Okay, seriously, think about that. We hold Israel responsible. You know, the people who paraglided into a rave and started murdering and raping and tortured unarmed people and recording it on their cell phones and sending it to their families? Okay, we hold the innocent victims responsible for this. I mean, that's the stance here. At Harvard, like I said, never been prouder to go to a community college than I am right now. Okay, I used to make fun of myself for giving a guy named Spider a bag of weed so I could get accepted into school. But looking back now, one of the smartest transactions I've ever made. Okay, I wasn't taught to hate America, and I wasn't saddled with $250,000 in debt from some useless degree. Okay, I had debt to a bookie, but that's another story for another time. Okay, but now, a week after 33 student organizations at Harvard, okay, were outright named for doing what they did, they're now soliciting donations to help deal with the blowback that they're getting in terms of hurt feelings, in terms of any type of legal pushback, any type of complications that could ensue should they go to get hired. Okay, what's happened in this country is we created a world where a lot of people think their emotions are their facts. So if their emotions, okay, are their facts, that means they can't be wrong in their own eyes and worldview. Okay, and that's the harsh reality they're waking up to. When you placate these idiots who really do believe, well, if I feel it, everybody else has to respect it and get out of the way. If I feel that men can have babies, then you've just got to go along with it because it's how I feel.
That is a fact check false.
No, we don't have to go along with it. You want to know why? Because of biology. By straight biology. I think Mr. Rogers said it best.
Only girls can be the mommies. Only boys can be the daddies. Yes, sir.
And I bring up that point. Why? Because the people asking for forgiveness in places like Harvard and Cornell and Penn and Northwestern and all up and down the Ivy League, the people want you to forgive these students now. These 21-year-old students, these 22-year-old students, these 19-year-old students, these 18-year-old students, okay? They want you to forgive them because, hey, they're just kids. They did a stupid thing. You know, kids do stupid things. Sure. But do you understand the same people telling you 21-year-old kids don't always do the right thing, they don't always know what's best for them? Those same people tell you it's okay for a 5-year-old kid to choose gender reassignment surgery.
Oh, wow!
So if you're keeping score at home, do you understand? You're 21. You don't know what's best for you yet. You don't make all the right decisions. So you got to, just give them a break here. But a 5-year-old can commit to a lifetime supply of surgeries and follow-up medications because they're trapped in their own body. That's how they feel at the age of 5. And there are certain things you just know, okay, at the age of 5. Whereas, intellectually, you're still developing at 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. But what a 5-year-old knows, a 5-year-old knows clearly. That is when you are at the peak of your evolution. I mean,
Sell crazy someplace else. We're all stocked up here.
it's ridiculous. But the idea that, the people who said this now want a little money, want a little help. Oh, they're being mean to me. Like, what world are we living in where people are so bereft of self-awareness that on Monday they can be chanting along with the Kill the Jews crowd, and on Tuesday they can be like, yo, why you mad, bro? Why are people so upset at me? I don't understand what's going on. Time was you could get out here and call for the extermination of an entire race. Like, what world were they living in? Okay, not a real one, not reality, a world where they were taught their emotions were facts. If they didn't like the way a joke sounded, we needed to cancel the comedian. If they didn't like the syrup brand, we needed to change the way we ate our pancakes. Oh, I don't agree with the politics of that president who died 200 years ago. Well, I don't know, maybe we should just rip down his statue. Okay, here's an idea. Okay, how about everybody starts dealing with the real world instead of the pretend one that exists in their head, where there's any side to choose between the innocents being slaughtered and the animals calling for their extermination. Okay, you don't get student loan forgiveness for learning that lesson, because if we forgive that loan, we're only going to encourage more of that stupidity going forward.
And I'm out here in the real world, and I know what's right or wrong or bullshit.
Critics are calling it the funniest show on the radio.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown, may I amuse you?
This is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
I almost had it.
Gets me through my workday.
I always have my radio on at work.
Everyone's listening. KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
This is good news, maybe exactly when you need it to. Right now, switching to MediShare can save you even more than usual, on top of what you'll save each month by becoming a member of MediShare. So many people are looking for a healthcare solution right now, especially given how inflation is affecting us. And MediShare is the affordable, reliable alternative to health insurance. The typical family saves about $500 a month. You might save even more. And MediShare is a Christian community that's been sharing each other's healthcare costs for 30 years now, and they're making it easier than ever. Apply by October 31st. And you can save an additional $150 on your first month. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just tell them the promo code SHARE to get your additional savings. Maybe now is the time to make the switch, like more than 400,000 people already have, and start saving. Here it is. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51.
Indeed.com/credit.
Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. But right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff, so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
The following ad contains shocking material. Listener discretion is advised. Is someone in your family playing a dangerous game of Russian roulette? Over 43,000 people die a year from drug overdose. 120 people a day. 5 people every hour. 1 person every 12 minutes. 88,000 people die every year from alcohol abuse. Over 240 people a day. 10 an hour. 1 person every 6 minutes. Somebody you know may be next. Learn how to help someone you love get away from the drugs, alcohol, and bad influences. With the FMLA, people can take a leave of absence from their job and still keep it.
Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-338-6906, 800-338-6906, 800-338-6906. That's 800-338-6906.
Is your bathroom looking old and worn out? Want to update it, but you don't know where to start? Then let BCI Bath & Shower show you how to turn that old bath into an aisle of beauty and functionality. Our residential bathroom solutions provide the best value on the market, and our customer service is second to none. Our cost-effective BCI Bath & Shower family of products has what you need.
Remodeling our bathroom was a big decision for us.
They didn't make a mess out of our house at all. And at the end of the day, we had a beautiful new bathroom. And it was a great experience the whole way through.
We have the best monthly payment programs in the industry, with payments as low as $68 per month, or no interest, no payments for 18 months. For a limited time, be one of the first 100 callers who schedule a free in-home consultation and receive $500 off. Call 800-721-9985 for a free no-obligation price quote. That's 800-721-9985. Factory-trained and certified installers made in the USA and discounts for seniors and military. BCI Bath & Shower, the leader in affordable bathroom products. That's 800-721-9985.
Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon, reachable to you, the listener, at 888-788-9910. We are fired up on a Tuesday. Emily Compagno is going to be here. Kat Kamek scheduled to be here. She might be choosing a new House Speaker. Could get in the way. History calls. She's got a lot of nerve. Ducking out of this show, Kat Kamek. Unbelievable. No, I kid. It's fine. If you are looking to see your radio buddy on TV, I am scheduled to be on with the great Martha McCallum today at 3:50 p.m. on the East Coast. Also scheduled to be on the Ingram Angle tonight in the 7 o'clock hour. And if you missed me this morning with Stuart Varney, I have posted that hit on the Fox Across America website, foxcrossamerica.com. It is also on the Fox Across America Facebook page. You can go either way. You're covered. You'll see me on Varney sucking it in, because the minute we taped my stand-up special Friday night, I went right back to eating big food. Oh, my goodness. It was great.
That boy is a P.I.G. pig.
That's what they were saying. It was ugly, man. We lost a lot of good calories out there, but it was needed. Really quickly, just to get you back up to speed on the situation we were discussing off the top of the show. Okay, so the Cornell professor, okay, guy's name is Russell Rickford, okay? And I just want to get it right, because I know this is a proud moment for his family, okay? There is so much dirtbaggery in academia now. And what they've done is they've very reductively taken society and relabeled it in the eyes of these stupid children who don't know any better. They've relabeled society into oppressors and the oppressed. That's the way they see the modern day America. You know, the America that's the most tolerant and inclusive society on earth. We are the most prosperous, tolerant, and inclusive society in history of the world. Okay, there is not, if you're listening right now and you say, I am a transgender, two-spirit furry, okay, this is the only place in the world you'd want to be a transgender, two-spirit furry. You will have civil protections in the workplace. Okay, they'll install a litter box if you so ask for one. Okay, you can compete against biologies that aren't even your own. Okay, that's the America we live in. Like, we are inclusive to the point of cartoonery. Okay, we're letting men swim against women. Okay, non-biological women, okay, guys who are walking into female locker rooms, 260-pound men with their dong sticking out. But because they say they're women, they can swim in that locker room. Believe me, they're not tolerating this around the world, okay? But certainly not in the Middle East. But what they've done on college campuses and reconfiguring everything to be about, incentivized grievance. Spot an area in society where you can claim there's some type of modern-day injustice, and we'll reward you with pats on the back, valor, and virtue. That's what we have now. The modern left are cultural arsonists, and what they like to do now is set fires where things were going fine. Hey, that statue we walked past for the last 200 years? No good. Cannot go on for another day. No good. Okay, really think about it, okay? Someone wrote an op-ed at George Washington University saying it was time to cancel George Washington.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
But understand what had to happen between the time they enrolled and the time that they wrote the essay. When they enrolled, they were clearly fine with George Washington and paying for a diploma with his name on it. But along the way, something changed in society. We started to manufacture grievance. And in the summer of 2020, it became cool to unearth areas that you could try to claim were somehow unjust.
You have a good eye, my man.
That's what it was. But the reason you can't cancel dead presidents is they were the best we had at the time. Okay, you're living in the most tolerant and inclusive society, and the reason you're here is because every one of those prior generations raised the bar. They didn't do what we do today. They didn't adhere to our standards, but our standards wouldn't have existed if it weren't for them.
I'm telling you, that boy's a genius.
Okay, but when the era of manufactured grievance, what they've done, because it gives them endless grievance, is they've split society into the oppressor and the oppressed. And what they claim is Israel is the oppressor. That's what they claim. Oh, they're colonizing that. If you want to talk about land rights, which is absurd on its face, because no matter who had what piece of land first, he didn't have it for long. If you look at the history of the world, okay? Whoever showed up and was like, hey, this is my land. 20 minutes later. Okay, 2 hours later, a century later. But getting past all of that, okay, because that was thousands of years ago, okay? When you talk about who was on that land first, it was actually Israel, okay?
When you're right, and you're right.
But getting past that, they're like, well, they're the oppressor. So the oppressed can do anything that they want. No, they can't, you idiots. I'm telling you right now, if Harvard had any decency, they'd stop charging people to get in because their students are that stupid.
More connected than ever before.
Couldn't live without it.
Everyone's listening. KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
Has your heater or air conditioner busted? Appliance broken? Computer crashed? Then you need an ARW home warranty. Home system and appliance repairs and replacements can cause stress and cost you thousands of dollars per year. With an A-plus BBB rating and a top-rated home warranty company on Consumer Affairs and Trustpilot, ARW Home provides superior service, featuring the industry's lowest service call fee. ARW Home has warranty plans that cover your kitchen and laundry appliances, heating and air conditioning systems, electrical and plumbing systems, and much more. Call 800-941-4085 to customize your plan. Plus, ARW has partnered with Azurian to protect your new and used tablets, laptops, TVs, and other home tech from accidental damage and wear and tear. All plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call 800-941-4085 for your free quote. That's 800-941-4085.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-507-3114. 800-507-3114. 800-507-3114. That's 800-507-3114. Hey, airline travelers, let's say you have a problem and you need to change or cancel an existing airline reservation. What do? Well, Skywatch is a free service that can help anyone with any airline reservation fix it. Whether you want to cancel it, change your dates, or add passengers, we can help fix your airline reservations so you get exactly what you need. We've updated our computer database and now have access to every airline around the globe. So now you can make one phone call regardless of who booked your airline tickets, and we'll change it, cancel it, and fix it for you. We know the insider secrets to fixing reservations that the airlines don't want you to know about. So if you need to cancel, change, or modify an existing airline reservation, call Skywatch right now. It's a free call, so let us fix it for you. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. That's 800-930-9129.
Have you written a book and want to get it published? Then call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573. Immediately. That's 800-506-3573. Page Publishing is looking for authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Page Publishing will take the time to review each and every book submitted to them and give you their feedback. If they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So if you've written a novel, children's book, cookbook, inspirational work, poetry, or a biography and want to get it published, then you need to call Page Publishing and do it immediately. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-506-3573. That's 800-506-3573. Your road to fame and fortune could very well start with this simple phone call. Call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit.
Do you have a car sitting around you want to get rid of? Then here's a great idea. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Yes, one fast call to the Veteran Car Donation Program and we'll come and remove your car for free. Fast, free towing, and 24-hour response. You can donate most cars, trucks, or SUVs in most conditions. The proceeds raised goes to help active military, veterans, and their families, and you get a tax deduction. All you need to do is make this free call. Get rid of that old car and help the vets. We make it easy. Make this free call now and book your fast and easy pickup. Call the Veteran Donation Program now. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Operators are standing by. Here's the number:
800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. That's 800-540-8816.
There it is, Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. Doing the dang thing. It is 888-788-9910. We will most certainly try to get your calls, texts, tweets, and carrier pigeons as the day rolls on. It's just a pretty busy Tuesday. We're trying to find a House Speaker. We've got a battle over whether or not we should be taking refugees from Palestine. AOC weighed in saying we should.
AOC is a dope.
Ron DeSantis standing his ground as well. There was a back and forth between the DeSantis campaign and the Haley campaign because right now when you're in a hotly contested primary, everybody is taking each other's messages and trying to run with them. Hey, she said this, but what she really meant to say was that. You know, and then she can be like, he said this and what?
This is politics as usual.
That's really what it is. Okay, but understand. Okay, yesterday, Okay, I gave DeSantis credit for being one of the first candidates to go on record as saying he doesn't want to take migrants from Palestine. Why does he not want to take them? Because they have been taught anti-Semitism since birth. Okay, America, yes, is a country that was built on immigration. But when the boats were coming into Ellis Island, it's because they wanted to be American. Okay, they wanted to buy into our way of life, share our values, and they prided themselves on being American. Okay, it was about America. They were American now. Yes, my ancestors came from all over the place, Poland and Sicily, and some of them from Ireland and France and God knows where else. But the point is, when they got here, they were like, oh my gosh, I'm here. Freedom! And they just wanted to be that thing now. Yes, they held on to traditions and cooked dishes that were, native to their homeland and their families and their customs. And of course, we encourage that sort of thing. And that's what gave us, the label of being a melting pot. All of these cultures came here and melted into one glorious culture called America. Okay, now we're not a melting pot. We're smoking pot. Okay, and there's a lot of anti-American sentiment within our border. We've raised an entire generation in elite academia, have taught them to hate the country. They see the world through the lens of oppressor and oppressed. And in that limited reductive mindset, they believe the people they've framed as oppressed have the right to do anything they want to their oppressors because they're just, fighting for their freedom. Not even close. No, they don't. Okay, any world, that has you siding with the barbarians who behead babies, is not the world you want to be on, no matter what reductive language you've applied to the situation. But the sad reality of what's going on in Gaza, is when you look at the neighboring countries in Jordan, when you look at the neighboring countries in Egypt, they don't want these migrants. Do you want to know why they don't want them? Because inherent to their culture, I don't doubt there are a lot of people who don't like the idea that Hamas is in charge. But that doesn't mean they disagree with their position on Jewish people. That doesn't mean they disagree with their position on gay people and LGBTQ people and trans and everything in between that we're told we must celebrate at all times under the penalty of law. Use the wrong pronoun, you're fired. Okay, but in what conversation is it okay for us to live as Americans in a world where using the wrong pronoun could get you fired? Yet we're now going to let in 1 million people that would throw these same pronoun folks off the side of a building if they said they were living in a different gender ideology than the one they inhabit? Okay, do you realize how stupid that is? It's weapons grade stupid.
Correctamundo.
Okay, if their values aren't ours, it would be wonderful if they could change someday and they could come here and assimilate to our way of life. Hold on to anything ethnic they cherish, the foods, the customs, the dances, the clothes, everything that makes you who you are, except hating Jewish people. How about, I don't know, maybe we don't let anybody in who wants to kill anybody else. I'm not an event planner, but I feel like I'd have a reputation as being a pretty lousy event planner if I got a reputation for allowing in people who wanted to kill some of the other attendees. I feel like over the course of time, the Yelp reviews would start to catch up to my event planning company. Well, we like the centerpieces. The band was good. But 12 people showed up and killed like 50 more. It was got to give them a C- for this. As good as the floral arrangements were, as great as that 80s cover band was, I don't know, man. Something about the killing the other 50 people just didn't sit right with me. Okay, do you understand if you're planning this event called America? As an event planner, you can't be letting people in who want to kill some of the other attendees. It doesn't make for a good party.
I think he's got a point.
It's so stupid. So DeSantis is right to stand his ground. And let me tell you something. I don't care who you vote for. It's not my job. I just don't care. It's as the country goes, we go. I just want whoever the president is to be good. I vote conservative. I believe their policies are exponentially better than liberal ones. But I don't say that because I want liberals to change the station and get mad at me. I could be wrong. It's okay. And I could be right. It's okay for you just the same. We're teammates. We live in this country. As it goes, we go. Stop fighting. It's exhausting. What are we, 5? Seriously, stop fighting. But when it comes to having true leadership, DeSantis has it. Not telling you he's going to win the presidency, but I'm telling you he'd probably be pound for pound the best president we could have because he has the balls to say what he thinks is right, regardless of what the political blowback is going to be. When he reopened Florida, okay? It was called an exercise in human sacrifice. Oh, he's going to get everybody killed. He's a murderer. That's what they screamed every night on the TV.
The media is a bunch of losers.
And lo and behold, he had better COVID mortality rates than the places that remain locked down. He has a better economy. His kids have a better education, okay? And the state is thriving. More people are moving there than anywhere else in the country because he was a leader. Okay, when you're in charge, your job is not to read the room. I tell you this all the time. It's like stand-up comedy. Whenever you hear someone on TV going, read the room, okay, they don't know anything about comedy. Nothing. Okay, we use the phrase because it's become part of our vernacular, read the room. Okay, but understand, in comedy, your job is to lead the room. You have a microphone. Does anybody else in the crowd, anybody you're looking around at have a microphone?
The answer would be no.
No, you're in charge. Okay, and that's the same for being governor, and that's the same with being president. That's why Biden's so embarrassing when he goes, I'm going to get in trouble if I answer questions. Wait, what? Does that sound like the leader of the free world?
The answer would be no.
I've got a list of reporters they want me to call on. Does that sound like the leader? The guy's in charge?
The answer would be no.
No, he's not the leader. Joe Biden is a figurehead, the vessel through which the bureaucrats who control this country enact their ideas. The reason people are so threatened by a guy like DeSantis is going to run the show. Hey, Ron, we're doing it this way. And he's going to go, yeah, how about no? Okay, and to Trump's credit, same type of leadership. So don't take a pat on the back for DeSantis as a Trump bash. It's so exhausting. Okay, 99% of you in this audience get it. But there are people who are like, I've had it with the Trump bashing. There's no Trump bashing, okay? Trump would be better than any Democrat you could probably nominate in the next 2 decades because they're all a bunch of woke jackasses.
Everything woke turns to
But you've got to acknowledge there's some depth on the team, okay? DeSantis would be a fine president. He would. You could elect him tomorrow and go to bed. Does that mean he could get the job? I have no idea. None. Okay, but he's in a back and forth with Nikki Haley. Here is what Nikki Haley actually said when she was on CNN. Clip 17.
You have to realize that whether we're talking about Gazans and Palestinians, all of them don't, you've got half of them at the time that I was there didn't want to be under Hamas's rule. They didn't want to have terrorists overseeing them. They knew that they were living a terrible life because of Hamas. You had the other half that supported Hamas and wanted to be a part of that. We see that with Iran too. The Iranian people don't want to be under that Iranian regime. They don't. We saw what happened to Masa Amini. We saw how they treat them. There are so many of these people who want to be free from this terrorist rule. They want to be free from all of that. And America's always been sympathetic to the fact that you can separate civilians from terrorists. And that's what we have to do.
Okay, now listen, this is where I agree with former governor of South Carolina. We would absolutely, positively have to separate civilians from terrorists. But right now at our southern border, we're not doing that. We've got 1.7 million people who've come into this country that we don't even know where they are. We don't even know what their intentions are.
That can't be good.
The only thing we know is we've had tens of thousands of people cross our border that are not from landlocked nations. They've migrated here from other sides of the world that happen to be breeding grounds for terror. Okay, it doesn't mean everyone who crosses the border is a terrorist. Come on. Okay, but at the same time, it does mean I wouldn't trust this administration to vet one from the other. Okay, this administration's telling us right now there's no sign Hezbollah is going to jump into the war. Okay, but this administration was also telling us the Afghan army was not going to collapse. Okay, this administration says there's no sign Hezbollah is about to escalate and enter the war. Okay, understand our intelligence also didn't have Hamas parachuting into a rave and killing 250 people. The fact is, I don't necessarily entrust the intelligence community in this moment. Okay, the intelligence community told us Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation.
You're not telling me the truth.
Okay, they told me Donald Trump was colluding with Russia, and that's how they won the 2016 election.
It was made up by these sick people.
So I don't want to besmirch the character of any of our institutions, but I think personally, okay, as much as we'd like to be compassionate in this moment, okay, we've still got an extra 10 million people living in our country right now, okay? And we haven't successfully vetted most of them, let alone taking in more migrants from a part of the world that hates us and wants to blow us off the map. Doesn't mean they're all members of Hamas, but you know who's not taking their chances with these migrants? Egypt. Jordan, they don't want them there. They don't want them there because they don't know what element is within that society. Ergo, they don't want to let them into their countries. But here we are saying we're going to let them into ours?
This could be a problem.
So DeSantis calls out Nikki Haley. Okay, he doesn't frame her remarks the way she said them, to be clear, because that's how politics work. But the comments he makes towards Haley, okay, certainly elicit a response not only from her, but also from AOC. And I'm going to have to play you a clip at some point from AOC.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No! No!
Here is, first and foremost, DeSantis, clip 18.
The truth is, in Gaza, it's a dysfunctional, toxic society, in part because they teach young people to hate Jews. That is endemic to their culture. And, you know, we've been dealing with this issue. I remember in Congress, people tried to defund some of the money going to the textbooks, but it is really, really bad. And so you just have to understand that. And it doesn't mean that they're all members of Hamas, but what it does mean is that's not something you want to import into the United States.
So that's where you differ from your opponent, Nikki Haley there.
I'm willing to speak the truth. She's trying to be politically correct. She's trying to please the media and people on the left. I don't care about that. I'm going to speak the truth and let the chips fall where they may.
Okay, so that's DeSantis trying to draw a distinction between he and Nikki Haley. Now, Nikki Haley was on America's Newsroom this morning, which is the finest program we have on this channel. They are the belle of the ball. Okay, and Nikki Haley was asked by Bill Hemmer to remark on her comments about refugees and DeSantis. Okay, this answer she gives Hemmer sounds slightly different than the comments she made to CNN. The comments to CNN is, you have to realize whether we're talking about Gazans and Palestinians, the truth is all of them don't, okay? Half of them at the time I was there didn't want to be under Hamas's rule. They didn't want to have terrorists overseeing them. They knew that they were living a terrible life because of Hamas. You had the other half that supported Hamas, wanted to be a part of that. We see that with them too. The Iranian people, they don't want to be under the Iranian regime. They don't. We saw what happened to Massa, meaning we saw how they treated them. There are so many of these people who want to be free from this terrorist rule. They want to be free from all of that. And America has always been sympathetic to the fact that you can separate civilians from terrorists. That's what we have to do. So that comment does sound like she's saying, take them in. We've got to separate civilians from terrorists. But she goes on America's Newsroom this morning and says she never said take anyone from Gaza. I'll let her words speak for themselves. You could be the judge. I don't have an answer, and it's not my job to have an answer. Clip 19.
I've always said we shouldn't take any Gazan refugees in the U.S. I said it when I was at the UN that we shouldn't take Syrian refugees at the U.S. I believe that those in the region should take them. I said that about Syria then. That's why Jordan and Turkey took the bulk of the refugees there. And I think, honestly, the Hamas sympathizing countries should take these Gazans now. We're talking about Qatar. We're talking about Iran. We're talking about Turkey. They should stay in the region. There is no reason for any refugees to come to America. And my record's very clear on that.
So you agree with Ron DeSantis?
I've always said that. I mean, that's the last thing we want. One, because we don't know who they are. But two, Bill, look at the fact that Egypt doesn't want them. Why doesn't Egypt want them? For the same reason that we should not want them. It's because you can't vet them. You don't know.
So it's a slight about face, because her previous remark was America's always been sympathetic to the fact that you can separate civilians from terrorists, and that's what we have to do. So it seemed like she was making the case for separating one from the other. Now she's saying there's no way of doing it, which I believe is the correct answer. Okay, but this back and forth ultimately made its way over to AOC. Oh, listen, few have done more with less. She is a congresswoman. Here's her take, clip 21.
And I also want to address something very specific about what Governor DeSantis said when he said, quote unquote, all Gazans are anti-Semitic. How incredibly destructive and dangerous that rhetoric is. We just had a 6-year-old boy stabbed 26 times this morning because of rhetoric like that. And it is dangerous, it is unacceptable, it is reckless, and no leader in the United States of America should be amplifying a message like that.
She is a fraud, a phony, a woman without a moral core, a regular two-faced, mealy-mouthed politician who swings with the wind.
Is she ever? Okay, understand, the people in Gaza specifically are being taught anti-Semitism from word one. They are. okay? Whether they're good at school or they're bad like I was, that is what they're being taught. That is the environment they grow up in, okay? They're led by a culture that wants to eliminate the Jewish race. So when DeSantis makes a statement like that, we could get into a semantic battle over whether or not it's 98% or 100%. But the fact remains it's the standard operating procedure over in Gaza, okay? They hate the Jewish people, okay? But when AOC tries to tell you that rhetoric is responsible for death, she very conveniently omits a lot of the rhetoric on the left and deaths that have ensued. Okay, the reality is we don't know what is actually responsible for what, because the truth is the people out there committing these heinous acts are the ones responsible. It's not my words, it's not your words, it's not DeSantis's words. But the left likes to go after everything other than the cause. Someone pushes a guy in front of a train in New York City, it's, well, we're systemically racist, so people are going to grow up to be guys who push people in front of trains, and there go America needs to clean up its act. No. How about we start with the people doing it, and then we can build out from there. Just an idea is all I'm trying to say.
What can I tell you, kid? You're right. When you're right, you're right. And you're right.
You're riding around with America's cabbie.
Taxi! Taxi!
You're hanging out with Jimmy Fallon on Fox Across America.
Makes me forget about work for a second.
Couldn't live without it.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
Yeah, I'm looking at the pages right now.
Thomas's translation company just lost its only 2 Spanish speakers. Without the right replacements, he'll be in problemas.
Yeah, we'll have those ready. Tonight's gonna be a late one.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Here's something you've never heard before.
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
Introducing 24/7 Lifeguard Protection, only from Simply Safe Home Security. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity.
Call 1-800-935-7267
and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand.
To learn more, call 1-800-935-7267.
Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order.
Call 1-800-935-7267 now
to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out.
That's 1-800-935-7267.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates, on weather patterns, market shifts, agriculture news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
The community calendar is sponsored by Our Veterinary at the Lake. Visit lake.vet.
The First Christian Church of Eldon will host a ham and bean dinner on October the 19th. In addition to dine-in, carry-outs will also be available. That's today's community calendar.
Here's important new information from the Diabetes Solution Center for you, a family member, or a loved one suffering with diabetes. If you have lost your provider, or if you need a provider for diabetic supplies, you may qualify to receive your diabetic testing supplies now with little or no out-of-pocket cost, regardless of your age. All you need is Medicare or private insurance to be potentially eligible. Call the Diabetes Solution Center right now for details. Just takes a couple of minutes. Our friendly, knowledgeable agents will give you free, no-obligation information, handle all the insurance paperwork, and make sure your supplies are delivered directly to your door for free.
Call U.S. Medical Supply 24 hours a day. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. Call right now. 888-303-9136.
Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. Talking about the looming refugee battle. There are surrounding countries who very well might take some of these refugees in Gaza. So far, none of them are stepping up to do so. But the idea that they should come here is a non-starter for me. You're welcome to weigh in the next hour. 888-788-9910. Emily Campagna is going to be here as well. We will go into the House chamber because the vote for a speaker is getting underway moments from now, okay? They're lining up right now, and, everybody's taking their last-second cash donation from the lobbyists. I kid! But we'll get into it. Emily Campagna will be here. Kat Kamek, who is in the chamber, may also dial us up on her little flip phone, the old 1998 Nokia. She's not right balling yet. She's new to Congress, but she's a fresh face here as well, and we'd love to hear from her. So we'll get into all of that after this on Fox Across America. Hey, it's your radio buddy Jimmy Fallon, and once again, the U.S. government bailing out failing banks that had bad investments, they had poor management. Do not make the same investing mistakes. Buy gold from one of the top precious metals companies in the country. I am talking about Universal Coin and Bullion. And I'm talking about him because their president, Dr. Mike Fulgens, is the only professional in the precious metals industry who is recognized as America's gold expert. He's a sound money advocate. He knows genuine gold. He has spent his life helping clients make the best gold investments. So call Universal Coin and Bullion now. It is 800 UCB Gold. You'll get Mike's national award-winning gold buying guide for free. That is 800 UCB Gold. Other guys get on the radio. They tout their experience. I'm so good at this. Blah, 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 blah. Only Mike was voted the 2021 Dealer of the Year by the American Numismatic Association. So find out how you can invest with the gold expert. It's 800 UCB Gold. 800-822-4653. Tell them your radio buddy Jimmy Fallon sent you. Individuals must be very careful with financial professional and make an investment decision.
Now, from the historical audio archives of Fox News Talk.
In 1971, Margaret Thatcher, then a member of Parliament, addressed the ability of women to be successful in government. This was 8 years before she became Prime Minister.
Now, I've heard this argument frequently, that women are really rather more emotional than men. Really, women are intensely practical. Again, I don't mean that flippantly. We are an intensely practical sex. We often get on with the job. We don't always talk about it as much as men, but we get on doing it. But women are very much more modest in running for parliament. Nothing like as many of them put up, as you know.
Stay tuned to hear more history as it unfolds before your ears. It's the audio archives of Fox News Talk.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour. Presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Steve Kathan. Action in Washington.
The House will come to order.
And a floor vote going on right now in the House that CBS's Skylar Henry tells us could select the next Speaker of the House.
Will you be Speaker by the end of the day?
I hope so.
Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan said he was feeling good heading into today's vote in his bid for Speaker of the House. Monday night, some fellow House Republicans were also confident.
I believe we're going to get Jim Jordan across the finish line.
Jim has done a great job through persuasion.
Democrats did nominate New York's Hakeem Jeffries in that vote going on now. Israel hitting targets in Gaza, while Egypt's foreign minister hopes a border crossing that's open but inaccessible can soon be utilized.
There is no authorization for the safe passage of the multitude of
lorries and trucks that are amassed.
A Hamas propaganda video shows one of the dozens of Israeli hostages. It's Karen Shem's 21-year-old daughter, Mia.
I'm begging the world to bring my baby back home. She only went to a party, to a festival party, to have some fun, and now she's in Gaza.
President Biden heads to Israel later today. CBS's Christina Ruffini.
It's a very precarious position for the U.S. to be in, to have all these Arab and Middle Eastern allies watching Israel about to go into Gaza and watching the humanitarian crisis unfold and saying, what is the U.S. going to do about this? At the same time, President Biden has and needs to show support for Israel. So it's a fine line to walk.
An American official says Ukraine has used U.S.-provided long-range missiles against Russian forces for the first time in that war. Former President Trump heading into court this morning in New York for the continuing civil fraud trial.
We're being railroaded. And I have other trials where being railroaded. You saw yesterday where they take away my right to speak. I won't be able to speak like I'm speaking to you. And I'm not saying anything wrong. I'm saying the truth.
He called the trial a witch hunt and blasted New York's Attorney General as a radical lunatic. Well, first it was Paris, now London. CBS's Vicki Barker reports on a problem that may be spreading.
Phone footage shared on social media appears to show a single bed bug crawling up a passenger's leg on a London Underground train. Never mind that professionals haven't been able to confirm the sighting. Pest control firms here in London say they've been inundated with calls about bed bugs. One company says it's seen a 65% jump in cases compared with the same time last year.
The Dow is up 60 points. This is CBS News.
If you need to hire, you need Indeed, because Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. Osage Beach police report picking up 5 people for various offenses for the week ending this past Sunday, October 15th. Lieutenant Michael O'Day says a 50-year-old woman from Camdenton and a 25-year-old man from Osage Beach had been wanted on warrants for failure to appear in court. Also arrested, but on traffic-related offenses, were a 27-year-old man from Lebanon, a 38-year-old man from Osage Beach, and 21-year-old from Lake Ozark. Osage Beach police for the week also conducted 76 traffic stops and assisted at 29 fire department calls. The issue of the U.S. border and illegal immigration comes to the forefront of a discussion on the KRMS Morning Magazine with Lake Area State Representative Lisa Thomas.
Finally, it seems like people are waking up and saying, gosh, maybe we shouldn't have an open border because, some of the terrorists overseas probably already here. And the rest of us are saying, duh, we've been telling you that.
Thomas also says that it's almost impossible to know in reality how many have crossed over into the United States.
We know how many came in known, millions and millions, 6, maybe 7, just in the last 2 years. And while Border Patrol have really become social workers and administrators.
Thomas also agrees it's really too late and the focus now has to turn to vigilance and watching over our own borders in Missouri. There's going to be a bittersweet kind of party for a very worthy cause coming up this weekend in Lake Ozark. It's being called the Pink Out Party to help celebrate breast cancer survivorship. That's according to Trish Creech from Lake Regional's Health Foundation, who says more people are able to survive the disease thanks to funding and awareness. The Pink Out Party will include live music, an auction which is already online, and a contest for the best dressed couples wearing pink, with proceeds going to raise funds for local care. The party will run from 6 to 11:30 p.m. at the Encore Lakeside Grill and Sky Bar. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your Lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunny skies this afternoon, a high around 70. West winds around 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly clear and a low near 48. Wednesday, sunshine, a high of 75. Then by Thursday, plenty of blue skies and sun, a high around 69. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 69.8. And the temperature at the studios is...
Currently, it's 61.
Live from everywhere USA, it's Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Oh, yes, it sure is. We are back in action, fired up for an embarrassment of radio riches here on the high-flying, death-defying Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. If you're watching the House Speaker vote right now, it is underway. Jim Jordan can only afford to lose 2 votes if he wants to clinch this thing in the first go-round. He can only lose 4 votes. He's already lost 2 of them. 2 people writing in Kevin McCarthy in a symbolic gesture is what I'm hearing right now. 2 votes for McCarthy, who's not going to be the speaker.
Are you stupid or something?
But this is how politics work. So as we update this live tally, Jordan with 42, McCarthy with 2, Hakeem Jeffries with 44, because every Democrat is going to vote Jeffries and try to stall off Jordan's confirmation. And it is essentially going to be a battle that could take, 1 vote, but could go as high as, 5, 6 from what we've heard. I have some pretty well-placed sources that expect him to get it done this afternoon, but that will require he only has 1 more Republican vote to lose if, in fact, he is going to win it on the first go-round. So we'll continue to update that. Emily Campagna will come by. 888-788-9910 if you want to be a part of the show, a show where you can, of course, be a Republican, be a Democrat. You just can't be a... We've already got one of those hosting the show. Oh, come on, I kid. I'm being silly. It's Tuesday. I'm in a good mood. We just finished taping my stand-up special and getting ready to go back out on the road. If you want to meet me in person, man, do you have options starting in November? It's going to get nuts, okay? We will be, so exciting, down on the Patriot Awards in Nashville. That's where I will be on Thursday night, the 16th of November. Then Friday, if you don't see me in Nashville, you can see me Friday and Saturday in Naples, Florida at the Off the Hook Comedy Club. Boom. That is Friday night, November the 17th, Saturday night, the 18th. Then December the 2nd, I will be back at the Carson Nugget in Carson City, Nevada. All the KKFT listeners, welcome to come on down. Okay, KSUE listeners, I was on with Chad and Andrea this morning. God, I've suffered enough. Come bail me out at the comedy show. That is Saturday night, December the 2nd. Then we will be in East Texas. Me, Lincoln, and my brother Mike. You'll see us down there December the 9th. And then we will be at the Palm Beach Kennel Club. Saturday night, December the 16th for the win. If you happen to be in Palm Beach, come see your radio buddy. Can you dig it? Can you dig it? Can you dig it? Bernie is down in Clearwater. That's where I was over the summer, living my best life with Kennedy at the Capitol Theater. Bernie!
How you doing, man?
Buddy, I'm in a great mood, but I'm a little worked up about the idea of us taking in a bunch of refugees who hate us. Where are you weighing in on this?
I completely agree with that. The only thing I want to say, you were talking about Ellis Island.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you got to remember, during the time of Ellis Island, most of the immigrants who were coming through Ellis Island were all Europeans.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the countries, a bunch of different names back then, they had no idea what America was, none whatsoever, like they do now. So it was kind of a whole different time because most of those people had Christian values, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well,
my grandparents came from Poland and Germany.
Yep.
I'm 78 years old, so I've been through a lot of this different crap,
Yep.
The other point, people are always talking about, well, why doesn't Egypt take people? You got to remember, at that gate, Egypt, there's actually 2 gates.
Mm-hmm.
One on the Palestine side and one on the Egyptian side.
Yep.
And the Palestine side is refusing to open their gate.
Yep.
So even if Egypt opens theirs, what could that do? You know what I mean?
Listen, the whole situation is a mess, okay? But
for sure.
Yeah, the reality of having anyone here who can't be vetted, who doesn't have our values, is just a no-go for me, okay? and that
firmly agree with you on that.
Well, good.
Firmly.
No, that I appreciate. Bernie, how far are you? If I'm going to be down in Naples or Palm Beach, which one are you closer to?
Well, Palm Beach is about 5 hours away, and Naples is like 2.5 for me.
Oh, that's far. All right, Bernie, I'm going to book a show closer to you again because we loved Clearwater. They treated us great when we were down there.
Yeah, last time I was actually unable to get to the show. I wanted to, I just couldn't.
But now
other things planned at
No,
the
that's
time.
fine. But now we know why you called in, because if you were at that show, there's no way you'd still be listening. I'm kidding, Bernie. I'm kidding.
No, probably not. You never can tell. I may hate you. Who knows?
Good for you. A lot of fun. But we're gonna do it again, and I appreciate you sharing your points because they were spot on, my man.
Okay, and I just think people need to realize that double gate on that border.
Yes.
A lot of hosts, not just you, but a lot of people are just saying Egypt should open it. They can't, and they don't want them anyways.
No, they don't
Nobody
want
over there wants them.
That's the point.
Jordan doesn't want them.
Yeah, but that's the point. Like, if they don't want him, okay, and they know more than we do, okay, and there's a reason. So I don't know how this is going to play out, but I do know, we have enough people here right now that we don't know what to do with, that we can't chance bringing more, especially if there's no way of knowing whether they hate us. So I think we'll figure this out. But good stuff, Bernie. Let's do it again, brother. The great Bernie down in Clearwater, Florida, who did not go to my show when I was down there with Kennedy.
Get him out of here. Get him out.
You're allowed to be busy. It's okay. We don't need you all. These aren't mandatory attendance events. But I tell you all the time, if you come see us live, it's the greatest. November 11th, I'll be at the Stanley Theater with Kennedy up in Utica. If you're listening on WIBX, Town Square Station. Hey, girl. These events are like, I guess the best way I can explain it to you, it's like Scared Straight for America. Do you remember when they had that Scared Straight where there was like a sassy kid in 7th grade and they'd lock him in a room with a convict who had murdered 3 people, and he'd scream at the kid until he learned to stop talking back to his parents and respect his teachers? That's kind of our comedy show. It's like a Scared Straight for America. But instead of beating you up, we're just laughing at you. So it's going to be a good time. Here is Jim Jordan this morning. The House is voting as we speak. Okay, we've seen 2 votes for Scalise. We've seen 3 votes for McCarthy, which would tell me Jordan is not going to make it in vote number 1. Okay, this could go. Maybe some Democrats defect. We don't know. But here is Jordan talking about the process of converting the holdouts, clip 1.
There's still at least four Republicans who say they will not support you. How do you get them on board?
We're talking to everyone, listening to everyone. Again, I feel good about how things are moving, and we just need to get a speaker so we can get the House operating, helping the American people.
Realistically, are you preparing for this to go multiple rounds, though?
We got to get a speaker.
So, sounds like he is. Here's a second follow-up to that. It's clip 2.
How many votes are you willing to go through tomorrow? Are you going to just keep going?
We need to get a speaker tomorrow. The American people deserve to have their Congress, their House of Representatives working. And we can't have that happen until you get a speaker, so we need to do that. Plus, we need to be helping our dearest friend and colleague, our dearest friend and closest ally, Israel. We need to help them as well.
Keep going over and over again. Tomorrow, you expect multiple roll call votes?
Well, look, I felt good walking into the conference. I feel even better now. We got a few more people we want to talk to, listen to, and then we'll have a vote tomorrow.
Okay, so that's Jordan saying, you got to play the teams on the schedule. Okay, my personal take on this, because you hear Jim Jordan on this show a lot. He's probably been on this show more than any other lawmaker. And, it's mainly because when he first appeared on the show, he didn't know this, but I married a girl from his district, the 4th Congressional District out in Ohio. So we had a lot of common culture that we were laughing about the first time he came on the show. And we kind of became, friendly on the air, jokey interviews where we get into real hard substance, yet we managed to do so in a lighter tone. That's kind of the benchmark for the show, is a Jordan interview. You got a guy who is an instrumental figure in how our government operates, but he's willing to come on and have a personality and not distill memorized talking points like it's an infomercial for his political party. That's the goal of the show. That's what we're trying to give you. We're trying to give you a hang with influential people. But getting past the fact that he's a good hang on the air is he's one of the people I've gotten to meet off the air and ascertained that they mean it. Okay, it really matters to me because I'm not a political activist. I am an inactivist. Okay, I like to host a talk show. I like to level with you. I like to share my ideas, but I don't want to be on here stumping for people who I happen to know are talking point empty suits that just want to get fed by the lobbyists when they're done appearing on all their media hits. Okay, Jordan is a guy that genuinely cares about the direction the country's going in and does a great job of articulating that worldview. Ergo, I'd want him in there because having talked to him off the air, I can vouch for the fact that he cares about the country. I don't doubt there are other guys who want the gig that care about the country too, but I'd be lying if I said I talked to them off the air in their golf shoes and had that same conversation. You know, it's one thing to say it to me on the air. It's another thing to really mean it off the air. So that's where he gets my support. Where it goes from here, I don't know. You know, there were reports earlier in the day, this could be 5 votes, this could be 10 votes. I don't know that it'll go that high. I do know that his camp was confident they will get there today. So we'll see. Okay, we will continue to update the situation, but we can confirm that he did not win the speakership on the first vote. Okay, McCarthy, I believe, took 15. Chad Pergram was saying earlier it would be somewhere between Pope Francis and McCarthy, meaning Pope Francis took as many as 5 votes before the smoke came out of the chimney. McCarthy took 15 votes before we saw the smoke. And in that case, it wasn't Vatican smoke. That was just Hunter's crack pipe.
Hunter's a dirtbag.
Just a red meat cheap shot of a joke, folks. That's what we're doing here. It's Tuesday. We're having a good time. That's what you do on Fox Across America. The world's on fire. We're just roasting radio marshmallows.
You're hanging out with Jimmy Fallon on Fox Across America.
I always have my radio on at work.
News, talk, sports, entertainment. Total Radio. News Talk KRMS.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
This is good news, maybe exactly when you need it to. Right now, switching to MediShare can save you even more than usual, on top of what you'll save each month by becoming a member of MediShare. So many people are looking for a healthcare solution right now, especially given how inflation is affecting us. And MediShare is the affordable, reliable alternative to health insurance. The typical family saves about $500 a month. You might save even more. And MediShare is a Christian community that's been sharing each other's healthcare costs for 30 years now, and they're making it easier than ever. Apply by October 31st. And you can save an additional $150 on your first month. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just tell them the promo code SHARE to get your additional savings. Maybe now is the time to make the switch, like more than 400,000 people already have, and start saving. Here it is. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE.
Indeed.com/credit.
Taxes or are in debt to the IRS? This is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Join Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin this Saturday morning for the Outdoor Show at 8 and the Sweet Spot Golf Show at 9. Both shows will feature live guests with tips from local pros, the word on local and national tournaments, and giveaways. 2 shows about what we do best of the lake, hunting, fishing, and golf. It's Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin with the Outdoor Show and the Sweet Spot Golf Show this Saturday morning from 8 until 10 on News Talk KRMS.
The Home Service Club sponsors this paid advertisement. Attention homeowners. Broken AC, $4,600. Water heater, $1,500. Fridge on the fritz, $1,000. You need home warranty coverage from the Home Service Club. For around $1 a day, if any of your covered appliances and systems break down, HSC will either do the repair or replace them. HSC has over 15,000 pre-screened, highly rated technicians with the fastest response time in the industry. HSC provides coverage for up to 47 different appliances and systems in your home. Call for a free, no-obligation quote from a trusted HSC service specialist about a home warranty for your entire home, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. 800-926-1595, plus $75 off your first year. 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595. That's 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-557-7920. 800-557-7920. That's 800-557-7920. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
How did that happen? Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. Monitoring the situation, we're being told Jim Jordan is unlikely to win the speakership on the first vote. Current tally, 116 for Jordan, 4 for Scalise, 5 for McCarthy, 117 now for Jordan, 114 for Hakeem Jeffries, and 4 for others, including Lee Zeldin. So there's still some holdouts within the GOP. As Jordan seems increasingly unlikely to win it in round one. He's now at 119 votes as we monitor this live. But here's the bottom line, okay? They get this right today. Numbers now up to 121. If they get this right today, okay, at some point through 2 votes or 12 votes or 18 votes, and the Republicans wield the power of the purse and they get the appropriations done and they conduct the oversight, okay, and they run this branch of government in a manner in which the American people are on board with, no one is going to care how long it took to get a speaker.
That's true. That is true.
Okay. Did it look like a clown show when Gates upended McCarthy? 1,000%, which is why the Democrats went along with it. They wanted to throw the House into chaos so they could be like, see, look at these Republicans. But there's a commentary here. Yes, Matt Gaetz is a clown who wants to be an influencer. Okay, he does. That's who he is. I've met the guy. I've had him on the show multiple times. That's who he is. Okay, but getting past that, the Democrats, and this is something I've characterized them as being in the past, they are the ultimate prisoners of the moment. Okay, they want to win today's news cycle so bad. Okay, until it's over, in which case they want to win tomorrow's news cycle so bad. The way the Democrats work is it's politics, politics, politics. Everything is a perpetual fight for power. Ergo, consensus is useless to them. Like when it comes to the House speakership, yes, they voted unanimously, okay, to get McCarthy out because they knew Republicans would go into disarray. So they took the House of Representatives and they said, oh, no, look at these Republicans. They made a mess out of it. They recalled the speaker. Okay, 8 Republicans voted for that scenario. Okay, 8 of them. 208 of them voted for that scenario. It was only possible because so did an additional 210 Democrats. So you understand, okay, the 218 votes that got McCarthy out of there, the Republicans only cast 8 of them. The Democrats cast the other 210. Knowing we'd wind up getting a Republican speaker down the road, the Democrats just were happy to upend the country and make Republicans look bad because that's the game.
This is politics as usual.
Again and again and again. Okay, but understand this prisoner of the moment mindset that's willing to hold the country hostage if it means them looking better in a given news cycle. Number one, can be detrimental to the country in the short term if the government isn't fulfilling its obligations to the people. But number two, won't actually benefit them in the long run because if the Republicans do a good job, nobody cares. Nobody's going to go, well, you know what, the House of Representatives is the one wing of the government we approve of, but it did take a few weeks to get a speaker, so, you know, we're not going to vote for this party. It's not how it's going to work, okay? The Democrats want control. They'll do anything to get it. Okay, in the summer of 2020, when Derek Chauvin, a thug cop, killed George Floyd, every one of us who watched the video, I mean universally in America, we're like, yeah, you can't do that. George Floyd could have been a junkie, which he was. George Floyd could have held a knife to the belly of a pregnant woman, which he did. Okay, but if a guy is handcuffed face down on the pavement, you really can't kneel on his neck for 8.5 minutes. And we all roundly condemned Derek Chauvin. But understand we were in an election summer, and that consensus wasn't any use for the Democrats. All right, so now we all just agree? What is this, America, where we have a universally shared moral compass? We can't have that. So the conversation went from Derek Chauvin knelt on his neck and we all agree to it wasn't Derek Chauvin, it was every member of this country because we're systemically racist.
Democrats are so full of crap.
But they changed the argument. We went from a place of universal consensus to that cop shouldn't do it, he deserves to be locked up, into, well, you know, he only did it because every one of you is racist. Okay, you're unconsciously racist. White babies are born hating black babies, and they don't even know that it's the thing.
Come on, don't bullshit me.
But that's exactly what they did. And it became politically viable for them to run on a platform of America is systemically racist. That's what they told us. Government's been racist for 250 years. So we've got to get rid of this guy Trump who's been a part of it for 4 years and replace him with this other guy who's been a part of it for 50 years.
Do you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump and you ain't black?
That was the sale. This government's been racist since day one. So we've got to get a guy who's been a member of that racist government more than anybody in the history of the government. No one has served longer, okay? We've been racist since day one, so we could, you know, fix the racism. You know the way we'll do it, right, is we'll go get a guy who's been a part of it. Guy who eulogized Klan members. Joe Biden. Look it up. Eulogized Robert Byrd. Go look it up, okay? Member of the Ku Klux Klan, okay? Joe Biden. Eulogize the guy, okay? Look it up. And understand, okay? But that was the sale. And we had a consensus when it came to Derek Chauvin killing George Floyd, but it was of no use to them, okay? They don't mind weaponized chaos. That's why they were willing to throw the House into the state that it's in. Okay, yeah, make the Republicans look bad. And remember this, Kevin McCarthy thought he was safe. He agreed to the 1-vote threshold for removal because he trusted Nancy Pelosi, who said, I'll always have your back.
What an idiot.
I mean, seriously. Nancy Pelosi was like, I got you, boo. And he was like, all right, fine, I'll accept the speakership under these terms.
This is the biggest schmuck I've ever met.
Ever. Okay. And that's why he's out of there. Because the same Democrats who were like, we've got your back, didn't have his back.
That's just how white folks will do you.
And they never intended to have his back at any point in the conversation, but the guy trusted Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi is a total dingbat.
Maybe so, but she's a ruthless killer, and she got her man.
Around the house, at work, in the car, news, weather, traffic, and sometimes they make me laugh.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
Now's a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. LakeJob.com is your one-stop shop for finding job openings and long-term rental housing in the Lake area. The best part is it's completely free. These sponsors make LakeJob possible. JDEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting, First State Bank Mortgage Team Lassen, All Phase Heating and Cooling, Keys to the Lake, and Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimes Corp. LakeJob.com is a service of News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country, 104.9 and 98.7 The Cove.
Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With Private Healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private Healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. When life comes at you unexpectedly, you need to be ready, and health insurance is your financial safety net. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-912-9624. That's 800-912-9624. 800-912-9624.
During this unprecedented time of worldwide economic challenge, it's so important that you keep a close eye on your retirement and be ready to take the steps necessary to protect your money. Having a portion of your IRA or 401k backed by physical gold and silver offers Americans the diversification needed to hedge against economic volatility and potential turmoil. Savvy retirement savers are those with the foresight to safeguard with genuine stores of value, like physical gold and silver, which in the past have soared during periods of misery for the rest of the economy. Diversify your hard-earned savings today by calling Birch Gold Group and get your free information kit to teach you how precious metals can protect your family's financial future. Birch Gold is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau and has thousands of satisfied customers. Call them 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. Again, that's 800-222-0511.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-466-8813. 800-466-8813. That's 800-466-8813.
Discover the power of radio. If you're a business owner looking to grow, you should know that radio sells with intimacy. When you have something important to communicate, which would you prefer? To show them a picture? To write to them? Or would you talk to them using the emotion of the human voice? Radio sells with intimacy. Discover the power of radio.
Put the power of radio to work for your business. Call KRMS and 93.5 Rocks. We can help. Call 348-2772.
Across America, your radio buddy Jimmy Fallon monitoring the race for a House Speaker. Jim Jordan apparently not getting there on vote number 1. They will continue to go. But now it's time for a discussion about a different type of speaker. If you were at the taping of my 1-hour stand-up special at the Paramount this last Friday, thank you. We had the greatest time ever. Oh, my gosh. Thanks, you guys. But backstage, my personal highlight of the whole evening occurred backstage when I was sitting there. I mean, minutes. 3 minutes from going on stage in front of the world and taping this special. One of our favorite pregame rituals when I'm on tour is it'll usually wind up being me and like the crew or maintenance or whatever. We always play The Autumn Wind from NFL Films by John Facenda. The autumn wind is a raider. When in walks the former head cheerleader of the Oakland Raiders to participate in the pregame ritual. She didn't have the pom-poms. She did have a Heineken. Emily Campagno is here now to relive the glory. Hey, girl.
You guys, it was so epic. I just have to color commentate my own side of the story. So I get out of traffic, and essentially it has taken me 2 hours to arrive at this theater, which should only take like max 1. So I run in. I make it all about myself unabashedly. Poor Jimmy is like 3 minutes from showtime, in his precious green room, getting his final makeup touch up, reviewing notes. It's like quiet. And I come running in screaming about the traffic. I have to go to the bathroom and I need a drink. And then you let me kindly in. And then from resounding mountains, it's like the sound of music, the initial scene, where all of a sudden the hills are alive with the autumn wind, which is, you guys, our fight song for the Oakland Raiders. I drop everything and immediately start doing the dance. I'm doing the cheer. It's like phenomenal. It essentially is like backstage for my show. And like halfway through, I'm like, wait, Jimmy, do you need this to be different energetically? I'm like, you need anything, buddy? Because I was like, it was so phenomenal. I went out there essentially like Rocky to the audience. And then I had the supreme pleasure of sitting, you guys, in between Jimmy's wife and his son for the whole performance. And it was so special because every one of your grossly inappropriate jokes about both of them was hysterical to be sitting between them. Because like we were cracking up, and to see you were like sweetly looking, like you like toss a glance to them. And I felt like I was like on the couch in your living room during a family meeting. It was so special. It was so fun. I loved the outnumbered jokes. Yep. Hilarious.
Boom.
And to see you shine so bright. I know you know that. I know you're such a star and my favorite person ever. But to see this whole big audience feel the same, cheering so loudly, like the throngs of support for you. I mean, wild. I was so proud. I was like proud mama bear over here, like, or sister sparrow, whatever I am. But like, just like, oh my God, everybody loves you. I was so proud of you.
It was epic.
The other funniest part is how I literally thought there was no food. So I came running in. I ate everything backstage. I ate every entree 8 times.
She actually knocked a plate under a crew member's hand, knocked it right out of his hand.
And then I just swallowed it all whole. And then complete with the dessert and drinks. And then I went outside, and then there was accidentally an order of hamburgers sent to our table for someone else. I ate that too. I was like, oh, dinners. I had 100 dinners in 20 minutes. It was the best thing ever. So after the show, I rolled on stage and took a glorious photo with the star.
You stop it. It was fantastic. But you have to know that was the highlight of the night for me, because like my backstage vibe is like very mellow, and we just blast music and hang out. Like Kilmeade walked in with his wife. He's like, is this okay that we're here? I'm like, absolutely. Because we just blast music and hang out, and I'm mellow. Because like that's kind of my process, is like stand-up is like, this is a thing. It's a good time. Like you're on stage, you know, having a good time. So you just need to be in a good mood. Like that's the preparation. It's not studying. It's not chanting. It's like if you're ever backstage at like a comedy taping, the comic who's like shadow boxing never has a good set, because that's what comedy is not. Okay, you're not fighting. You're actually, hey, it's the opposite. It's like everything's cool. So having you there in that magical confluence of events, I really mean it was like a career highlight. It was my God. But it was the funniest part of the whole night, because it was like so serendipitous. You know, in like the finale of The Sopranos, he's just eating in the family diner and they keep cutting to Meadow parallel parking the car and Tony's getting onion rings. Well, like there we were. It's like the clock was ticking towards go time. Like the opening act was on stage. So like I'm going on, okay? Like it's a thing. And now we're just down to the song and you walked in for the song. It was like Journey playing Don't Stop Believing at the end of The Sopranos. And I was in such a hilarious mood at the timing of it all that I just laughed my way through the whole night. I had no emotion. You know when my emotions kicked in? When I got to order at the diner because I was so hungry. I was so happy to order at the diner. And at my cherished childhood diner, the Embassy Diner that I've been going through since I was 2, this was the moment. After 44 years of going there, we found out there's a new owner who's the biggest Fox fan in the world who sat at our table the whole night. So it was half the greatest meal of my life, the other half of like, what's Hannity like? And I'm like, can you just pass the ketchup, dude?
He's literally listening. He's listening right now.
I'm like, he's here. He's here right now. You want to ask him? But it was the greatest night of my life.
Totally.
It was the best.
Well, you were coming off of 6 months of Hungry, which is why it was the best order of your life.
Yes, it was amazing.
Everything about the best part of the night too is that at all times there were like 100 layers of awesome and funny and just right happening. Like even when I left outside, like the cars got all messed up. So I'm like, it's sort of in the middle of the night. I'm like trying to, catch a cat, like all this stuff. And then as I'm on the phone with the car company, this random security guard comes walking past a huge wolf Halloween decoration that was like probably 2 stories tall that I guess is sound triggered or movement triggered. And so that thing started growling and howling and moving and barking. And we were like ducking for cover. We were like, what's going on? It was like, oh, like the whole night was great. All your favorite people were there. It was amazing. Your family and friends. And the thing that's so sweet about meeting your family and friends too is like they're all Fox fans. So I remember being like, oh, I didn't know this was like open to the public. And then I was like, no, it's not. These are just all your peoples.
Yes.
That love where you work, support you so much, support this,
They're
support
cool.
us.
Yeah.
Everyone's cool, man.
Yeah, the whole backstage thing was nuts.
I want to do it
completely
again.
nuts.
I wish I didn't have to. I had to leave. I wish I could stay. I wish we could do it again. When is your next
You
special?
needed to go. We'll shoot another one next year, but it was like
A whole year away?
maybe sooner than that. You don't know, because like this is supposed to come out in January. It may come out before then. There's a lot of moving parts right now, but it went over well enough that they're figuring out like what, because it was nuts. It was so debauched. And I can tell you, like anyone who's been around a lot of stand-up specials, like we just created a vibe that was very unique to who we are. Meaning most stand-up specials, it's like going to a school play where the guy happens to be telling jokes instead of singing Joseph in the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. You know what I'm saying?
Best musical ever.
This was not a well-behaved crowd. This was a raucous, rowdy monster truck rally that I wanted.
That's right.
And that's what we were going for. Very rarely, I mean it, like you go on stage and tell half your audience to like F off, but that's kind of the vibe. And everyone can take it because they get it. They love it, and that's why it works. So, no, we're going to do it again, Em, 100%.
I wish I could be the one to introduce you. Not the warm-up comment, because I understand that that's a different thing, but if I could just be the one to be like, welcome everyone. Like let's just start off in the school play. It should be. It's like this should be the high school. This is high school here anyway. We know this.
Yes.
So why not have me be like, welcome everyone, and like get the happy and like get the like whatever.
Here's the deal.
Before the opening comment comes on.
Here's the deal. Only if you do it in your Raiders outfit.
No.
Yes.
No.
Like a cheerleader. You said it was high school. I don't mean it has to be like scantily clad.
Gross.
No, I didn't say it like that. Jenny doesn't care. I just meant like as a cheerer, as a person. You could do your song, bring your crew, and make it funny. The point is it's supposed to be funny.
I could have a Jimmy cheer outfit on.
Absolutely.
That would be really fun.
Yeah, because the Raiders aren't going to let us use the likeness. But the point is I wanted it to be funny.
Yeah.
Like what I would want it to be. This is my favorite thing in the world. I always had this idea of, like comics try to make these grand entrances where like they have dancing girls and stuff. I'd want to do it where I had like 5 slobs. You know what I mean?
Dude, you have the Lizzo concert where she's like inclusivity, size 100.
That's what I want. I want a cavalcade of 5s marshaling me onto the stage.
Dude, everyone's
eating
gonna throw
sandwiches,
up
pyrotechnics. No, because then it's like reverse glam. That's the point. I want a reverse glam. Okay, that's the beauty of what I'm doing.
You should just be walked on by like a biker game. Do it something dope that's not off-putting so everyone doesn't lose lunch. Have it be phenomenal.
Well, if they lose lunch, it's because my dancers took it from them. Okay, it's a different vibe. I'm running an all-inclusive, Emily. That's what you got to understand. Well, maybe. Emily Campagno's in studio. We're doing a postmortem on my stand-up special. It'll be on Fox Nation in January. You guys can go see it in all its glory. And it was really the funniest night of my career. Just the funniest. That's the best way I could describe it, is we just had so much fun. And
it was so much fun.
Oh, it was great. It was like, but even like what you had to see it because Dana Perino was backstage with her crew, and like they walked in like, "Oh, we're just so sorry." I'm like, "No, you don't get how this works. We're just blasting the Beastie Boys or whatever the hell other like 80s, 90s rap song we can think of, and no one cares." And then Kilmeade was there, and it was the same thing. And then you were there, and that's just the vibe. At some point, Lincoln showed up and did what you did. You know, he ate all the food and went and did a show, and that's what you're supposed to do.
Also, the venue, everyone, was
so
phenomenal.
Nice.
Totally dope, cool, like brick and mixed metals and stuff, but really huge. So it's not the vibe of that same decor in New York City where it's that, but it's literally you're sitting on top of someone else and someone else is in your lap. This was like plenty of space, totally open, people everywhere. What?
Josh, who had a floor seat, claims that the space was a little tighter.
I'm sorry. I was in the VIP box.
Emily luxury
plenty of room for me.
Emily luxury box Campagno, Josh, just let her hair down.
Dude.
Rapunzel just let her hair down so you could see what it was like.
Sorry.
I'm kidding.
Usually I'm the one in someone's pocket, so if I can just even sit like myself and straight, it's actually pretty cool.
But it was just bottom line. It was so
was
fun.
phenomenal.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think we need to have an outdoor component. I see next time like a whole sort of Renaissance fair outside in that whole big parking lot area. That's my vision.
I love it, but not for comedy. Comedy, because this is the thing. Comedy has to be focused. That's why we close the sidebars during the show. You need everyone in the room's attention. Like, let me explain this to you.
What about after? I mean, after, could we be outside with like kegs and stuff?
Yeah, definitely.
That's what I'm talking
that
about.
Part's amazing.
Like, make it like where we just make it like Days of Confused.
Yeah.
That afterward.
Yeah.
That we just drink all night outside.
It's kind of what some of us wound up doing.
That's right.
And when you left, people had to leave. I had to go, I filmed stuff, and then we were done filming, and we just ate half of Nassau County when I was done filming. But it was the greatest night ever. For people who didn't see it, you will see it on Fox Nation. And all you're going to get out of it is it's just like, we do a lot of live events. It was like that, but it was so cool. Like the venue was cool. The people were cool. The crowd was cool. It was just cool. It was like such a unique experience. And I'll never forget it, but I was too busy having fun to get the scale. Like Ryan Reese, who opened, I'm talking like a minute before we went on stage, was giving me like "Are you okay?" He's like, "I'm so nervous for you. How are you?" And I was like, "No, it's just not how this works." Like
you were busy cheering with me doing Autumn Wind.
I know. I was busy picking up everyone else's spirits. I'm like, "We got a cheerleader over here. The Kilmeades would like a ham sandwich or whatever they wanted." I'm like, I'm hosting this party, so to speak.
You were like Shrek in the village of whatever, like fairies flying by, kangaroos running by. And it was so fun to be next to Jenny. By the way, everyone, because I had this total insider like artery where whenever Jimmy opened a joke by being like, Jenny and I were talking the other day or whatever, I could turn to her and be like, "Is this true?" And it was like, it was so fun to have the insider baseball
standards and practices.
Exactly. It was so fun. It was so cool for me to be inside like that.
Thank you. Well, you have the highest security clearance in the administration. Okay.
Not saying much.
Don't leave documents next to your car. If I'd left them next to his Corvette.
Right. That's right.
But your car's nice enough that they wouldn't notice the documents. They would know you Mach 1. They might actually not look at. That was like an old commercial. Josh, do you remember if that was a Coke or a Pepsi commercial with Cindy Crawford? Do you remember that commercial?
Oh, it was Pepsi.
It was Pepsi?
It was Pepsi.
Where there's like this old commercial where Cindy Crawford was like the peak of her superpowers, and she's drinking a Pepsi, and two little boys on the fence are like, "Man, look at that Pepsi can."
Yeah, I love
that whole thing.
The other day I got a toll, violation notification or whatever, and it had it was this huge printout of all the fines I owed, and this is all the stuff I did, and then it was the picture of my car and the picture of my license plate, and it was just hysterical because it was exactly that. Like I just drooled. I was like, "That's my baby. There she is." And then an hour later I was like, oh, I owe some money. Wait, you guys, really quickly though, if I can, speaking of all of this hunger, all of this eating half of Nassau County, my podcast this week is Jeffrey Dahmer.
Is it?
I know it's not a gross segue.
On the Fox True Crime podcast?
Dude, it's amazing. It's the most talking about insider baseball. It's the responding detective, the one who opened the refrigerator and found the human head. You will not believe everything else that he found. It was this detective, who cataloged every single piece of evidence, including all the different body parts, all the hairs, all the everything that I can't even say right now.
Oh, my
You
goodness.
do not want to miss this absolutely really the most insider baseball episode I think that I've ever had. So
On Jeffrey Dahmer, Fox True Crime Podcast, Emily Campagna. Well, since you brought up Jeffrey Dahmer, and it is my show, okay, we will close on a joke my grandmother told me. Okay, this is not in my special, ladies and gentlemen. This would not make my special, but it would make my radio show. Everyone's going to be fine. Okay, it's not about Jeffrey Dahmer. Everything's going to be fine. Okay, 2 cannibals find a dead body. They decide they're going to split it. One guy's going to start at the head, other guy's going to start at the feet. They're going to meet in the middle. Okay, ready, set, go. Away they go. First guy starts up at the head. 5 minutes goes by. He's doing his thing. He yells down to his buddy. He goes, "How you making out down there?" He goes, "Oh, you kidding me? I'm having a ball." He goes, "Slow down. You're eating too fast." Good night, everybody. There it is. Come on. There it is. So stupid. Go download the Fox True Crime Podcast. Emily Campagna, the best ever.
from Donner to Dahmer.
Back after this.
The show not afraid to call out both sides of the aisle.
He's the other side's worst nightmare.
This is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
I listen on my smart speaker.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat.
It's always on. I'm always connected.
At your service since 1951. We're News Talk KRMS.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Want to know how to get the same cell coverage for up to half the cost? Well, instead of spending a fortune building and maintaining their own cell phone towers, Consumer Cellular just pays to use the same towers as the largest carriers and passes the savings on to you. Pretty smart, huh? Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 5 gigabyte data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
This could be the start of a break-in.
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
Or the end of one. Introducing 24/7 LiveGuard protection, only from Simply Safe. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
Christian Faith Publishing is looking for Christian authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Christian Faith Publishing reviews each and every book submitted to them, and they give you their feedback. And if they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So whether you've written an inspirational work, a novel, a children's book, poetry, or a biography, and want to get it published, you need to call Christian Faith Publishing and do it immediately.
Call 800-615-7736 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-615-7736. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-615-7736. That's 800-615-7736. Work with a publisher who shares your core Christian values of integrity and honesty. Call Christian Faith Publishing at 800-615-7736 for your free author submission kit.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? How do you get in front of companies or get a patent? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors just like you for 35 years.
And thousands of people contact them every month.
With 65 offices, you can meet with an InventHelp representative near you who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. And they offer 3D animations and prototyping services.
Dogs Across America with Jimmy Fallon. And if we sound upbeat, it's because we finally got rid of Emily Compagno. I kid. Oh, holy heck. I didn't even see you there. Awkward as heck.
Still here upon invitation from the king.
Yeah.
And the queen. And by them, I don't mean you. I will stay here all day.
Emily comes by and she just turns my studio into her base of operations.
Probably because your studio is bigger than my entire apartment. And this couch that I'm sitting in right now is bigger than my entire bed. I mean, who wouldn't leave?
But she did. She just sent a fax. I didn't even know we had those anymore. Like she conducts all kinds of business in my studio. It's not just radio. It's so much more than just radio. But she is the host of the Fox True Crime podcast. You have to check it out really quickly.
Oh, thanks.
And download it and be a part of that community and correspond with Emily. And she's always a great time. You can check her out on the gram and everything else. And she's on Outnumbered every day, which is so exciting. And no, it is. It's exciting. Did it sound? I rehearsed the hell out of that. I hope that sounded convincing. It's so exciting. It's funny. Because it is. Because I know your show through Chirons because we're on the air at the same time.
Totally.
So I'm watching the TV through Chirons and just like watching what you're talking about.
What do I look like when I'm talking and it's on mute? Like, am I animated? My hair's flying around? Am I all hands and like Italian?
No, you're not it's funny because you're not that handsy as the way I know you to be. Yeah. You're not handsy on TV. Like when you're animated, like watching a football game, you are. You know what I mean? But it's usually, that's the point. I think you're not handsy on TV, yeah, because a lot of your gestures can't be used on TV. So I think it's a self-preservation instinct.
I think it's partly also because, thank goodness for the Chiron, the bottom third of the TV, and if I'm holding like my papers, one hand is. So that's normal. If one hand is slightly gesturing at the bottom of the screen, that's less distracting than me.
Yeah. That's what I mean. And the paper's good. Because I know. The paper has like an academic quality to it. If you're holding the paper.
Yeah,
it's like you're
just
thinking
doodles.
and referring to these notes. Yeah.
Just
there's
drawing.
no notes on there. I know. It's usually a horse racing form at Aqueduct. Right. She's usually betting a horse.
That's right.
My brother Mike was listening to the show and he texted in and he said that we should enter the next time Apollo Creed in Rocky IV comes into the ring in like this USA garb with James Brown. But James Brown is dead and Apollo does die. Now, my brother says we wouldn't have the Russian there to kill me in an optimal scenario. But it's nice. It's very decadent for comedy. So I don't know.
Well, maybe that would be part of the comedic quality is that it would be so decadent. It would be tongue-in-cheek.
No one has talked me off my fat stripper plan, just so you know. Okay, we do have to go to commercial.
I thought I did. If we put that to bed
We're
yet?
in the hunt.
Come in a chariot and get like Madonna
There's
style.
another hour coming up without Emily, thank God.
Britney Spears.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-935-7267, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-935-7267. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-935-7267 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-935-7267.
Now, from the historical audio archives of Fox News Talk.
Heavy snow fell in Washington, D.C. the night before John F. Kennedy's inauguration, but thoughts of canceling the plans were overruled. On January 20th, 1961, he stood in the bitter cold on the steps of the Capitol and before a crowd of 20,000 was sworn in as the 35th President of the United States.
The energy, the faith, the devotion which we bring to this endeavor will light our country and all who serve it. And the glow from that fire can truly light the world. And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
Stay tuned to hear more history as it unfolds before your ears. It's the audio archives of Fox News Talk.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Monica Ricks. Breaking news on Capitol Hill.
No person having received a majority of the whole number of votes cast by surname, a speaker has not been elected.
The House is in recess now after Jim Jordan lost the first ballot for House Speaker, 200 votes to Hakeem Jeffries, 212 votes. Here's CBS's Scott McFarlane.
Do these 4 early votes that don't go Jim Jordan's way inside the Republican conference grease the wheels for other Republicans later in the alphabet to join them? Does this number of other get so big it complicates matters for Jim Jordan on a second ballot? That's the question to watch.
Some members also voted for Kevin McCarthy today, who was ousted as Speaker earlier this month. Gaza's health ministry says an Israeli airstrike has killed at least 500 people at a hospital in Gaza City. We get the latest there from CBS's Natalie Brand.
CBS News Gaza producer Marwan Al-Ghul describes what he saw.
I saw dozens of killed people and dozens of injuries, no enough ambulances, no civil defense. The people here try to do all of their best to take out the injuries by their hands.
Israel says it was targeting Hamas hideouts and command centers.
About 3,000 people have died in Gaza. More than 1,400 have been killed in Israel. And the violence is only expected to escalate. CBS's Robert Berger is in Jerusalem.
Israel is poised for a ground offensive with tanks and thousands of troops massed along the Gaza border, but it's widely believed that a ground assault won't begin until after President Biden's visit here tomorrow.
White House National Security Advisor John Kirby has an update on aid.
We believe significant progress was made. There's nothing flowing right now, but we're confident, we're optimistic that situation will change soon.
Former President Trump is back in New York City today for his civil fraud trial, and he seemingly ignored his gag order to go after State Attorney General Letitia James.
Letitia, that went out and campaigned on, I will get Trump. I will get Trump no matter what, I'll get Trump.
Trump's former attorney Michael Cohen's testimony was also postponed today due to health reasons. A new report finds that we've got a lot of work to do when it comes to protecting retirees. Here's CBS's Deborah Rodriguez.
The Institute blames the way we fund our golden years, mostly through Social Security, 401k savings, and individual retirement accounts. The report says the setup can lead to long-term solvency issues when retirement savers dip in early.
Inflation has reduced spending power among people on fixed incomes. Home ownership and debt were also factors. This is CBS News.
You need to hire? Indeed is with you every step of the way, helping you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. Visit
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. A 53-year-old from Jefferson City faces several child-related sex charges dating back to early April 2021 in Morgan County. Courthouse records indicate that Daniel Albert Sr. is charged with 1 count each of second-degree child molestation involving a child under the age of 12, sexual misconduct involving a child under the age of 15, first-degree statutory rape involving a child under the age of 14, and first-degree endangering the welfare of a child, no sexual contact. Albert is also charged with a misdemeanor for allegedly furnishing or attempted to furnish pornographic material to a minor. There is no bond and a pre-release condition of being fitted with a GPS tracker. At the current time, however, Albert is being held in the Department of Corrections on unrelated forgery and receiving stolen property charges. More information has been received following the fireworks malfunction over the weekend that injured several people and damaged numerous vehicles at the Ozfest event in Rocky Mount. The Rocky Mount Fire District indicates that the 12-inch component of the failed firework was supposed to have an 840-foot distance for safety. With a spectator safety fence some 940 feet away, the device traveled over 1,000 feet from its tube before landing in the spectator area. 5 people and a fireman were transported to the emergency room, and at least 20 vehicles were damaged by the force of the blast, which is being called a fluke accident. A 2-vehicle accident around 4 o'clock Monday afternoon on Route 5 on Forest Drive in Morgan County sends 2 people to the emergency room, one with serious injuries. The Highway Patrol says 27-year-old Colin Hasker of Gravois Mills was stopped behind a school bus when he was struck from behind by 19-year-old Amelia Goddard, also from Gravois Mills. Goddard was seriously hurt, while a passenger in Hasker's vehicle, 24-year-old Chelsea Collision of Eldon, suffered minor injuries. They were both taken to Lake Regional Hospital in Osage Beach. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunny skies this afternoon, a high around 70. West winds around 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly clear and a low near 48. Wednesday, sunshine, a high of 75. Then by Thursday, plenty of blue skies and sun, a high around 69. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 69.8. And the temperature at the studios is, currently, it's 63.
Live from everywhere USA, it's Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Oh, you bet it is. And we are back in action for a big hour of Fox Across America with your radio buddy, Jimmy Fallon, an audio safe space for cool people where we celebrate freedom. If you live in this country, you have American privilege. Forget about white privilege or check your privilege. You have American privilege. If you live here, you have hit the lottery by virtue of the fact that you do.
He knows what he's talking about.
So when I get on the air, I'm not like an activist masquerading as a talk show host. I am a talk show host masquerading as a pseudo-intellectual because I'm not that bright. I'm just your radio buddy, just a regular guy who's been blessed with a massive multimedia platform and an incredible audience of free thinkers who care about the country more than their party, who care about a greater good more than political infighting. This is the show that really is changing the way the game is played. We're not there yet. We're not the biggest show. We're just the coolest show, okay? We'll get there in time, and it will do so as a great service to the country because politics were not supposed to become a bunch of fat, screaming children. Mom, he doesn't vote the way I like. I don't want to be his friend anymore. Get him out of here. That's what's become of our politics, and frankly, it's embarrassing. And I hate a lot of the ideas on the other side of the aisle, but I still don't have to get on the air and scream all day because, one, I have talent. A lot of people on the radio don't, at least not on this level. And two is, the truth is we cannot convert people to thinking about a greater good by yelling at them. You can't shame people and scream at them into agreeing with you. Okay, they've been trying to do it on the left for years. I mean, that's how it works. Vote our way or you're a bigot.
Democrats just call everyone racist so they go along with their stupid ideas.
Totally. Okay, but that's not what we do. Okay, you may ultimately wind up agreeing with my stupid ideas because you find me silly or funny or agreeable or just genuinely a decent person, which if that's the case, the joke's on you. But the point is, okay, we're not here to blame and shame and attack. We're just here to host a damn show. So 888-788-9910 if you want to weigh in. What we can tell you here at the tippy top of the hour is the first speaker vote for Jim Jordan is up. And it was no good. Fell a few votes short of the threshold. They have now gone into recess, and they will now try to figure out a path forward. McCarthy took 15 votes to get confirmed. Okay, Pope Francis took 5. We were told by our expert, Chad Pergram, it would take somewhere between Pope Francis and Kevin McCarthy, meaning a number between 5 and 15. I don't know that it'll go that many rounds for Jordan, but I do believe, based on communications that I have received from some pretty well-placed sources, that he will leave today as the House Speaker. I am standing by that prediction.
You're an idiot!
No, I'm not. You don't know him. You don't know. You don't know who tells me things. You have no idea. How dare you attack me on my own show? But as we begin this hour, I'm having a little back and forth with myself. As I'm arguing with myself here on the air.
Have you ever had a checkup?
Yes. I can't share the results, or Fox wouldn't continue to put me on the air. They're like, the guy's crazy. But as we begin the hour, okay, what we've been told last night by Secretary of State Antony Blinken is that they're sending Joe Biden over to Israel tomorrow.
I keep forgetting I'm president.
But he is president, okay, and they're sending him over there tomorrow. I would argue that at this point, it might be safer to just send him to Epcot and tell him that he's overseas in Israel. He's like, oh, it's great. Yeah, beers of the world. I want cotton candy. But he's going over there. And I guess they're going to try to engage in some form of diplomacy. But what I believe, because this is an administration, and you need to know this, where everything is political. Everything is about the optics. Everything is about how can we leverage what's going on in the world in a way that will reflect favorably on this president and make people more likely to vote for him. That's how this administration operates. They don't move until the polls tell them to. Okay, what is the Biden administration doing right now? They're building a wall at the southern border. After telling us they were racist and they were terrible, they said, well, you know, the Republicans appropriated this money, so we have to build the wall because that's the law. But what they don't tell you is they're breaking 26 laws. They're waiving 26 laws in order to expedite the process of building that wall. So do they sound like the rule of law is their primary concern?
The answer would be no.
No, they're just hiding behind that semantic debate because they realize the border has become a political liability for them. Ergo, they're building a wall, something they were steadfastly against, and they're still, with a straight face, trying to claim that walls don't work.
Thank you for the education, gentlemen. We've just received a PhD in stupidity.
No, the walls don't work. In fact, they're so bad, we're waiving 26 laws so we can build this non-working wall faster.
You are so full of shit.
Of course they are. Okay, but when it comes to Israel and this overseas trip, Biden going over there tomorrow tells me that they think they've accomplished something today.
Bingo.
Okay, in a forward-facing administration like this, where they don't let the guy move. Okay, he doesn't send his own tweets. He doesn't call on reporters at press conferences spontaneously. Everything in this administration is political theater. It actually makes me optimistic. As someone who cares about the country and cares about the conflict in Israel, I am optimistic that they're sending the President of the United States over there because they've laid the groundwork. Secretary of State Blinken was in meetings yesterday for 7.5 hours with his counterparts. They've laid the groundwork, I am hoping and praying, for some type of either a controlled, release of hostages or a controlled administration and distribution of human aid into Gaza ahead of what will be a ground war. I believe they're sending Biden over there because they already have an answer to a question. Okay, I don't know what the question is yet. This is just horse sense. They're sending them over there with a predetermined outcome already in the books so they can say that him showing up is what actually sealed the deal.
This is politics as usual.
That's how it works. Okay, he's not going over there because they're not sure how it's going to go. Okay, they're not sure how it's going to go when he opens his mouth. Okay, they have no idea what's going to come out of that guy's mouth when he speaks publicly.
If you like Biden so much, name 3 of his complete sentences.
I don't know anyone who can. Okay, but the point is, if they're sending him over there, if they're going for the optics, if they're going for the political theater of Air Force One touches down in Israel, surrounded by a delegation of senators and congressmen and everything in between, it's because they want him to come home with the optic of, well, the old man went over there. The old statesman, old diplomat. You know, they say he's old, but old age comes with wisdom, and, you know.
It's nothing more than white noise coming from the White House.
And why do I say that? Because if this old man had all of that wisdom, 72% of the country wouldn't think we were headed in the wrong direction.
Oh, you're right. And when you're right, you're right. And you're always right.
Every time they try to make that argument. No, you don't understand. Biden's old, but he's got wisdom, you see. Yes, except that the border is completely overrun. We've had 7 million people cross it illegally, an additional 1.7 million who've gotten away. We don't even know where they are.
Biden is such a disaster.
Okay, inflation hit a 40-year high. You've got to turn tricks behind the gas station to afford a gallon of gas. Okay, it's a mess right now. We're on the brink of World War III. Okay, we went to Afghanistan for 20 years to make sure it didn't become a breeding ground for terror groups. We left with a terror group in charge of the government sitting on $85 billion worth of our weapons. You understand? If this old man had wisdom, the world would be in a much better place.
That is correct.
But he's going. Nonetheless, he is going. And I can only hope. Okay, I don't want an embarrassing moment for our country. I'm not a talk show host who is in the I told you so game. I didn't vote for Biden, okay? But as he goes, we go. I don't like that the country is where it is right now. I get no joy in being like, see, I told you. Okay, I don't need to be right. I don't care. I just want to be happy. Who cares about right? I'd gladly be wrong if I could be happy. If right now 97% of the country thought we were going in the right direction, everybody was loaded, goods were affordable, gas was cheap, the border was secure, I'd love to get on the air and be like, well, I'll be darned. We said Joe Biden sucked, but he's doing a great job. Exactly. He's not doing a great job. But I wish he was. I truly wish he was. I don't root against presidents, man. And if you do, politics is too dark of a place for you. It's time to take a step back and not give it so much power over your lives. Because if you're rooting against the president, you're rooting against your own well-being. Okay, just so you understand. But here's the moment we find ourselves in. We've got a guy who's getting led on and off stage by his wife. Okay, he often quits talking in the middle of a sentence because he's decided he's done in the middle of the sentence.
You know, the rapidly rising I don't know.
So you understand, him going over there, okay, it's not a great moment for us unless they've already paved the road and they have some type of a modest deliverable ready to go. Okay, because absent that, believe me, they're not giving him the ball with the game on the line.
Tell him like it is.
They're not. Okay, this is not an administration. If you've been watching it for 3.5 years, when Biden gets up there to speak, okay, like, you know, he was in front of reporters yesterday.
I don't remember that ever happening.
But when he gets up there to speak, okay, what does he say? Oh, they gave me a list of people I'm supposed to call on. Or some days he gives his little speech in front of the teleprompter and goes to walk away. They start yelling in questions, and he goes, yeah, I'm going to get in trouble. I'm going to get in trouble if I answer these questions.
That was embarrassing.
Of course it's embarrassing. He's the leader of the free world. Okay, if you want terror groups that are beheading babies to think you're capable of standing up to them, you've got to be able to stand up to reporters in your country that are 99.9% liberal.
Journalism in this country is dead and buried.
Totally, okay? Joe Biden doesn't really take tough questions in theory. Granted, asking him what his name is a tough question some days because little bit of a mess.
Biden's lost his marbles.
But the point is they don't trust him with the game on the line. They don't give him the ball in the flat and go, make a play. This is not Santana Moss at the University of Iowa. It's not Reggie Bush at USC or Deion Sanders at Florida State. Okay, that's not what you're watching here. It's not George Pickens in Georgia or Marvin Harrison Jr. at Ohio State, okay? I could talk college football with you all day. Throw it to Bo Jackson at Auburn. That was for you, Tommy Daniel. Laura Daniel. She's got a birthday coming up. But understand, okay, that's not what you're watching here. They do not give him the ball and go make a play, okay? When the Giants beat the Patriots and ruined their undefeated season, okay, Eli Manning threw up a ball for Plaxico Burress in the corner of the end zone that he got open on and caught and destroyed their season, okay, because they knew Plaxico Burress could get separation, make that catch, and get them the 6 points they needed, okay? Again, we don't run isolation plays for Joe Biden. 5 seconds to go in an NBA game, and the team clears out because Jordan has the ball, and that's just the way it's going to be. Brian Russell, or Byron, remember when he mispronounced his name to insult the guy when he was on the Utah Jazz? We don't clear out at the top of the key and go, you know what? Let's give Joe Biden the ball. There's 5 seconds left. He'll make a play.
Come on, man.
He has no idea what he's doing. You might pass it to the other team. This is a guy that talks to dead people. This is the guy that shakes hands with invisible people. The guy gets led on and off the stage by his wife when she's there because she doesn't know which way he's going.
That man belongs in a nursing home, not in the White House.
So to give you a silver lining to all of this, I truly believe that Biden going over there is because there's been a preordained deliverable, meaning Blinken struck the framework of some type of an agreement late last night, early this morning, hammered out, I guess, whatever that framework happens to be, and now Biden can show up and take claim for it because that's how this administration operates. They are not flying this doddering old fool halfway across the world because they don't know how it's going to go. Okay, if they wanted Biden in a situation where they didn't know how it was going to go, they'd simply just ask him to open his mouth in public.
You're absolutely right. It's the show that never hits the books.
I love the poorly educated.
You're listening to Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
My station. We love it. It's number one.
When I listen to you, life feels normal.
Listen live on our smartphone app, Alexa, Google Play, and KRMSradio.com.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
This is good news, maybe exactly when you need it to. Right now, switching to MediShare can save you even more than usual on top of what you'll save each month by becoming a member of MediShare. So many people are looking for a healthcare solution right now, especially given how inflation is affecting us. And MediShare is the affordable, reliable alternative to health insurance. The typical family saves about $500 a month. You might save even more. And MediShare is a Christian community that's been sharing each other's healthcare costs for 30 years now, and they're making it easier than ever. Apply by October 31st, and you can save an additional $150 on your first month. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just tell them the promo code SHARE to get your additional savings. Maybe now is the time to make the switch, like more than 400,000 people already have, and start saving. Here it is. It's 844-53-BIBLE. That's 844-53-BIBLE, 844-53-BIBLE.
Terms and conditions apply. Visit ARWhome.com for details. Homeowners, if you don't have an ARW home warranty, you could be losing thousands of dollars a year on repairs for your home. An ARW home warranty service plan covers the repairs in your home that the home insurance won't. For instance, Jerry's new sewer line was going to cost $2,500.
ARW saved me thousands.
Judy's water heater broke and was going to cost her $2,000.
ARW saved me $2,000.
Don't be shocked at the high prices when a home system breaks down. Be protected by ARW home warranty and get peace of mind for less than $1 a day. With plans for heating and AC systems, washers, dryers, kitchen appliances, plumbing, electrical systems, and more. Real estate professionals. ARW has an attractive bonus program for you. If you own a home, don't wait for something to break in your home. Get an ARW home warranty now and find out how much money you could be saving by calling 800-795-5448. That's 800-795-5448. 800-795-5448.
Indeed.com/credit.
Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. But right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
Travel and
join Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin this Saturday morning for the Outdoor Show at 8 and the Sweet Spot Golf Show at 9. Both shows will feature live guests with tips from local pros, the word on local and national tournaments, and giveaways. 2 shows about what we do best at the lake, hunting, fishing, and golf. It's Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin with the Outdoor Show and the Sweet Spot Golf Show this Saturday morning from 8 until 10 on News Talk KRMS.
If you're struggling to keep up with conversations, avoiding restaurants because you can't understand the waiter, if you've got the TV volume way up, then you really need these. These tiny but powerful little hearing aids are the Nano CIC Rechargeable, priced at only $297 for a full pair. And no, these are not simply amplifiers. These are ultra high quality, ultra reliable hearing aids, priced thousands less than other hearing aids. They fit right in your ear. Nothing shows on the back of your ear. And at only $297 for a full pair. When you order today, Nano will give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Order right now and Nano will give you a free portable charging case and even ship them to you for free. Here's the number. Call now.
800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. That's 800-984-7197.
Attention all authors. Page Publishing is looking for authors. Have you written a book and want to get it published? Page Publishing will get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, Apple iTunes, and other outlets. They handle all aspects of the publishing process for you. Printing, cover art, publicity, copyright, and editing. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit. Again, 800-506-3573.
It is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon, one half of the White Trash Doocies. You know, we have Peter and Steve Ducey, a class outfit here at Fox News. One co-hosts Fox and Friends. The other is our White House correspondent. As father and son tandems go, Lincoln and I are like the White Trash Doocies. There's no cookbooks. We're not going to the White House. We're going to the Waffle House. And we're having a damn good time, too. Do not sleep on the White Trash Doocies, as we like to call ourselves. But right now, we are not calling Jim Jordan the House Speaker. He has failed after one vote to get the votes. Sources telling Fox that it's conceivable that he will get even fewer votes the second time around.
This could be a problem.
So I don't know how this ends. Okay. I got intel early this morning that said he's going to get to 218. I don't know what that would involve. I don't know what is going on in this recess. But I do know we are not any closer to having a speaker right now. Now, the good news for the Republican Party is that if they finally get this right and install a speaker, whoever that might be, and they do a phenomenal job, this isn't going to be held against them. Okay, it sucks short term, and yes, it looks ridiculous. It is clown stuff. Okay, clown stuff brought to you by Matt Gaetz and a lot of Democrats who voted for the chaos. They did. They wanted to get McCarthy out of there because it makes the Republicans look bad and chaotic and everything they look like at the moment. But if they can turn it around and do a better job going forward, it doesn't matter. You know, they say overnight is a lifetime in politics. Okay, that's the reality. Things change overnight. Okay, so much so, you know, that you think about these attacks we had, sadly, in Israel. Okay, we went to bed one night with no indication there would ever be anything going on over there. But our intelligence wound up missing that, you know, something that General David Petraeus, he was on CBS Sunday Morning and said he was shocked Israel and the U.S. intelligence missed this. Here it is, clip 12.
The complexity of what they did was really quite extraordinary.
Were you surprised by the sophistication of the attack?
Yes. Actually, I was more surprised that there just wasn't the awareness of what was being planned. This is a very substantial operation, and the planning of it alone would have been very considerable. But then the training and equipping and positioning of forces, then the actual conduct of it, that all of that could take place and not spark much increased military readiness is really quite stunning.
How do you account for it?
Dramatic improvement in Hamas's operational security.
So understand what that is. That means the dramatic improvement in Hamas's operational security would mean greater funding. If the production level of their attacks has increased, it means they're spending more money. How would they get more money unless, oh yeah, someone in Washington gave Iran, their sponsor, a $6 billion endowment?
We have people in Washington that don't know what they're doing.
Okay, that's what's going on here. Okay, here is John Kirby flat out admitting, of course, Iran is complicit. Clip 15.
Does the White House need a direct link on this specific attack to hold Iran in some way accountable?
Well, of course Iran is broadly complicit here. And of course the resourcing and training they've given to Hamas has obviously helped Hamas function and be able to conduct the terrorist attacks that they have been able to conduct. We have held Iran accountable.
I mean, are you kidding me? Of course Iran's complicit in the attacks. So why'd we give him money?
Country is being destroyed by stupid.
Gets me through my workday.
I always have my radio on at work.
Everyone's listening. KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates, on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
Attention business owners, listen carefully to this important message. Are you tired of struggling with monthly bookkeeping or always being behind? Maybe you're fed up with paying your CPA ridiculously high hourly rates for subpar services. At Finance Pal, we know your pain. We're small business owners who understand your tax and accounting needs. At Finance Pal, we take over your books and design a program custom tailored to fit your needs. Whether it's bookkeeping, payroll, bill pay, inventory tracking, or taxes, we have you covered. We handle some or all of these services for one flat, affordable, low monthly fee. Stop worrying about your books and drowning in paperwork. Let us worry while you focus on growing your business. The setup is easy, and we give you the tools and technology to make your monthly finances streamlined and organized.
Call now at 800-509-1764 for a free business assessment. That's 800-509-1764. 800-509-1764.
Finance Pal, the only friend your business needs.
If you or someone you love suffers from drug addiction, now is the time to utilize your private health insurance PPO plan. If eligible, receive up to $30,000 or more in substance abuse benefits with low or no out-of-pocket cost. We are the National Treatment Network, the premier drug and alcohol treatment referral service operating 24/7. We help connect you with facilities nationwide that accepts PPO private health insurance for substance abuse. If you have PPO substance abuse coverage and you need immediate admittance to a medical detox or residential rehab treatment center, call us now. Call our live referral helpline today. The call is free. This program is not available to Medicare or Medicaid customers.
Call 800-296-1253. 800-296-1253. 800-296-1253. That's 800-296-1253.
The following ad contains shocking material. Listener discretion is advised. Is someone in your family playing a dangerous game of Russian roulette? Over 43,000 people die a year from drug overdose. 120 people a day. 5 people every hour. 1 person every 12 minutes. 88,000 people die every year from alcohol abuse. Over 240 people a day, 10 an hour, 1 person every 6 minutes. Somebody you know may be next. Learn how to help someone you love get away from the drugs, alcohol, and bad influences. With the FMLA, people can take a leave of absence from their job and still keep it.
Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. That's 800-338-6906.
Is your bathroom looking old and worn out? Want to update it, but you don't know where to start? Then let BCI Bath & Shower show you how to turn that old bath into an aisle of beauty and functionality. Our residential bathroom solutions provide the best value on the market, and our customer service is second to none. Our cost-effective BCI Bath & Shower family of products has what you need.
Remodeling our bathroom was a big decision for us.
They didn't make a mess out of our house at all. And at the end of the day, we had a beautiful new bathroom. And it was a great experience the whole way through.
We have the best monthly payment programs in the industry, with payments as low as $68 per month, or no interest, no payments for 18 months. For a limited time, be one of the first 100 callers who schedule a free in-home consultation and receive $500 off. Call 800-721-9985 for a free, no-obligation price quote. That's 800-721-9985. Factory-trained and certified installers made in the USA and discounts for seniors and military. BCI Bath and Shower, the leader in affordable bathroom products. That's 800-721-9985.
Girl. It is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon doing the dang thing on the radio. I will be on the TV with the great Martha McCallum at 3:50 Eastern Time today. If you want to see me in business attire. You know, if you see me on in prime time, I'm wearing a shirt from my overweight figure skating collection. But if you see me on one of the news shows, I actually have to dress like an adult. They put a shock collar on me that goes off if I put on one of my sport coats. Ow! There it is. But anyway, as we continue the show here on the radio, what we can tell you is the House is in recess. Jim Jordan will not be the Speaker of the House by the time we go off the air today. Byron Donalds was interviewed by Fox a short while ago. The print, okay, this audio isn't even yet available, is Donalds telling Fox News, I believe there's going to be another vote today. I don't know that for sure. But the decision was made to go into recess to give the Speaker designate Jordan the opportunity. I think some of the pressure campaigns have backfired. They've not worked. And so I think that right now, under the leadership of Jim Jordan, you know, I would request that people just take a break, take a pause, let the members work and figure this out amongst ourselves so we can elect Jim Jordan as Speaker. So it sounds like BD has given Jim Jordan his unilateral support, and they're trying to work that out behind the scenes. That's what's going on right now. Okay, the other thing going on right now is the circus clowns who call themselves Harvard University students are now asking for donations to help them deal with the trauma of saying they supported the Hamas terrorists. Straight clown stuff. I mean, so embarrassing. And I mean this, man. I make fun of myself for going to community college. Community college is great, okay? If you're listening and you run a community college, it's great. It's a great way to get transferable credits or even like a 2-year associate's degree or something like that if you're going into law enforcement, what have you. Okay, it's a genius way to get ahead in life because you're not getting saddled with the overwhelming cost of college at the 4 schools, and they're not teaching you to hate America. The reason I make fun of myself for going to community college is because I was a mess in college, okay? Straight up mess, okay? I was there because being enrolled allowed me to stay on my parents' health insurance plan, but I wasn't really there in any other sense of the word. You know, I was there. You could find a picture of me, but I was not all there.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
But at no point would you have caught myself siding with terrorists, okay, which is where we find ourselves now. There's been a disgusting rise in anti-Semitism around the country, okay, one of which just happened at NYU, okay, where NYU has now fired a doctor over a pro-Hamas post that was cheering Israelis getting a taste of their own medicine. Yo, that's not okay. So you've got a doctor, okay, Dr. Dana Diab, okay, and she had a very interesting story, okay. She was someone who had gone out and, this is crazy, posted a video of the paragliders paragliding into this rave, this dance party in Israel, and killing 260 unarmed civilians under the caption, Zionists getting a taste of their own medicine. That's what she tweeted.
Get her out. Get her out of here.
Well, they did get her out of there. It's addition by subtraction. Okay, gone. But why are people openly taking these views at places like Harvard, places like Penn, places like Northwestern, places like Cornell? They're taking these views because in the reductive worldview of identity politics, You oversimplify everything based on skin color, based on phrases like colonialism, occupiers and the occupied, oppressors and the oppressed. In their worldview, Israel is oppressing the Palestinians.
That is a fact check false.
Okay, but in their worldview, that is what's going on. And in the simplified worldview of identity politics, if someone is an oppressor, you can justify doing anything you want to them as the oppressed because you're just fighting for this good and noble ethical cause. But understand, people are cheering on attacks that killed babies, that killed unarmed civilians. It's not a tactical military fight. Okay, this is the bombing of residential buildings. This is the attacking of a dance party. Here's a Cornell professor cheering it on, saying he was exhilarated by the attacks. This is Russell Rickford, professor at Cornell, clip 24.
It was exhilarating. It was exhilarating. It was energizing. And if they weren't exhilarated by this challenge to the monopoly of violence, by this shifting of the balance of power, then they would not be human. I was exhilarated.
You are the lowest form of life on earth.
Seriously, it was exhilarating. It was energizing. And if it weren't exhilarating by this challenge to the monopoly of violence, by the shifting of the balance of power, then we would not be human. I was exhilarated.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Seriously. You guys no business teaching children. Like, that's the future of the country? You cheer on the terror attacks because in your worldview, the balance of power, the monopoly of violence is changing? Dude, Israel doesn't sit there and lob missiles into residential areas. You know what Israel does? It tries to evacuate people before it can attack. Okay, they distribute leaflets. They distribute human aid. They advise people to get out. Israel is literally trying to minimize civilian casualties. Hamas is literally trying to get the highest number of human casualties possible because they become collateral in their public relations war against Israel. Hamas will install military installations in populated places, in densely populated areas, hospitals, schools, anything where attacking their military installations will involve the attacking of civilians. They're flat out telling their civilians to shelter in place and die as martyrs. That's what's going on right now over there.
It's people with a dirty mind that think like that.
It's people who don't respect human life. So when you see professors cheering this on, okay, they're supporting an ideology that's no better than that of Hamas. In fact, they're openly embracing it. They're telling you it's exhilarating. Okay, when the Harvard students, 33 student organizations said, "We, the undersigned student organizations, hold the Israeli regime entirely responsible for the unfolding violence."
They're crazy.
No, they're just stupid. They're just grandstanding idiots. Because what's happened in this country, this is so important, okay? And this is the only, this is my only positive contribution to the radio, okay, is I have perspective. Okay, I grew up with perspective. I grew up in the 80s when it was cool to root for the country. Ronald Reagan was the president, and we had a universal buy-in here. Didn't matter what color you were, didn't matter what your background was. We all rooted for the country at the end of the day. It wasn't fashionable to root against the country. They tried to do it in the late 60s and early 70s during the Vietnam War, and they were protesting and burning flags and spitting on veterans. It was disgraceful what they were doing. And then, yes, there was a moment in time where it was fashionable on the left to root against this country, okay? Reagan course corrected us. And it's not to say there weren't voices of dissent out there, but the collective buy-in as we won the Cold War, okay, was that of a very positive outlook towards America, okay? We have since gone off the rails again. And we're now back to a place where there's a great percentage of our body politic that is rooting against this country again. Where I am valuable is in between growing up in Levittown, which was the first World War II settlement for GIs returning home from the war. Literally everyone who raised me and I grew up around was members of a community that had fought for this country. And if they weren't veterans, which my dad wasn't, they were at least somebody who wore the uniform. He was a cop. okay? And we were raised to understand just how fortunate we were to grow up in America. We knew that. Everybody around me was a veteran or a cop or a first responder, and we were in on the joke. Man, we have it good here. Okay, sadly, that has lapsed for a great percentage of our population. But while it was lapsing, I was still driving a cab. And even though I was surrounded by liberal New Yorkers, self-hating white people who've been born into spectacular prosperity but don't have any idea how good they have it, so they just complain, I was constantly picking people up at the airport every day who were getting in and literally bursting into song because they had made it into America. This is the greatest day of my life. People like actually overwhelmed with joy because they had made it to that shiny city on the hill they had heard about their whole lives. And yeah, you drove them around New York and they were like, wow, it's really not that shiny. it's when all these people sleeping on the sidewalks and asking me for $1. But the point is, they knew it was better here than where they had come from. And I always maintain that perspective. These people now don't realize that they have American privilege. American privilege just means you're really lucky to be where you are. We're the rich kids on the block complaining about everything in our house with no regard for the fact that the kids 2 houses down are peeing on each other for heat.
What the hell did you just say?
I'm just saying, we're so fortunate beyond all believable bounds in the context of the world that a lot of people sit here and openly cheer against us because they don't realize how fortunate they are. And then you've got these other idiots in academia who now see the world through the reductive prism of identity politics, which bases everything on an oversimplification of the world. Okay? They want you to believe America is systemically racist. We're so racist in this country, they want you to believe, yet we're putting black people in charge. Believe me, if we were oppressing black people, they wouldn't be running the government right now. Okay, we have a black vice president right now. We just had a black president serve 2 terms in office, and he wasn't even particularly good at the job.
I don't see you doing any better in the booty department.
Understand, Barack Obama gave $50 billion in cash assets to the biggest state sponsor of terrorism in the world. Okay, in exchange for their word that they wouldn't enrich uranium. Okay, they're 60% of the way there. So did they actually follow and adhere to the terms of the deal?
The answer would be no.
Of course not, because people who want to blow up this country, okay, don't suddenly start keeping their promises when you hand them money. They keep enough of their promises so they can get even more of your money. That's what's going on.
We really are being laughed at and scoffed at throughout the world. They're not respecting our country the way they used to.
How could they? Okay, we look like clowns, especially those loudest voices in academia. Reese is out in Sheridan, Wyoming. Yo, Reese!
Man, I made it through the call screener again.
I don't know how.
It's my lucky day.
I don't know how. I think he's tendering his resignation after that kid. Go ahead.
Listen, we are more blessed than we will ever know.
Yep.
Just being American citizens, American-born, like many of us are. I'm a 4th-generation American, and I'll tell you what, like, our support for Israel has to be shoulder to shoulder. Mm-hmm. We have got to stand by them no matter what, and you know, I don't really like Biden, but I'm going to give him kudos for sending the ships over when he did.
Got to get it right.
Because that was the right thing to do.
Got to get it right.
He did the right thing. And that's what we all need to do as American patriots is always do the right thing, whether it be within our college dorms or college campuses. We have always got to do the right thing and stand up for what we think is right. And what's going on over there is evil. And we have got to continue to just pray for the Israeli people and the Israeli Defense Force.
Well said,
Because
Reese.
those are the folks that are going to get the job done. And if they are not able to get it done, I sure hope and pray that we are the ones that are able to get it done. And I love everything. I agree with everything you've said.
Oh, Reese, now you're just buttering me up because you got by the call screener.
Can I get some free tickets? Come on.
This is unbelievable.
I need tickets to Nashville, brother.
Reese, we'll talk. Be well. I'll see you soon. There he goes. Reese buttering me up.
Get him out of here. Get him out.
Okay, really quick. Wally down in Florida. Yo, Wally.
Yo, Jimmy, man. I just have to say all this stuff is just a horrible point of humanity, and I'm not going to call it an intelligence failure. A normal person with just the slightest bit of humanity can't think like these people think that can do these acts.
Yep.
And, enough time goes by, you don't think of it that way. I wish a follow-up question to Rashida Tlaib after cutting babies' heads off, when you can't answer that, a follow-up question should have been, do you wish you would have been able to participate in those terrorist acts?
Yep, imagine that.
I think it's a fair question. If you can't answer humanely, immediately, no, that was wrong, it's scary to me that you got to keep your head on a swivel, because there are a lot of people that have that feeling.
Yep, it's nuts, but that's where we are. We're back into defense wins championship mode. You get it, and I appreciate it, but you're right. There's just such a limited intellect now at colleges because what they're encouraging now is conformity. Okay, it's the craziest thing in the world, but whereas colleges used to teach kids how to think, they now teach them what to think, and it's that limited worldview that dupes them into thinking they're virtuous by supporting the worst human beings on the planet. It's nuts.
Well, and you can actually only get that limited critical thinking by not living in those areas.
Yep.
You only get that by living in this country that you don't have to worry about that except for very limited moments in time. And I was talking to Mike. I just said it may take another incident before we all get like, okay, yes, this is real.
Yep. Nuts, nuts, nuts. But we'll, I'm on the case, and I appreciate the wisdom as always, Wally. We'll do it again, brother. Be well. Quick break. We're going to close the show with Brian. We're giving Brian the last 3 outs of the show. Don't screw it up, Brian. We're back after this.
You're listening to the most addictive show on the radio.
This is crack, rock cocaine. It isn't glamorous or cool or kid stuff.
This is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
More connected than ever before.
Couldn't live without it.
Everyone's listening. KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
Hustle up. We've got 8 more floors to go before lunch.
Sarusha's window washing business is reaching new heights.
Wipe, and let's roll.
They need more certified cleaners to keep online reviews crystal clear.
Team, I know we're hustling, but watch for streaks. Candace, can you give me a hand over here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This could be the start of a break-in.
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
Or the end of one.
Police are on their way.
Introducing the latest innovation in home security. 24/7 LiveGuard protection, only from Simply Safe. Now, agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GA.
Has your heater or air conditioner busted? Appliance broken? Computer crashed? Then you need an ARW home warranty. Home system and appliance repairs and replacements can cause stress and cost you thousands of dollars per year. With an A+ BBB rating and a top-rated home warranty company on Consumer Affairs and Trustpilot, ARW Home provides superior service, featuring the industry's lowest service call fee. ARW Home has warranty plans that cover your kitchen and laundry appliances, heating and air conditioning systems, electrical and plumbing systems, and much more. Call 800-941-4085 to customize your plan. Plus, ARW has partnered with Azurion to protect your new and used tablets, laptops, TVs, and other home tech from accidental damage and wear and tear. All plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call 800-941-4085 for your free quote. That's 800-941-4085.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-507-3114. 800-507-3114. 800-507-3114. That's 800-507-3114.
Bottom of the ninth here on Fox Across America. We're giving the ball to the closer. He is out in Clarion, Pennsylvania. We always enjoy him on the show. Brian is back. Yo, Brian.
Hey, Jimmy, every time I hear those clown horns, you know I have to call in. We love your show.
Oh,
I just have to share with you and your audience how shocked Bob and I are about all this stuff, and particularly the so-called Students for Justice on campuses across the country. The only good of it is that they've exposed themselves with their fascist ideas. And what's really sickening to us, you know, Bob and I obviously being part of the gay community, is to see the LGBT community with the pride flag supporting Hamas. And I want to state clearly that any gay person who supports Hamas, let me tell you, there's a nearby roof waiting for you to be pushed off of, because they're definitely against the gay community, and I don't understand it. And, you know, in a time when a lot of people feel helpless, what we've decided to do is we're flying the pride flag, the rainbow flag, which is a unity symbol, with the national flag of Israel. And people are stopping on the street in front of our house, driving by slow, because we do fly some flags. We support Trump. We have the rainbow flag. And I think it confuses people with all the rhetoric. There's a lot of gay people who are conservatives, who support Trump, who love this country, who love Israel. And the idea that such a community such as ours, by the way, folks in the gay community, remember the pink triangles of Hitler's Third Reich. We were in the concentration camps with the Jewish people as well.
That's crazy.
As many other, you know, political people.
This is a moving speech, a great history lesson. I have 10 seconds to go in the show. I just wanted you to know you nailed it. It was a very eloquently stated final call. Take a bow. The show is over. Good night, everybody. All right, my fellow Fox Across Americans, once again, the U.S. government is bailing out failing banks. They made bad investments. They had poor management. They suck at their jobs. But the reason they don't get better is because the government keeps bailing them out with your tax dollars. It drives me crazy, but don't get mad. Get protected. Do not make the same investing mistakes, because nobody, and I mean nobody, is bailing out you and me. So my advice, buy gold from one of the top precious metals companies in the country, Universal Coin and Bullion. Their president, Dr. Mike Fulgens, is the only professional in the precious metals industry who is recognized as America's gold expert. Numero uno, top dog. This is the guy. Sound money advocate, knows genuine gold. He has spent his life helping clients make the best gold investments. So call Universal Coin and Bullion now. It is 800 UCB Gold. You get Mike's national award-winning gold buying guide for free. It is 800 UCB Gold to find out how you can invest with the gold expert. 800 UCB Gold, 800-822-4653, and tell them Jimmy sent you. Individuals must pay for something that's for official making.
If the bank forecloses on your property and then sells it for much, much more than you owe, do they owe you the difference? You might be very amazed at the answer to this and other actual court cases that we'll explore together on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. I'm Curtis Howard. Join me here every day and be a part of it, and see if you agree with the judge. You might surprise yourself.
Point of Law, weekday mornings at 7:35. Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Monica Ricks. Ohio's Jim Jordan fell short on votes today, but he's still optimistic he'll win House Speaker.
Will you be Speaker by the end of the day?
I hope so. CBS's Nicole Killian's on Capitol Hill, where the House is on recess while Republicans regroup.
What happens now is we wait for the next round and whether Jim Jordan stays in the game, which is pretty likely. I don't think that he would give up after this first round. Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said that we're going to take a break. We're going to try to talk to members. And so that's really probably how they're going to use this next bit of time, is to try to convince some of those 20 to back Jim Jordan.
Soldiers are on standby now in Israel for a ground offensive against Hamas in Gaza. Yuval Appleboyam is an IDF combat officer.
We have to sleep with our shoes on, with our uniform on.
Thousands have been killed on both sides, including hundreds who died today from an airstrike at a hospital in Gaza. Meantime, the U.S. is working to facilitate the release of Hamas hostages. Karen Shem says her daughter Mia is among them.
I'm begging the world to bring my baby back home. She only went to a party, to a festival party, to have some fun, and now she's in Gaza.
President Biden travels to the region later today. George Santos may be running out of cash.
Congressman George Santos issued $17,000 in refunds while bringing in just $674 in contributions between June 30th and September 30th. That's according to Federal Election Commission filings that show at the same time his campaign spent $42,000. Among the Republicans' debts, $69,000 in legal expenses and a $10,000 catering bill from a New York City Italian restaurant.
CBS's Matt Piper says Santos faces dozens of federal charges, which he has denied. A former South Carolina lawyer in prison for killing his family could get a new trial.
An appeals court is allowing former prominent South Carolina lawyer Alec Murdaugh to ask a judge to throw out his murder convictions and life sentence and get a new trial. Murdaugh's lawyers have accused the court clerk in his trial of influencing the jury. Murdaugh was convicted of killing his wife and a son at their South Carolina estate.
That's CBS's Jim Krasula.
It's The Late Show.
Just 1 week back, and Late Show host Stephen Colbert's back home battling COVID.
I woke up feeling not great, flaming throat, a little sweaty, coffee. I took one of those at-home tests, and it said that I am not pregnant. Then I took a COVID test, and it told me I am pregnant with COVID.
He plans to do his show from home again tonight. This is CBS News.
If you need to hire, you need Indeed, because Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.
Late News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. Crews from the Missouri Department of Transportation Central District will be busy again this week with several different projects still affecting the lake area. Area engineer Danny Rager says first and foremost, getting done with brush cutting will take top priority.
Good news is the new business, we are going to be cutting, weed eating and cutting some brush this week on 54 in Camden County, so we will be out there this week.
And when the brush cutting is done, MoDOT crews will hit the road to get ready for winter operations.
So you will see some MoDOT trucks loaded with our equipment and snow plows and and some folks that are unfamiliar with our plows and the routes that they'll be assigned.
Finishing touches are also planned for other projects in the lake area. More details about the project are available on MoDOT's website. A public hearing and the first reading of an ordinance to consider a petition to allow the much-publicized Lakeport Village development to form a community improvement district highlights a relatively short agenda for this week's Board of Aldermen meeting in Osage Beach. The CID, if approved by the Board of Aldermen, will be used in part to help cover some of the project's estimated cost over the first 5 years, with the overall term of the CID to be in effect for a term of 27 years. The $300 million development is getting up in the area of Highway 54 and Jeffries Road. Other discussion items expected during the meeting will include park irrigation improvements, amending the city's peddlers and solicitors ordinance, and the purchases of a couple of pickup trucks. The Osage Beach Board of Aldermen meeting begins on Thursday at City Hall at 6 o'clock. When you see news happening, contact the KRMS newsroom at area code 573-317-TALK, or if you have any pictures or videos, you can send those to us by email at newsroom@krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunny this afternoon, high near 70, with winds out of the southwest at 5 to 10. Tonight, clear, a low of 48 degrees. Wednesday, sunshine, 75 for the high temperature. Thursday, sunny, a little bit cooler, high of 68. Sunny on Friday, with a high around 70 degrees. Current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 71 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 64.
Live from the headquarters of Ramsey Solutions, it's The Ramsey Show, where we help people build wealth, do work that they love, and create actual amazing relationships. Jade Washaw, Ramsey Personality, is my co-host today. The phone number, if you want to talk, is 888-825-5225. Nikki is starting this hour in Miami. Hi, Nikki. Welcome to The Ramsey Show.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi. How can we help?
So I was calling to see if I, in your opinion, can afford or should I buy a $1.5 million house?
Cool.
I know it sounds like a lot. It's not a lot in my area. It's actually, I would even say, a fixer-upper for 1.5, but it's in a great desired neighborhood for schools.
Okay,
cool. So I wanted your opinion if that's a move we should make at this point in our lives.
Absolutely. If you can afford, if you can afford it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's my question. Can I afford such a big purchase?
So what's your household
we're a little
income?
Complicated. Yes, so that's the complicated part. So my husband and I, we make $290,000.
Mm-hmm.
However, we do have rental properties. As soon as we turned 25, instead of having a big old wedding, we took our money and we bought our first investment property. We paid it off, moved on to the next one, paid that one off, and we've been building slowly. But
so 2 rental properties free and clear.
Free and clear, yeah. We have 4 in total. We have 1 left to pay off out of the 4.
Can you tell me the first 3? Can you tell me what they're worth?
Of course. So the first one, we bought it for $200,000, and now it is worth $800,000.
Wow, good. What about the second one?
Mm-hmm. And my rental, my net cash every month is close to $2,000.
Okay.
After all expenses. My second property is paid off as well. Bought it for $250,000. Now it's worth $800,000.
Sweet. Way to go. What about
then
the third one?
Yes, then the third one also paid off, and right now it's currently worth $350,000.
And what do you owe on the one that's not paid off?
$330,000, and that one is worth around $700,000.
Okay. And is there any other debt that you have?
Just our cars. We owe between both of us $46,000 in cars. They're fairly new. We ended up buying them just a few months ago.
Anything else?
No student loan, no credit card, nothing like that.
You have any cash?
We do. We have about $150, and then aside from our income of $290, we also have our rental income, which nets to about $95,000 a year.
So that's separate from the $290.
That's correct. That's in addition to
the Okay, and do you have any other investments?
No, just retirement 401k.
How much?
Close to $160.
How old are you guys?
I am 37 and my husband is 40.
Oh, you've done extremely well. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very
I learned
well
from
done.
my parents.
And you're fairly new to this Ramsey stuff, I think, aren't you?
I did. I started watching the show and your videos just a couple of weeks ago. And I'm
as
obsessed.
much
I
money
keep
as you've
watching
got
you.
and as well as you've done, why do you care what we think?
Both my husband and I were accountants.
Mm-hmm.
So we've done so far. We sacrificed so much in our 20s and 30s to get where we are. I don't want to make the wrong move over a dream. That is expensive. I don't
the
want to
reason
do
you built wealth, accountant, is to live the dream, not count the coin.
Correct.
Okay? So you're going to give up some of your rental income in order to live the dream.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm you, anyway. I've got a bunch of rental property. I love rental property. I love real estate. All of mine's paid for. I never borrow money for anything. My house is paid for. Everything's paid for. Everything's paid for. Everything's paid for. So I'm going to have you in a paid-for dream house by selling off some of your rentals if I'm doing your deal. Now, that makes you question whether you really want to do this or not, because now the accountant is fighting with the little girl who wanted a dream house. Now, who's going to win?
It is.
Well, look.
It is. We have discussed that option, but we don't want to let go. It's cash flow.
Yeah.
It is, but
It
would
is.
you rather strangers live in the paid-for house or you? That's the way I look at it. I'd much be willing to clear. I'd probably clear rental number 4 since there's debt on it anyway. I'd sell that one and get $300,000 cash.
And drop one of the 800s.
And then I'd drop one of the 800s.
And pay cash for this puppy.
And you're the one living in the paid-for house.
Not one of your
Right.
renters.
No, makes sense.
Yeah.
Right. It's funny. I'm
and here's
renting
the
my
thing.
houses out, and I live in an
What
apartment.
do you live now? What do you live in now?
I rented all of my houses, and I'm the one living in an apartment.
Wow.
Okay. And you're
But that's
37
what
and
I'm
you're a
saying, we
37-year-old
sacrifice.
you're a 37-year-old multimillionaire with an income approaching $500,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still questioning what I should do. Yeah.
Well, listen, let me help you with this, okay? There's 3 things you can do with money, and you need to do all 3 all the time. Be generous with it, invest it, and enjoy it. You're only good at one, investing, and you are a world-class investor, but you suck at enjoying it.
That is true. Yes, my husband says the same thing. We had this conversation last night. I said Taylor Swift tickets are too expensive.
Oh, God! This has nothing to do with Taylor Swift.
But they better go see it. Y'all better go see that show.
How did Taylor Swift get in this conversation?
Because she put Kelsey on the map, Dave.
Oh, Jesus, Murphy. Help me, Lord. Help me, Lord.
I'm just kidding.
It's too expensive. I can't pay for those tickets. What happened? And he asked me, what happens if your daughter will ask for it? He made me think at that point. I said, I got to think about it. I got to justify the expense.
Yeah. So here's
But,
yeah.
yes,
What
I
would
do
I
start
do?
that
Listen,
enjoying
listen. I teach people to get out of debt. I teach people to save. People that spend all the time. People that spend all of their money on fun and have no life, consequently, except of stress and problems. So most of the people we talk to, Jade and I, are on the other end. We're telling them grow up and quit being a child and quit having some fun.
Right.
Enjoy, instead, have some generosity and some investing in your life. So I want you to insert some generosity in your life.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't talk about that. I'm not saying you don't have that, but I want to make sure it's there. And I want you to enjoy some of this money. Here's the deal. With the money that you make, if you sacrifice 1.5 rentals, the one that's paid for and the one that's not, and you get a nice home and you take a normal amount and start investing it from this point forward, you're going to be worth $25 to $30 million at retirement.
Wow.
That's where you're headed mathematically. And you're an accountant. You can do compound interest, and you know what it looks like. You have this fabulous income.
Yeah.
And better than that, you have this thing called self-control.
Yeah.
And discipline. I mean, you're weird. It's awesome. Yeah, but you need to go get you a good house, girl. You earned it. You earned
Sure
it.
did. Very good.
That's so fun. Way to go. Way to go, Nikki. This is The Ramsey Show. Hey, folks, refinancing can be okay if the math makes sense. Like when you're buried in private student loan debt. If that's you, go look up my friends at Y Refi. Y Refi may be able to help offer a light at the end of the tunnel for people with private student loans who don't see a way out. Y Refi builds a custom loan with a low fixed interest rate, not based on your FICO score, but on your ability to pay. To learn more about this custom refinancing option and a lump sum payoff option you could qualify for after 24 months, call 844-2-RAMSEY or go to yrefi.com/Ramsey. That's 844-2-RAMSEY or the letter Y, then REFY.com/Ramsey.
Y-Refi is not licensed by the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation. Y-Refi is not authorized by the New York State Department of Financial Services to service any New York loans. Funding may not be available in all states.
Hey guys, being free to make your own medical decisions is a big deal these days. Christian Healthcare Ministries gives members the freedom to choose the doctors and providers they want, without the frustration of worrying about networks and with no waiting period to join. It's a membership-based, nonprofit ministry where hundreds of thousands of Christians share funds to pay for and pray for each other's medical bills. Find out more today at chministries.org/budget. That's chministries.org/budget.
If you're buying a home in today's market, it takes more than hope and an internet search. I've recommended Churchill Mortgage for 30 years because you can trust them to take care of you the Ramsey way. That's why Churchill is the only Ramsey-trusted mortgage company. Go to churchillmortgage.com today to learn more.
This is a paid advertisement. NMLS ID 1591, NMLSconsumeraccess.org, Equal Housing Lender, 1749 Mallory Lane, Suite 100, Brentwood, Tennessee 37027.
Visit Indeed.com/
Or are in debt to the IRS? This is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach. The Dave Ramsey Show is sponsored by the O'Donnell Law Center in Osage Beach. For information about wills and trusts, visit YourEstatePlanningPlace.com.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next?
Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors for 35 years. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. You can meet with an InventHelp representative who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. Take action and get the help you need from InventHelp.
Call 1-800-215-7345. That's 1-800-215-7345. Again, 1-800-215-7345.
Jade Washaw, Ramsey Personality, is my co-host today. Today's question of the day is brought to you by Neighborly, your hub for home services. When something in your home breaks, remember the Neighborly Done Right promise, which is, it's not done right until it's done right. That's cool. I like that. Download the Neighborly app today. Schedule your appointment. And, you'll get great service when you're working with Neighborly's network of home service providers.
That's right.
Great company. Yeah.
Today's question comes from Rachel in Missouri. She says, I've been listening to you for over 20 years, and I'm so grateful for your financial principles. My family is close to paying off our mortgage, and then we are completely debt-free. Will you please give perspective on our world events, talking about the Israel at war, etc.? What's the best advice to prepare financially for our own home, and how to invest with so much turmoil? This is an interesting question. Dave, I'll give my 2 cents on this. I'd love to hear your side of this. Rachel, things like this, whenever there's calamity, whenever there's uncertainty in the world, I think about COVID and all those things, I really go quickly to controlling what I can control. And in this case, like you said, you're close to paying off your mortgage, you're close to being completely debt-free. Do those things that you know to do and continue walking down that path. And then for me, I just also have to accept, it's like in one hand, I control the things that I can control. And then on the other hand, I have to accept the things that I can't control. And one thing that I have found that helps me accept the things I can't control is I tend to want to lean into generosity a little bit. And then there's kind of just like, okay, I can't go overseas and I may not be the one that can save people, but I can be generous in my community. There's things that I can still do. So that's the way that I would approach that. And those are the two things that have given me peace in times like these. What about you, Dave?
No, that makes a lot of sense. Control the controllables. I mean, when we were in the Fauci pandemic, we didn't know what was going to happen. We'd never been in a Fauci pandemic before. You didn't know what to do, right? Mm-hmm. And so, you just kind of got to get in there and wind your way through. That one actually showed up in Missouri. I don't think Hamas is going to show up in Missouri. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure of that one. Mm-hmm. Might be wrong. I mean, sure as I say that, it'll be tomorrow, but I don't think so. I think you're probably okay. But then the question is, what do global events do to your investments? Well, if you're invested in the stock market, for instance, in your 401k, sometimes global events temporarily affect that. A scare in the Ukraine, a scare in Israel, a war in Israel, a war in the Ukraine, can affect stock market, usually fairly temporarily. Mm-hmm. Certainly an event in the homeland, an event in the United States proper would affect the stock market. But even 9/11, when the towers were attacked by those cowards, and they fell. And they fell, if you don't know, literally within blocks of Wall Street. The actual New York Stock Exchange is right there. Okay, you couldn't get to it for a day or two because of the rubble. And so, but also we traditionally shut down the stock market exchange, the New York Stock Exchange, and for that matter, the NASDAQ, which is in Chicago, will shut down trading during horrible events like an attack on American soil. We shut it down. Well, so it was shut down. The 9/11 was on a Tuesday. Stock market didn't reopen until Monday. And as soon as it reopened, you know what it did? It dove 500 points in a matter of moments. You know what it did? And then it went down like for a week.
Mhm.
It just kept going down. And everybody's like, "Oh, they've crashed the towers and they crashed the American economy." No, not even close. I kept telling people, "Look, buy. It's time to buy. It's going down. Buy. It's on sale. Buy." I don't want to take advantage of a calamity. That's not the point. But the market's going down. This is not the time to sell. It's the time to buy, because 54 days later, it returned to where it was,
which nobody talked about,
and never made a single news headline. But the news headline, big, bold across the front page of the local liberal pamphlet we have that's called a newspaper, and big bold letters: stock market crashes following terrorist attack. You know how much coverage they gave it when 54 days later it completely returned? Zero. Not one mention, not one anywhere. Even CNBC, which is supposed to report on business, didn't report it. Even Fox Business didn't report it, because Fox Business was not in existence then. So there. And, but there you go. That's how this world event things work. So what you do is you keep buying.
So, Dave, you
all the
say...
time. You just keep buying the rest of your life. You keep buying until it's time for you to sell. You do not buy or sell based on world events, because they always have a temporary impact.
So we always say here that when you're investing, you're spreading it over 4 types, right? Growth and income, aggressive growth, international. And I feel like I've heard you say international is kind of like the wild child, right?
No, it's the weak spot.
That's the weak spot. Yeah. And that is because...
those economies have not done as well.
Right, and we know that.
Overall, in the United States, foreign stocks as a category have not kept up with U.S. stocks as a category.
But there's a reason you have it.
For the last 40 years.
There's a reason that it's still a quarter of the strategy.
Exactly, because there are times that things like a BMW or a Mercedes, were they still owned by Germans? They're not now. But were they, think of a foreign company, then there's a bunch of them that you ingest and do business with every day and don't think anything about it. But their stock then is considered a foreign stock. And so there's times that they're going to prosper, sometimes on the back of the U.S. economy.
That's true.
But there's still that profit is from a foreign goes to a foreign company then. So it's not a patriotic issue; it's a math thing. And so you just keep investing. You just keep investing, Rachel. And I got to tell you, if you're worried about a paid-for house in Missouri because of the war in Israel, you need to turn the television off.
Yeah, that's true.
You're watching it too much, because your reality is getting distorted. As to what the real effect is going to be on your life.
Absolutely.
No one is happy about Israel being attacked. Well, some people are happy, but I mean, none of the people around me or people like me are happy about it. We're all horrified with what's going on. It's absolute evil. But from a financial or economic perspective, a year from now it'll be a distant memory. From a political perspective, 10 years from now it'll be a history note in a book. That's all it'll be, just a note.
That's true.
Like the 1967, 1972, same dates at Israel, right? Same thing, just a note in the history book. Yeah. And so, but while you're living in it, it's a real thing. And so, but you can't get caught up in things that are happening somewhere else. Control the controllables.
Yeah. It's tough. I think the way the world is, there's social media, there's 24-hour a day network news, right? And it's constantly feeding us the worst possible things happening in society. And if we don't put boundaries around that, we will destroy our brains. Like we will be in fear 24/7.
It's a 24/7 news cycle, 24/7 fear cycle. It's fear porn. And, not to say that the Israel thing is not real.
Of course.
It is obviously real. It's obviously horrid. It's a tragedy. It's a disaster.
Yeah.
It's all of those things. But is it going to affect Rachel in Missouri? No.
No.
Other than pray for...
I was going to say...
Pray for peace in Jerusalem.
Yep. Other than the way that we can show compassion.
Yep. That's all you can do. Hey, thank you. Thank you for your question, Rachel. Open phones at 888-825-5225. By the way, there's lots of information on the stock market history that is very intriguing when you dig into it. One piece of information I saw in one of the brochures one time is if you had invested at the worst possible day in the stock market in the last 5 years, and you did that every 5 years, you would have so much money.
The worst possible day. Yeah, because
you were buying at the bottom.
Yeah, cheap.
And you say, okay, this is the horrible thing that happened right after 9/11. If you had invested, right? If you had invested after, Black Monday in 1987, if you didn't, which the market just dove like 20% in one day. It was crazy. It's a weird day. If you'd invested on the worst possible days, if you'd invested at the highest possible days, how much money you'd have. And it's still a lot of money.
Something.
So the point of the chart or the illustration is keep investing, keep investing, keep investing. The only people that get hurt on a roller coaster are those that jump off in the middle of the ride. This is The Ramsey Show.
Hey, I'm Dr. John Deloney.
And I'm Rachel Cruz. And we are so excited, you guys, because our very first Money and Marriage Getaway is October 19th through the 21st at the Ramsey Event Center here in Nashville, Tennessee.
So you're going to get in your car, you're going to get on an airplane, and you're going to come to Nashville for a chance to disconnect from the madness of life and reconnect with your spouse.
That's right. At the Money and Marriage Getaway, we're going to be helping you and your spouse learn how to budget, how to dream for your future, how to crush your goals together, communicate, and just be an overall healthier couple. Right, John?
That's right. We're going to be talking about intimacy. We're going to be talking about money. We're going to be talking about communication. We're going to be talking about all of it. No holds barred, no limits. We're going there.
And you guys, it's going to be a really fun weekend. We've planned a fun date night, so many surprises, and we cannot wait to see you. Tickets are $799. So go to RamseySolutions.com/events to get yours.
That's $799, which is a steal for a whole weekend. Visit RamseySolutions.com/events to get your tickets.
We all want to protect our loved ones should something happen to us. There's a seminar coming up in Osage Beach to help you learn to do just that.
Hi, I'm Deirdre O'Donnell. Please be my guest Tuesday, November 7th at the Sanctuary Brew Pub and Event Center in Osage Beach for an informative, casual, and free seminar regarding wills and trusts. Register to attend at yourestateplanningplace.com. Thank you, and we'll see you Tuesday, November 7th.
The choice of a lawyer is an important one and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Hey, airline travelers, let's say you have a problem and you need to change or cancel an existing airline reservation. What do? Well, Skywatch is a free service that can help anyone with any airline reservation fix it. Whether you want to cancel it, change your dates, or add passengers, we can help fix your airline reservations so you get exactly what you need. We've updated our computer database and now have access to every airline around the globe. So now you can make one phone call regardless of who booked your airline tickets, and we'll change it, cancel it, and fix it for you. We know the insider secrets to fixing reservations that the airlines don't want you to know about. So if you need to cancel, change, or modify an existing airline reservation, call Skywatch right now. It's a free call, so let us fix it for you. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. That's 800-930-9129.
Have you written a book and want to get it published? Then call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573. Immediately. That's 800-506-3573. Page Publishing is looking for authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Page Publishing will take the time to review each and every book submitted to them and give you their feedback. If they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So if you've written a novel, children's book, cookbook, inspirational work, poetry, or a biography and want to get it published, then you need to call Page Publishing and do it immediately. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-506-3573. That's 800-506-3573. Your road to fame and fortune could very well start with this simple phone call. Call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit.
Do you have a car sitting around you want to get rid of? Then here's a great idea. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Yes, one fast call to the Veteran Car Donation Program and we'll come and remove your car for free. Fast, free towing, and 24-hour response. You can donate most cars, trucks, or SUVs in most conditions. The proceeds raised goes to help active military, veterans, and their families, and you get a tax deduction. All you need to do is make this free call. Get rid of that old car and help the vets. We make it easy. Make this free call now and book your fast and easy pickup. Call the Veteran Donation Program now. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Operators are standing by. Here's the number.
800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. That's 800-540-8816.
Here's important new information from the Diabetes Solution Center for you, a family member, or a loved one suffering with diabetes. If you have lost your provider, or if you need a provider for diabetic supplies, you may qualify to receive your diabetic testing supplies now with little or no out-of-pocket cost, regardless of your age. All you need is Medicare or private insurance to be potentially eligible. Call the Diabetes Solution Center right now for details. Just takes a couple of minutes. Our friendly, knowledgeable agents will give you free, no-obligation information, handle all the insurance paperwork, and make sure your supplies are delivered directly to your door for free.
Call U.S. Medical Supply 24 hours a day. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. Call right now. 888-303-9136.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align, because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit makeawish@wish.org.
Jade Washaw, Ramsey Personality, is my co-host today. Derek is in Salt Lake City. Hi, Derek. Welcome to the Ramsey Show.
Hi, Dave. Hi, Jade.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I'm getting married in less than 2 months.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you very much. She has about $23,000 of consumer debt. I do not have any debt outside of my mortgage. So my question to you is, should I stop baby steps 4, 5, and 6 and save up to be able to pay off her debts after the wedding, or should I continue 4, 5, and 6 till after the wedding?
So you don't have $23,000 cash now?
I do, yes.
Okay, why would you need to save up then?
I'm currently finishing my basement, and so I'm doing that debt free, and so I'm only going to have about $15,000 left.
And is she contributing any to this $23,000?
She's working to pay it off right now, but when we get married, the lion's share will still be there.
Okay, so you've got $15,000 that you can put towards it.
Yeah, I would. Yes. To answer your question, I would stop my 401k and go ahead and get ready for the post-honeymoon debt freedom.
Mm-hmm.
And then make sure you have a fully funded emergency fund, and never dip into your emergency fund for anything, and that includes fixing a basement, which is by definition not an emergency. And then we will, after we have an emergency fund in place, we'll restart and put 15% of our new household income into retirement plans of some kind.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's just adjusting both of your lives to fit the post-marriage baby steps. Agreed?
Definitely.
Yeah, you were on track. You knew what we were going to say already, but you just want to make sure that the nuance was there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had a couple more questions for him. I wanted to know if he was spending his emergency fund to do his basement.
Well, he had $23,000. He's going to be down to $15,000.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I don't know how far. That's what I said. You got to make sure the emergency fund's in place, and the basement's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, that's yeah. We went from this real noble, I'm going to pay off my fiance's debt after we're married, to I'm finishing my basement.
Yeah, your face was priceless.
What? Finishing my basement. Yeah. All right. There's that. Okay. How are these in the same sentence? But, all right. Yeah, that's good. That's okay.
Maybe she wants the basement finished.
Yeah, it's okay. Nothing's wrong with what he's doing. It just caught me off guard because it was like a hard left turn.
It was.
Morgan is in Sacramento. Hey, Morgan, what's up?
Hi, how's it going?
Better than I deserve. How can I help?
Yay. I am calling because I have been a homeschooling stay-at-home mom for the past 18 years, and my kids have just gotten old enough now to where I am working part-time, and we're trying to figure out what to do with my added income. Some of it is going to help make ends meet with inflation and all that fun going on, but we still have an abundance beyond that. And so we're trying to figure out how to, if we, in comparison with elevating our lifestyle with paying off the mortgage.
So you're on baby step 6?
I think so.
Awesome. So that would mean for anybody listening, you have no other debt other than the mortgage. You've got 3 to 6 months set aside for expenses in an emergency fund.
Yep.
And you're investing 15% of your income before taxes. And then are you putting aside anything into 529s or anything like that for the kids' college?
No, that stuff is all taken care of.
How?
Okay.
How? How's it taken care of?
Oh, wow, I'm sorry. I thought you said wow. I said, yeah. My oldest was given a 529 already and has done scholarships and is working her way through. So this is her first year. And we also have relatives that are helping along the way and are able to help. But we just really feel strongly, too, about our kids' work ethic and being able to put themselves through. We live in an area, too, that has a state school and a community college. And here in California, community college is paid for by taxpayers. So there's just a lot of support.
So they're able to go without debt. So that's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
but you're contributing nothing.
Debt-free. Yeah, correct.
Okay. So taking care of means that you think they have a plan.
Yes. Yeah, that's true.
Okay. I just wanted to know what you meant. Okay.
Yeah.
And, all right, so I get it. That's been the plan. They're homeschool, and that's been the plan all along, and they know that. They're not surprised by it, and you're actually coaching them and showing them how to do this debt-free, I hope, and without mom and dad's support and with the support of some relative money coming from some relatives. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Well, I mean, there's 2 things to do with the overage then. It'd be baby step 6, as you said, put it on your house or enjoy it. How much overage have you got?
Probably about $1,000 a month.
Okay. So what do you want to do?
Little things like my daughter this year asked if she could have new soccer shoes instead of used soccer shoes. Things like that. Like I really would like to do, and what we actually did do. For my birthday, we bought a table at a banquet for a charity event for people, and that was so much fun to be able to do that. My husband likes to buy dinner if we ever go out with friends. So, nothing huge, I guess. I mean, but then that's what we're thinking, like, oh, maybe we could save up and go to next year's money and marriage event, things like that are super exciting.
What I would say, this is what Sam and I do. And we came up with this because we have variable income. And every month the question is, what do we do with this extra income? And finally we got to the point where it's just a percentage. And we know this percentage is going towards a mortgage. Whatever it is, this percentage goes towards something fun we want to do, and this percentage goes towards giving. And that kind of takes all of the guesswork out of it. It kind of takes the tendency to maybe leave something that's important out and so that you can do something else. And that way it's like, okay, we're covering every base every time there's extra money. And that's one strategy you could utilize with this, because I do want you to be intentional about paying off your mortgage, because it is part of the process and it's very important for you to do that in order to build wealth. But like Dave said, it's extra, right? And you don't have to be so intense about it. I just want you to be intentional. So you do have the opportunity to give some or save some as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's a great formula. And so it might sound like we're going to put 50% of all overage towards the mortgage. We're going to splurge with 40% of the overage, and we're going to give an additional 10 for generosity out of it, or whatever. You can switch those numbers around, or you can have different numbers. But obviously, out of $1,000, then I'd put $500 towards a mortgage, or $500, whatever that percentage tells you. And that's exactly how Sharon and I do it as well. We increase our lifestyle by a very small percentage on all overage. We increase our generosity and our investing by a large percentage on all overage. But we're blessed in that our income is so freaking ridiculous that a small percentage is a great for life. So, I mean, our lifestyle increasing a small percentage is not a small dollar. So it's
right.
good.
Well, I think
we just don't need to spend that much. It's just nuts. And we still have a crazy good life.
You do. You do. I think people do fear like lifestyle creep, though.
Yeah,
like,
but if you don't, you should fear it.
Yeah.
Because I mean, because if you don't learn to control how much you spend on your consumption, you will consume all of it the rest of your life, no matter what you make. And people would make $15 million, buy $15 million worth of stupid stuff. Then
that's called mo money, mo problems.
That's it, and that's mo immaturity. So it just keeps growing, right? But yeah, I think you just gotta. But the formula gives you permission to enjoy the portion that you set for enjoyment, and permission to do the generosity without looking over your shoulder without irresponsible.
That's right.
And permission to do the investing without feeling like I'm Scrooge McDuck counting my coins.
That's right. That's right.
And so I love that where we allocate a percentage. I use it. We teach it to high-income people all the time. But it works for anybody in 4, 5, and 6 on any amount of overage. It could be 1,000. It could be 10,000 overage, whatever it is. Good suggestion, Jade. Well done. This is The Ramsey Show. It continues to amaze me how ID thieves keep expanding their ways to steal from us. Not only do they commit crimes related to financial fraud, medical ID theft, IRS scams, and Social Security fraud, but now we have to deal with the home title fraud. Thieves are using your personal information to take out loans, and you end up with a pile of debt and foreclosure notices. Think it couldn't happen to you? 2019 was the worst year on record for data breaches, so thieves have plenty of identities to use. And since our information never changes, the risk never goes away. That's why Zander Insurance is the only program I've ever recommended. Their plan covers all types of ID theft, including home title fraud. And it includes monitoring alerts and takes over the work if you become a victim. They also cover your children for free on their family plan. Visit Zander.com or call 800-356-4282.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates, on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
Is the owner of an unguarded swimming pool responsible for injuries or harm to trespassing children? The court had to make a tough decision in the case of the unprotected pool. I'm Curtis Howard with today's Point of Law.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway, next to Golden Corral.
KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach. The Dave Ramsey Show is sponsored by the O'Donnell Law Center in Osage Beach. For information about wills and trusts, visit yourestateplanningplace.com.
The Home Service Club sponsors this paid advertisement. Attention homeowners. Broken AC, $4,600. Water heater, $1,500. Fridge on the fritz, $1,000. You need home warranty coverage from the Home Service Club. For around $1 a day, if any of your covered appliances and systems break down, HSC will either do the repair or replace them. HSC has over 15,000 pre-screened, highly rated technicians with the fastest response time in the industry. HSC provides coverage for up to 47 different appliances and systems in your home. Call for a free, no-obligation quote from a trusted HSC service specialist about a home warranty for your entire home, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. 800-926-1595, plus $75 off your first year. 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595. That's 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595.
Jade Washoe, Ramsey Personality, is my co-host today. Open phones at 888-825-5225. James is in Santa Cruz, California. Hi, James. How are you?
Very good. Thank you. I am a new listener. My radio station just picked you guys up. And a couple of questions on credit scores. We had bankruptcy years and years ago, and we've just been working real hard on bringing our credit up, and now we're in the 800s. And I heard you the other day saying that isn't that important. So I'm just trying to find out about credit ratings.
Yeah. So, James, well, number one, thanks for listening, and thanks for even being open to what we're talking about here. The thing with the credit score is it's all about your interaction with debt. And since you have started listening, we are of the camp that debt is, there's no such thing as good debt, right? We want you to pay off your debt. And when you do pay off your debt, your credit score goes to zero. After time, usually it's about a year that passes, and it will go down to zero if you have no debt on the record. And for a lot of people, yourself included, I think that is completely new information. It's like, wow, I didn't know that that was possible. And it makes people a little bit nervous because our whole lives, the culture is telling us you need to have credit score, you need to have good credit score, and you need a credit score to get all the things that you want in life. But when you really do look at that score, it's about how much debt you have, how long you've interacted with that debt, what types of debt do you have, right? The history of your debt, what percentage of your debt that you're using. That's all they care about.
And it's only good for one thing, and that's to help you get more debt.
Right.
It's not an indication that you have a high net worth, a high income. It's not an indication you're winning with money.
Right.
It's an indication you're winning with debt.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a false measure of winning is our point. And do we want to purposefully destroy it if you've got an 800? No. But the only way you've got an 800 is since you filed bankruptcy years ago is, after the bankruptcy, you've had a lot of positive interaction with debt, meaning you borrowed, paid it back on time or early, and you didn't get into crazy amounts of debt, I hope. Usually you don't get an 800 if you're way over leveraged.
Right.
And usually you don't get an 800 if you've got a bunch of wrong kinds of debt. I mean, if you had, by wrong kinds, I mean the super dumb stuff.
Yeah.
Right. But it's not all credit card debt or it's not all whatever. But I mean, you've been living a fairly normal consumer life and have paid everything earlier on time. Am I right?
Yeah, and, we have 4 vehicles. Everything's paid off.
Mm-hmm.
We have, credit cards, but, we pay them off every month.
Right.
And the only...
But you didn't always, or you wouldn't have an 800.
No. Correct.
The cars weren't always paid off, and the credit cards weren't always paid off every month, or you would not have an 800.
Right. The only thing we have is our mortgage, and I had just looked it up yesterday, and it's worth like 1.2, and we owe $513, so it's like a $687,000 in equity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, way to go.
We have 2 kids. Our girl is the last 2 years at Cal Poly.
Yeah.
So we're paying their tuition.
What's your household income?
The wife is around 125, and I'm self-employed. I actually retired this last December, which doesn't feel like it because I'm still working.
Yeah.
And,
What do you make? I'm
I'm on paper. I'm about 20 to 30.
Okay. So let me here's the premise. You're a brand new listener. The thing that we've discovered, and I've lived and we have taught now for 30 years on this show, is the shortest, fastest way to an extremely stable, wealthy enjoyment of money is to become and stay debt-free, because that frees up your income. It takes away the risk of problems, and you're living in a fairly risk-free environment right now. You have nothing left but a very small mortgage, and relative to the value. And your wife has a good income. You guys you've been very careful, calm, wise. You've not done anything super stupid here. You've done a good job, a very good job. And so it doesn't, in your mind right now, this idea of living without debt completely, it's not that radical because you're almost there.
Basically.
Right.
And then the point being, do you want to go back into debt? If you want to go back into debt, I would argue with you. Mm-hmm. If you want to go back into debt, you should protect that credit score, because it's the easiest way to go into debt. But if you're not going to borrow anymore and you're just going to build wealth, and the next time you get ready to buy a car or put a kid in school, you're going to figure out a way to write a check to do that, and you're not going to borrow money, then your need for an 800 credit score is very low. Yeah. Now, you don't have to worry about it. It's not doing anything wrong. It's just sitting there. And there's no sense in, like I said, we don't need to shoot it or something. Yeah. It's not, we don't want to destroy it. But I'm not going to sit and fret like most of Americans do about, oh, God, it dropped 10 points. Who gives a crap?
Who
I mean,
cares?
it doesn't matter. You're not using it. It has only one use, and that's to borrow more money.
Debt. Yeah.
And if you decide, like I decided 30 years ago, and you've been moving this way before